Chapter 238 Explosive Crossbow. You dare keep glaring at me. I'll smash you. Wild roared, his immense, spiked club smashing down on the emaciated man. That terrifying power made the air explode. That emaciated man was horrified. His soul art was his most powerful attack, and he was almost unrivaled amongst the same level. But Wild wasn't affected at all. Space shook as that club smashed down like a mountain. That terrifying pressure told the emaciated man that this wasn't a hallucination, and he hastily fell back. He was a corrupt core disciple with a powerful cultivation base. His strange footwork allowed him to escape in an extremely bizarre manner. No one was able to see just how he had done it. After dodging that attack, he put away his soul-attracting banner. Since soul attacks were useless against Wild, he could only use a different move. Just as he was about to take out a new weapon, the land suddenly shook. The emaciated man hadn't expected that even though he had already dodged, Wild's attack still landed on the ground. Cultivators would definitely not do something like that. No matter who it was, they would always leave a little bit of energy in reserve when attacking. If they ended up missing, they would have the power to change the attack. But Wild wasn't acting at all like a cultivator. He hadn't restrained his power at all, and his club had smashed into the earth. That strike was too vicious. The land caved in, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding people to fly into the air, including that core disciple. Even the distant monastery disciples stumbled and reeled from the shaking, almost falling to the ground. The corrupt disciples who were closer were stumbling and flying through the air. The emaciated man was horrified. It would be impossible for him to block such power. But as he was filled with shock, Wild had already come charging out. Stop glaring at me. Shockingly, Wild didn't need to take the slightest pause after such a powerful strike. His spiked club once more smashed out. He hadn't been affected by the shaking of the earth at all. That spiked club was whistling over. The emaciated man was still in midair from being flung up, and he was unable to dodge. He was scared witless. He quickly took out a huge shield and black mist surged out of his body, raising his defenses to the limit. That black mist formed into a barrier around him. It was covered in blood-colored runes. When those runes appeared, a mournful resentment came from it that caused people's hearts to shiver. Blood rune armor. The emaciated man had only just finished setting up his defenses when Wild's club smashed down. That huge shield was like a flimsy piece of ice, shattering to pieces. In fact, it shattered before the club even touched it from just the wind force around it. Then when the spiked club landed on that barrier formed from his black mist, people were appalled to see it immediately break apart. Not only did his barrier break apart, but even the emaciated man within was crushed by Wild's club, his blood filling the air. Nice. Seeing Wild defeat a corrupt core disciple in one attack filled Ji Yuyong and them with excitement. On the other hand, Long Chen was feeling a bit of pain. His first thought was that 200,000 points had been destroyed just like that. Attack all out. There are still 3 other core disciples. Whoever wants them better hurry up before they're taken by others. Everyone else just keep fighting steadily, ordered Long Chen. Wild was like a wolf amongst a pack of sheep. He sowed chaos in the midst of the corrupt disciples' ranks, killing them left and right. The corrupt disciples' formations had already been disorganized, so now they were in a complete mess. If Long Chen didn't have misgivings about their strange soul attacks, he would already given the order to cut them all down. From the very start, he had seen that there were 4 powerful core disciples. Now that Wild had killed 1, there were only 3. Following Long Chen's order, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and Ji Yuyong rushed over to those 3 core disciples. Lei Qianshang, go keep an eye on Ji Yuyong, quietly said Long Chen. Lei Qianshang had just stabbed a corrupt disciple with his Thunderforce spear. He knew Ji Yuyang's soul defenses were his fatal weak point. He hastily rushed over closer to Ji Yuyong. Both parties were fighting fiercely. But the Xuantian monastery's disciples' morale was sky high, and in half the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the majority of the corrupt disciples had been killed. Less than 300 of them remained. Bring the front troops back to rest. Troops at the back, move forward, 5 people a squad. Slaughter them. With victory in sight, Long Chen brought forward the disciples that had been in the rear. The ones in the vanguard were all the strongest disciples, while the ones at the back were weaker. In other words, with them constantly pressing the advantage, the only troops fighting had been those top disciples. Those at the back had yet to have a chance. Now that they occupied an absolute superiority, he needed to let those weaker disciples experience battle. Otherwise the elites would only get stronger, while the weaks would be thrown far off. That kind of result was not beneficial for their total battle power. As the commander, Long Chen's main duty was to raise the total military strength of these disciples. That wasn't what he had been hoping to do during this trial. He would prefer to charge out and fight personally, slaughtering the corrupt disciples as much as he pleased. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that now that he needed to take care of every single person as well as pay attention to the whole battlefield. His saber was still dancing through the air, constantly cutting through the corrupt disciples. But his focus covered the entire battlefield. Tang Wan'er had summoned wind blades all around her, fighting against a corrupt core disciple with a blood-colored longsword. Long Chen shook his head, his expression slightly ugly. He angrily shouted, "Wan'er, what are you doing? This is a battle, not a competition." Tang Wan'er's only fighting experience came from the monastery's faction competition that was just a contest over flags. She was already too used to that. Even with her strength, she was still being overpowered by that corrupt core disciple, falling into dangerous moments time and time again. That infuriated Long Chen completely. He had really wasted his previous words. Tang Wan'er's heart shook. Long Chen rarely became angry. Moreover, he had never become angry with her. But this time she could see he really was infuriated. Remembering what he had told them previously, she couldn't help blushing in shame. She didn't hold back any longer, and her aura completely exploded out. The wind blades in her hands quickly began to slash down on her opponent. Yi Ziqiu was doing much better than Tang Wan'er. Her ice's blades danced through the air, the chilling air forcing back her corrupt core disciple repeatedly. It wouldn't be long before she could kill him. As for Ji Yuyong, runes were lit up all over his body. He roared over and over, his fists flying through the air. His corrupt core disciple was already vomiting blood. Ji Yuyang's strength went without saying. Lei Qiansheng was constantly killing those ordinary corrupt disciples, keeping a constant eye on Ji Yuyong. There were finally a dozen corrupt disciples who were unable to bear it. Being massacred by these monastery disciples, who seemed more like wolves and tigers, had already broken their courage, and they began to fly into the distance. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. When they had been massacring others, they had never imagined that this day would come for them. "You want to run? Do you think that's possible?" An icy smile appeared on Long Chen's mouth. Tens of arrows flew out. In just an instant, those fleeing corrupt disciples all let miserable screams as they were pierced. Everyone looked over in shock to see man with a huge cylindrical-shaped thing on his shoulder. It was over 3 meters long and a foot in diameter. There were many thin holes on it which were obviously where those arrows had shot out from. "Hee, boss, I've finally managed to show off!" excitedly cried Guo Ran. Back when Long Chen had been about to be sent into exile, he had given Guo Ran a warning. His talent was only ordinary, and he would need to think of an unorthodox method to make himself stronger. Guo Ran had secluded himself and racked his brain for ideas. He really did not have a single strong point. His aptitude was only ordinary and his spiritual strength was also lacking. No completely amazing figures had ever appeared amongst his ancestors and he had no ancestral blood to rely on. But then, one day, he had gone to the Xuantian pavilion to look over some of their introductions on mechanism and forging arts, and his eyes had lit up. He greatly enjoyed those kinds of bizarre and crafty things. He had immediately asked Tang Wan'er to lend him a great deal of points to buy those tomes. There was a saying that every person had their own path to walk. As soon as Guo Ran opened up those tomes, he had immediately become infatuated, spending every day in his immortal cave studying. An ordinary rapid-fire crossbow didn't possess much power. But Guo Ran had improved on the spring mechanisms in this crossbow, making it over 10 times stronger than an ordinary crossbow. But Long Chen was also surprised to see Guo Ran really was devious. He had also made changes to the arrows. The arrowheads were packed with yin and yang sulfur stones. Each arrowhead had 1 fingernail-sized stone of each type. Once they encountered resistance, the 2 stones inside the arrowhead would collide and explode. Of course, such a small explosion of the sulfur stones would only have a range of less than 3 inches and the power wasn't so high. From the outside of the body, even a chi condensation cultivator wouldn't die. But those arrows would only meet resistance when they hit, in other words, when they pierced through a person's body. If these sulfur stones exploded within the body, then they even posed a fatal threat to tendon transformation experts. Those dozen corrupt disciples who had fled were instantly killed, shocking everyone. Long Chen smiled slightly. That little fellow really did have his own talent. Show off. How come I don't see anything amazing? Guo Ran laughed and didn't take anything from that. Seeing there were more people, he quickly shot out more arrows. Another 7 or 8 corrupt disciples were killed by him, their flesh exploding. However, some arrows didn't hit their targets, instead exploding on contact with the ground. It's a bit wasteful. Long Chen shook his head. Each time he would shoot out 40 to 50 arrows at once. The ones that missed were all wasted. Hehe, no problem. I've already prepared all the materials and I can make more at any time. Right now is just the preliminary testing. Later I'll modify them and make them even stronger. I'll become an unprecedented, unsurpassable forging master, proudly boasted Guo Ran. Currently this was just his first test with them in battle. Having tasted success this time, he no longer even cared about not having a powerful cultivation base. Other than those core disciples, just how many others were able to do as he had done and kill a dozen corrupt disciples in one attack. He also had even more ideas he hadn't tested yet. His success this time filled him with confidence. He saw a new, brilliant future for himself. 10,000 chilling wind. Suddenly a cold cry rang out and countless wind blades formed in the sky, cutting apart space. Blood spattered. Chapter 239 Mysterious Man. Blood splashed through the air. The wind blades that filled the air faded away. The corrupt disciple facing against Tang Wan collapsed, his eyes losing any expression. Victory. By the time this final core disciple fell, there were no longer any corrupt disciples on the battlefield. This was a complete victory. Only a dozen disciples had been injured, and those injuries were all quickly healed by the healing hall. Those injuries had not been severe, and they were already fully recovered. This battle caused everyone's confidence to sharply rise. The corrupt path's disciples weren't so strong. Long Chen, I won. Tang Wan excitedly walked over to Long Chen. But she saw there was not even the slightest smile on his face. Instead, it was frighteningly gloomy. Everyone quickly saw that and their cheering came to a sudden stop. They didn't know what had displeased Long Chen. This was a battle with a huge power disparity from the start. Do you think victory is something to be arrogant about? Long Chen icily stared at them. Although they also had close to 1,000 people, they only had 4 core disciples. But how many did we have? Do you think such a victory is worth being arrogant about? Look at how you were fighting. You were basically just playing around. Do you think this is a game? You Zifeng, as a sword cultivator, do you think you're very grand? When you run into those weaker than you disdain to attack. Do you think ignoring those who follow behind you to charge into the crowd and kill the stronger ones will display how much stronger you are? And as for the other core disciples, do you really think you're unrivaled? Are you all idiots? Long Chen's expression was ashen as he shouted at everyone, how many times have I told you, we are one team? Don't try to be a hero. Do you think no one else knows how to take the limelight? If we want to really possess the power of teamwork, then you all need to understand what it means to mutually match with each other. Did my words before fall on deaf ears? You core disciples, the enemies you were facing this time might seem weak to you, but to the disciples behind you, they are a fatal threat. They go all out to protect your backs, but what do you consider them? Cannon fodder, tools. The core disciples, faces turned red with guilt. They truly had lost themselves in the fight just now. After they had taken control of the situation, they had just gone out killing as much as possible without caring about the disciples behind them. One reason was because of their excitement, but another reason was because of their own vanity. Seeing some of the other core disciples showing off how powerful they were unwilling to fall behind. At the beginning, they had still maintained the formation, but as they killed more and more, they began to fight for themselves, forgetting all about Long Chen's deployment. Many of the core disciples lowered their heads. Long Chen had already told them that if they wanted to awaken their ancestral marks, they had to have something precious in their hearts. But just now they had completely forgotten about what he had said. Their hearts had only held themselves. They stared at the ground in shame as Long Chen berated them. And you, Tang Wan, let me ask you, if you had gone all out in that fight, do you think he would have lasted more than 10 exchanges with you? Long Chen's fury had yet to run out. Tang Wan stiffened. This was the first time Long Chen had become angry with her, causing her to feel wronged. Tang Wan was about to argue, but she was sobbing too hard to say anything. She bit her lip, unable to speak. Jing Yu's heart hurt seeing Tang Wan'er like that, and she gave Long Chen a look, but Long Chen acted as if he didn't see it. Let me tell you then. If you had fought with your full strength, he absolutely wouldn't have lasted more than 7 exchanges. But you exchanged almost 50 blows before you managed to kill him. Are you excited about such an achievement? Do you know, acting in that way will cause the entire group to enter danger. If that corrupt disciple had had a one-time, vicious technique or treasure, then maybe you would have been able to escape with your life, but you would have caused all those behind you to die. Do you understand? How many times have I said that this isn't a competition? The goal is always to kill your opponents. You have to use as few moves to kill them as fast as possible. And you too, Yi Ziqiu, Ji Yu Yang, you still aren't ruthless enough. You clearly had several opportunities to kill your opponents, but you didn't dare risk the danger and wasted those precious chances. When 2 equal opponents fight, the braver one wins. If you are afraid of death, just give up cultivating. Why bother participating in the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths? Are you trying to be a whetstone for others? Why was I able to kill Wu Qi who had a higher cultivation base and was stronger than me? That was because I dared risk my life, while he didn't. The more you fear death, the more likely the one to die will be you. That's why he is dead while I am still alive, standing here and scolding you. Today, you've really all disappointed me. If you act like this next time as well, then all of you can get lost. I'll just go out to slaughter them with my 2 brothers. That'll save me from being so infuriated watching you. Even after scolding them for this time, his anger still didn't fade. He had clearly explained this all extremely clearly on the way here. But as soon as the battle started, they forgot everything. Anyone would be angry. The one who disappointed him the most was Tang Wan'er. She had such a powerful strength, but she was unable to bring herself to wield it. He really couldn't understand that. Long Chen, I was wrong, don't be mad, I understand, can you forgive me? Tang Wan'er stuttered through tears. She had realized that the majority of Long Chen's fury was because of her performance. At the beginning, it had been her who had pleaded Long Chen to lead everyone, hoping everyone would be more impassioned with him in charge. Her conduct today had been in complete contrary to her own wishes. She had gravely injured Long Chen's trust. She had her own difficulties. Although she was powerful, she was a woman who hadn't experienced much life and death battles. It was too hard for her to change her fighting style so abruptly. Sigh, just return to your station. Perhaps you'll only truly understand what pain is when those behind you fall. Then you'll know what the purpose of a battle is. Long Chen took a deep breath, calming himself down. Tang Wan'er bit her lip, returning to her troops. They were all completely silent. Even those ordinary soldiers who had luckily managed to survive didn't dare breathe loudly in this heavy atmosphere. Long Chen sighed, don't wait to lose something before realizing how to treasure it. Don't wait to lose something before knowing what pain is. Don't wait to lose something before realizing what it means to protect. Let me tell you a cruel fact. In this battle between the righteous and corrupt paths, if even half of us manage to live, that would already count as a heavenly blessing. If you still don't grow up, then maybe it would be better for you to die in the upcoming battles. At least then everything would be over for you. But if you manage to survive without understanding what I'm telling you, then you'll feel remorse for the rest of your life. Do your best now so that you don't leave any regrets. Senior brother Long Chen, don't worry, we'll only make this mistake once. There definitely won't be a second time. Those core disciples all shouted. They had already been wholeheartedly won over by Long Chen. Not only was it because he was powerful, but it was more because of his vision and wisdom that far surpassed them. Long Chen nodded. Now that we've arrived on the battlefield, we can no longer use flying magical beasts. If my guess is right, the elders and senior apprentice brothers are already being held in check by the experts of the corrupt path. Right now, we can only rely on ourselves. These are only the advanced troops of the corrupt path. There will be many more of them who will be even stronger rushing over. Our monastery was extremely close to the battlefields. There are negatives about that, but there are also positives. The negative is that the other righteous path disciples that are supposed to assist us are still en route. But there's also a good thing. Hehe, right now, there's nobody fighting with us over heads. You guys should understand. Seeing Long Chen had finally calmed down and smiled, everyone's excitement once more ignited. A couple of you come over and cut off those heads that are still intact. Those are all free points. Suddenly Long Chen turned to Wild. Wild, can't you pay more attention and be a bit more gentle? With just one smash of your club, 200,000 points have disappeared. Everyone felt some pain when they heard that. It was all because he was glaring at me. Wild swung his club around, speaking very righteously. Okay, well, just pay more attention to your strength in the future. And if we run into anyone strong, try to just smash their lower body and leave their head intact. Long Chen could only helplessly sigh. Although he knew Wild's memory wasn't so good, it was at least better to explain it to him than not. Are there any close cities around here? Long Chen asked those regular soldiers. Reporting to Great Lord, 400 miles south is Nanli City. That city is over 10 times larger than ours. We don't know whether it has received an attack or not, respectfully reported one of them. Long Chen nodded and gave them a thumbs up. To use your own lives to protect the commoners inside your city, you're all true warriors. Long Chen brought everyone rushing southwards. Other people from the monastery would quickly go to bring those people to withdraw, so they didn't need to worry about it. Their task was to kill those corrupt disciples who were part of the advance squads to invade their territory. They had to reduce the civilian casualty count as much as possible. These advance squads might be extremely hateful, but they weren't actually the main disciples of the corrupt path. They only came from some second-rate powers. The main army was still behind them. These advance squads were simply closer to the front lines. After having been given the order to attack, they were the first to start killing. They were like a pack of wolves unleashed on the commoners. They crazily slaughtered them to temper their weapons and spirits, as well as making progress with their cultivation techniques. The souls of commoners weren't as powerful as disciples of the righteous path, but if the quality was lacking, they could make it up in terms of numbers. These early corrupt disciples all came from weak powers inferior to the Xianxian monastery. When the real battle began, they probably wouldn't be able to gain anything, and so they were hoping to use the advantage of their position to quickly get some benefit before retreating to the back. But they hadn't expected the place they had chosen to be so close to the Xianxian monastery. They had only just arrived when Long Chen and them caught them head-on. Since they hadn't had enough time, they hadn't gained much before they were destroyed. As Long Chen brought everyone rushing south, they suddenly saw a huge city in the distance. There were over 1,000 corrupt disciples savagely charging forward in front of the city gates. They were only a dozen miles from entering the city gates. Crap, the corrupt disciples are about to enter the city. Everyone was worried. If they entered the city, many soldiers and civilians would be killed. They all quickened their footsteps, hoping to arrive there as soon as possible. But suddenly Long Chen's pupils shrunk. Atop the city gates, a hooded, cloaked man appeared. Only the lower half of his face could be seen. When he saw those corrupt disciples were about to reach the city, an ancient and multicolored bow appeared in his hands. His right hand lightly pulled back the bowstring. A golden arrow appeared on the bow. Cloud-breaking arrow. A cold and grave shout rang out. Although that voice wasn't loud, everyone hundreds of miles around could somehow hear it. A golden arrow of light shot over towards the corrupt disciples. Chapter 240 Mo Nian. A golden arrow of light shot out. It seemed to split apart space and was like a shooting star as it rushed towards the corrupt disciples. At the beginning, the light arrow was only the size of a regular arrow. But as it flew, it grew larger and its aura became incredibly terrifying. All of heaven and earth shook because of it. By the time the arrow was 10 miles away from the corrupt disciples, it had grown over 30 meters wide. The heavens shook and the land trembled. Terrifying energy exploded out in every direction. A huge ditch had been dug into the ground. It was impossible to see the bottom. Anyone hit by that light arrow had all exploded. Blood filled the sky. Over half of the 1,000 corrupt disciples had been killed by that single arrow. As for the ones who had survived due to luck, they were shaken by just the aftershock of the arrow. They were vomiting blood as they tumbled through the air. That one arrow's might shook heaven and earth. The most shocking thing about it was that it had possessed an overflowing will within it that instinctively led to subservience. How terrifying. Song Ming Yuan and them were absolutely dumbstruck. There had been over 1,000 corrupt disciples there. That wasn't much less than how many monastery disciples they had here. There had also been at least 8 core disciples. But that one attack had included all 8 of them. That was practically the ability of a supernatural being. Of those 8 core disciples, only one had reacted quick enough and brought out an odd pagoda shield to block it. But that pagoda shield immediately burst apart after that attack. The other core disciples had all died. Of the ordinary disciples, Only 400 had managed to survive, luckily because they hadn't been within the range of the arrow. But even still, over half of them were heavily injured. They had all seen ruthless and fierce scenes, but they had never seen something this fierce. Long Chen's heart was also pounding. He wasn't shocked about how powerful that arrow was. He was shocked because of the will that had been contained in that arrow. That was the first time he had seen an attack containing the power of will. Of everyone present, only Long Chen could sense that. That was because Long Chen's attacks also contained will. The two of their wills were not entirely identical, but there was one part that was the same. Both their wills contained a kind of belief in being unrivaled. In front of that will, the confidence of those enemies hadn't been able to endure a single blow. Those core disciples had been suppressed by that will. In front of that will, they felt despair, as if they were completely insignificant, and were unable to bring forth any effective resistance. Although that will could only suppress them for a split second, that second was enough. No one knew who had shouted that amongst the corrupt disciples, but they all began to flee. "We can't let them flee. Let's stop them." Seeing the corrupt disciples were routed, the monastery's disciples definitely couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. No need. Long Chen shook his head, stopping everyone. He had only just stopped them when that man atop the city gates smiled icily. He raised his bow slowly, his right hand pulling the bowstring. This time, all of Long Chen's focus was on his movements, and he could see that the instant he pulled back the string, countless, tiny runes lit up slightly on atop his bow. Suddenly, all the energy of heaven and earth was absorbed, and a single arrow appeared on his bow. What a powerful weapon! It can actually absorb heaven and earth's energy. Long Chen was shocked. That was the first time he had heard of such a weapon. 1,000 arrows. A single arrow shot out. But en route, it split apart into 1,000 rays of light. In front of their shocked eyes, those corrupt disciples were all cut down by those light arrows. Only that core disciple that had survived was able to resist with his powerful cultivation base. Raising his sword images appeared in the sky, cutting apart tens of light arrows. But with the previous attack and this one, his body was already on the verge of breaking down. Blocking that blow caused him to vomit up blood. Most terrifying of all, after those two attacks, his courage had been completely broken. He couldn't bring himself to even think about fighting. All he could think was to run. In just a couple breaths, over 1,000 corrupt disciples had died, leaving behind only this one, heavily injured core disciple fleeing for his life. That man smiled slightly as he saw that core disciple fleeing. He pulled back his bowstring. A light sound rang out. For some reason, that light sound caused everyone's hearts to tremble. That core disciple suddenly stiffened, his body no longer moving. He then vomited out blood. Within that blood were pieces of his broken organs. After that, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. A bird frightened by the mere twang of a bow, won. All the monastery disciples thought of that expression. The scene before them was exactly the same as that story. Long Chen took a deep breath. That person was incomparably profound. Not only was his combat ability incredibly powerful, but his smarts were also amazing. Those two attacks had completely broken that core disciple's confidence. After doing that, just a simple arrow containing his will and spiritual strength was able to kill a powerful core disciple. It went without saying that this person's strength and wisdom were extremely high. That person put away his bow when he suddenly turned to look at Long Chen. The instant his eyes met Long Chen's, he shook slightly. Long Chen was also looking into his eyes. He could feel his blood flowing faster the instant their eyes met. A huge amount of battle intent soared from within him, giving him a fright. He hastily suppressed that intent. He had actually felt an urge to fight with this terrifying fellow. That was a mysterious feeling. That person was also affected by Long Chen. His cloak fluttered without any wind. He hastily suppressed his own aura. He pulled back his hood and revealed his handsome face. His gaze was electric, and his sword-like eyebrows pointed up. But his chin was slightly wider, showing he wasn't completely grown up yet. His eyes were extremely profound, but deep within there was some kind of indescribable feeling. After revealing his face, he stood with his arms clasped behind his back, glancing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression lonely as he said, 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Only I, Mo Nian, will rise to glory. His voice was extremely somber, and the cadence that he spoke it with made it seem like he was a true expert, an expert so powerful that it was sad. Combined with his expression and the corpses littering the ground, he seemed just like a lonely expert standing at the peak of the world. That person then jumped off the city wall and began walking into the distance. People were shocked to see that with each step he took, he crossed several miles. He looked as if he were just strolling confidently and at ease. In an instant, he was already 50 miles away, disappearing from everyone's line of sight. After that person disappeared, the city gates slowly opened. A squad of soldiers walked out to probe the situation. They all began to cheer when they saw the corpses on the ground. How domineering, but he really has the qualification to be domineering. He was absolutely terrifying. Ji Yuyong was still looking in the direction that man had disappeared to. He was completely shocked still. Just that one man with one bow had managed to exterminate over 1,000 corrupt disciples. Those incomparably cruel and savage corrupt disciples were killed as easily as chickens by him. Who was that person? Long Chen asked Tang Wan. They had all seen him look at Long Chen right before leaving. Furthermore, he had only revealed his face after he had seen Long Chen. None of them knew the reason why. Long Chen shook his head. He was also shocked. He didn't know why, but he sensed a familiarity with that person. It was likely the two of them possessed something similar for him to have felt such a feeling. No matter who he is, at least he isn't an enemy. Long Chen smiled slightly, suppressing his shock. The others all nodded, rejoicing inside. If such a terrifying fellow was an enemy, that would be an absolute nightmare. We don't even know what sect he's from. His cultivation base isn't that different from ours, but his combat ability is so frightening. That person had released some of his aura back while attacking, and he should still be in the early tendon transformation realm. That was the same level as everyone else's cultivation bases. But his strength was practically horrifying, causing their hearts to tremble. Don't think too much about it. A couple of you go over and collect any of the intact heads. We got a pretty good profit because of him, smiled Long Chen. Everyone shook. Was Long Chen saying that person who had called himself Mo Nian wasn't a righteous path disciple, but a rogue knight? Otherwise, why wouldn't he want those disciples' heads? Those heads could be exchanged for a bounty of points. He was both powerful and mysterious. Long Chen wasn't able to stop his own blood from heating up. Within the same realm, he had never met someone who was an equal match for him yet. But once he had seen this Mo Nian fellow, his blood had begun to boil with anticipation. With people like him existing, he wouldn't be so lonely in the future. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up. They found over 700 intact heads, and 3 of them were core disciples. The rest had all been broken to pieces. There were also some people who had gone into the city to investigate, but all they learned was that Mo Nian had appeared mysteriously out of nowhere. When he had arrived, he had told all the soldiers to close the gates and not to leave the city. As for what had happened afterwards, they had all seen it. Long Chen closely examined the map. This place was called Nanli City, and it was the region they were supposed to protect. They were essentially the vanguard, and their main task was only to guard this place. They would have to wait for further support here. A portion of you guys go help everyone in the city withdraw from here. There was a brief opening here now before more corrupt disciples invaded. They needed all the commoners to withdraw. Once more corrupt disciples came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to protect the entire city. The commoners would definitely end up slaughtered. And by the time further support came, this place would have already become a battlefield. It was necessary for the commoners to leave for now. As the commoners slowly withdrew, the jade tile on Long Chen's waist suddenly warmed. He quickly went to check it, but his expression suddenly changed when he read the new information on it. Chapter 241 Treacherous Bloodknit Sect. What's going on? Long Chen? Tang Wan was the first to notice Long Chen's change in expression. Long Chen didn't reply. He took out a map and followed along a certain path, finding a familiar name, Phoenix Cry. Wan I have to leave for a while. I'm putting you in charge temporarily. Long Chen put away the map and gave Tang Wan the jade tile. That jade tile was called a transmission tile, and it was used to pass along information. The runes inside were able to transmit information through spiritual fluctuations. Long Chen had just seen that the diagram of which large sects were protecting which area had come out. He had seen the Bloodknit sect's name. He remembered that name. The Bloodknit sect had tried to devour the spirit stone mine underneath the Phoenix Cry capital all for themselves. But in the end, they had failed. From the diagram of which sects were defending which areas, he had seen that the Bloodnet sect was in charge of defending the Luo mountain range, a perimeter of 400 miles. That was only 3,000 miles from the capital, and was considered the border of the Phoenix Cry Empire. If the corrupt path invaded but the Bloodnet sect acted as if they couldn't stop them and let them through, then those corrupt disciples would unleash a calamity onto the capital. Back then, all the powerful sects had split the Spirit Stone mine up. Only the Bloodnet sect had been kicked out. An elder from the Bloodnet sect called Zhao Changxing had even wanted to humiliate Long Chen, only to be driven away by Tu Fang. Now that they were in charge of guarding the area ahead of Phoenix Cry, then with their hatred from that matter, it was very likely for them to do something sinister. That was why Long Chen's expression changed. His parents were still in Phoenix Cry. He was worried, and he had to make a trip there. Tang Wan was given a fright when Long Chen held out the transmission jade for her. The others also looked at Long Chen in shock. Long Chen was the pillar of their entire group. If he left, that would be a severe blow to everyone's spirits. I don't have time to explain. I have to leave for a trip, but I'll be back quickly. My estimate is that the corrupt path's main forces will only arrive 3 to 5 days from now. The ones that are coming now are only some minor powers trying to sneak some easy profit. They're not that frightening. After the last 2 battles, you should have already overcome your fear of them. As long as you work together, those inferior corrupt disciples aren't a match for you. Long Chen smiled slightly to Tang Wan and pressed the jade tile into her hand. You're the goddess in our hearts, so I trust you'll be able to properly lead everyone. Holding the jade tile, Tang Wan felt as if it was incomparably heavy. Long Chen was placing everyone's lives in her hands. She found it hard to breathe. This burden was too heavy. Now she finally understood just how much pressure was on Long Chen's shoulders. Don't be afraid, there shouldn't be any large-scale battles for a couple days. With Wild present, it definitely won't be any problem. Wild, you stay here and listen to Sister Wan. Smash whoever she tells you to, Long Chen told Wild. Wild nodded his head straightforwardly. Although he didn't understand why Long Chen had to leave all of a sudden, he was used to listening to him. Long Chen then told the other core disciples, it'll be up to you guys to protect the monastery's disciples. I'll return as fast as I can. Long Chen formed a hand seal in front of him and an enormous spiritual strength spread out. A snow-white figure appeared before everyone. Woo! Little Snow roared up at the sky. Normally Little Snow was kept within Long Chen's spiritual space. If Long Chen brought him out all of a sudden during a battle, he would definitely be of great assistance. But this time he was summoning Little Snow for his speed. Jumping onto his back, Little Snow shot out, immediately disappearing from everyone's vision. Tang Wan tightly clenched the jade tile. She turned to everyone, now that Long Chen's left us temporarily, we'll need to be even more careful. No one can slip up during this time, otherwise I won't even have the face to see him again. Yes, everyone's expressions were grave. They all understood Long Chen's temperament. He had already told them that his greatest hope was to return to the monastery with everyone alive. Right now, their lives were not their own, but everyone's. If they stayed alive, then there would be greater hope for the people beside them to stay alive. That was what it meant to be a team. 6 hours after Long Chen had left them, a huge number of commoners began to crazily withdraw from the border of Phoenix Cry. None of them had imagined that the righteous and corrupt battles that they had heard of in stories would suddenly occur near Phoenix Cry. The soldiers near the border were all urgently helping them evacuate. Lord Marquis, these commoners are evacuating too slowly. If the corrupt path attacks, there won't be enough time to get everyone out. A soldier respectfully reported to a middle-aged man in golden armor. That middle-aged man had a lion's nose and a wide mouth. Even without any expression, he still seemed extremely imposing, like a sheathed sword. Although he had yet to unleash his sharp side, he still gave off a powerful pressure. That person was Long Chen's father, the border suppression marquis, Long Tianxiao. Once everything in the capital had calmed down, he had declined to stay within the capital. Instead, he brought his wife to the border station. Long Tianxiao had deep ties with this place, and compared to the capital with those little hidden schemes, he much preferred living a simple and sincere life amongst the commoners. Here he could be free and unrestrained. Even if they're too slow, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't leave behind anyone, young or old. Sect disciples are up ahead protecting us. We should have enough time to evacuate. Just send out an order to try to speed up, said Long Tianxiao gravely. Yes, that soldier turned and left. A very large and burly fellow hastily walked over. Uncle Long, the emergency signal has come from ahead. The corrupt disciples have probably killed their way over. That large man was Shifeng. Although he was the emperor's son-in-law, now, he had idolized Long Tianxiao since childhood. He had asked the emperor to always stay by Long Tianxiao's side at the border. Currently, Shifeng had reached the peak of blood condensation. He was just one step from tendon transformation. He was the strongest member of the junior generation in Phoenix Cry. Long Tianxiao's pupils shrunk. He asked, how did they break in so fast? Were all those sect disciples defeated? Just a while ago, they had seen a large number of magical beasts flying over them. There had been experts who had shouted down to evacuate calmly and avoid any panic. They had said there were sect disciples ahead. How were they defeated so quickly? Were the corrupt disciples so powerful? The situation is still unknown. All we saw was that the ones at the front lit up the emergency signal. The corrupt disciples will probably reach us here very soon. Shifeng was also extremely grave. Gather up all the troops. No matter what, we can't let the corrupt disciples slaughter these innocent commoners. Following Long Tianxiao's orders, those soldiers that had been helping everyone evacuate gathered together. There were a total of 50,000 soldiers here. That was the total military power of this border. The majority of these soldiers had grown up here. They had thick ties to this place. Now that the corrupt path had invaded, they all stood at the front of the city gates, tightly clenching their weapons and ready for fighting at any moment. At the same time as Long Tianxiao was gathering his soldiers, 100 miles away, there were a dozen young men wearing robes of the Bloodknit sect. They were quietly observing Long Tianxiao and them. Senior apprentice brother Luo, is it really okay for us to do? Worriedly asked one of them. What are you so afraid of? Elder Zhao Changxing has already given us approval. A man with an extremely gloomy expression icily responded, those damn idiots from Phoenix Cry should all die. Especially that father and son from the Long family. They should die 100,000 times over. Originally, Phoenix Cry's spirit stone mine was long since noticed by our Bloodknit sect. If it weren't for that father and son from the Long family ruining our plans, all those spirit stones would have landed in our Bloodknit sect's pocket. Fuck, just thinking it about makes me want to murder them. It was so difficult for me to arrange such an easy mission for my little brother. I still can't believe he ended up dying from it. I'm so fucking pissed. I wish I could personally go cut off the heads of the Long family. That man who had been called senior apprentice brother Luo clenched his teeth. That white-robed man who Long Chen had killed back then was his little brother. He had thought to give his little brother an opportunity to stand out a bit, but his little brother had ended up dying instead. Even he had ended up punished afterwards. The matter of the spirit stone mine had caused the Bloodknit sect to suffer a double loss. Furthermore, they were then treated as a laughingstock by the other surrounding sects. And so by now, everyone within the Bloodknit sect hated Long Chen and Long Tianxiao. They were delighted to find out they were lucky enough to be appointed to this position that was near Phoenix Cry's border. They could borrow this opportunity to let someone else do their dirty work. Zhao Changxing, the elder who had been kicked out of the spirit stone mine discussion by the other sects, had directly told the disciples to purposely let a squad of corrupt disciples through to slaughter everyone near Phoenix Cry's border. Although they would be punished for negligence, the punishment wouldn't be that bad. For a couple commoners to die wouldn't bring about much of a repercussion. They couldn't personally go kill Long Tianxiao, but letting him die to the corrupt disciples was also pretty good revenge. Fuck, I can't believe that Long Chen managed to join the Xuantian monastery. If they had been together, we could have sent them both to hell together, snorted senior apprentice brother Luo. Those other disciples around him didn't say anything. They were all old disciples, and their status was similar to the law enforcer senior apprentice brothers from the Xuantian monastery. They weren't allowed to directly participate in the battle this time. That was a tacit agreement that had been held up for countless years by the corrupt and righteous paths. They would all use only new disciples for these battles in order to temper their wills. In a bit, as long as Long Tianxiao dies, we'll stealthily issue the signal to bring the other disciples to save the others. As long as not too many people die, there won't be anyone who will suspect we've done anything. Is everyone understood? Those people nodded, closely watching the city gates. Long Tianxiao had only just gathered all the warriors. He had yet to even say anything to them when his expression suddenly changed and he looked into the distance. Over 30 corrupt disciples wearing blood-colored robes were rushing over, all smiling sinister. Long Xianxia had wanted to give everyone a morale-boosting speech, but once he saw those disciples, cultivation bases, his heart turned ice cold. They were all in the tendon transformation realm. Although it was only the early tendon transformation realm, each one of their auras was over 10 times stronger than his own late tendon transformation realm aura. Long Xianxia took a deep breath. He had spent his life in battle, and he had never despaired. But this was the first time he fought a battle where his opponent outclassed him so greatly. Although he knew he would die, Long Xianxia still took out his saber. There was no possible retreat from here. Looking at the corrupt enemies, he saw that they were less than 300 meters away. He suddenly roared and charged at the corrupt disciples. Following Long Xianxia, all the other soldiers charged forward without fear of death. Those corrupt disciples smiled cruelly, taking out their own weapons. Buzz! Just as the two were about to collide, a huge wind blade sliced through the corrupt disciples, and a loud shout shook heaven and earth. Warriors of Phoenix cry, retreat! Leave this place to me. Chapter 242 Go to Hell. A huge wind blade sliced out, cutting through the ranks of the corrupt disciples. That wind blade was over 30 meters long. It was quickly revolving as it passed over the ground. Those corrupt disciples were all alarmed and hastily retreated. But there were still 8 people who hadn't had enough time and were swallowed by that wind blade. The terrifying power behind it directly cut their bodies to pieces. One large and one small figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Long Xianxia stiffened when he saw that back. Chen, is that really you? Long Chen slowly turned back to look at him. Over half a year had passed, but his father was still so formidable. Long Chen smiled slightly, his heart warm. Dad, you guys withdraw. I'll handle this. Afterwards, the two of us will still have time to drink and reminisce. Long Xianxia took a deep breath. After half a year, there was no longer any immaturity on Long Chen's face. He had grown up even more than before. That comforted him, but at the same time, it also deeply moved him. His child had finally fully grown up. All troops, fall back. Long Xianxia ordered. He led his army to quickly retreat. They knew they were unable to participate in a battle of this level. Previously, they were simply ready to sacrifice their own lives in order to gain a little more time for those commoners to evacuate further. They had hoped to use their own lives to save more commoners. That was why they had still dared to charge forward despite knowing they weren't a match. I never thought Long Chen would return now. Shifeng excitedly looked at Long Chen and Little Snow, filled with shock. The corrupt disciples were surprised by Long Chen suddenly killing some of them. A core disciple snorted, he's just a brat at blood condensation. He just has a powerful housepit. I'll handle that brute. You guys continuing killing others. Time's pressing, and once we kill everyone in the city, we'll withdraw. That core disciple rushed at Little Snow. Little Snow crouched down slightly in preparation, but Long Chen patted him and said, don't move Little Snow. I'll handle this. Long Chen stepped forward, charging at that core disciple. That corrupt core disciple snorted when he saw Long Chen sending himself to his own death. A blood-colored sword stabbed at Long Chen's heart quick as lightning. Killing intent filled the air as soon as he attacked, shaking everyone's hearts and spirits. That was the terror of corrupt disciples. Because they had slaughtered too many people, their killing intent was incredibly dense. As soon as they attacked, their powerful killing intent would cause a person's heart to freeze. That was also why righteous disciples would be suppressed whenever they fought corrupt disciples. Their killing intent was too intimidating and they were unable to bring out their full strength. Long Chen icily smiled. He slashed his saber straight at that core disciple's neck, completely ignoring that sword stabbing towards his heart. Seeing that kind of suicidal attack, that core disciple smiled mockingly. Although Long Chen was also attacking quickly, he had been the first to move, and he would definitely hit first. According to their current speed, he was absolutely sure that he would pierce through Long Chen's heart first, and then he could easily dodge his saber. But that corrupt core disciple had miscalculated. Just as his sword was about to pierce Long Chen's chest, a hand covered in Thunderforce tightly grabbed it. At the same time, a powerful Thunderforce came through his sword and made his body numb. That scared him witless. That Thunderforce wasn't powerful, but it was enough to paralyze him just for an instant. Ordinarily such an instant was nothing. But now Long Chen's saber had already arrived at his neck. By the time he recovered from that paralysis, his head was already flying through the air. Blood spurted through the air. Long Chen didn't even wait for the head to fall before charging forward. Die! His icy shout shook the heavens. His saber began to cut through those still stupefied corrupt disciples. No one was able to stop him. This saber in his hand had been lent to him by senior apprentice brother Juan and was over 30,000 pounds. When combined with his incredible strength in the 13th heaven stage of blood condensation, any weapon on their hands immediately shattered whenever they met his saber. That core disciple had been the leader of this squad. Now that he had been killed, the others all scattered in fear. Unfortunately for them, Long Chen didn't give them any chance. His saber swung through the air. With each slash, at least one corrupt disciple was cut down. Miserable screams continuously rang out. Long Tianxiao had spent his entire life on the battlefield. He had no idea how many people he had killed now. But his heart was still leaping. Those were no ordinary people, but corrupt path experts. Each one of them was 10 times stronger than he was. But in front of Long Chen, they could only wait to be killed. Long Chen chased them for 700 meters before cutting down the last one. He swung the blood off the saber and then lazily rested it on his shoulder. He walked over to Long Tianxiao, smiling, "Your son has some ability, right? At least I haven't made you lose face." Long Chen was covered in blood, making him appear even more imposing. Seeing how powerful his son was, Long Tianxiao was absolutely delighted. "Excellent, you really are my son. Good." Long Tianxiao patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Now Long Chen was even more rugged and built than before. Long Chen stuck his saber into the ground and gave his father a heroic embrace. Although Long Tianxiao wasn't Long Chen's biological father, the feelings between them were no different than that of a father and son. "Child, you've grown up." Long Tianxiao placed his hands on Long Chen's shoulders. Currently, Long Chen was still a bit slimmer than he was, but his weaker appearance hid an explosive power. It was like his body had a dragon sealed inside him that caused others to tremble in fear. "Long Chen, it's great to see you again." Shifeng excitedly walked over. Long Chen laughed and gave Shifeng a tight embrace. This half a year had felt more like half a lifetime to Long Chen. Seeing this good brother and father of his after what felt like forever deeply moved him. In front of his father, there was no need for him to act mature. In front of his brother, he could completely relax. Suddenly, a dozen figures in embroidered robes appeared while the three of them were talking. Their auras were all extremely powerful and released a faint pressure, making it hard for others to breathe. They were all completely focused on Long Chen, their attitude being that if Long Chen dared move even an inch, they would immediately attack. "Sirs must be people from the sect, correct? This is my son, Long Chen. Please don't misunderstand," hastily explained Long Tianxiao. "This person's origin is unclear. We suspect him to be a member of the corrupt path, and we have to bring him back to interrogate him. Kid, follow us. If you really are innocent, we naturally won't treat you unjustly." "Come with us to see the sect elders," said one of them coldly. They wanted to capture Long Chen just like that. Those dozen people were senior apprentice brother Luo and the others who had been watching from a distance. They had seen that Long Tianxiao was about to die, and had just been about to light the signal flare for their sect disciples to come. But then Long Chen had appeared and given them a fright. He had killed over 30 corrupt disciples all on his own. Then they realized who Long Chen was from listening to their conversation, and senior apprentice brother Luo immediately became infuriated, charging out and finding an excuse to arrest him. A saber slashed out directly at one of them. That person was shocked and hastily retreated. "You actually dare attack us? You're definitely a spy of the corrupt path. Everyone, kill him," senior apprentice brother Luo icily ordered, unsheathing his sword. "What are you guys doing? How can you not differentiate white from black? You're just going to arrest someone at will." Shifeng raged. They had clearly already explained that Long Chen was Long Tianxiao's son, but they still wanted to come arrest him. That was clearly abuse. Long Chen waved his hand. He told Long Tianxiao, "Dad, you and Shifeng, fall back. I have a couple things to say to these people." He then turned to senior apprentice brother Luo and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Long Chen had already sensed these people watching as soon as he had arrived. And so he wasn't at all surprised these people had appeared now. He only just didn't know their exact goal. But when he saw senior apprentice brother Luo's face, he figured out the majority of it. He was disinclined to argue uselessly with him, so he icily said, "I find your Bloodnet sect really doesn't learn from your mistakes. If my guess is right, the person I slaughtered at the capital last time should be your brother." Senior apprentice brother Luo's expression sunk and killing intent surfaced in his eyes. But he forcibly suppressed it, coldly saying, "I don't know what you're talking about. But since you're resisting, that means you have a guilty conscience. In other words, you must be a spy from the corrupt path. Today, we'll definitely kill you." Long Chen was so angry that he began to laugh, pointing at them disdainfully. "Your Bloodnet sect is only a second-rate sect. A few, small people in the late tendon transformation realm dare be so unbridled in front of me. Are you trying to make me laugh to death?" Although they were in the tendon transformation realm and were also sect disciples, the Bloodnet sect was not even fit to polish the shoes of the Xuantian monastery. Their disciples simply did not possess the qualifications to enjoy the treatment of the Xuantian monastery's disciples. For example, there was no way they could obtain anything as good as the Xuantian monastery's secret formula for 10,000 beast essence blood. Many powerful families and powers that weren't even inferior to the Bloodnet sect all sent their geniuses to the Xuantian monastery all for that 10,000 beast essence blood. That was what could allow them to reach a flawless advancement. That was also why the Xuantian monastery's disciples were so strong. At the same realm, the Xuantian monastery's disciples were definitely at least 10 times stronger than the Bloodnet sect's disciples. And now this pack of fools had thought that they could rely on their higher cultivation basis to suppress Long Chen, trying to abuse him for vengeance and maybe even taking in his father as well. They really must not care about their lives. Cut the crap, just die. Senior apprentice brother Luo was enraged and his entire aura exploded out. Following his angry shout, the other disciples also took out swords, and the power of the late tendon transformation realm was fully released as they attacked Long Chen. Long Chen's Feng Fu star slowly circulated. An enormous aura rose out of him, seeming like an ancient beast was awakening. The saber in his hand mercilessly fell on them. Chapter 243 Big Bird Kills Small Birds. Long Chen spun in a circle, and his saber created a huge cyclone full of terrifying wind blades, whistling as they devoured them. Ah! Mournful shrieks rang out as those Bloodnet sect experts were all sent flying by those wind blades. There were 2 of them whose weapons broke and received fatal injuries. With one attack, he forced back over 10 late tendon transformation sect disciples. The distant Long Tianxiao was dumbstruck. He rested his saber lazily on his shoulder, icily looking at senior apprentice brother Luo and them, shaking his head. "Your Bloodnet sect must be the birthplace of all idiots. Back when I was only in the early blood condensation realm, I could still kill your little brother. Did you not realize your Bloodnet sect is only a degenerate little sect? You aren't even on the same level as real sect disciples. 2 people could both be in the tendon transformation realm, and yet the difference between them could be the difference between heaven and earth. 10 of the secular world's tendon transformation experts were unable to defeat a single sect disciple, just like that white-robed man from back then. But that white-robed man was only an unimportant outer disciple. Whether it was his cultivation base or combat ability, his strength was less than a tenth of senior apprentice brother Luo's. These people who were the elite disciples of the Bloodnet sect were then also incomparable to the monastery's disciples who had the use of 10,000 beast essence blood. Compared to their law enforcer senior apprentice brothers who had achieved flawless advancements, these Bloodnet sect disciples were absolute dregs. Although they were in the late tendon transformation realm, Long Chen estimated that any of the monastery's core disciples would be able to kill them in a 1vs1 battle in less than 10 moves. That was how big the difference was. That was the ability of larger sects. It was like a slightly rich man was trying to compare himself to the imperial family, there was simply no comparison. And so at the same cultivation base, there were immense disparities. This was also why the Xuantian monastery's disciple selection was so harsh. Only bronze-grade spirit root experts had the qualifications to even participate. But if anyone possessing a bronze-grade spirit root joined the Bloodnet sect or a similar small sect, they would directly become a core disciple. On the other hand of the spectrum was that mysterious Mo Nian. He was only in the early tendon transformation realm, and yet his strength could cause heaven and earth to tremble. He was a million miles ahead of these late tendon transformation Bloodnet sect disciples. Senior apprentice brother Luo's expression changed. They had all heard that his brother was supposedly killed by a blood condensation newbie. He had thought the outer world was just trying to humiliate his Bloodnet sect and had fabricated that news. But now that they were all sent flying by Long Chen, he finally believed it. Being an idiot isn't your sin. Your sin is that you placed your intentions on my family. You wanted to abuse your position to have the corrupt disciples take my father's life. By doing so, you placed all the soldiers and civilians in this city at risk, treating their lives as toys. You dare call yourself a part of the righteous path with such a sinister heart? You dare accuse me of being a spy of the corrupt path? You fools are far more evil." As he spoke, Long Chen became even angrier. His killing intent was constantly soaring higher. This group of people really were degenerates, the absolute dregs of the righteous path. "Bastard, don't try to delude others with your wild lies. Everyone together, slaughter him." Senior apprentice brother Luo didn't dare be overconfident again. His aura was pushed to its peak. He knew that if they didn't go all out, there was no way they could kill Long Chen. This blood condensation brat was just too terrifying. His sword shook and sword chi began to dash. Black light shined on his sword, marking it as a battle skill as it slashed at Long Chen. Long Chen sneered. Even at this time, they were still planning on killing him and his father. They really were absolutely abominable. Long Chen's aura suddenly rose as his Feng Fu star circulated faster. An enormous spiritual energy surged from within him, coursing through his body. Long Chen's saber smashed into senior apprentice brother Luo's longsword. He didn't use any battle skill, but his heavy saber managed to shatter his sword. The saber didn't stop, continuing to smash onto senior apprentice brother Luo's chest. A muffled boom came from his chest, along with the sound of bones breaking. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. Oh! Long Chen was surprised that his saber hadn't cut senior apprentice brother Luo in half. But then he saw a soft armor on his body, which was what had saved his life. After sending senior apprentice brother Luo flying with a single slash, Long Chen stepped forward, his saber chopping down on those appalled Bloodnit sect disciples. No, two of them had been locked down by Long Chen's saber and were unable to dodge. Those two late tendon transformation experts were directly cut in half by Long Chen's saber, dying in an instant. Those Bloodnit sect disciples were all dumbfounded. Previously, they had seen Long Chen killing those corrupt disciples. But the strength he had displayed back then had clearly not been particularly high. Now he was fighting with over 10 times the power. They finally realized Long Chen had done that on purpose to draw them over here. When they realized that, everyone's faces turned green. Without even thinking about it, they began to flee. But as soon as they turned around, Long Chen's saber swung out, directly killing 3 of them. Now that they had given up resisting, it was even easier to cut them down. Long Chen did not show these fellows the slightest bit of mercy. They wanted to kill him and his father. Then they definitely had to die. "Evil brat, you will definitely die." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out as a figure appeared in midair, smashing a palm down on Long Chen. Before the palm even arrived, a terrifying pressure enveloped Long Chen, forcing him to sink into the ground. Long Chen immediately slashed his saber up. Bang! Long Chen's body trembled intensely and he was sent flying. He saw that the person who had arrived was an angry senior elder Zhao. That person was one of the Bloodnit sect's elders. Long Chen recognized him as the person who had tried to force him to kneel back in Phoenix Cry, Zhao Changxing. Those Bloodnit sect disciples cheered and stopped running. They came up to Zhao Changxing and indignantly reported, "This person is a spy from the corrupt path. He's extremely savage. Please execute him, Elder Zhao." Zhao Changxing glared at Long Chen, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, all the disciples from the corrupt path will be put to death eventually. As for this spy, I'll make it so that he begs me for death." One of the disciples added, that corrupt disciple was also called over by that Long Tianxiao. He even tried to protect him, claiming he was his son. "Don't worry, first I'll kill the little one, then I'll kill the old one." Zhao Changxing icily looked at Long Chen. "Brat from the corrupt path, are you still not going to come willingly? Due to my merciful heart, I can leave you with an intact corpse." By now, even Long Tianxiao had realized what was going on. They were clearly intentionally plotting against them. Long Chen icily replied, "Your little group of idiots really do know how to play around. Unfortunately, I don't like playing games. Instead, I prefer killing." Long Chen charged directly at Zhao Changxing, slashing out with his saber. Zhao Changxing snorted and raised his hand to grab Long Chen's saber. But when his hand was about to collide with the saber, Long Chen's attack suddenly changed to viciously slash beside him. Beside him was a disciple of the Bloodnit sect who was currently delighting in Long Chen's misfortune. He hadn't even realized Long Chen's saber had already reached him. That saber cut across his body from his left shoulder to his right waist, cutting him in two. What happened? Even as he died and looked at the half of his body that was still standing, he still didn't know what had happened. Just like that, he died with his eyes open in confusion. Brute, you're asking for death. Zhao Changxing raged, never thinking Long Chen would be so daring. A small blood condensation brat actually dared play tricks while facing him, a bone-forging expert. In his carelessness, one of his disciples had been killed. To kill a disciple right beside him was equivalent to giving him a vicious slap in the face. That made him completely furious. He roared, and the pressure belonging to the bone-forging realm immediately fell on Long Chen. This was the special ability of the bone-forging realm. The pressure they released could make it so people were unable to move. As soon as Zhao Changxing released his pressure, Long Chen felt as if his body was being squeezed. But Zhao Changxing's pressure was far from being able to compare with Elder Sun's pressure. Elder Sun's pressure was like a mountain, almost taking solid form. He had been able to make it so that Long Chen was unable to move. But Zhao Changxing's pressure was like that of a river of water. Although it was an enormous pressure on Long Chen, he was still able to move. His movements would just become a bit sluggish. Long Chen released his divine ring. The instant his divine ring appeared, that pressure practically disappeared. He was no longer impacted by it, and his saber slashed down at another stupefied disciple, killing him. Dodging Zhao Changxing's attacks, he rushed towards the remaining disciples. Long Chen was extremely fast, and his footwork was extremely clever, allowing him to dodge several of Zhao Changxing's attacks. As for those disciples, they did their best to hide behind Zhao Changxing. Looking from a distance, it looked like a game of a big eagle trying to capture some little chicks. But any chicks that were caught by Long Chen were all killed miserably, cut into chicken pieces. Zhao Changxing began to laugh crazily from his anger. Long Chen refused to face him head-on, and his pressure was unable to lock Long Chen in place. Seeing his disciples die one by one around him, he went mad from fury, his face becoming a dark purple. Another disciple was taken from the clutches of the mother hen, and mercilessly cut down. Now there were only 2 chicks left. Fuck this. In front of Long Chen's stupefied eyes, Zhao Changxing actually slapped out his palm and killed the 2 remaining chicks. After killing the 2 of them, Zhao Changxing no longer had to worry about being dragged down. A blood-colored light appeared on his palm as he smashed it at Long Chen. Evil brute, die. That palm's powerful pressure caused heaven and earth to shake. That was the full-force attack of the bone-forging expert. It caused even the space around it to explode. Long Chen took a deep breath. The saber in his hand disappeared. His aura explosively grew and his blood began to rumble within him. Space shook as a gold-colored saber appeared in his hands. As soon as that golden saber appeared, the entire land trembled. Long Chen smiled. Raising the saber with both hands, he brought it slashing down viciously on Zhao Changxing. Chapter 244 Fighting fiercely against bone forging. The golden saber cut through space, light radiating from it, looking like a blade that could cut down the heavens. It was filled with a destructive will as it slashed down. Long Chen's entire focus was concentrated on this golden saber. In fact, he felt as if he had merged with the saber. There was no longer any him or it. That was the first time Long Chen had had such a feeling. This was a kind of extremely mysterious and amazing state. Zhao Changxing's palm attack was something he had worked his entire life for. His hatred of Long Chen made it so he didn't hesitate at all to bring out his full power to kill him. But the instant Long Chen's original saber was replaced with this golden saber, he immediately felt a chill. It was as if he was now facing an ancient monster that had suddenly opened its eyes. His heart trembled in fear, but he was unable to change his attack now. His palm continued smashing down. The land exploded when the palm and saber met. Trembling akin to an earthquake spread for hundreds of miles. Even the distant city's walls were cracking from it. A terrifying gale of wind surged out in all directions, bringing with it a huge wave of dirt as well. Long Tianxiao's expression changed, and he hastily shouted, "Everyone get down." People felt as if they were struck by a tsunami. Endless pressure attacked, trying to tear apart their bodies. After the wave of earth passed, Long Tianxiao was the first to dig his way out of the earth. He had been buried by several meters of dirt. Looking around him, his heart shook. An enormous, deep hole a dozen miles wide had formed here. The wave of earth had even flooded into the city, burying much of it. Shifeng also dug his way out of the dirt and was shaken. He felt as if he were in a dream. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The soldiers further away also began to pop out of the ground. They were a bit further away, and none of them had died. However, almost all of them had sustained some sort of injury just from that aftershock. At the center of the battlefield, the dust was slowly beginning to scatter. They saw two figures standing there. One person was standing there perfectly straight, a divine ring behind his back. A huge saber 3 meters long was resting on his shoulder. Long Chen looked as if he was a celestial emperor, his whole body emitting a disdainful air that looked down on the very heavens. His robes and long hair fluttered in the wind, appearing indescribably domineering. As for Zhao Changxing, who was facing him, one of his arms was completely gone. His face was deathly pale. He was looking at Long Chen in terror. What, did you think that just because you're a bone-forging expert, you could easily kill me, a blood condensation rookie? Long Chen was smiling mockingly. He was holding Devil Decapitator in his hand. That was the true name of his golden saber. That name was something Kang Ming had given it. Its meaning was to cut down evil and protect the good. Kang Ming had extremely great expectations for this saber. And now this saber really hadn't betrayed Kang Ming's expectations. In its first battle, it destroyed the arm of a bone-forging expert. There's nothing to be surprised about. You guys are just a pack of idiots filled with idiotic conceit, only concerned with using your despicable little schemes. You had blind faith in your cultivation base. Did you think that with a higher cultivation base, you could suppress all those under you? You really are stupid. Bulls can be split into many different types: oxes, water buffaloes, yaks, rhinoceroses, etc. Although your cultivation base might have reached the bone-forging realm and you might think you are also a bull, let me tell you, you are only a snail. 1. Compared to the bone-forging elders in the monastery, Zhao Changxing really was just a snail. They were not even close to the same level. Zhao Changxing was both infuriated and shocked. He had never dreamed that a blood condensation brat could defeat him. This is impossible. This must just be a hallucination. I, Zhao Changxing, have cultivated for half a lifetime. How could I possibly lose to you? Die. Zhao Changxing became insane. He could not accept this outcome. His aura once more exploded out, and he charged at Long Chen. Long Chen shook his head. He put away Devil Decapitator, and at the same time, his divine ring faded away. He didn't even look at Zhao Changxing, turning and walking away. Brat, stand still. A huge wind blade slashed through his back, cutting him into 2 pieces. His upper body flew through the air and landed far away. Only then did Zhao Changxing see that a huge snow wolf was behind him, icily looking at him. Long Chen smiled mockingly. Devil Decapitator was truly powerful. But it was also extremely exhausting to use. Even just using it normally required him to bring out his full strength. It was extremely taxing on both his physical strength and spiritual energy. After he had tested out how powerful Devil Decapitator was, Zhao Changxing no longer posed any interest to him. He was also disinclined to handle him directly. Little Snow was connected to his soul, so he naturally knew what Long Chen was thinking. He had sent out a formless wind blade, cutting him apart. Zhao Changxing had been too furious, practically insane, and all his attention had been focused on Long Chen. He hadn't even realized Little Snow had been behind him. A grand bone-forging expert was killed just like that. After Zhao Changxing was killed, 3 figures suddenly rushed over. They were all bone-forging experts. Long Chen's heart shook. He called Little Snow over to him and guardedly watched those 3. Their robes marked them as elders from the Bloodnet sect. The 3 of their expressions changed when they saw Zhao Changxing's corpse. One of them sternly asked Long Chen, "Kid, who killed Elder Zhao?" "Me," replied Long Chen icily. The 3 of them were surprised and angered. One of them cursed, "Little brat, you dare try to play around with us? Do you believe me when I say I'll exterminate your entire family, flaying their skin, pulling out their tendons, and crushing all their bones?" Long Chen's expression became completely icy. With a buzzing sound, his aura once more exploded out and his divine ring appeared behind him. He once more brought out Devil Decapitator. Pointing Devil Decapitator at that person, he icily said, "I don't believe you, but I do want to try you out. You old bastard, will you help me out?" His killing intent was boiling. The people he hated the most were those who threatened to exterminate his whole family. The 3 of them were given a fright by Long Chen's aura. They had sensed that 2 people on the bone-forging level had been fighting, and so they had quickly rushed over here. After passing by a mountain, they had only managed to see Zhao Changxing lying on the ground, not who had killed him. That was why the first thing they asked was who killed him. They didn't suspect Long Chen. But now that Long Chen's aura had been released, they shivered in fear. They now believed him. Long Chen truly did possess the strength to kill him. "Who are you?" raged one of them. "What? You are Long Chen?" The three of them were startled. They finally understood what had happened. The matter with the spirit stone mine in Phoenix Cry had brought the Bloodnet sect extraordinary shame and humiliation. These elders all knew about the plan to let the corrupt disciples through to kill Long Tianxiao. Looking at their expressions, Long Chen could easily tell what they were thinking. Killing intent exploded out of him. As he had thought, these damn bastards had all been colluding together. It wasn't just Zhao Changxing's idea, the entire Bloodnet sect had been in on it. How audacious! Long Chen is a disciple of the Xuantian monastery and his station isn't here. You're clearly lying. In other words, you must be a spy from the corrupt path. Die! That person stabbed a long spear at Long Chen. His attack was extremely ruthless, aiming right for Long Chen's heart. The other two didn't wait either. They both took out their weapons, attacking Long Chen. A group of idiots. Can't you come up with another excuse? Long Chen cursed and slashed out with Devil Decapitator. Devil Decapitator was 930,000 pounds, possessing a strength that could split apart heaven and earth. The instant Long Chen had slashed out, the three of them had felt something was odd. They sensed a fatal threat from Long Chen's saber. The three of them didn't even think about it before giving up their attacks, switching to defense. The three of them were sent flying. The force transmitted from Long Chen's saber caused sharp pains from their stomach. They felt as if their inner organs were flipping inside, and they almost vomited blood. They were shocked. They were bone-forging experts, and they could all easily see that Long Chen hadn't used a battle skill just now. He had merely relied on his physical strength. "Use battle skills," roared one of them. He raised his sword, and a chilling sword chi slashed down on Long Chen. Wolf Tooth Slash, Storm Thrust, Mountain Crushing Strike. After suffering a loss just now, they no longer dared be careless. They brought out their Earth-class battle skills, their auras soaring into the sky. Long Chen continuously slashed out with Devil Decapitator, using its terrifying strength to resist their battle skills. The ground was constantly shaking. The city was quaking, and parts of it were collapsing. Long Tianxiao and them were watching with pale expressions of shock. Even from a distance, it was extremely difficult for them to even stand. The ground was shaking intensely, and those soldiers were all dizzily spinning around. Each time Long Chen and the Bloodnet sect elders collided, an astral wind containing a great deal of earth would surge out, forcing them further and further away. They only managed to stabilize 30 miles away. The fierce fight between the four of them filled the air with dust. They were unable to see them anymore. All they could sense was berserk energy colliding. Long Chen once more used a single saber to force the three of them back. At the same time, he was also forced back dozens of meters. If this continued, he would end up losing. His physical strength was starting to lag behind. He had to finish this faster. Fighting 1 against 3 was extremely taxing for Long Chen. The three of them were using battle skills against him because they were worried about Devil Decapitator. This kind of battle was disadvantageous for Long Chen. Devil Decapitator was too exhausting for him to use this long. His arm was already starting to feel a bit sore. They generally used long-range attacks against him, making it so he was unable to bring out his power against them. Currently, the battle had turned into a competition of attrition. Suddenly, Long Chen sensed over 10 figures quickly rushing over. They were all bone-forging experts. He took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to first handle these three. His Feng Fu star circulated quickly, and he was about to circulate his spiritual qi through split the heavens, acupuncture points. Heaven-earth cage. Suddenly a familiar, lovable shout rang out, causing an expression of complete disbelief to appear on Long Chen's face. Chapter 245 Powerful Chu Yao. The ground suddenly split apart, and countless tentacles burst out of the ground, their speed like lightning as they swarmed over the Bloodnet sect elders. Those three elders were all startled, hastily evading. But those tentacles were too quick, and they completely trapped them in an instant. They tried using their weapons to hack at these tentacles, but they found they were both slippery and tough. It was impossible for them to break them apart. By the time they could try again, those tentacles had already wrapped around their arms, making it so they couldn't move. Long Chen wasn't looking at that scene at all. With complete disbelief, he emotionally said, "Chu Yao, is that really you?" His voice trembled with emotion, because that voice just now was extremely familiar to him. A light shout rang out. A beautiful figure threw herself into Long Chen's embrace, bringing with her a fresh fragrance. Chu Yao, it really is you. Smelling that fragrance, Long Chen felt he was dreaming. He tightly held onto Chu Yao, afraid she would fly away as soon as he let go. Long Chen, I missed you. Chu Yao was also tightly hugging Long Chen, her voice choked with emotion. After being parted for over half a year, the two were finally reunited. Long Chen's innermost heart contained a tender love for Chu Yao. Only he knew just how pitiful she had been back then. Perhaps it was because the two of their fates had been somewhat similar. But in any case, that just made Long Chen feel even closer to Chu Yao. His feelings for her were a kind of tender, pampering love. Holding Chu Yao's beautiful body, he felt warmth coursing through him. Smelling Chu Yao's fragrance, he felt that there was nothing he would rather be doing at this moment. He was about to ask Chu Yao how she had been when an angry roar rang out. Bastard, which sneak attacker did this? Get out here. The three Bloodknight sect elders were completely bound and unable to move. They still hadn't found who had done this. They had been instantly trapped, turning them purple from rage. They only now realized that the things binding them were wooden staves as thick as an arm. The wooden staves were square, looking as if they had been meticulously carved. But after wrapping around their bodies like they were arms, they quickly hardened, becoming as hard as steel. Runes densely covered the wooden stakes. No matter what the three elders tried, they were unable to move in the slightest. They could only continuously curse. At this time, the dust in the air finally scattered. A dozen more people had appeared, looking in shock at the three Bloodknight sect elders. Did you do this, Chu Yao? Long Chen looked at this scene in disbelief. Hundreds of wooden stakes had sprung out of the ground, tightly binding the three elders completely, leaving only their heads out. A pleased smile appeared on Chu Yao's face. A bright light flowed within her eyes and she nodded. Our Skywood Palace received news of the battle and our disciples came out to provide support. But as soon as I saw who was guarding Phoenix Cry, I immediately had a bad feeling. I rushed over here with senior apprentice Sister Hua and saw those three bullying you, so I took action. Chu Yao's beautiful eyes closely watched Long Chen. From the beginning, it had always been Long Chen protecting her. This was the first time it was her protecting Long Chen. She was full of pride. Little fellow, our Chu Yao has taken the sect leader as master. She spends all day and night bitterly cultivating all for a distasteful fellow like you. TCH, you really are blessed. Hua Yu, who he had also not seen in a long time, was still as beautiful as ever, and her discourteous manner of speaking to him had also not changed. Long Chen was shocked, but he was also incredibly moved. Chu Yao must have been doing well in Skywood Palace for the sect leader to take her as an apprentice. After the three of them had left Phoenix Cry, it seemed he had become the most miserable one. Chu Yao had taken a sect leader as master, while Wild had taken the sect leader's uncle master as master, which in terms of status would make him the sect leader's fellow disciple. But he, Long Chen, was still forced to struggle each day for points, constantly rushing around busily. As the saying went, people from the same place don't necessarily have the same fates. He sighed sorrowfully inside, but he was truly happy for Chu Yao. He thanked Hua Yu. For Chu Yao to reach her current level, Senior Hua Yu must have definitely helped her out a lot. I must thank Senior for this kindness. TCH, loathsome. How many times have I said to call me big sister? Don't make me sound old, scolded Hua Yu. Long Chen hastily laughed. Disciple was rude. Big sister is amazingly beautiful, right in her springtime of youth. Big sister really is the best appellation. Although Long Chen didn't consider his skin to be thin, but after saying that, he still felt his hair stand on end. Hua Yu might look to be around 30 years old, but in reality, her actual age was several times what she appeared to be. Most female cultivators would use a great deal of energy to activate their skin and muscle once they reached bone forging, allowing them to slow down their aging. And so with Hua Yu's real age, calling her grandma probably still wouldn't be enough to represent her age. Now that he called her big sister and used such honeyed words to describe her beauty, he really was worried about being struck by lightning later. Hua Yu laughed. At least you know how to speak, little fellow. No wonder this girl, Chu Yao, always misses you so much. Tell me, just how many women have you seduced in the Xuantian monastery? Long Chen was struck foolish. Why can't you just chat nicely? I just flattered you so much, and you immediately say something like that. Seniors from the Skywood Palace, can you let us go first? interrupted one of the Bloodnit sect elders. Those Bloodnit sect elders had all become worried after hearing they were from the Skywood Palace. The Skywood Palace and the Xianxia Monastery's relationship was extremely good, and they had no choice but to use a begging tone. Hua Yu icily looked at the three of them and disdainfully said, "At the beginning when Chu Yao said she was worried about you guys abusing your authority, I actually didn't dare believe it. After all, the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths are incredibly serious. I was surprised to see I underestimated your daring. Just for your own personal grudges, you actually let this matter reach such a shameless point. I really have to admire you guys." The people beside Hua Yu were elders from the various powers in the surroundings. The majority of them recognized Long Chen, as they had once invited Long Chen to join their sect. However, Long Chen had tactfully refused their offer. "The Bloodnit sect has really become depraved," said one of them. The other elders were also disdainfully shaking their heads at them. They were too lazy to even scold them. They had really lost the face of the righteous path. At such a critical moment, they had actually played a couple little tricks like this. "Senior Hua, you can't just listen to one side of the story. This person says he's Long Chen, a disciple from the Xianxia Monastery, but he didn't take out his badge as proof, and he also didn't say why he came here. Instead, he took advantage of an elder being unguarded and killed him. For us to take him in and ask him a few questions isn't wrong," justified one of the Bloodnit sect elders. The other two also hastily loudly shouted that they had been wronged, saying Long Chen had launched a sneak attack, killing one of their elders. Only then had they made a move to capture him. Hua Yu was a bit startled. Although she felt the three of them were spouting lies, there wasn't any proof. That was a problem. Long Chen snorted and stamped his foot on the ground, causing the ground to intensely quiver. The surrounding people were given a fright, as they hadn't imagined Long Chen's strength would have reached such a level. Without the slightest cultivation base, just a single stamp of his foot caused a huge ditch to split in the ground. Long Chen reached in and pulled a figure out of the ground. That was senior apprentice brother Luo, who had managed to survive being struck by Long Chen's saber due to his soft armor. Although he was still alive, he had been buried under the ground due to the shocks of Long Chen's battle with Zhao Changxing. Long Chen had naturally not forgotten about this fellow. He had been thinking of keeping him alive in order to ask a couple questions about the Bloodnit sect, but now he was the perfect witness. With his hand on senior apprentice brother Luo's neck, his spiritual strength surged out to the spot between his eyebrows, stabbing like a needle into senior apprentice brother Luo's soul. He was already half unconscious, so his soul only put up a pitiful struggle before being overwhelmed. "Who made you do this?" asked Long Chen. "Elder Zhao made us," he said, to have Long Tianxiao killed. Senior apprentice brother Luo's body was quivering in terror as he obediently replied. "Bastard, this Long Chen is intimidating others to testify for him. This can't count as proof," raged a Bloodnit sect elder. "Shut up, if you can't understand, then don't talk nonsense. Long Chen's spiritual strength is locked onto this brat, making it so he can't lie," shouted Hua Yu icily. Others might not be able to tell, but she could. Long Chen's spiritual strength had currently taken the form of millions and millions of needles that forced senior apprentice brother Luo to tell the truth. If he lied, his spiritual strength would immediately explode. "Did those three know about this plan?" continued Long Chen. "They knew. The four elders all approved of the plan." "Okay then, rest in peace." Long Chen's spiritual strength shook and senior apprentice brother Luo suddenly stiffened once before completely relaxing forever. Long Chen threw his corpse to the ground, emitting a thumping noise. That noise wasn't loud, but it rang like thunder in the ears of the Bloodnit sect elders. "Do you still want to quibble? You four drew up the plan. One of you was killed by me, so then you tried to use numbers to take my life. Now all the evidence is laid out. Do you still have any room to quibble?" Long Chen indifferently glanced at the three of them. "Senior Hua, this matter was completely decided by Zhao Changxing. We were only his subordinates and couldn't refuse his orders. Please spare us," pleaded one of them. "Nonsense, of your Bloodnit sect's four elders, Zhao Changxing was ranked third. Why would you have to listen to his orders? Do you think we're all fools?" snorted one of the other elders. He possessed a great deal of knowledge on the structure of the Bloodnit sect. "This matter has nothing to do with me. We're all members of the righteous path, while this is a personal grudge." "Long Chen, it's up to you," said Hua Yu. Although she represented the Skywood Palace, this was clearly a personal grievance. Furthermore, the Bloodknit sect's actions had been far too excessive, infuriating her. She would just let Long Chen directly handle this. Long Chen didn't hesitate. Taking out an ordinary saber, he walked over to kill them. Long Chen, let me do it. Chapter 246 Favored. A jade hand gently grabbed Long Chen. Chu Yao told him, let me do it. It's always been you protecting me. Give me a chance to stand in front of you as well. Seeing the gentle softness within Chu Yao's eyes, Long Chen stiffened and shook his head. You're too kind-hearted for this. Just let me handle it. He understood Chu Yao's character. She was too gentle for this. Doing something like this would definitely be difficult for her to bear. It would be better for him to do it. By now, he was already insensitive to the burden of killing others. No Long Chen. In the Skywood Palace, I swore to myself that I will forever protect you. Due to that promise, I cultivated with all my might. I know that cultivation is a path of no retreat, and I know you must have your own personal difficulties for you to have stepped onto this path. All I need is for you to let me stay with you. It doesn't matter where you go. Even if you have to step into hell, I will always follow you. Since this is a path of no retreat, I will inevitably have my hands stained with blood eventually. And even if I have to have my hands covered in blood and become a merciless demon queen, I will not hesitate. After she finished speaking, she slowly extended her hand. Other than Yu, everyone else's jaws dropped. Those wooden stakes binding the Bloodknit sect elders came to life. A sharp point grew out of their heads, stabbing towards the Bloodknit sect elders. Although these stakes were just made of wood, they were covered in runes. Their sharpness caused those bone-forging elders to feel an icy chill. Kill, Chu Yao lightly shouted, suddenly clenching her hand. 3 sharp thorns pierced through the 3 Bloodknit sect elders' foreheads like lightning, immediately killing them. Everyone's hearts trembled. 3 bone-forging experts had died just like that. Chu Yao's face was pale, and Long Chen hastily wrapped his arm around her, supporting her. He was extremely moved, as well as ashamed. His voice held a bit of reproach as he said, why must you push yourself so hard? If Long Chen's guess was right, this was Chu Yao's first time killing someone. For her to kill 3 people at once, and all bone-forging experts, was definitely a huge impact to her. If you are willing to stain your hands with blood for me, then I can also do the same for you. Although her face was pale, Chu Yao's voice was still resolute. Her hand caressed Long Chen's face. Seeing that determination on Chu Yao's face, Long Chen was incomparably moved. Being loved by someone was an incredible blessing that could not be described with words. Hey, that's enough. Tidy yourselves up and get back to what you're supposed to be doing. If you want to be affectionate, there'll be enough time after the battle's over. Yu smiled. Chu Yao turned red, but she still couldn't bear to part with Long Chen just yet and continued holding his hand. Come, let's go see father. Long Chen pulled Chu Yao over to Long Tianxiao. Awu, Little Snow also rushed over beside them. Oh, Little Snow's so big now. Only now did Chu Yao realize Little Snow had become even more amazing than before, and she wrapped her arms around his head and gave him a kiss on the head. Arriving beside Long Tianxiao, Chu Yao reddened slightly and shyly greeted, Yao greets uncle. What uncle? That sounds weird. You should just call him dad so you don't have to change it later, naughtily laughed Long Chen. Chu Yao immediately turned as red as an apple, but her eyes were still joyful. Her lips stuttered a couple times, and she finally managed to call out. Dad. Long Tianxiao laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Dad's really happy to see you all grow up. Come, let's go drink a bit. Long Chen bitterly smiled and shook his head. Dad, I can't do it this time. I still have many brothers waiting for me on my side. Having lived on the battlefield for so long, Long Tianxiao naturally understood Long Chen's meaning. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, okay, then we'll wait till after your victory for you to come back. Your mom also misses you. Long Tianxiao knew Long Chen and Chu Yao also had some words for themselves. He brought his army back into the city. By this time, the majority of people had already evacuated, and it was also time for them to withdraw as well. After Long Tianxiao left, Long Chen sighed and asked Chu Yao, do you want to go to the battlefield with me? Chu Yao smiled slightly. For the moment, I can't. I want to wait till the enemy's favored appears before I can participate in the battle. What are favored? Long Chen had never heard of that before. My master said favored are blessed by the heavens, geniuses destined to rise. Favored are, I heard that they are all peerless experts. After saying that last part, Chu Yao's expression became a bit unnatural. Long Chen was both surprised and delighted. Holding Chu Yao's hand, he asked, "Then does that mean you are also a favored?" Chu Yao shyly nodded her head, absolutely delighting Long Chen. He hugged and began to spin her around. "Haha, Yao you're too amazing." Chu Yao held onto Long Chen's neck, her forehead pressed against his forehead. Seeing how excited he was, she laughed. "I thought you'd be disappointed to hear this news." "Why would I be disappointed?" Long Chen couldn't help being distracted. "Isn't it said that powerful men don't like their women to be stronger than them?" asked Chu Yao. "Well, technically you still haven't become my woman yet. How about we fix that and make you my woman, and then we'll know whether or not I'll like it." Long Chen mischievously laughed. An enchanting red blush appeared on Chu Yao's pretty face, and she alluringly looked at Long Chen. "As long as you want to, Yao will become yours whenever." Long Chen's heart jumped. He had really miscalculated. He had gotten too used to joking around with Tang Wan. Chu Yao wasn't the same as Tang Wan. His joke had actually been taken seriously by her. Long Chen hastily said, "We can't rush it for now. As cultivators, we can't do that before reaching the Shantian realm. Otherwise, it'd be difficult for us to ever reach Shantian." "Hehe, so you actually knew. Yao was just teasing you." An enchanting expression appeared on Chu Yao's face. "Yao you've been corrupted. You don't need to explain, it was definitely that Yu who taught you this." Long Chen didn't even need to think about it to know it was definitely Yu. "Hehe, Sister Hua said that women can't be too gentle, otherwise they'll be bullied and ignored by their men. Although I'm not afraid of being bullied, I am afraid of you one day abandoning me. So I have to follow Sister Hua and learn a few things." Chu Yao was a bit worried. Long Chen was given a scare. What is she learning from that woman? She better not learn any tricks against me. He hastily said, "Yao don't listen to her nonsense. I like you most when you're soft and gentle. Really, I wouldn't change you at all. Really, Sister Hua said women are like dishes of food, and that once a man eats enough, he'll get tired of the taste. So we have to change ourselves a couple times to keep our men," said Chu Yao nervously. Sweat was starting to drip from Long Chen's face. As he had expected, that Sister Hua really was an old vixen. It definitely wasn't a good thing for Chu Yao to stay beside her for too long. He directly changed the subject. "Yao can you tell me what it means to be favored?" Master said that favored are born with karmic destiny and are blessed with a hint of karmic luck. They are so strong that they are unrivaled within the same realm, explained Chu Yao. Hearing her explanation, Long Chen immediately thought of a certain bow-carrying man. That Mo Nian who had killed hundreds of corrupt disciples with a single arrow must also be a so-called favored. "Yao what exactly does that mean, unrivaled within the same realm?" asked Long Chen. The same realm refers to anyone within the same major realm. In other words, even though I am only at the early tendon transformation realm, as a favored, there is no one who is on the same level as me within tendon transformation. Not even a someone at the peak of tendon transformation is a match for me. Chu Yao said that somewhat bashfully. Such words really were arrogant. But they weren't her words, but her master's. Long Chen really was stunned. As long as a favored had reached the early stage, they would be unrivaled within that realm. That was absolutely terrifying. But then thinking of those 3 Bloodnet sect elders, they had been about to force him to use Split the Heavens, but Chu Yao had used a single move to completely subdue them. There was a definite disparity between them. Then Yao what grade is your spirit root? Suddenly asked Long Chen. Favored spirit roots are not split into grades. They can count as variant spirit roots, explained Chu Yao. Other than the bronze, silver, gold, and dark gold grades, there was also a variant spirit root. People with such spirit roots were gifted with an innate control over a certain kind of energy. Chu Yao's gift was her wood energy. However, she was completely different from ordinary wood cultivators. Her wood energy had already transcended from the 5-element classification and mutual suppressions. She had no fear of fire burning her wood. In fact, her wood would easily suppress fire. That was the most terrifying aspect of variant spirit roots. It was no wonder the wood Chu Yao condensed was even harder than steel. Even bone forging experts were unable to escape her grasp. But in truth, those elders couldn't really count as being true bone forging experts. At best, they could only count as possessing an empty realm. But despite that, they could probably suppress anyone from the monastery who was below the peak of tendon transformation. It was no wonder that favored were said to be unrivaled within the same realm. And he now realized Mo Nian's attacks that he had seen were really just been the tip of the iceberg. Long Chen, no matter how strong I become, I will always stay by your side. I will always be your Yao. Chu Yao gently nestled herself into Long Chen's embrace, her head rubbing against his chest. Long Chen softly caressed Chu Yao's long hair, laughing, "Are you afraid your strength will give me a blow to my confidence?" Hee, definitely not. I'll become even stronger so I can protect you." Although that was what he said, inside he was grumbling. "I definitely need to get stronger. I'll have to condense that Alioth star as soon as possible, otherwise I'll really be surpassed by everyone." Once he returned to the battlefield, he would definitely have to cut off more of their heads and get more points. Otherwise, he really would have to rely on Chu Yao to protect him in the future. After talking for a couple more minutes, he knew he had to return to his station. He couldn't help being worried for everyone. As for Chu Yao, she wasn't to participate in the battles just yet. Chu Yao's sudden appearance had given him a pleasant surprise, but it also gave him a feeling of urgency. His craving for strength grew even greater. That was because Chu Yao said she would only go fight once the corrupt path's favored appeared as well. In other words, the corrupt path also had favored, and it was very possible they had more than one. However, that made Long Chen a bit curious. Why was Mo Nian allowed to participate in the warm-up battles, but not Chu Yao? Were they not the same? Long Chen rushed back to his station. He saw that Tang Wan and them were still currently in their defensive positions, and everything was still extremely orderly. They probably hadn't undergone any large battles yet. Suddenly, a large number of corrupt disciples charged over. Seeing the monastery's disciples, they roared and launched an assault. Long Chen was just about to rush over, when he paused. He instead found a hidden spot to watch. He wanted to know just how everyone would fight under this circumstance. Chapter 247 Facing Fear. The huge number of corrupt disciples that had appeared caused Tang Wan a burst of nervousness, but she forcibly pushed that down. Prepare to fight. Tang Wan stood at the front of their troops. Everyone took out their weapons, preparing to meet them head-on. Long Chen shook his head as he watched from a distance. When two armies clashed head-on, it would be better to seize the initiative. That was not just a strategical tactic, but a psychological tactic. Those who took the initiative first would all possess a mental superiority which would increase their morale. If Long Chen had been present, then as soon as they had rushed over, he would also have launched an attack. He would immediately release his imposingness, not letting others suppress them in that manner. That kind of warfare had to do with Long Chen's temperament. That arrogance inside his bones refused to let him lower his head to anyone. But Long Chen didn't do anything yet. He just continued to watch. Over 1,500 corrupt disciples had appeared ahead. However, Long Chen could tell they were all just second rates. Although they were vicious, when it came to true combat ability, they were unable to compare to the monastery's disciples. So although both sides had almost the same number of troops, as long as the monastery's disciples could suppress their fear, these corrupt disciples were definitely not their match. The main point was that Long Chen wasn't present amongst them, and so that was a great blow to their confidence. However, that was also the most optimum way to temper them. No matter how strong a person was, there was no way they could forever protect everyone beside them. And so a person had to fight for their own life. The person at the front of the corrupt disciples was a tall man who appeared extremely malevolent. With an angry bellow, he brought his blood-colored machete hacking down on Tang Wan. "Leave this fellow to me." Ji Yu Yong rushed over beside Tang Wan. Runes lit up all over his body as he smashed his fist at that fellow. Ji Yu Yang's physical body was extremely powerful. With his runes supporting him, his fist was like steel, ruthlessly slamming into that person's machete. That person was also physically powerful, someone who specialized in brute strength. He began to fiercely fight against Ji Yu Yong. By this time, the rest of the corrupt disciples had already rushed over. They all brought their weapons slashing down on them. For some reason, when these enemies charged up this close, Tang Wan instead calmed down. Perhaps for her, once her nervousness reached its peak, it would instead bring her into complete calm. Her spiritual strength swept through the ranks of her enemies. She quickly realized they actually had 3 more core disciples than them. "Form up into your formations. Defend and attack as one," shouted Tang Wan. That was something Long Chen had drilled them in before. When both sides' strengths were very similar, it was better to form up squads containing both stronger and weaker members. There would be some in charge of attacking, and some in charge of defending. That would raise their collective combat ability. Even as she shouted, she charged over, a wind blade in her hand slashing down on a corrupt core disciple. This time, Tang Wan'er no longer had any misgivings. All that remained in her mind was to kill her opponents, and she brought out her full strength. The saber in that corrupt core disciple's hand directly shattered under Tang Wan'er's wind blade, and he was sent flying. Highwind Thorn. Tang Wan'er gave him no chance to recover. Her left hand flung out, and an arrow formed from her wind energy shot straight through his heart. That wind arrow containing her runic strength was even harder than ordinary steel. Her opponent hadn't had any chance to defend, immediately dying. Long Chen smiled approvingly. As expected, a person's potential was unlimited. Tang Wan'er had finally felt enough pressure. She knew she had to kill the corrupt core disciples as fast as possible, or the troops behind her would definitely suffer greatly. And so the way she had fought just now had basically just been by instinct. She hadn't been thinking anything in her head. She wasn't thinking about what move to do, or what kind of attack sequence to use. All that she thought was to kill him in one hit. Having killed a corrupt core disciple in one attack, even she was surprised with herself. However, she didn't have time to think about it too much. She immediately moved to attack another core disciple. Tang Wan'er's strength gave the corrupt disciples a fright. 3 of their core disciples immediately rushed over to her. Tang Wan'er shouted and her ancestral mark appeared over her forehead. A huge wind blade roared in her hands as she attacked the 3 of them. In just the first exchange, the 3 of them were sent flying by her wind blade. The terrifying aftershocks killed a dozen unlucky fellows around them. Windroll destructive cloud. Thousands of wind blades appeared around Tang Wan'er's body. They were quickly revolving, following the movements of her hands. Those thousands of wind blades appeared like a cloud as they surged over to those corrupt disciples. Each one of those wind blades were formed by her wind energy and supplemented by her runic energy. Those ordinary corrupt disciples did not possess any ability to resist them and were all cut into pieces. Blood splashed throughout the air. A huge, empty area appeared in the crowd. Not only had the 3 core disciples been killed by her attack, but at least 300 other ordinary corrupt disciples had also been exterminated. She's finally started to use some ruthless attacks. Long Chen was also a bit speechless. Tang Wan'er really had hidden her strength. However, her face was now a bit pale after using such a powerful attack. That terrifying attack was too exhausting. Kill all these corrupt path idiots. Tang Wan'er's attack immediately boosted the monastery's morale. They roared, attacking the corrupt disciples. The corrupt disciples were incredibly frightened by Tang Wan'er's strength, but even though so many of them had died in one attack, none of them retreated in fear. On the contrary, it ended up exciting the ruthlessness in their bones. The corrupt core disciples saw how pale Tang Wan'er's face was now. They could all see that her aura had sharply declined after that attack, and they rushed over to her. Sons of bitches from the corrupt path, let me, your daddy, handle you. Song Mingyuan and them all cursed them and charged over to those core disciples. In their anger, they began to curse incoherently, not even realizing they had ended up cursing themselves. Tang Wan'er had killed 4 core disciples right off the bat, immediately leveling the playing field and tilting the scales to the side of the monastery. Tang Wan'er grit her teeth and charged over at 2 corrupt core disciples. Although her aura was much weaker and it wasn't that plausible for her to kill another core disciple expert at this point, it was still no problem for her to hold up 2 people. That way, the monastery would have 2 core disciples free to attack the corrupt path's ordinary disciples, lowering the casualties. Core disciples fought against core disciples, and ordinary disciples fought against ordinary disciples. The entire battlefield was filled with saber light and sword images, blood flying everywhere. Although the monastery now possessed an extremely great advantage, danger was constantly present when faced against these fierce corrupt disciples. Many people were being injured. The Healing Hall's disciples were quickly called upon. At the beginning, it was still extremely chaotic, but as the battle progressed, the monastery began to get into a rhythm and crazily counterattack. Compared to the corrupt disciples, which were like scattered sand that were simply fighting for themselves, the monastery's disciples were fighting as units. As they fought, they became more adept at cooperation and gained a greater understanding of their fellow disciples' fighting style. As for the 2 extra core disciples on their side, they were doing their best to cut down as many of the corrupt disciples as possible because they were worried about the disciples behind them not being able to endure. In order to prevent as many injuries and deaths as possible, they began to use crazy attacks, willing to take injuries to themselves in order to bring down their enemies as fast as possible. They didn't realize that as they crazily fought, a faint light began to appear over their foreheads. As that light began to brighten, their auras frantically climbed. But as they fought with their lives on the line, they didn't notice at all. The ordinary disciples' chaotic fight was even more dangerous than the core disciples' fights. There were too many people, and blades flew about everywhere. They could lose their lives at any moment. But at this time, they had actually forgotten their terror. All they were thinking about was how to protect the backs of their comrades. Even in death, they wouldn't let an enemy through. A disciple of the Heaven-Earth faction killed a corrupt disciple with a slash of his saber. But he hadn't expected that corrupt disciple to be so incredibly vicious. That corrupt disciple tightly held onto his saber as he died. Another corrupt disciple charged over, his saber stabbed straight for his chest. It was too late for him to dodge. An unwilling light appeared in his eyes. If he died, then who would protect his brothers' backs? He could only wait for this saber to pierce through his body. Once it was thrust through him, he would tightly grab that corrupt disciple. Even if he had to use his teeth, he would bite him to death with him. That malevolent face suddenly flew into the air. That disciple was shocked. Behind the blood, he saw a person giving him a thumbs up. Long Chen had stealthily snuck into the chaotic battle. However, he didn't attack, instead keeping watch over the battlefield. Only when someone was about to die would he secretly intervene. This was his 7th time doing that. Giving that disciple a gesture to keep quiet, he randomly killed another 2 corrupt disciples and disappeared into the crowd. Long Chen didn't want to expose the fact he was present. That was to increase the pressure everyone was under, allowing them to bring out their true strength and courage. This was a trial for them. Once they passed, they would no longer feel any fear even in the face of death. They would have found the true meaning of cultivation. Only like this could they become true experts. Seeing those core disciples who were still fighting intensely and had yet to realize they had awakened their ancestral marks, Long Chen smiled. All those who could awaken their ancestral marks today had all been thinking about protecting everyone. Such people were true hot-blooded men. Long Chen secretly protected everyone. As soon as it appeared someone was in danger of dying, he would go over and slash out his saber. As time progressed, more and more people realized that Long Chen was amongst them, increasing their morale. The corrupt disciples' numbers were dwindling down, while the Xuantian monastery's disciples were becoming more and more imposing. Despite how fierce corrupt disciples were, they were starting to become afraid. Only 400 of them were still alive by this point. Furthermore, the core disciples were starting to lose. No one knew who was first, but those corrupt disciples began to turn on their heels and flee. Ha 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 ha, since you've all come, don't you feel shameful leaving just like that? Don't worry, I won't make it hard on you. You can leave as long as you leave behind your head. Long Chen's laugh rang out in all directions. Tang Wan and them were all delighted to hear his voice. Chapter 248 Unrivaled Tactic. Whirlwind Slash. Long Chen charged forward like a gust of wind, appearing amidst the ranks of the corrupt disciples. A huge saber image spun around rapidly, leaving behind a trail of flying blood and miserable screams. Shockingly, in just a moment, Long Chen passed through their entire ranks, leaving behind only a trail of blood and mincemeat. None of them managed to survive. That was the first time Long Chen had actually released a true attack since this battle. As soon as he took action, he exterminated so many corrupt disciples. There had been 400 ordinary corrupt disciples left, but they had all been killed by his single attack. Furthermore, Long Chen's expression was still completely calm. Long Chen swung the blood off his saber and rested it on his shoulder. He smiled to everyone. Brothers, sisters, you better hurry up. Their blood immediately began to boil when they saw Long Chen. If Long Chen was present, they would never have anything to fear, not even the collapsing of the very heavens. Everyone's attacks became even more ruthless. Currently, all that remained were 9 corrupt core disciples. They were enveloped in despair. They didn't even have the chance to run. 4 of them were immediately killed. The remaining 5 did their best to charge out, but they didn't have any chance. One of them realized that escape was hopeless, and with a roar, his aura exploded, his body beginning to blow up like a balloon. He's going to self-detonate. Run. Bloody mist filled the air, but what shocked everyone was that another figure had appeared in front of the person who had self-detonated. That person was Long Chen. He was completely covered in blood now, but he was holding a person's head now. Hee, even if you want to self-detonate, leave your head behind for me. Long Chen tossed over that person's head. That was worth 200,000 points. Waste was definitely not in Long Chen's style. Looking at everyone's stupefied expressions, Long Chen laughed, his smile filling them with warmth. Since we've already won, you can cheer as much as you like, ha ha ha. Long Chen took the lead to laugh. Only then did the others relax enough to cheer to their heart's content, releasing all their excitement. When did you get back, Long Chen? Tang Wan and them walked over to Long Chen. They hadn't expected Long Chen to get back so quickly. I got here just before the battle started. I purposely hid myself to see whether or not you could all handle this pressure. This time you were all really amazing. I even purposely told Wild not to go out to let you guys feel more danger. Only then did everyone realize that they had forgotten about Wild. All they had been thinking about was how to kill their enemies. Brother Long told me not to help, so you can't blame me. Wild was a bit embarrassed. Just as the battle was starting, Wild had received a hidden transmission from Long Chen to not attack. And if he had to attack, he was only allowed to kill those ants, not the core disciples. Ji Yu Yong bitterly laughed, we really are dumb. As soon as we started fighting, we forgot about everything, include such a powerful person like Wild. Tang Wan was completely red. As the commander-in-chief, she had forgotten about their strongest trump card. She almost died from shame. It's not your fault. Wild is just too quiet and never talks. He'll normally just stay resting the entire time. It's easy to forget him. Song Mingyuan laughed. This matter really was too embarrassing. They were afraid that Long Chen would scold them again. It really wasn't acceptable for them to forget about their own people. Long Chen laughed. Actually, this time you benefited from forgetting about him. Because you forgot about how powerful a trump card Wild is, you were under even greater pressure. That allowed you to release your greatest strength. Tang Wan was still blushing. Long Chen, are you trying to comfort me? If that's all you're doing, I'd rather you scold me. Long Chen shook his head. Actually, I don't have the right to criticize you. I realized many of my own errors from that battle just now. Everyone was startled by that. Long Chen continued, in this world, there's no perfect methods or systems that are absolutely correct. That includes my own method. At the beginning, I was hoping to rely on my strength to lead everyone. I knew how cruel our opponents are, and I wanted to ponder ways to raise my own potential, allowing me to be your shepherd. It was wrong for me to try to guide you all like that. Why? Tang Wan didn't understand. Long Chen sighed, I've ended up becoming your goal, just a target for you to focus on. If this continued, you would all just end up being my accessories. But if I were to disappear, you would have nothing to adhere to. But what is extremely fortunate this time is that I had to leave you all. Before you had completely adhered yourselves to me, you've learned you can stand alone. You all fought this battle beautifully. During battle, you all forgot about your own safety, thinking only about your comrades behind you. That is the power of a will to protect. While facing death, you all managed to discard your innate fear and chose to protect. And so, you've all obtained your own rewards. Congratulations. Long Chen excitedly looked at everyone. That kind of expression was rare on Long Chen, who always seemed completely calm. Congratulations. Us. In their confusion, they all looked at each other curiously. Long Chen seemed to be talking about something specifically. When they saw the faces of those around them, they let out startled cries, their eyes filled with disbelief. Your ancestral marks appeared on your forehead. You too, and you. All the core disciples finally realized the change. At some point, a faint mark had appeared over their foreheads. That was the sign that their ancestral blood had been revived. They all went mad with joy. Some of the core disciples even knelt on the ground, crying from their excitement. That was just how important awakening their ancestral mark was to them. Tang Wan and them had no thoughts of laughing at them. In fact, their eyes turned red, as only they knew just how significant awakening their ancestral mark was. Long Chen couldn't help being emotional. Perhaps it was because their luck was good, but in this atmosphere, it was extremely easy to be emotionally moved. Emotions were amazing things. If someone was willing to risk their life to protect you, then even if you were a selfish person, you would still be extremely moved. Then, even if you were a cowardly person, you would be able to forget your own fear of death to protect them in turn. Emotions were also subtle things. During this battle, everyone had been forced into desperation. Within that atmosphere of steadfast loyalty, it was even easier for a person to forget about themselves, allowing them arouse their most primal power. Whether or not it was luck, at the very least, this showed they all had a will to protect each other. Even throughout that critical battle, there had not been a single person to retreat or shrink back. Now that they had passed this trial, they obtained a great reward. All the core disciples had awakened their ancestral marks. Even Long Chen was unable to control his excitement. If there had been one person, or perhaps a few people, who hadn't awakened their ancestral marks, that would pose a fatal threat to their troops. Without that will to protect, it was extremely difficult for a person to awaken their ancestral mark. The chance of success was almost zero. But even those who did have a will to protect might not succeed 100% of the time. There was still a significant chance of failure. If there had been some people who hadn't awakened their ancestral marks, their mental state would decline. Others would then assume they were selfish, alienating them from their ranks. And then those disciples who hadn't awakened their ancestral marks would feel self-inferior, giving birth to more negative emotions. At that point, it would be almost impossible for them to ever awaken their ancestral mark. That was why Long Chen was so deeply moved. 9 people had awakened their ancestral marks at once. That was practically a miracle. Suddenly, those core disciples all knelt on the ground in front of Long Chen and respectfully swore, "Senior brother Long Chen, our lives are yours." Long Chen had helped them awaken their ancestral marks. To them, such a thing was even more important than their lives. However, Long Chen was given a fright and hastily raised them up. The fact you could awaken your ancestral marks was because of yourselves. This is what it means to receive what you are willing to risk. You were willing to give your lives to protect others, and the heavens will give you what others are unable to obtain. So if you want to thank someone, you should thank yourselves, or perhaps the brothers beside you. Long Chen's words deeply touched all of them. They realized that the so-called will to protect was not so simple as it sounded. Perhaps it was simply something impossible to explain with words. Also, I very dislike what you just said. Your lives are your own. Maybe if you give me money instead of your lives I'll be much happier, haha hey. Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of pain on his waist. He saw that Tang Wan had given him a vicious pinch. Stop messing around. Here, you're the commander again. Stop making your little jokes. Tang Wan handed the transmission tile back to Long Chen. Aren't you already good at being commander? Long Chen didn't really want to take it. He would prefer to go out killing. Don't even try it. The sect leader was the one who gave you your duty. The fact that you selfishly left already counts as a violation of the rules. If we were in a real army, you would have already been beheaded, said Tang Wan. What's the point in beheading me? Wait, can I exchange my head for points? Long Chen received the transmission tile, looking over the new information within it. There were several recent pieces of news. It said that the Corrupt Path's main forces would arrive 3 days from now. But before they arrived, there would still be many corrupt powers appearing one after another. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that it wasn't just their side that had victories. Some of the smaller Righteous Path sect's disciples had been completely annihilated already. This time, this righteous and corrupt battle was much larger and extensive than previous years. Hundreds of powers had all gathered. A battle of this extent was quite rare historically. Furthermore, this time it was quite obvious that the Righteous Path's strength was weaker than their opponents. Not all righteous disciples were as strong as them. 3 days from now, the Corrupt Path's main army will arrive at the 9 Serene Mountain Valley 400 miles from here. That's the location of the deciding battle. But we still can't go over there yet. We have to keep guarding this place. What should we do? Asked Tang Wan. When the Corrupt Path's main army arrived 3 days from now, they would all have to gather over there. Tang Wan felt a great deal of pressure when she thought of such a huge battle. Although the transmission tile didn't say how many corrupt disciples would appear, but according to the previous skirmishes, perhaps the number of corrupt disciples this time would be able to cover all of heaven and earth. You don't need to be worried. Those will just be extra points for us. Furthermore, it won't be just our Xuantian monastery fighting then. The other experts from the various sects will also be fighting with us. As for what we should be doing during these next 2 days, Long Chen smiled. I'll be teaching everyone a true unrivaled battle tactic. Chapter 249 Shameless. People were startled by that. Long Chen continued, tell me, what is the goal of battle? To temper our will and spirits, allowing us to grow stronger, answered a core disciple. Long Chen shook his head. What you said is an important aspect, but it is not the goal. Then let me tell you all, the ultimate goal of battle is to slaughter your opponents. To slaughter your opponents doesn't necessarily have to rely on martial might. What it requires is a kind of skill. And the highest realm of this kind of skill is to be shameless. Shameless. No one understood what he meant. Long Chen continued, I've long since told you all that just because you have a strong fighting ability, that doesn't mean you'll have a powerful killing ability. The corrupt disciples are an excellent example of that. You've all seen that their cultivation bases are extremely similar to yours. But they were extremely vicious, and every one of their attacks aims to take their opponents' lives. That makes their opponents terrified, making them incapable of resisting properly. That was why, at the beginning, I needed you all to first overcome that fear in your hearts. Now you've all managed to achieve that. Even in the face of a battle to the death, you won't panic. And so this kind of tempering is no longer useful. Further tempering would just end up wearing you down. So now I will teach everyone a new kind of warfare. But you don't need to be worried. This kind of tactic is extremely simple, and it will also allow everyone to have a great time. 2 hours later, a wave of corrupt disciples arrived at a valley where the monastery's disciples were guarding. However, they paused when they saw how many of the Xuantian monastery's disciples were present. They only had 400 corrupt disciples present. Although corrupt disciples were vicious, they were not stupid. They naturally wouldn't charge an enemy that was several times their number. They had heard that the Righteous Path's disciples were all a bunch of cowards afraid of death, but now that they were so heavily outnumbered, they wouldn't attack rashly without thinking. However, what flabbergasted them was that these righteous disciples simply ignored them. Other than a dozen disciples standing at the front, the rest of them were sitting down and cultivating. Some of them had already entered a meditative state. There was also a large man who was actually lying on the ground, sleeping. Are the Righteous Path's disciples all idiots? Did they come to fight or to play around? How can they sleep at a moment like this? Cursed one of the corrupt disciples. There's definitely something fishy about this odd behavior. Don't get duped. There's too many of them, so let's wait for more people, warned the core disciple who was their leader. They weren't idiots. There must be some kind of trap for the Xuantian monastery's disciples to act like this. So they planned on observing them a bit before doing anything further. Both sides were watching the other from opposite sides of a valley. They were around 20 miles from each other. Seeing that they refused to come over, Tang Wan'er whispered, they seem to be waiting for more troops. What should we do? Long Chen was comfortably lying on a mattress, a small parasol shading his face. At the top of the mattress was also some queen bee honey. He lazily took a sip, not even opening his eyes. Let them wait for as long as they want. In any case, now that the meat has entered the pot, they can't escape. Ji Yuyong glared at those corrupt disciples and asked, how about I bring some of our brothers over to kill them? I guarantee that they'll all be dead in less than an hour. Ji Yuyong and the other warlike members' hands were itchy as they watched those corrupt disciples, wanting to go over and kill them all. Absolutely unnecessary. Now that everyone has gone through a true life and death battle, your auras have been tempered greatly. It is now the perfect time to consolidate your cultivation base and make an attempt to break through. Now that everyone is capable of staying calm even in the face of death, there's no point of wasting time by killing those ants. Right now, you should all be focused on raising your strength as much as possible. Trying to break through in this kind of atmosphere is another kind of trial. You don't need to worry about not getting your fill. The real battle is just a couple days away. Don't waste your time on them. All of you focus on consolidating your cultivation bases and attempt to break through. Leave this place to me. Everyone sighed inside. Following Long Chen, it seemed they had used up their lifetime's worth of shocked expressions already. All kinds of absolutely bizarre ideas would pop up from Long Chen. They were already able to stay calm in the face of his crazy antics. They all trusted Long Chen completely, and so they began to cultivate. With the assistance of the Queen Bee Crystal, they were able to easily enter their meditative states. Normally, entering a meditative state in the middle of the battlefield was no different than sending yourself to die. Once you entered a meditative state, then you wouldn't even realize if an enemy were to walk right up to you while emitting killing intent. To enter meditation in this kind of place required a great deal courage. But they were able to do so because of their absolute trust in Long Chen. Since Long Chen had said he would take care of it, he would definitely keep them safe. Just like that, both parties continued to stare at each other. On the side of the Xuantian monastery, only a dozen disciples were guarding the perimeter. The rest were all cultivating. 4 hours later, 2 other powers had joined the corrupt side. Due to the terrain, this valley was the only path to take within 1,000 miles. However, those 2 new powers were all minor powers. Even when all 3 parties were combined, they still had less than 1,000 people. A one-eyed corrupt core disciple with a long scar on his face asked, "What are we still waiting for? Let's go slaughter these righteous idiots. They're actually fake cultivating in front of us. That's intolerable." Despite being so close, they acted as if they were ignoring them. That was definitely an insult to them, and the person that was most insulting to them was Long Chen. He was lying on his mattress, one leg over the other, allowing the sunlight to fall over him. Occasionally he would take a drink from his cup. That kind of relaxed and comfortable display made them feel like he was giving them constant slaps in the face. They already knew from their seniors that righteous path disciples were cowardly mice. Killing them was as easy as plucking weeds. So although they still had less than half their number, that one-eyed man still wasn't able to hold back. Their system of rewards was the same as the righteous path for killing their opponents. But most importantly, the techniques of corrupt disciples required them to kill a huge number of people in order to progress. And so they all felt a thirst for a battle. They always treated the disciples of the righteous path as just prey. This is clearly a trap. Is your remaining eye also blind? That core disciple who arrived in the first group coldly snorted. Of the 3 corrupt powers gathered here, he was leading the most people, so he didn't have any misgivings about telling him off. The one-eyed man's expression changed and his one eye began to emit a harsh light. "Are you looking to die?" "Yeah, I am. So what are you going to do about it?" That fellow didn't care at all. The corrupt disciples had never been a united front. It was a common occurrence for disciples to massacre even their fellow sect disciples. They had only now gathered together for their own interests. Neither really cared about the other, and so all their words were loaded with gunpowder. "Bastard!" The one-eyed man suddenly took out a saber, his killing intent surging as he walked over to that person. They were just about to explode into an internal battle when a loud explosion rang out. They all turned to look in shock. Fuck, are they purposely trying to be mysterious? They actually made a cultivation breakthrough. Some people began to rain curses down on the monastery's disciples. They had seen bullies, but they had never seen such an oppressive bully. If this wasn't an insult, then the word insult must have never existed. To actually be so brazen as to make a cultivation breakthrough when an opposing army was staring you in the face, the corrupt disciples all turned green from rage. This was nakedly disregarding them. They had been cautious before because they had thought they were just posturing, purposely trying to bait them into a trap. But now, all their faces turned red. This was a clear slap in the face. They were clearly completely looking down on them. Kill them all. Smash them to mincemeat. The corrupt disciples roared angrily, their eyes red. They quickly charged over at the Xuantian monastery's disciples. On Long Chen's side, a disciple had just made a cultivation breakthrough, advancing to the second heaven stage of tendon transformation. Even the outer disciples of the Xuantian monastery had mostly reached the level of a flawless advancement because of the 10,000 beast essence blood. A flawless advancement allowed their cultivation base to become incredibly sturdy. Due to having such a solid foundation, it made each step of further advancement much more difficult. However, their combat ability would be over 10 times greater than tendon transformation disciples of ordinary sects. Now that they had already faced and survived a life and death battle, their Dao hearts had become much more solidified and their bottlenecks had become much looser. Due to that, their future advancements would also be easier. And it was due to this benefit that the monastery had been planning on taking the initiative to start a fight. This was the process of using waves to cleanse a pile of sand. The sand would gradually wash away, and what was left behind were the golden particles that had been mixed within. Now under Long Chen's arrangements, they had all truly become gold. After one person advanced, more and more people began to make breakthroughs. Continuous explosions rang out as many of them began to advance to the second heaven stage. Those corrupt disciples became even more sure that the Xuantian monastery's disciples were completely looking down on them. These bastards really deserve to die. I'll personally cut them to pieces. The corrupt disciples crazily surged forward. The dozen disciples guarding everyone couldn't help feeling nervous, tightly holding their weapons. Long Chen slowly stood up, stretching his back. He finished up the honey in his cup and glanced at Wild. Okay, I was just fake sleeping. But you're actually sleeping. From looking at the pool of saliva on the ground, it was obvious that Wild was deep in dreamland. He walked to the front of those guards. When they saw Long Chen arrive, their nervous expressions immediately faded. Don't be so nervous. Just treat it as watching a play. Long Chen indifferently watched those infuriated corrupt disciples charging over. A glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes. They were originally just 20 miles from each other. With their speed, the corrupt disciples were already just a mile away. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet caved in, appearing like a huge beast's open maw as it devoured them. Ah! Miserable screams rang through the air. Chapter 250 Buried Alive. It's a trap. Everyone get back. One of the corrupt core disciples bellowed in shock, about to fall back. But before he could, the ground beneath him sunk in, and countless arrows shot out of the ground. Whenever someone was struck by one of these arrows, their body would immediately explode apart. Those arrows were Guo Ran's original inventions. They used yin and yang sulfur stones to cause explosions. But these new arrows were not the same as the old explosive arrows. Long Chen had added some extra spicing to those arrows. That spicing was the poison from the silver centipede he had obtained in his exile. The silver centipede's poison was something that even a mid-third-rank magical beast would be unable to survive. Back then, Long Chen had turned the poison to powder. He had then sealed it into little wax balls. Due to how large the poison sacs had been, he had created thousands of those little wax balls. He had been thinking of using that powder to refine poison pills later. But now they had a better use. Long Chen had arranged for everyone to set up a bunch of traps. Due to how narrow this mountain valley was, the path was only 40 meters wide. So that was the optimal place to set a trap. Long Chen had an indescribable attraction to making traps. It was just too fun to con people like this. Winning a physical battle was also enjoyable, but winning a battle of wits might be even more fun. If you can play them to death, don't bother beating them to death. That was the principle that Long Chen had told everyone. He had arranged for hundreds of explosive arrows to be set up underground. In any case, Guo Ran had tens of thousands of arrows as well as countless yin and yang stones. In a quarter hour, he could make over 100 more explosive arrows. Long Chen had taken out dozens of his poisonous balls and placed them on the arrowheads of some of the explosive arrows. As soon as those explosive arrows were triggered, they would explode, breaking apart that poisonous ball. Guo Ran's explosive arrows didn't actually possess that much power. But once those poison balls had been added, their power was absolutely terrifying. When that poison ball exploded, the poison powder would immediately spread 300 meters. If an idiot disciple were to directly breathe it in, they would immediately become lightheaded, fall unconscious, and then die. As for the smarter fellows, they actually had it worse off than the fools. The idiot disciples who directly breathed it in would at least die comfortably without feeling any pain. But the smarter elites would immediately stop breathing as soon as they sensed the poison. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated the toxicity of the silver centipede's poison. That poison powder would act like acid when it touched their skin. Their skin would begin to corrode, and it would also be incomparably itchy, making it so people were unable to resist scratching. Just itchiness on the skin wasn't any problem. However, this itchiness didn't just stop there. Their insides, their hearts, and even their souls became itchy. That kind of itchiness was completely irresistible. With just a couple scratches, they tore off their own skin, but that still didn't resolve that itchiness. Some disciples even chopped off the parts of their bodies that were itchy. Furthermore, Long Chen hadn't just set up a single trap. On the two mountainsides, dozens of straw covers were lifted, revealing crossbows that mercilessly rained down arrows on those panicked corrupt disciples. Bastards from the corrupt path, have a taste of how amazing Guo Ran. Guo Ran's huge crossbow was pointed right at them, crazily shooting out and cutting off any path of retreat. Flesh and blood splattered throughout and explosions echoed throughout the sky. A faint poisonous mist had completely covered the mountain valley. Long Chen had long since given all the monastery's disciples special pills that allowed them to completely ignore the silver centipede's poison mist. But as for those corrupt disciples, even the core disciples were unable to block it. They also consumed antitoxin pills, but they were horrified to find that their antitoxin pills were unable to suppress the poison. They all tried to run back, but more monastery disciples appeared behind them, raining down explosive arrows on them. The most terrifying one of them would have to be Guo Ran. He quickly shot out hundreds of explosive arrows with his crossbow. When the crossbow's ammo ran out, he directly took out a new fully loaded crossbow. Guo Ran was incredibly excited. In all his life, he had never been as excited as he was today. He shot out explosive arrows without caring about the cost. His rain of arrows completely cut off any path of retreat. The rear's cut off. Charge forward. No one knew who specifically shouted this. But seeing that there was no way for them to retreat, they once more began to charge forward ferociously. But with the poisonous mist everywhere, they weren't able to see their surroundings. After just moving forward 30 meters, the ground beneath them sank. Miserable screams rang out, but those screams were extremely muffled because they came from over 100 meters below. That huge hole was over 150 meters deep. That kind of depth was unable to kill these cultivators just by falling. However, Long Chen wasn't looking to make them die from falling. All he needed was to trap them for a couple minutes. With the silver centipede's poison, they would lose all their combat ability. Anguished cries and wails echoed throughout the battlefield. None of them could clearly see the situation, but the sound of the explosive arrows behind them overpowered the screaming from ahead, and the corrupt disciples continued charging. And the result was, that as they went all out charging forward, they all ended up falling into a deep hole. The people who had fallen inside first hadn't died from the drop. As a result, the people behind them smashed into them heavily. They shouted loudly in warning, but it was useless. Due to the mist and dust filling the air, the disciples behind them couldn't see their surroundings. And the more they wailed and shouted, the easier they would be infected by the poison, causing them to die even faster. Long Chen only lightly watched from outside the poison mist. There was not even the slightest expression on his face, as if he were just watching a show. As for the monastery disciples beside him, they were all stupefied. They had never dreamed that the battle tactics of the secular world could be applied to a battle of experts. Looking at Long Chen's back, they were filled with reverence. This was a godlike man, capable of bringing them miracle after miracle. The miserable screams finally faded after a quarter hour. But within the mountain valley, explosions continued to echo out. Guo Ran, you wasteful brat, what are you doing? The enemies are all dead, so what are you still shooting? Are you getting addicted to shooting blanks? Only now did Guo Ran recover from his excitement. In that refreshing pleasure, he hadn't realized that the screams had already ended. For now, don't go out there. Wait an hour for the poison mist to scatter. Keep your guard up for now and take care for little fish that managed to escape. But even after an hour passed and the poison mist scattered, those so-called escaped fish never appeared. The only fish were all dead on the ground. There was not even one that was still alive. Not even those powerful core disciples had been able to run. It seemed Long Chen had overestimated the corrupt path's alchemy arts. It was not all alchemists that were capable of refining high-grade third-tier antitoxin pills. If it hadn't reached the high-grade third-tier level, then an antitoxin pill would be completely unable to stop the silver centipede's poison. Looking at the ground of corpses, everyone had an odd feeling. They had killed an army of corrupt disciples this easily. Compared to when they had gone all out to face them in battle, risking life and limb to bring them down, this was far too effortless. It was so easy that it was hard for them to believe. Long Chen swept his spiritual strength over the battlefield and didn't find a single spiritual fluctuation. That meant they were all truly dead. Clean up the battlefield. Be careful of people pretending to be dead. Although he knew none of them were alive, keeping them on guard was better. After all, being careful wasn't a bad thing, and it'd be better for them to keep the habit of staying on guard. Senior brother Long Chen, their heads, one of the disciples was carrying a person's head. That head was now pitch black. Long Chen smiled, as long as the heads are intact, cut them all off. Don't bother about the color. The monastery doesn't care about that. Due to the intense poison, those people's heads had already become badly contorted. It wasn't even possible to tell their features anymore. As for how the monastery would differentiate those people's cultivation bases, that would be a matter for the monastery. In any case, the monastery definitely had their own secret techniques. It went without saying that after experiencing that huge battle before, the monastery's disciples had already conquered their fear of death. They had become much more hardened and ruthless. Without any dread towards the dead, they began to cut off the heads as if they were just cutting open watermelons. In less than an hour, they completely cleaned up the battlefield. The majority of the corrupt disciples had spatial rings which were all taken away. As for their corpses, they were placed into spatial rings and buried somewhere else. The spatial rings were sent directly to the monastery. That was one of the rules of the monastery. The righteous path's disciples were not allowed to practice or even study any of the techniques of the corrupt path. Any violators would be directly killed without any exception. When Long Chen had heard that, he had become a bit worried. He had thought he wouldn't be able to train in the netherworld ghost steppes. But after thinking about it, he realized this command was because they were afraid of the righteous disciples being enticed by how powerful the corrupt path's battle skills and cultivation techniques were. They didn't want any disciples to secretly learn them. That was because the absolute majority of the corrupt path's techniques were extremely cruel and sinister. That was what allowed them to be so terrifying. Long Chen had learned quite a bit about that from Gui Sha. Those techniques could only be trained in by killing others. No matter how strong they were, there was no way Long Chen would train in such a technique. But the netherworld ghost steppes was just a very profound footwork. There was nothing about it that was corrupt. Long Chen felt that learning it wasn't a problem. As long as he didn't show it off, then who would even know? Unfortunately, the netherworld ghost steppes was too powerful, and he was still currently not strong enough to use it. He would have to wait till after he broke through to tendon transformation. After cleaning up the battlefield, they restored the old traps. Guo Ran also started to busy himself with making more explosive arrows. That little fellow had tasted the sweetness of power. He hid himself in one of the traps on the mountainside and worked like crazy. Long Chen checked over everything. He saw that there were already 17 people who had made cultivation-based breakthroughs. He rotated those people with the ones who had been guarding before. That way everyone would have a chance to make a breakthrough. In this kind of tense atmosphere, even if they couldn't make a breakthrough, their foundation would definitely become much more solid. There were many advantages, but no disadvantages. After they finished setting everything up again, they only had to wait for 4 hours before another group of corrupt disciples arrived. Hee, more money has come. Long Chen smiled. The points were flowing in. This way, he would be able to gather all the medicinal ingredients for the Alioth star. Chapter 251 An Evil Man's Accusations. The sounds of the explosion arrows rang out constantly. Flesh filled the air, and miserable screams echoed throughout the battlefield. It was like a scene straight from hell. As for the Xuantian monastery's disciples on the outside of the valley, explosions occasionally rang out from within their body. Cultivation advancements occurred again and again, their auras soaring. This was the 7th wave of corrupt disciples. Even Long Chen was starting to get weary of this kind of battle style. None of them had done anything differently from the first wave. But the corrupt disciples were simply like that. When they saw them actually cultivating on the battlefield, they were driven practically insane from rage and just crazily charged forward, easily falling for their bait. Who knew what it was, but the young people these days really didn't know how to keep their temper in check. Of everyone present, the most excited person wouldn't be those disciples who had advanced, nor would it be those core disciples who had awakened their ancestral marks. The most excited person would have to be Guo Ran. In all his lifetime, Guo Ran had never felt that his life had held as much meaning as now. It was as if the entire world had become brighter. The crossbow on his shoulder became scalding hot from shooting arrows so rapidly, and yet he didn't even feel it, only going all out to shoot more arrows. Seeing the flesh flying through the air, Guo Ran found his real-life goal. Seeing those corrupt core disciples dying under his hands, his excitement reached a level that only he could comprehend. Of the 7 waves of disciples, the majority had all died because of him. That was a kind of glory, an unspeakable glory. Tang Wan and the others who had been cultivating the entire time had now woken up. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that almost everyone had advanced a level. That previous life and death battle had brought them huge benefits. They would have never thought that, under that immense pressure, they would advance so quickly. As for Tang Wan, she had originally been at the 3rd heaven stage of tendon transformation. Now she had advanced to the 4th heaven stage. The 3rd heaven stage was a large barrier. Once it was broken, once you stepped from the early stage to the mid stage, your combat ability would be completely revolutionized. Furthermore, having made their advancements under the pressure of this battlefield, their foundations had only become more stable. As for Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and the other core disciples, they had all advanced to the third heaven stage. That filled the core disciples with confidence. That was especially true of those core disciples who had just awoken their ancestral marks. Feeling how powerful they were with their ancestral marks, they went crazy with joy. When the dust scattered, those disciples once more swept through the battlefield. Guo Ran's efficiency was especially shocking, and in less than 15 minutes, everything had been cleaned up. Just as they were preparing to set up the traps again, they were stopped by Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. That should have been the last wave. The traps are already useless now. The higher-ups have sent out news that the Corrupt Path's main army is quickly about to arrive. We should also get going there and prepare for the final battle. Ha 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 ha, finally, my fists are already starting to feel a bit restless, said Ji Yuyong. The others were also rubbing their fists in anticipation and excitement. Even Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu seemed to be looking forward to it. This time, their strength had explosively risen. And most importantly, after overcoming that previous life and death battle, their mental state had greatly advanced. Although it couldn't be said that they were completely unafraid of dying, but they definitely wouldn't panic in terror. They would be able to remain calm even in the face of death. Only with that kind of ability would they be able to release their greatest strength in battle. They definitely wouldn't be oppressed by their opponent's imposingness. Get up, Wild. We're moving out. Long Chen had to shout, causing everyone to laugh. Wild had slept straight through the last 2 days. Whether it was the sounds of the fighting or the sounds of people making breakthroughs, he hadn't so much as twitched. Long Chen knew that this was Wild's way to conserve his strength. His body was extremely unique. If he were to become active, that would use up his precious energy. That was why he had to constantly eat just to maintain an equilibrium. However, this battle had occurred too suddenly. Kang Ming had been too busy forging new weapons for the two of them, and as a result, he hadn't had enough time to prepare rations for Wild. That was why Long Chen had Wild sleep for most of the time in order to conserve his energy. Otherwise, as soon as he woke up, he would immediately need to eat, and as expected, as soon as Long Chen woke Wild up, his stomach let out a loud grumble. He took out a large magical beast leg from his spatial ring to eat. Everyone was already used to seeing that sight by now. Long Chen gathered everyone and began to talk seriously. These previous battles were nothing but a little warm-up. We only ran into some second-rate powers, not any of the true powers of the Corrupt Path. This was all just a senseless show. But what we're about to face now are the true experts of the Corrupt Path. Whether it is their cultivation base or their combat ability, they won't be inferior at all to you guys. So under no circumstance should you be overconfident or careless. Currently we're still completely intact. Not one of us has had to sacrifice themselves. I also hope to keep up such a miracle. Unfortunately, miracles only exist in legends. Let me remind you all again. Even if only half of us manage to survive to the end, that would still count as the heavens looking after us. So in the upcoming battle, you must bring out your full strength, using the weapons in your hands to cut down your opponents. Use their blood to dye your battle robes, use their souls as offerings to your wills, use your unyielding will to bear witness to your hot blood. Everyone let out an earth-shaking roar. With Long Chen at the lead, they began rushing forward. Over 2,000 miles from the mountain valley where Long Chen and them had been, there were thousands of experts gathered atop a barren mountaintop. This was the gathering spot of the Righteous Path's experts. There were over 300 bone-forging experts present. Tu Fang was also present. Senior apprentice brother Wan was standing at the head of the law enforcers. They and the senior disciples of the other sects stood behind their elders gravely. Those elders were staring at jade tablets in their hands. There were faint lines as well as light spots that were slowly moving over it. I wonder how the monastery's disciples are doing, how many of them have died. One of the monastery's elders worriedly looked at the jade tablet in Tu Fang's hand. This particular battle between the righteous and corrupt paths had occurred too suddenly. According to the previous times, the corrupt path should only have initiated a battle several years from now. And there hadn't been the slightest sign of this battle. They had been caught entirely unprepared. The Xuantian monastery was the strongest sect within this region. Therefore, they had to guard the most dangerous area. Under continuous battles, they knew that many of their disciples must have been injured and died. Unfortunately, their transmission jade was only unidirectional. They could only learn limited information from it, and they had no idea how their disciples were. They were only able to get a rough approximation of their position. Currently, that spot of light was moving, meaning their disciples were currently moving to the final battlefield here. The other sects' disciples were also doing the same, but there were some elders from smaller sects whose expressions were extremely ugly. The light spot on their jades weren't moving. In other words, their disciples had been completely exterminated. Although the majority of the corrupt disciples had been caught by the Xuantian monastery's disciples, there were still many small groups of corrupt disciples that were able to make their way around them. Elder Tu Fang, your monastery's disciple Long Chen secretly ran to the area my bloodknit sect was defending and mercilessly slaughtered my disciples, as well as killing 4 elders. Please give my bloodknit sect an explanation. A senior with a long beard had angrily come over with a group of disciples. This person was the bloodknit sect's assistant sect leader. He had heard from his subordinates that his sect's 4 elders had been killed, infuriating him completely. He had immediately come to find justice for them. Although the bloodknit sect was a small sect, they were still part of the Righteous Path's alliance. He definitely had to come get justice for them, or they wouldn't have enough prestige to attract more members. Tu Fang indifferently glanced at the bloodknit sect's assistant sect leader. It seems you didn't finish hearing all the details before rushing over. The assistant sect leader stiffened, as that was completely true. As soon as he had heard that their 4 elders had been killed, he had immediately rushed over. He still wasn't clear about any of the details. But according to his understanding, it couldn't possibly be Long Chen who had killed them. He thought Long Chen had been secretly protected by an elder from the Xuantian monastery, and it had been that person who had killed their 4 elders. He didn't believe a new disciple would have that kind of ability. Tu Fang icily continued, maybe you should get the details first. Don't you see the disciple behind you wanting to say something? The bloodknit sect's assistant sect leader turned back to see a disciple trying to get his attention. Speak. What happened? What are you mumbling about? That disciple immediately began to sweat. He was about to complain. You directly rushed over here without even giving me a chance to explain. Now, he didn't dare say the truth in front of this many people. If he were to say their elders had conspired to kill Long Chen's father, and as a result had been killed, he suspected the assistant sect leader would slap him to death with a single palm. And so he didn't dare say anything. Yao Shixiang, why don't you just let it go? Do you not even understand what kind of morality your bloodknit sect's people possess? They planned on getting revenge on Long Chen, borrowing another person's blade to kill Long Chen's father. In fact, they were willing to allow an entire city to be massacred by the corrupt disciples for that. In fact, sometimes I suspect your sect must have come from the corrupt path. Corrupt disciples are vicious, but even they aren't as insidious as you guys. Said an elder. He obviously had some enmity with the bloodknit sect. Nonsense, how dare you slander my bloodknit sect? Raged the assistant sect leader. TCH, don't bother acting. You can't tell me you didn't know anything about this matter, so what are you acting for? That elder wasn't at all afraid of him and actually spit on the ground. The assistant sect leader's expression sunk. He was about to reply when Hua Yu icily said, I can testify that your bloodknit sect's degenerates deserved their deaths for their crimes. Hua Yu's words immediately caused his expression to change. He didn't dare talk back to Hua Yu, as she represented the Skywood Palace. The Skywood Palace didn't possess that many disciples, but in terms of strength, they were not inferior to the Xuantian monastery. They were both existences the bloodknit sect could only look up at. Just as everyone descended into silence, Elder Sun suddenly stood up. No matter what, Long Chen abandoned his post during this great battle between the righteous and corrupt paths. He placed over 1,000 disciples in danger, which is an offense deserving the death penalty. Chapter 252 Everyone shocked. Chu Yao had been staying behind Hua Yu the entire time. Originally she hadn't thought about saying anything. After all, everyone present here was at the elder level. It wasn't that appropriate for her to speak here. It had been Hua Yu who had dragged her over. But when she heard Elder Sun's words, her expression changed. Your meaning is that Long Chen should have just watched while his father was killed without doing anything to stop it. Chu Yao's voice was trembling. But that trembling was from rage. Chu Yao's temperament was extremely good, and it was exceptionally rare for her to be this angry. Elder Sun indifferently shook his head. How could an ordinary mortal's life be compared to the lives of over 1,000 geniuses? Which is more important is something Long Chen should have understood as the commander. And so he deliberately committed his crime, not caring at all about the monastery's disciples' lives. Chu Yao was completely furious. This elder son was just forcibly twisting the logic. Tu Fang icily glared at Elder Sun. Even without saying anything, he made Elder Sun feel extremely agitated. Did I say something wrong? Tu Fang indifferently smiled. You didn't say anything wrong. Long Chen may have made a mistake. However, a battlefield constantly changes. As the commander, he has the authority to make any decisions. This is also why the secular world has a saying, victory and defeat are decided in an instant. The sect leader has already made him the commander, so all the authority has already been given to him. As for what he decides to do with it, it's not up to you to worry about it. Tu Fang's words were extremely impolite. Elder Sun had truly infuriated him now. He clearly didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. Tu Fang was extremely clear about the matter of him targeting Long Chen. As for his goal, Tu Fang could also guess most of it. However, since Long Chen was a divergent, he didn't dare meddle too excessively. If Elder Sun had instead targeted a genius like Tang Wan or Yi Ziqiu, Tu Fang would have immediately arrested him. He couldn't understand just what Elder Sun's head was filled with. He had targeted Long Chen multiple times, but both he and Ling Yunzi had acted as if they hadn't noticed. Did he not find that strange? And now he actually wanted to entrap Long Chen again. Was he a legendary idiot amongst idiots? I simply feel that doing that will impact our monastery's morale, and so. Tu Fang directly cut off Elder Sun, icily saying, the sect leader has already handed all the troops to Long Chen. No matter how he leads them, the only important thing is the final result. Before the final result, you should just keep your mouth shut. No matter how good Tu Fang's temperament was, he couldn't help being completely infuriated now. The Xuantian monastery had truly lost face. He had no idea just how such an idiot elder had appeared. Seeing how ashen Tu Fang's expression was, Elder Sun knew he couldn't continue trying to frame Long Chen. He retreated back into the crowd. However, no one noticed a ruthless light shine in his eyes at that moment. Ever since Long Chen had killed Wu Qi, Elder Sun had seen the sect leader look favorably on Long Chen more and more. That was definitely not a good thing for him. He had already targeted Long Chen multiple times, completely offending Long Chen. Now as Long Chen's strength continued to grow, Kang Ming, Ling Yunzi, and Tu Fang were all beginning to treat him more importantly. He could already tell that it wouldn't be likely for him to ever be able to obtain Long Chen's secrets. At this time, he should just give up. But even if he gave up, would Long Chen give it up? Currently, Long Chen was still unable to do anything to him. But with his terrifying growth rate, perhaps it would be less than 3 years before he also reached the bone-forging realm. With Long Chen's decisive nature that always avenged his grudges, how could he possibly let him off? And so now he was thinking of ways to have Long Chen die. Only if Long Chen died could he live in peace. Nowadays, whenever he thought about Long Chen's style of conduct, he would begin to feel a chill. And so the thing he hoped for the most was for Long Chen to die on the battlefield. That way everything would be handled neatly and all his worries would disappear. However, would Long Chen's life be lost so easily? He was someone who had even managed to walk out of the graveyard of the exiled. He felt Long Chen wasn't so simple. In any case, he could only take it step by step. But no matter what, Long Chen had to die. All troops, everyone is to obey Long Chen as commander. Those who refuse to obey his orders will be killed, ordered Tu Fang. Everyone obediently assented. Via the transmission jades, they sent information to their disciples. However, they were extremely worried inside. They had no idea how many of their disciples still remained. According to past years, at this time, it would be not bad for even half of them to still be alive. Although the Righteous Path's disciples were weaker when fighting against corrupt disciples, they were fortunate to have a superiority when it came to numbers. They usually had double or more the disciples, and so by the end of the battle, there was no clear victor or loser. Unfortunately for them, none of them, including Tu Fang, were aware that this time, the corrupt disciples had appeared in larger numbers than ever before. The corrupt path's experts are arriving. Someone let out an alarmed cry. 100 miles away, a large number of people had appeared on a certain mountain. Those figures all possessed a savage aura, as if they were fiends who had crawled out from the depths of hell. Those were elders of the corrupt path. They appeared to be around the same number as the Righteous Path's experts. The person at the front was a black-robed senior. That senior was extremely tall, probably over 7 feet tall. However, he was completely emaciated. He was essentially just skin and bones. He was just a skeleton with an extra layer of skin. There was practically no blood or flesh. However, his aura was incredibly terrifying. Even from this distance, just looking at him could make a person's soul hurt. So, Tu Fang, you haven't died yet. Good, good, that skeleton-like old man laughed sinisterly. Despite the distance between them, his voice rang out clearly in everyone's ears. But his voice was like needles stabbing into their eardrums. It was like even his voice possessed an offensive power. Old demon Gui Yan, if an old ghost like you still hasn't died, then how could I possibly die? Icily responded Tu Fang. The two of them were old opponents who had represented the righteous and corrupt paths of this area for many years. Both their cultivation bases were extremely similar, and so it was difficult for either of them to deal with the other. Hehe, Tu Fang, this time won't be the same. I feel like you'll probably die in a little bit when you see all your righteous path disciples slaughtered by our corrupt disciples. I can foresee you coughing out blood from anger until you die. Ji, Gui Yan let out a bizarre laughter that made everyone shiver. Tu Fang sneered, a large boast. Your corrupt path's disciples might be powerful, but the way you raise them is too cruel. Few of your disciples manage to live for long. Although many of our righteous disciples end up dying and injured during our battles, at the end, everyone is still equal. Your little bragging is a bit too early. Tu Fang's words caused Gui Yan to laugh sinisterly. Tu Fang, I hope you can keep up that kind of expression. After that, Gui Yan didn't say any more. He led the other corrupt elders to sit and rest. For some reason, Gui Yan's words caused Tu Fang to feel uneasy. This old opponent of his was too unperturbed. It was a bit strange. There seemed to be a couple youngsters amongst them. Hua Yu was shocked, exclaiming, could those be favored like Yao? All the elders' hearts began to pound. Just now they had seen maybe 4 young faces. But they were all wearing conical hats, and it was impossible to see their faces clearly. Absolutely impossible. It's rare for a favored to appear even after many years. How could they have gained so many all at once now? It's definitely just a deliberate trick. One of the Xuantian monastery's elders shook his head. The last favored to appear within the Xuantian monastery had been over 100 years ago. That was how rare a favored was. The fact that the Skywood Palace had gained a favored filled the Xuantian monastery with envy. However, the monastery also had someone who they suspected was a favored. Our people have come. Someone let out a cry. A large number of troops grandly walked over to an empty space for the Righteous Path's disciples. It's Long Chen. Chu Yao was the first to recognize that familiar figure. He was still acting as lazily as ever, and yet he still gave off a superior feeling to everyone else around him. Heavens, how did he do this? The number of disciples the larger sects had sent out was known to everyone. They were all well aware of their troops. They were absolutely stupefied now that all these disciples walked out. Counting the numbers, they were all filled with shock. The Xuantian monastery had possessed 17 factions, but now that Qi Xin had died, only 16 factions still remained. Adding on the Healing Hall's disciples, they had moved out with a total of 1723 people. And after counting them now, they all found that their number had not decreased by even 1. They were still 1723 people. Could it be that they didn't encounter any corrupt disciples? But that's impossible. One person immediately corrected his own guess as soon as he said it. Tu Fang looked at that calm figure and couldn't help clenching his fists. Long Chen, you are the hope of the entire Xuantian monastery. The sect leader has aligned his entire future with your performance this time. You must work your hardest. After Long Chen's side arrived, the other sects' disciples also arrived. However, they were not as imposing as the Xuantian monastery's disciples. The majority of them had lost half their number, and some even more. The most pitiful group that arrived only had 7 people. It wasn't possible that they had only possessed 8 people at the beginning, right? Their morale was extremely low compared to the monastery's disciples. There were even some disciples who were clearly tense with the terror. By the time all the Righteous Path's disciples arrived, they had over 5,000 people. Those disciples all went to report to Long Chen upon arriving. They knew that once this final battle started, everyone would be relying on the Xuantian monastery. Their disciples were the true fighting strength of this region. That was especially now that everyone saw how high-spirited the monastery's disciples were. They were like unsheathed swords, appearing incredibly imposing, filling the other disciples with veneration. Long Chen couldn't help sighing when he saw this group of righteous disciples. They might have been talented, but they had been raised into garbage. Even now, they were still incredibly nervous. That meant they still didn't have the courage to truly face death. However, the final battle was about to commence, and Long Chen didn't have time to do anything about that. Furthermore, it was essentially impossible to fix their problems in such a short time. Long Chen didn't consider himself to be a god, so it would be all up the Xuantian monastery's disciples to bear the brunt of this battle. However, Long Chen had absolute confidence in these brothers of his. Suddenly, explosive ringing came from ahead. A tide-like swarm of corrupt disciples appeared on the other side. Even Long Chen's pupils shrunk. Chapter 253 Prologue to a Great Battle. Tu Fang's expression changed greatly. The other elders were all completely shocked. The corrupt disciples numbered no less than 20,000. In all the previous battles between the righteous and corrupt paths, the righteous path had always been many times the number of the corrupt path. But this time, the corrupt path had 4 to 5 times more people than the righteous path. Ha 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 ha, I really like that expression of yours, Tu Fang. Now you should know what my words meant before, right? Gui Yan laughed sinisterly. At this time, Tu Fang didn't even pay attention to Gui Yan's ridicule. It was no wonder why the corrupt path would initiate this battle so suddenly. He had no idea what method the corrupt path had used, but they had suddenly gathered so many disciples. Raising this many disciples was definitely a huge burden for the corrupt path. So they were planning on borrowing the power of the righteous path to wash out a portion of these disciples. They really were planning on using the righteous path's disciples as whetstones for them. Elder Tu Fang, what should we do? If we continue like this, then won't all our disciples be completely exterminated? All the elders were worried. Each sect's disciples were like their own children. No one was willing to have their children be killed like this. There's nothing we can do. Now that it's reached this point, we can't retreat. If we were to take action, the corrupt path's experts would go block us. We can only watch. Tu Fang forcibly calmed himself. Looking at Long Chen's face, he felt a glimmer of hope. That was because Long Chen's expression had remained calm the entire time. He hadn't revealed the slightest bit of panic. It was like Long Chen was a steady boulder. Even in the face of countless powerful enemies, his Dao heart wouldn't waver the slightest. The corrupt disciples stopped once they were 5 miles from the righteous disciples. They icily stared at them like tigers looking at their prey. No one knew who was first, but a dozen people from the righteous disciples suddenly turned on their heels and fled. Tu Fang's face immediately darkened. All the elders were stunned. Those people were the Bloodnut sect's disciples. Following the Bloodnut sect's disciples fleeing, hundreds of others began to follow them. In the face of that many corrupt disciples, their courage was completely broken. Fleeing was their instinct. A bunch of bastards. Tu Fang raged, raising his hand, about to kill all the disciples who were running. Let them go. Suddenly, Long Chen's calm voice rang out. His voice was backed with his spiritual qi, so it rang out clearly for dozens of miles. Tu Fang stiffened slightly, and slowly lowered his hand. He also knew that killing his own people at this time wasn't a good idea. He would just be ridiculed by their opponents. But now that they had fled, everyone else's confidence would also be shaken. That was a huge blow to their morale. Even Tu Fang was trapped in an impossible situation. If you feel afraid, if you feel terrified, you can all leave. This is a battle of the brave. The weak do not even have the qualifications to participate. Long Chen's voice once more rang out. His voice was filled with calm without the slightest nervousness or panic. There was not even any anger. Those disciples who had been filled with terror calmed down a great deal just from listening to it. They suddenly saw that none of the disciples from the Xuantian monastery looked the slightest bit afraid. In fact, only anticipation and an overflowing battle intent coming from them. Those disciples who had been fleeing paused, turning to look at Long Chen. Cultivation is a path of no retreat. If you want to continue forward, then you have to be able to face the threat of death. If you don't dare face death, how will you break through your shackles and advance to higher realms? I can guarantee that all of you who run today will have their realm freeze. What happened today will become a heart devil, and you'll never be able to advance further. But if you run, you'll at least be able to live. You can enjoy your remaining years. As for those of us who stay, we'll very likely die here. But if we manage to survive today, we will definitely become top experts in the future. So those who want to become experts, stay. Those who want to live, you should quickly leave. In a bit, it will no longer be possible for you to leave, said Long Chen. Hearing Long Chen's words, Over half of those who had fled clenched their teeth in return. Fuck, I'm going to be a hero, not a coward. What's so hard about this? Even if I die, I'll be reborn as a real man in a couple years. I'll go all out against these bastards from the corrupt path. Even if I die, I'll definitely bring a couple of them down with me, letting my old man feel proud of me. Although their words were only just to pump themselves up, it had to be said that these people were all brave men. They were all infected by the heroism of the Xianxia monastery's disciples. Of over 5,000 people, half of them had fled. Now a portion of them returned. Now they had nearly 4,000 righteous disciples. As for the 1,000 disciples who had fled, no one stopped them, and they all disappeared from their view. Long Chen smiled slightly. He held no hate or resentment towards those disciples who had fled. No one had the right to decide another person's life or death. Those people who had fled might be selfish and cowardly, but it wasn't necessarily just who they were. The majority of the disciples present were all geniuses. The way their families and sects had raised them had brought about this conclusion. As for the other disciples of the monastery, none of them looked upon the ones who fled with any anger or disdain. There was only sympathy and pride. If they hadn't met Long Chen and he hadn't taught them the true meaning behind protecting the ones important them, allowing them to become true warriors, then it would have been all too possible for them to be one of them as well. Congratulations to all of you. If you can survive today, you'll definitely be able to become true experts. All disciples follow behind the backs of the Xianxia monastery's disciples. With the weapons in your hands, kill as many as you want. Kill a path towards that weirdo who looks 30% inhuman and 70% like a ghost. Simply do your best to slash your weapon over and over and over again. If you eventually find that there's no one beside you anymore, then you can stop, because at that time, you'll already be dead. Long Chen smiled slightly. Ha 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 ha. Ji Yu Yang and them laughed, leading the other disciples to laugh with them. That tense atmosphere was lightened a great deal. With just a couple words, Long Chen was able to turn many of those cowards who had fled into brave warriors. He really was a marvel. No matter how difficult the problem, he could accomplish it so easily. Not bad. That really was a wonderful show. We'll definitely properly appreciate the scene of you trying to stop our blades. Just thinking about it makes me impatient. Jiehia Ji, Gui Yan's crow-like voice rang out. The experts of both sides were situated on top of two mountains, while between them was the battlefield for their disciples. Those three locations formed a triangle that were less than 100 miles from each other. Jia, your sister. I've never seen a fellow as contorted as you. I really wonder which tomb exploded for someone like you to escape. We're all born from dads and moms, but I guess your mom and dad were too careless. Just how did they manage to produce someone like you? Long Chen then came to a sudden comprehension. Ah, could it be that after your mom gave birth to you, she was too careless and ended up throwing the baby away, instead raising the placenta into you? The people behind Long Chen couldn't hold back their laughter from that. Tang Wan-er's whole face was contorted. As a reserved woman, she should have been acting as if she didn't understand, but she wasn't able to stop herself. The Xianxia monastery's disciples could glare death in the face without batting an eye. They didn't have any misgivings, and they all laughed to their content. In the distance, Tu Feng and them watched blankly. In Tu Feng's eyes, Long Chen was supposed to be a solemn leader. How did he suddenly erupt with a bunch of curses now? The corrupt disciples were all stupefied. Old demon Gui Yan was someone they had to call Master Gui Yan. He was a powerful figure amongst the corrupt path of this region. If anyone dared be even slightly rude to him, even if it was one of their own elders, he would tear out their muscles and flay their bodies. His viciousness was extremely well known. Such a respected figure had now been jeered at by a member of the Righteous Path's junior generation. Damn brat, I'll specially flay your body and refine your soul. Kill them all for me. But leave that brat alive. Gui Yan's roar was like thunder in everyone's ears. The corrupt disciples bellowed and all took out their weapons, charging at them. Divine archers, take your marks. Following Long Chen's shout, the monastery's disciples all took out a longbow. They knocked them all with arrows. 45 degrees. Close your eyes and shoot. The arrows rained down upon the corrupt disciples. Other than the monastery's disciples, the other righteous disciples were all flabbergasted. Divine archers, they're not even shooting directly at them. Even Tu Feng was dumbfounded. Arrows didn't possess any killing power against corrupt disciples, and they weren't even shooting directly at them head-on. Just as people were completely puzzled by Long Chen's actions, explosions echoed throughout and smoke filled the air. Contemptible bastards, there's poison in the smoke. Countless screams rang out. Many disciples consumed antitoxin pills, but they were horrified to see that their effects were far from ideal. Just as a rain of arrows was falling from the sky, another set of arrows came flying at them. But this time they were sent flying directly at them. Howls of anguish rang out and flesh flew through the air. The elders who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded. This was not at all how they had expected it to go down. Spread out, quickly spread out from the range of the poison. Gui Yan roared angrily, but he didn't know just how much pain the ones who were enveloped by the poison smoke were in. The majority of them all died before managing to run out of the smoke. There were a portion who were luckier. They only died after running out of the smoke. Before the two sides even met, a huge number of corrupt disciples were already killed. The ground was littered with corpses that numbered in the thousands. This time, Long Chen had brought out all his poison balls. And this result was actually because the corrupt disciples were lucky. At the beginning, they had been in a line formation in order to intimidate the righteous disciples. When they had charged forward, they had been spread out in that line. In order to keep the toxicity high, the arrows had all been shot at one spot, allowing the other areas to get off completely fine. If they had charged at them in a more clumped-out manner, Long Chen would have been able to exterminate at least half their number with just this one move. Kill them all, roared Gui Yan sinisterly. Those corrupt disciples that had been outside the range of the poison gas charged forward. But before they could arrive, a snow-white figure appeared in front of Long Chen. Chapter 254 Mo Nian reappears. That figure was Little Snow. As soon as he appeared, he opened his mouth and a huge sphere appeared before him. Space constantly trembled around that sphere. Thousands upon thousands of tiny wind blades were quickly circulating within it, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Those who were closer felt as if a knife was stabbing them in the ears, and they hastily covered them. Long Chen was delighted. Little Snow had now advanced to the mid-third rank, and his strength had multiplied. That sphere caused even him to feel a chill. Suddenly, a red liquid appeared within the sphere. It looked like a demonic flame, constantly swaying back and forth. After that bizarre flame appeared, Little Snow shook and that sphere shot forward. At first it was only a foot long, but as soon as it left Little Snow's mouth, it began to grow, becoming over 30 meters wide. Countless wind blades scattered from the sphere as it sped forward. Those blades were like the Grim Reaper's scythe as they mercilessly cut down the corrupt disciples. Quickly spread out, it's a Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf King. Gui Yan was shocked and gave everyone a warning, his voice filled with shock. The Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf was quite famous, and there were few cultivators who didn't know that it was dual wind and fire attribute, making it incomparably powerful. It was said that amongst Scarlet Flame Snow Wolves, there was a certain variation that would make things kings amongst the wolves, and they were called the Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf King. Little Snow's aura was unable to remain concealed from Gui Yan's eyes. Although it was a bit weak, that was definitely the aura of a Wolf King. If a Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf mutated to become a Wolf King, their combat ability would undergo heaven-toppling changes. That was why he gave everyone a warning. The corrupt disciples were startled by his warning and all began to spread out. However, Little Snow's attack range was too wide. In the blink of an eye, that sphere cut across hundreds of meters, leaving behind a large ditch as it passed, only stopping once it was miles away. The corrupt disciples that had been within that line had all been directly cut to pieces by the wind blades. They hadn't even had a chance to scream. How powerful! Even the righteous disciples were filled with shock when they saw how powerful Little Snow was. Tu Fang, you damn bastards, you actually dare call yourselves the righteous path. You're using such despicable methods, you're all just a bunch of shameless fuckers. Gui Yan angrily cursed. Their armies hadn't even touched yet, but the last two attacks had killed half of their corrupt disciples. If they had died in a normal manner, then that would have been fine. When waves cleansed sand, they would only leave behind the gold. What they wanted was that gold. However, Long Chen's attacks had destroyed the gold with the sand, infuriating Gui Yan to the point that he felt like he might explode. Tu Fang and the other righteous elders looked at each other in dismay as they were cursed by Gui Yan. They were also completely stupefied by what they were watching. They hadn't expected Long Chen to possess such a terrifying Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf King housepet. His housepit's strength in a one-on-one battle would probably only be a level stronger than ordinary core disciples. But Little Snow's attacks were extremely suited for group battles like this. His ability to kill hordes of disciples at once was terrifying. Even core disciples had been unable to receive that last blow. As for the ordinary disciples, they were killed as soon as they were touched. Tu Fang and quite a few of the others had all experienced multiple battles between the righteous and corrupt paths. But this was the first time they had encountered such a fighting style. It was also the first time they saw Gui Yan cursing and raging at them like an old vixen. As Gui Yan cursed them, Guo Ran took out his crossbow, beginning to crazily rain down arrows. Because of the poison smoke attack, the corrupt disciples had split up into two groups. Little Snow's attack had cut through the group on the right. Now the other group was held back by Guo Ran. A huge cask of arrows was on his shoulder, feeding into his crossbow. The mechanisms continuously clicked as they shot out arrows. Fucking hell, there's more. The corrupt disciples were all in a panic. Each wave of Guo Ran's arrows contained a poison pill given to him by Long Chen. In reality, without any overlaying, those poison pills weren't that toxic. The more powerful corrupt disciples were more than capable of resisting it with their antitoxin pills and high cultivation bases. However, they had already become intimidated by that first poison smoke. They didn't dare forcibly charge into these new poison mists that Guo Ran shot out, and they appeared extremely miserable. Seeing that he was actually able to intimidate his opponents all on his own, Guo Ran didn't care about the cost and crazily continued to rain down arrows. Despicable righteous path, you definitely won't have good deaths. Gui Yan was completely infuriated now. He couldn't hold back any longer, and with a wave of his hand, a couple figures behind him slowly stood up, revealing their youthful faces. Kill every single one of these damn righteous path bastards, raged Gui Yan. Those few nodded and suddenly moved, rushing towards them incredibly quickly. The man at the front was the quickest, crossing 100 miles in an instant like a phantom. Rushing forward, Long Chen saw that he was an incredibly demonic man. There was a crack between his eyebrows, looking like a closed third eye. When that man was just 5 miles from them, he suddenly opened his hand. Space fluctuated, and a golden lotus appeared, floating above his hand. That golden lotus caused all of heaven and earth to buzz. A berserk energy began to soar. Long Chen's expression changed. This man was too terrifying. That lotus in his hand possessed an incredibly destructive strength. That demonic man coldly snorted, and that golden lotus shot out of his hand straight towards Long Chen. Space seemed to explode wherever this lotus passed as if it was unable to endure that terrifying strength. This was the most powerful attack Long Chen had ever seen. This fellow was definitely a favored, or there was no way he could be so terrifying. Everyone scatter, roared Long Chen. This attack was too terrifying, and it was definitely a group attack. Ordinary disciples wouldn't be able to resist it. Just as he was preparing to take out Devil Decapitator to face off against this terrifying golden lotus, a gorgeous ray of light appeared in the sky, a huge arrow shooting out. Piercing cloud arrow. That gorgeous arrow collided with the golden lotus, emitting a huge explosion. Long Chen was sent flying by an incredibly powerful aftershock. The Xuantian monastery's disciples had already scattered due to Long Chen's warning. However, they were also thrown into the air by the aftermath. Luckily they were far away enough and had high enough cultivation bases that they weren't heavily injured. After that explosion rocked the land, everyone was shocked to see that despite the collision occurring in the sky, a huge crater hundreds of meters wide had been smashed into the land. A figure walked over to the battlefield. He held a simple, multicolored bow and wore a long cloak. A somber air came from him. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected for that man who had called himself Mo Nian to appear now. Seeing Mo Nian, the demonic man's eyes narrowed slightly. However, his expression was still flat and he didn't say anything. Mo Nian flung back his hood and looked at the demonic man. You should be Yin Luo, correct? I hear you're a once-in-a-thousand-year genius from the corrupt path. The other fellows also arrived at this time, but they all stood behind the demonic man. Obviously the demonic man was their leader. The corrupt disciples, whose charge had been stopped, now all gathered together, ready to attack at any moment. Corrupt disciples were comparatively inhuman. None of them retreated even though only 10,000 of them remained from their original 20,000 members. The battle had come to a sudden stop. The righteous disciples also gathered together. Everyone knew a chaotic battle was about to begin. Correct, I am Yin Luo. Who are you? It seems I haven't heard of anyone like you, said Yin Luo. I'm Mo Nian. I am not from this Su prefecture. I heard that an amazing fellow had appeared in Su prefecture's corrupt path, and I wanted to meet you. My family's old man spends all day saying I'm not putting in any effort and will be surpassed by you. Just listening to him pisses me off, so I've come over now. Perhaps if I can cut you down, that old man won't keep buzzing in my ear constantly. Mo Nian lightly raised his bow as he spoke. Mo Nian's appearance caused Tu Fang and them some shock. There wasn't such a favorite amongst their righteous disciples. Could he be from Mo Gate? Wondered Tu Fang. Now that you mention it, you should be right. Perhaps only someone from Mo Gate is capable of pushing archery skills to such a divine level, nodded Hua Yu. The others only half understood what they were saying. But since the two of them also weren't sure, they didn't ask any further. But they knew that this person called Mo Nian had to have an extremely terrifying origin. Yin Luo raised his head back and laughed at Mo Nian's words. This is the first time I've met such an arrogant person. Interesting. Yin Luo had been acclaimed as a rare, once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the corrupt path. He had never met a match for him in the same realm. Even amongst favored, there were few who could last more than 10 exchanges with him. That was why he led the other corrupt favored. Now that he heard someone actually thought they could kill him, he couldn't help laughing. He didn't remember anyone ever having said such boastful words to him before. Of course it's interesting, otherwise I wouldn't have wasted so much time and effort to run away from that old man. Mo Nian smiled slightly. He then suddenly turned to Long Chen and said, "This friend, I hope you won't mind that I'm taking your opponent." Long Chen graciously spread his hands. "If you're interested, you can take them all and I won't mind. It'd be best if you also included those old farts over there as well." Mo Nian stared blankly for a moment before laughing heartily. "Excellent. Since this friend has handed him over to me, I won't be courteous." Mo Nian's aura suddenly erupted. The land shook, and a terrifying wave of qi soared into the sky. Gusts of wind began to fly around him, appearing extremely shocking. "Yin Luo, hand over your life." Mo Nian's bow shook and an arrow appeared. A terrifying aura spread, and it shot out like a bolt of lightning. Yin Luo snorted and said to the people behind him, "You guys can go kill the smaller fish. I'll slaughter this arrogant brat." Chapter 255 Battle of Favored. A golden spear suddenly appeared in Yin Luo's hands, smashing at Mo Nian's arrow. The entire world shook the instant they collided. Huge cracks spread out across the ground. "Good, you haven't disappointed me. I didn't run from my old man for nothing. This place is too small, so let's switch locations." Mo Nian took a single step and appeared 10 miles away. After just a couple steps, he was 30 miles away, his speed causing others to be speechless. Yin Luo snorted and also moved. His figure was like a phantom as he went straight for Mo Nian. The golden spear in his hands brought with it heaven-piercing will as it stabbed towards him. Mo Nian's bow continuously shook, releasing a resplendent glow that lit up the sky. He shot out 3 consecutive arrows that appeared in midair, shooting at Yin Luo from 3 different angles. Yin Luo roared, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His spear swung out, and suddenly thousands of spear images appeared around him, devouring those 3 arrows. Boom boom boom. Even from 100 miles away, anyone could still sense the ground quivering intensely with each blow. How powerful. Even Long Chen was awed. Mo Nian and Yin Luo's fighting abilities far surpassed his expectations. Was that the strength of favored? On that side were Mo Nian and Yin Luo fighting an earth-shaking battle. Their spear and arrows caused powerful explosions, chi waves surging out whenever they collided. As for the corrupt disciples on this side, they now began to attack Long Chen and the other righteous disciples. Their main target was Long Chen. Long Chen was clearly the spiritual support of the entire righteous army. They didn't know why a little blood condensation brat was their leader, but they did know that if they killed Long Chen, the righteous path's disciples would immediately become a pack of loose sand. An extremely pale man who almost looked like a zombie went straight at Long Chen. His fingertips grew, his nails becoming like claws. A metallic luster shined from them, and a piercing sound came from them that shocked everyone. Most frightening of all was that his hands were covered with blood-colored runes that emitted a dense aura of death. Even Long Chen's heart shivered. It seemed as if those 2 hands contained countless vengeful spirits. "Little blood condensation brat, die!" The zombie man harshly shouted and arrived right in front of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare be careless. He circulated all his energy to hack his saber at this favored. That saber stopped the zombie man's strange claws, but Long Chen was appalled to see his huge saber made of the finest steel essence was shattered, and he himself was forced back. As for the zombie man, he was also shocked. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful and be able to block one of his full-strength attacks. He was a favored, someone unmatched amongst the same realm. Although he was only at the early tendon transformation realm, other than Yin Luo, there was no one within the entire tendon transformation realm who could suppress him. Even late tendon transformation experts would be killed in an instant by him. However, Long Chen had not only received his attack, but he also didn't seem to have been injured at all. "I'll take your life with my second attack," that man coldly shouted, his aura exploding. Faint blood mist came out of his body. As soon as that blood mist appeared, Long Chen almost heard the miserable cries of mournful ghosts in his ears. That was one of the terrifying aspects of the corrupt path's techniques. Not only were their attacks terrifying, but their bodies had accumulated an endless amount of resentment and murderous aura which was specialized in breaking a person's will. If your will wasn't strong enough and you ended up being intimidated, you would immediately be done for. However, Long Chen's will was incomparably firm. He hadn't even submitted in front of the pressure from heaven and earth. This little bit of resentment was unable to shake him in the slightest. Wood rock thorns. Suddenly a lovable shout rang out, and the earth split apart as hundreds of wooden thorns shot out of the ground, covering an area of 40 meters as they stabbed towards the zombie man. He was at first startled, but then he sneered, swinging his claws to destroy those thick wooden thorns. Those wooden thorns were thicker than a person's thigh and were also as hard as steel. However, his claws still managed to break them to pieces. Unfortunately, the zombie man had underestimated the toughness of the wooden thorns. A single claw was only able to break a few of the wooden thorns at once, and was unable to break them all. And in the next instant, those thorns had already viciously broken through his defense. Those wooden thorns encompassed all of heaven and earth, and it was impossible for him to dodge. "You're asking for it," the zombie man angrily roared, and a demonic red light shined from his body. He appeared to be covered in blood, and his aura became several times stronger. The energy surging out his body directly broke those wooden thorns. Those broken fragments filled the sky, making him appear incredibly imposing. The Xuantian monaster's disciples had never seen such a terrifying figure. That kind of person was someone impossible for them to defeat. Even if they might not be afraid of death, they were unable to feel the slightest hope of defeating such a powerful person. "Long Chen, leave this person to me. You have to be careful." The person who had come was naturally Chu Yao. She smiled slightly to Long Chen, causing him to feel some relief, and then formed a hand seal. 10,000 wood thicket. The earth split apart, countless wooden stakes flying out in a range of several miles, going directly for the zombie man. Chu Yao's first attack had just been a quick move. Now she was releasing her full strength. Those thousands of wooden stakes moved like soft ropes that quickly surged over. The zombie man was horrified. He had already seen that from her previous attack that those wooden stakes were extremely strange, somehow being both tough, hard, and flexible. They were extremely hard for him to deal with. Now seeing this many wooden stakes surging over, he hastily began to move, dodging as best as he could. If he couldn't dodge them, then he would have to directly smash them to pieces. However, he didn't dare release as powerful of a move as he had used to destroy those wooden thorns. That kind of move was something he could only use a couple times before running out of energy. Fighting a wood attribute expert in terms of stamina was just asking for death. Most wood attribute cultivators were specialized in assisting the real fighters. They had a vast ocean's worth of energy, but their attacking strength was very ordinary. However, Chu Yao's talent was exceptional, and her wood energy actually contained a trace of earth energy as well, giving her both the hardness of stone as well as the toughness of wood. That was also why the Skywood Palace's sect leader had directly taken her as an apprentice. The Skywood Palace's sect leader was extremely prideful, and she had yet to take an apprentice before. After taking in Chu Yao, she taught her everything she could. So although Chu Yao had only been in the Skywood Palace for a short time, her foundation was extremely solid. Furthermore, Chu Yao, in order to protect Long Chen in the future, put in all her effort to cultivate. That was why she now possessed such a terrifying combat ability. Wood had surged into the sky now, appearing like countless huge snakes, crazily attacking the zombie man. It was an incredibly powerful display, and Tu Feng was looking in shock. Only Hua Yu excitedly said, "Hee hee, This girl is extremely powerful. She raises the prestige of my entire Skywood Palace. The zombie man favored was also powerful, but under Chu Yao's wooden stakes that covered the entire sky, he could only defend. Chu Yao's attack range was just too large. He had immediately been caught within a wood formation, and Chu Yao could be said to have placed herself in an invincible position. Within that wood formation, she was the absolute ruler. All the wooden stakes were under her control, essentially a part of her body. The zombie man's expression became increasingly ugly. In fact, he looked even uglier than a real zombie. He had been completely trapped. If this continued, then this would really become a battle of attrition. But there was no way he could compete with a wood attribute expert in terms of stamina. Most wood cultivators possessed over 10 times the energy of a cultivator in the same realm. As for a wood attribute favored, who knew just how much energy she had? That zombie man suddenly broke those annoying thorns and went charging at Chu Yao. As long as he killed her, those pesky wooden thorns would also disappear. His thinking might be correct, but it was extremely difficult for him to do so. No matter how he tried, there was no way he could approach Chu Yao, let alone attack her. She kept him at a constant range of 300 meters. That enraged him so much that he shouted, "Quickly help me kill this woman." But no one could help him. His fellow favored had already gone out killing the instant he had started exchanging blows with Chu Yao. One of the favored was carrying a huge hatchet the size of a desk. He was about to rush over to him when a huge spiked club ferociously slammed into him. "You're mine," roared Wild. Although he was normally somewhat foolish, this time he was smart. He found a target for himself without Long Chen even saying anything. This favored was extremely large, his muscles bulging out. As for his hatchet, it was incredibly huge. He was clearly a terrifying expert who specialized in brute power. As for Wild, he also specialized in power. Normally he never got to experience any satisfying fights due to a lack of opponents. Probably the only disciple who could exchange blows with him was Long Chen, but since he didn't want to fight Long Chen, he had been extremely stifled during this period. Now he felt as if the heavens had sent him a gift in this perfect opponent for him. Afraid of someone else fighting with him over that fellow, he had immediately charged over. That favored raged, slamming out his huge hatchet. This time it wasn't just the battlefield, but even the mountains the elders were watching from shook intensely. A couple stones rolled off the mountainside. Is that the fool from back then? Hua Yu couldn't believe her eyes. Yup, that's him. Tu Fang forced down his excitement. He really was worthy of being Kang Ming's apprentice. That kind of strength was practically horrifying. A favored level expert had now come from the monastery. The Xuantian monastery's senior disciples were filled with shock as they watched Wild fight against that powerful favored. This generation of disciples were absolutely terrifying. They had only joined the sect for half a year, but they had already completely surpassed their senior disciples. Fun, really fun, Wild roared while brandishing his huge spiked club. His voice was filled with excitement. Other than against Kang Ming, he had never used his full strength to fight. This kind of battle against someone on the same level as him absolutely delighted him. Don't just have good time, if you can, kill him a bit faster. Long Chen gave him a reminder. He was afraid Wild would be unwilling to kill him because he was having so much fun. Okay, Wild roared back his reply. Long Chen and Wild's quick conversation enraged that favored. Were they looking down on him? Damn brat, you better die. Golden Python energy. That favored became covered in a layer of scales, and most frightening of all, one of his eyes changed shape to become like a snake eye. That favored angrily roared. His huge hatchet cut across the space to viciously slash onto Wild. Chapter 256 Lei Qianshang Falls. That favored's hatchet brought with it a terrifying gale as it slashed down viciously on Wild. Wild's spiked club slammed into the huge hatchet. Wild hadn't expected that favored to have used some sort of secret technique to multiply his strength. A huge force pushed him back a dozen steps. With each step, the ground beneath him trembled. The ground seemed to have become liquid, with waves of dirt spreading out. After being forced back a dozen steps, he then even lost his center of gravity, tumbling back even further before finally stabilizing. Long Chen was shocked. This corrupt favored was incredibly powerful. He was actually able to suppress Wild in terms of power. I'll let you taste one of my attacks. Wild stood up and suddenly shouted, his voice like thunder shaking the heavens. A strange red color appeared over his body. Long Chen was truly shocked now. He had seen that situation occur once before. This had happened to Wild back in the heroic assembly house back in Phoenix Cry. At that time, Long Chen had been sent flying by Huang Chong, while Wild hadn't even begun cultivating. And yet, when that red color had appeared over his body, he had been able to block one of Huang Cheng's attacks. Now that the red light once more surfaced on his body, Wild's body erupted with a terrifying aura. It was as if there was an ancient monster inside his body that had opened up its eyes. With each step forward, Wild caused the ground to quiver, appearing incredibly intimidating with his giant form. Wild roared, his arms covered in green veins. In fact, it was possible to see the blood flowing under his skin. He swung his club, causing heaven and earth to shake. That corrupt favored was horrified. He felt as if he wasn't facing a human, but a demon god, a bloodthirsty demon god. The instant Wild attacked, he was completely locked down by a terrifying force. He was filled with horror, and he didn't even have the will to resist. He viciously bit down on his tongue. He was extremely ruthless, biting off a portion of his tongue, using the pain to awaken himself from his terror. If he let his terror extend to his heart, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. He roared, smashing his huge hatchet onto Wild's club. Boom! It was like a bomb had gone off. The ground exploded to dust, and a huge wave of earth spread in every direction. That corrupt favored's arms turned numb, and he was sent flying back, tumbling across the ground. When he got up, his hands were completely covered in blood and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been split apart. "You didn't die, come again," Wild roared and once more swung his club at him. That favored was completely shocked. He had never imagined that even after using his secret technique, he would still lose in terms of power. He finally realized a fact: he was not a match for Wild in terms of brute power. If he once more faced him head-on, he would definitely end up suffering. He was a brute power kind of expert, and wasn't used to using skillful techniques. He could only continue facing off against him. However, now he focused purely on defense. He no longer tried to forcibly attack. Although he was focused on defense and conserving his strength, lessening the impacts of Wild's blows, he had given up the initiative and superior ground to Wild. Now under Wild's crazy blows, he was forced back miserably time and time again. The corrupt elders that were watching were stunned. That favored had been forced into a disadvantage this quickly. In fact, he was essentially defeated, only relying on delaying tactics to hold out until the battle was over. "Tu Fang, you old fox, how dare you play such a trick against me? Just you wait." Gui Yan was grinding his teeth. He thought Tu Fang had just made his side appear weaker in order to bait him. In his imagination, this wasn't supposed to have been a battle, but a one-sided massacre. They had had 27,000 disciples, which was almost 5 times the righteous path. Normally the righteous path's disciples were at least double theirs, and they only barely managed to eke out a draw. Furthermore, they had gained 5 peak geniuses who were all favored. And Yin Luo was a genius amongst favored, someone rare for them to find even once in 1,000 years. With that kind of numbers and power, Gui Yan had just thought this would be a game to kill them. However, it had now developed to this point. Before the two armies had even met, half of his army had been exterminated. Yin Luo had now been tied up with some fellow named Mo Nian who was inconceivably powerful. He had somehow been able to fight against Yin Luo this entire time without entering a disadvantage. And now 2 other favored level experts had appeared on their enemy's side. That immediately ruined his plans. Now a trace of unease appeared in Gui Yan's heart. "Are you guys idiots? What are you just standing around for? Hurry up and kill them all. First, slaughter that damn brat who's leading them," raged Gui Yan. In his fury, he no longer cared about capturing Long Chen alive. All he wanted was to exterminate them all. If more unexpected things popped up, he really wouldn't have the face to report back after this. Just reporting what had happened so far was enough to warrant him receiving a torrent of curses from his higher-ups. Hearing Gui Yan's words, the corrupt army finally recovered from their shock, doing their best to bring down their opponents. There were 2 figures in particular who were rushing directly for Long Chen. Those 2 were also favored who had stood behind Yin Luo. Originally, they hadn't been planning on taking action. They were high and noble favored. Killing a lowly insect was an insult to them. They were only interested in fighting other favored. But they didn't dare ignore Gui Yan's orders. That resentment in their hearts would have to be released on Long Chen. Chilling wind slash. A wind blade flew straight towards one of the favored. Tang Wan'er had surprisingly come out of nowhere. Having advanced to the 4th heaven stage of tendon transformation, Tang Wan'er's aura had become even more solid. Her wind blades were practically solid, and with the runes covering them, they were incomparably sharp. One of the favored coldly snorted and punched out at Tang Wan'er's wind blade. But what was surprising to him was that although he forced back Tang Wan'er's attack, he hadn't managed to destroy her wind blade. Weapons condensed from spiritual chi might possess powerful attacking strength, but they weren't solid weapons, so they were lacking in terms of toughness. They were extremely easy to break. But now that Tang Wan'er had advanced to the mid-tendon transformation realm, her control over her runic power had increased further, allowing her wind blades to contain both strength and flexibility. Although Tang Wan'er wasn't a favored, she possessed a gold spirit root, and her talent was shockingly high. She wasn't someone an ordinary core disciple could compare to. "You're asking for it," that corrupt favored coldly shouted, and a bizarre weapon appeared in his hand. It looked like a sword, and yet there were 2 shorter blades on it, similar to a harpoon. That weapon was called a water thorn. The water thorn didn't have a handle, but instead wrapped around the arm. Despite being 4 feet long, it wasn't at all cumbersome on his arm. The water thorn's 3 blades were lined with sharp teeth that reflected coldly. After taking out his water thorn, that corrupt favored icily snorted and suddenly appeared right in front of Tang Wan'er. Seeing that water thorn stab towards her, Tang Wan'er surprisingly ignored it and formed a hand seal. A huge arrow appeared behind her. "Die," that favored coldly snorted. His water thorn mercilessly stabbed towards her neck, not holding back at all because of her beauty. "Ice crystal shield." A cold shout rang out, and a shield of ice appeared in front of Tang Wan'er. That shield was clear, looking like crystal. Within the ice crystals were countless ice flowers, but they weren't ice flowers, but runes. Boom! The water thorn smashed into the ice shield, but the favored was shocked to find that this seemingly weak crystal was able to block his attack. Crack! After blocking his attack, the ice shield burst apart. But at the same time, a huge arrow shot out from behind it. Storm Arrow. This battle skill was one of Tang Wan'er's family's legacy battle skills, and it was specially made for wind attribute experts. To release such a huge attack required a moment of time in order to store up enough spiritual chi. That was why Tang Wan'er had ignored this favored's attack. She had known that there would be someone to help block him for her. That was a trust that had been created through the tempering of life and death experiences. She had full confidence that Yi Ziqiu would be able to block his attack. And now that his attack had been blocked, Tang Wan'er had accumulated enough energy. With the shattering of the ice shield, her arrow shot forth. That favored hadn't expected the 2 of them to be so well coordinated. By the time he reacted, the arrow had already arrived right before him. Covering rain slash. However, it went without saying that favored were incredibly powerful. Despite the attack being so close, he was still calm. His water thorn became encased in a layer of light, slashing down onto the wind energy arrow. Bang! The arrow burst apart, but that favored also wasn't well off. Having been caught off guard, he hadn't had enough time and his blood heaved inside him and he was forced back. 6 Yang Fist. Boom! That favored hadn't realized that Ji Yu Yang had already been waiting behind him. As he was sent flying back, Ji Yu Yang ruthlessly punched him in the back. That favored coughed out blood, now sent flying in another direction. Lightning slash. Lei Qiansheng's lightning sword streaked across the horizon, smashing into him heavily. Boom! The earth split apart as Lei Qiansheng's attack cut a huge ditch into the ground. Long Chen suddenly let out a shout. Lei Qiansheng felt a chill and hastily retreated. But it was too late. A cold light bore out of the ground, piercing straight through his chest. That cold light was the favored's water thorn. "Die, you damn ant!" The corrupt favored angrily roared, and his water thorn cut straight across his heart, cutting Lei Qiansheng apart. From the start of the battle, he was the first disciple of the Xuantian monastery to die. Chapter 257 Beating a Favored. Lei Qiansheng. Ji Yu Yang's eyes were about to split open. He roared and crazily charged at that corrupt favored. Runes lit up all over his body, shining so intensely, they made him look like a blazing sun. Lei Qiansheng's death caused everyone's blood to boil. He was the first monastery disciple who had sacrificed their life from the start of the battle. No one would have thought that the first of them to die would be a powerful core disciple. Everything had happened too suddenly. No one had expected that favored who had been struck by 2 heavy blows would suddenly bore through the earth to launch a sneak attack on Lei Qiansheng. The monastery's disciples, hatred erupted. They didn't even wait for the rest of the corrupt disciples to charge forward before going out to face them. Tang Wan'er and Yi Zichou's eyes were also completely red. Although they had once been enemies with him, those small offenses were nothing compared to the corrupt disciples they were facing. Everyone had long since forgotten about any of their old enmities and become true comrades. Lei Qiansheng's death also caused Long Chen's blood to boil. Killing intent surged out of his heart. But he still needed to stay cool-headed for the moment. As the commander, he couldn't let his emotions affect his decisions. What he wanted was victory. For him, victory meant bringing back more of his companions alive. Tang Wan'er, Yi Ziqiu, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and Luo Kang crazily attacked that favored 5 against 1. Lei Qiansheng and Ji Yuyang's previous blows had been extremely heavy. That favored was already dealing with some internal injuries. The fact that he had received an injury and lost the initiative as soon as he had gone out completely infuriated him. However, Tang Wan'er and them were just too powerful. That was especially true of Tang Wan'er. He had to be extremely careful when blocking her attacks. Furthermore, the others were also people who had awakened their ancestral marks. Their attacks surpassed those of an ordinary core disciple. He, a favored, was actually helpless against the 5 of their attacks. He was completely tied down by them. Stay cool-headed, maintain your formations. Long Chen saw that many disciples were no longer thinking due to their fury. You should be more concerned about yourself. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, and a red-robed man with a dark green cap appeared in front of Long Chen. Why don't you just kill yourself? I'm too lazy to do it personally. That red-robed man's eyes were completely icy. He looked at Long Chen like an emperor looked at a beggar. You should cherish this moment and hurry up. If you wait for me to change ideas, death will become something extremely luxurious for you. Long Chen nodded. Taking out a golden saber, he viciously slashed it at that person's head. Go fuck yourself. Long Chen had long since been holding back a stomach of anger. After his orders, everyone had gotten back on the right track. There was no longer a need for him to be a commander of anything, and so he no longer had any misgivings. This idiot here had actually told him to go kill himself, as if personally killing him would be an insult to himself. How could he possibly still restrain himself? Ah, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. That person was enraged that Long Chen would actually dare attack him, a favored. His sword slashed out to meet Long Chen's saber. But he had only just spoken when a terrifying force sent him flying. He had only casually swung out a blow, while Long Chen had used his full strength. The difference between the two was simply too great. Continuous bangs rang out as a figure shot back, crashing through countless corrupt disciples. The corrupt disciples who were hit by that figure exploded into bloody mist. He was like a cannonball going straight through their ranks. The corrupt elders who were watching from a distance had seen that 4 favored had been held up by others. They had just been about to give an order to the remaining favored to quickly kill Long Chen and then the scarlet flame Snow Wolf. Little Snow was simply too terrifying. He was constantly releasing wind blades, causing huge casualties amongst the corrupt disciples. But before they could give that order, Long Chen had sent that favored flying with a single saber. That person had simply been too overconfident, thinking that with his strength, killing someone at the weak blood condensation realm was a complete insult to himself. The result was that he wasn't insulted, but that he was completely humiliated. That favored flew back for almost a mile before stabilizing himself. He felt his arms were about to break, and a huge nick had been cut into the weapon that had been bestowed to him by one of his elders. But before he could feel any pain about his weapon, Long Chen had already arrived in front of him, once more slashing down. You cuckold idiot, you want me to kill myself? If you want to keep acting pompous, then just keep acting, I'll let you act. Long Chen's devil decapitator consecutively slashed out, each time causing heaven and earth to tremble. Terrifying chi waves sent the surrounding corrupt disciples flying. The others were clashing intensely on the front lines. Only Long Chen had charged into the corrupt ranks alone to crazily attack that favored. Each time Long Chen attacked, the morale of the righteous disciples would rise. No matter at what time, whenever they saw Long Chen attacking, it felt as if their blood was boiling with passion. Boss Long Chen has taken action. Let us kill them all, shouted Guo Ran. His crossbow was continuously shooting out, focusing on wherever the corrupt disciples were most packed. That way he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally injuring righteous disciples. Beside Guo Ran were a dozen disciples in charge of defending him. Guo Ran was currently specialized in attacking from a distance. If any enemies approached him, he would be done for. Following Long Chen's actions, the monastery's disciples were all filled with an inexhaustible strength, crazily cutting down those corrupt disciples. The monastery's disciples were extremely well coordinated and were unafraid of death. They were practically even more vicious than the corrupt disciples, and the sight of them cutting through their ranks caused a chill to run through their hearts. The other righteous disciples were also impassioned when they saw how glorious the monastery's disciples were. They coordinated with them, focusing on defending their backs. Behind the monastery's fighting disciples were the disciples from the healing hall. They were weaker in terms of strength and were only capable of healing everyone's wounds. But there were a dozen people amongst them who were exceptions to that. They were the experts from Skywood Palace. Skywood Palace had only sent these dozen disciples to this battle as support. However, although their numbers were few, they were all on the core disciple level. They were capable of both offense and defense. They might not be as strong as Chu Yao, but to compare them to members of the healing hall was laughable. They were more than capable enough of protecting themselves on this battlefield. They directly rushed across the front lines, healing everyone as quickly as they were injured. Their healing method was not the same as the monasteries. They didn't even need to touch a person's body. They could simply form a hand seal and a vine would grow out of the earth, wrapping around the injured person. Powerful life energy would immediately flow into that person's body. Ordinary outer wounds were healed in an instant. Even heavy wounds would only require a couple breaths' time to completely heal. Seeing how powerful they were, the monastery's healing hall disciples were all dumbfounded, filled with envy and reverence. The front lines of the battle were all filled with experts. With these dozen core disciple would attribute experts providing assistance, the monastery's disciples' lives were kept protected. It was precisely because of those dozen experts that Long Chen had dared personally go out fighting. There was already no meaning to him conducting them. He needed to personally go out, inciting everyone's morale, letting them see a hope for victory. Long Chen was actually very grateful for this idiot favored. He had given him an opportunity to instantly raise everyone's morale. It went without saying that favored were extremely powerful. Despite being caught off guard and being suddenly attacked by Long Chen, he still hadn't suffered any heavy injuries. However, he was still stuck in a predicament. Long Chen's saber rained down on him rapidly, not giving him any chance to counterattack. He could only passively defend. That favored was completely enraged. Due to that single mistake at the beginning, he was continuously forced back by Long Chen's continuous blows. Long Chen's devil decapitator was too terrifying. It was as heavy as a mountain, and with each blow, the ground beneath him constantly breaking down with each impact. That favored felt like he had sunk into a swamp and his feet were unable to step onto solid ground. He was unable to find any chance to escape from Long Chen's attacks. Most infuriating of all was that the weapon one of the seniors of his sect had gifted him was now covered in nicks from Long Chen's rain of attacks. Now it looked more like a double-ended saw. That sword was an extremely precious weapon. If he hadn't been a favored, there was no way he could have obtained it. Normally, he cherished this sword like his life. Seeing its current state, he felt so much pain that he almost started to cry. However, Long Chen's attacks came down too quickly, not giving him a moment of rest. He could only wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Who let you wear that green hat? Who let you act so pompous? Who made you not follow a good example? Who let you peep on women bathing? As he slashed out his saber, Long Chen didn't even know what he was saying anymore. In any case, cursing someone while also attacking them was quite satisfying. When the hell did I peep on women bathing? That favored raged, angrily retorting while blocking Long Chen's attacks. You still dare talk back? Who let you talk back? Who let you talk back? Let you talk? Long Chen continued raining down a torrent of attacks. Each time his saber fell, the ground would fly into the air and chi waves would surge out. He continuously forced back that favored. How savage! Even the righteous path's elders, who were watching him force that favored back miserably, were dumbfounded. That favored looked like he might cry from being stifled so much. They actually felt some pity for him. A grand favored was forced into a miserable situation by a blood condensation rookie. In fact, he was being beaten as if he were just a child. Somehow they felt that it was Long Chen who seemed more like a member of the corrupt path. Hehe, this is a real man. Yao Er's eyesight really is not bad, admired Hua Yu. With a peak blood condensation cultivation base, he was able to completely suppress a tendon transformation favored. Furthermore, he was beating him to the point that he couldn't even attack back. No, it would be more accurate to say he couldn't even talk back to him. Just how crazy was that? Seeing that miserable favored, Gui Yan was finally unable to restrain himself and began to curse loudly at everyone. What the fuck? Who can tell me just what the hell is happening? The other elders of the corrupt path shivered. Not one of them tried to reply. If they weren't personally seeing this, none of them would have believed it either. They currently still had 3 times the disciples compared to the righteous disciples who were fighting right now. However, the righteous disciples were completely suppressing them. The number of their disciples was quickly falling. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone turned to see that the favored fighting Long Chen had finally found an opportunity. Stamping down on a large boulder, he managed to jump out of Long Chen's attack range. That favored angrily roared, his eyes filled with a demonic red light. A jar appeared in his hand. Damn brat, I'll turn your bones to ashes. Chapter 258 Corpse Devouring Insect. He opened the jar, and from within that black opening, a crowd of little insects flew out. Those flying insects were just the size of a housefly. They had a pair of translucent wings as well as an extremely sinister-looking pincer on their mouths. Decorative designs covered their bodies. Their pincers were covered in a faint green liquid that emitted an unpleasant stink that caused people to feel a chill. Corpse-devouring insects. Tu Fang's expression changed. He recognized those little things to be terrifying poisonous insects. They were specialized in eating the flesh of corpses in order to grow. They reproduced shockingly quickly, and the speed at which they grew was especially chilling. Their rate of growth depended on their feed. They weren't picky about their food. Any corpse was all right with them, whether it was human or beast. The more rotted the corpse was, the more they liked it. Due to being specialized in eating a corpse's flesh, their pincers all contained an intense corpse poison. Normally, that poison would let them ingest rotting flesh easier. But if a living person were to be bit by one, then even if it was a tendon transformation expert, they would still be unable to endure it. That kind of poison had no antidote. As soon as you were bit by a corpse-devouring insect, their corpse poison would immediately enter your body. That poison was different from ordinary poisons. It didn't target people's nerves, nor did it target a person's organs. Instead, it directly rotted your flesh. Once you were bit, your body would immediately rot away, and in just a couple breaths, you would become a true rotting corpse. When corpse-devouring insects didn't have any rotting flesh to eat, they could just create their own rotting corpses from their poison. So their poison was exceptionally terrifying. The most terrifying aspect of them was that although their bodies weren't powerful, their pincers were as hard as steel and could easily cut open a person's flesh. If it was an ordinary corpse-devouring insect, Tu Fang wouldn't be this worried. Tendon transformation experts were more than capable of using the astral wind released by their weapons to crush them to pieces before they approached. But the ones this favored had just released were not ordinary. There were 3 different lines on their bodies, meaning they had advanced 3 times. People who raised poisonous insects usually confined many of them all together, letting them massacre each other. Within the thousands and thousands of insects, only one king would be born. After killing enough of its fellows, that king poisonous insect would gain a faint line on top of it. Then if thousands of one-line poisonous insects were confined again, letting them massacre each other, the last poisonous insect remaining would have 2 lines. As for this favored's insects, they had 3 lines. In other words, they were kings amongst poisonous insects. Not only were they defensively strong, but their attacking strength was even sharper. Furthermore, over 10,000 of those poisonous king insects had come out of his jar. Ha ha ha, brat, you've completely pissed me off now. I'll let you taste the terror of 10,000 poisonous insects biting your body. That favored crazily laughed. However, inside, he was incredibly pained. Those poisonous insects were incredibly precious to him. His family had raised them for hundreds of years only to make such a limited stock. It was his most powerful trump card. It was because of this trump card that other favored were extremely apprehensive towards him. These poisonous insects' major weakness was that it was extremely taxing to raise them. That was because once they reached their king level, they had essentially reached their peaks. And along with that, the toxicity in their bodies also reached a peak. Once they released their poison, it would require many years for that toxicity to replenish. Most annoying of all, his spiritual strength wasn't strong enough. He could only point out a target for them to attack. However, before they completely devoured that target, they would refuse to return. And so they would all just foolishly release all their toxicity as soon as they were released. But there was also no way around that. Long Chen's strength was too abnormal, and his saber was practically unblockable. Each slash of his saber was heavier than a mountain. He could only resign himself to being unlucky. After he killed Long Chen, he would definitely receive a reward from Gui Yan. If that reward included a couple powerful corpses, he wouldn't have lost out too badly. Die! That favored roared and crushed a seal. Those 10,000 corpse-devouring insects all flew straight towards Long Chen. No matter how brave Long Chen felt himself to be, he still felt a chill in the face of this many sinister corpse-devouring insects. He hastily retreated, but he suddenly felt his arms go numb. Because he hadn't summoned his divine ring while using his heavy saber, he had overexerted his physical body, making his arms numb. Hastily putting Devil Decapitator back into his spatial ring, Long Chen quickly retreated. The sky was now filled with corpse-devouring insects. He punched out, releasing a powerful astral wind that collided with this corpse-devouring insect. Back when he had just advanced to the 13th heaven stage of blood condensation, the wind of his fist had been more than capable of crushing rock. However, these little insects were only sent flying back for a moment before flying back as if nothing had happened. Long Chen felt as if his fist had struck only cotton. He was unable to use any strength, and he could only retreat. Ha ha ha, it's useless. My corpse-devouring insect kings were chosen out of millions of ordinary corpse-devouring insects. Just wait for your death. That favored had been chased by Long Chen for a long time, so he was absolutely delighted to see the tables reversed. Long Chen got goosebumps just looking at those poisonous insects. Although he didn't know everything about them, his pill god memories contained information on all sorts of poisons. He knew that the corpse-devouring insect's poison possessed a terrifying rotting effect and didn't have an antidote. And even if he had an antidote in his memories, he had no time to make it now. As he ran, he continuously punched out, using the wind from his fist to force them back. Resistance is futile. Just quietly enjoy the sweet release of death, ahahaha. That favored was still laughing crazily at Long Chen. The Righteous Path's elders were incredibly nervous. If Long Chen died, that would be a huge blow to all their disciples below. Their rhythm might immediately become unbalanced. That hard-fought advantage they now possessed would immediately disappear. Will Long Chen be okay? Even Tu Fang was unsure. Although Long Chen was a legendary divergent and wasn't supposed to die to others, that was just something limited to legends. There was no one who had followed a divergent's growth from the start. Otherwise, Ling Yunzi wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to determine the truth. Currently, Long Chen was surrounded by corpse-devouring insects. He was clearly at the end of the line. His death was only a matter of time. The others' disciples were all risking their lives fighting. They didn't even know about his predicament. And even if they did know about it, they were unable to help. The current battlefield was in an odd equilibrium. If Long Chen died, the battle would immediately become unbalanced. But if Long Chen could manage to kill that favored, then the scales of victory would immediately tilt towards the righteous path. Just as these elders from the righteous path were worrying about him, Long Chen suddenly shook his head. When did I become so stupid? What are you shaking your head about? Have you accepted your fate? Sneered that favored. You cuckold fellow, you don't have the qualifications to sneer at me. Watch how I destroy your little insects. Long Chen coldly snorted. Suddenly, his eyebrows knit together, and a powerful energy surged out of his body. A terrifying blue flame erupted out like a volcano. It immediately filled an area of hundreds of meters, the high temperature causing the air to twist. Long Chen's pill blaze instantly swallowed those corpse-devouring insects. They quickly fell from the sky. The flame salamander's blue flame was something that ranked 97th on the beast flame rankings, and its power was absolutely terrifying. The instant it appeared, those corpse-devouring insects' wings were immediately turned to dust. However, their physical bodies were actually shockingly durable. Long Chen's flame salamander's flame was able to instantly melt rock, but those corpse-devouring insects managed to last a couple breaths before being burnt to death. My corpse-devouring insects! That favored let out a frantic shout. He had already been filled with pain just from using this trump card on Long Chen. But now, hundreds of years of his family's labor had burnt to dust by Long Chen. He almost exploded from anger. This sudden change stunned everyone. Long Chen had been about to be killed by the corpse-devouring insects, when he suddenly killed all of them, completely reversing the situation. Tu Feng bitterly smiled and patted his chest. What had he even been worried about? He had been thinking too much. Long Chen was a divergent, so what did he need to be nervous about? Long Chen's reversal put Tu Feng completely at ease. He had been nervous because Ling Yunzi had placed all the pressure on Long Chen, but now he realized he had been worried for nothing. I'll go all out with you. That favored's eyes had turned scarlet red. He slashed down that sawtooth sword at Long Chen. If he had thought about it clearly, once Long Chen had destroyed his strongest trump card, he should have started fighting conservatively like the other favored, waiting for others to help break the equilibrium. Unfortunately, he couldn't think clearly at this time. One reason was because all the bitter work his family had put in had been ruined. The other reason was that those corpse-devouring insects had been tied to his soul. Now that they had died, that caused a huge blow to his mental state. All that he was thinking about at this time was to kill Long Chen. Long Chen coldly snorted. His blue flame might be good enough to roast insects, but it was essentially useless against a powerful favored. He would just be wasting his spiritual qi. Buzz. His divine ring appeared behind him, and his Feng Fu star began to quickly circulate. His body's spiritual qi began to surge out, and a terrifying aura soared towards the sky. Careful. Gui Yan was the first to realize something was wrong. Who knew whether it was Gui Yan's warning or Long Chen's aura, but that favored became completely horrified as he looked at Long Chen raise his saber up towards the sky, looking like a divine celestial. That favored instinctively wanted to flee, but unfortunately for him, Long Chen never gave him that chance. His devil decapitator slashed down on him like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 259 Seizing Dao Mark. Devil decapitator pointed to the sky, then chopped down like a bolt of lightning. There was no way for the favored to dodge, so he frantically took out an odd shield. That wasn't a true shield, but a snow-white tortoise shell. Lines covered it, and its aura was extremely powerful. It was surprisingly the shell of a peak third-rank magical beast. The strongest part of a tortoise-type magical beasts was naturally their shells. Within the same realm, there were no magical beasts that could break through that defense. Bang! Devil Decapitator slammed onto the tortoise shell, and immediately burst it apart in front of everyone's shocked eyes. One reason was because Long Chen's own strength was so great. With the assistance of his divine ring, his strength was practically enough to cleave mountains apart. The other reason was that this tortoise shell was too old and had already lost its original hardness. That was why it shattered in one blow. That favored's arms were also broken as the tortoise shell shattered, and he vomited out blood that also contained some pieces of his inner organs. Long Chen's attack had managed to destroy his tortoise shell as well as break apart many of his internal organs. And that was because he was a favored. If it had been another expert, they would definitely have died. Ah, no wonder you like wearing a green hat. It's a set with your tortoise shell. Long Chen stepped forward, attacking that favored again. That favored was already heavily injured, now was the perfect time to kill him. Long Chen suddenly felt a chill. An icy shout rang out and a red light locked him completely in place. Long Chen felt as if he had been frozen in a glacier, unable to move in the slightest. But the red light had only partly reached him before a ray of sword qi shot across the sky, cutting it apart. Old demon Gui Yan, you want to interfere? Tu Feng raised his sword to point at Gui Yan. It was his sword that had destroyed Gui Yan's sneak attack. Gui Yan was completely furious. His corrupt disciples were falling rapidly, while the righteous disciples had always maintained the superior position. In fact, they were becoming more and more courageous, and if this continued, all the corrupt disciples would be quickly exterminated. He was still able to accept the ordinary disciples dying here. But he absolutely could not allow a favored to die. That was why he had directly launched a sneak attack when he saw that favored had been defeated. He was someone above the bone forging realm. He was the same as Tu Feng, an expert in the meridian opening realm. Any one of his random attacks could easily crush Long Chen without giving him the slightest chance to resist. But Tu Feng had long since been prepared, and he moved as soon as he did. Kill all these bastards from the righteous path. Especially this damn brat leading them. Gui Yan no longer cared about any rules. If this continued, then even their favored would be killed, which would be a huge blow to the corrupt path. Once Long Chen killed that favored, the entire battlefield would become unbalanced. The other favored were also in danger, and so Gui Yan let out the order for the elders to also get involved. In his eyes, Long Chen was even more terrifying than Yin Luo and Mo Nian. That was because Long Chen was still in the blood condensation realm. With that weak cultivation base, he was able to kill favored a realm above him without giving him the slightest ability to retaliate. What kind of heaven-defying talent was that? And the most alarming thing about him was not just Long Chen's battle strength, but that unparalleled intelligence. He had somehow managed to reverse what should have been a complete slaughter. That was what was most terrifying in Gui Yan's eyes. If he allowed Long Chen to mature, then with that level of wisdom and strength, he would pose a mortal threat to the corrupt path. And so Gui Yan no longer gave a damn about the rules. He had to kill him. All forces move out. Don't let our juniors laugh at us, shouted Tu Fang. All the righteous elders and senior disciples also charged out. Their task was to stop the corrupt path's experts. Long Chen had managed to reverse the situation, giving their junior disciples newfound confidence and passion. They held the absolute superiority at the moment. The battlefield became a complete mess. On one side were Tu Fang and Gui Yan. The two of them were old opponents, so they went full strength in all their attacks. The terrifying energy they released caused the huge mountain beneath their feet to crumble. Sword chi surged to the sky, wild gales unfurled, and it was as if heaven and earth were about to explode. A bit further from them were the regular righteous and corrupt elders who were fiercely fighting, blood flying everywhere. And then outside the elders, battle were the senior disciples, battlefield. There were especially many of them, and their battle was the most chaotic. The righteous path's senior disciples' eyes were completely red. As long as it wasn't someone on their side, they would immediately go all out to kill them. There was no longer any terror in their hearts, only endless killing intent. Long Chen had completely excited their desire. That desire was to become strong. And to become strong required a powerful determination and resolution. They finally realized where they were lacking. It wasn't that their talent was lacking, but that they didn't have a strong enough resolution in the face of death. And so all those senior disciples were all attacking without fear of death. Their blood had long since begun to boil from watching their junior disciples, and now that they had an opportunity as well, they immediately leapt at it. Long Chen hadn't expected the battle to quickly develop to this point. However, now the battlefield had already become a complete mess. He had to speed things up. Raising Devil Decapitator, he charged towards that favored. Long Chen, use your spiritual strength to snatch his Dao mark. That way you'll have a chance to become a favored. Tu Fang suddenly shouted out to Long Chen. Long Chen was startled. He had heard that favored were blessed with a trace of extra karmic luck from heaven and earth. Did that mean that karmic luck could be taken away? His saber went slashing straight for that completely panicked favored. In his fear, he used all his remaining strength to block with his sword. As a result, his sawtooth sword finally shattered, and Long Chen's saber directly cut him in twain. After that favored's body was cut in two and all his vitality faded, a mark slowly surfaced from his forehead. That mark was extremely odd, almost looking like a drawing. Within that drawing were the sun, moon, and stars, as well as mountains, plains, and rivers. They were just a bit indistinct. Quickly Long Chen, the Dao mark will disappear soon. Tu Fang's sword was repeatedly striking out. He was going all out against Gui Yan. Just giving Long Chen this reminder was already extremely taxing, and he was forced into a disadvantage. Long Chen hesitated a moment. Grabbing the upper half of that favored's body, he rushed towards where another favored was fighting. Tang Wan and a group of other core disciples were currently risking life and limb to fight against that favored. After killing Lei Qianshang, that powerful favored had managed to kill another two core disciples. As for Tang Wan, Ji Yuyong, and the others, they were completely covered in blood and injuries. However, they were still going all out to siege him. Watch out! Suddenly, a loud cry rang out like a clap of thunder. A golden saber slashed down on that favored like a heavenly blade. That favored had just knocked Ji Yuyong back, pushing him off balance. In fact, he was 90% certain that he would be able to kill Ji Yuyong right now. But before he could celebrate that, a dense air of death completely locked him in place. He was horrified, and his water thorn immediately went to block. His entire body intensely trembled, and his organs felt as if they were flipping inside of him. He was sent flying back from that saber. Tang Wan and them were delighted by his arrival. They had been completely focused on their fight, and weren't aware of what was happening outside. In fact, they were so focused that they hadn't even heard anything happening outside. Wan, Use your spiritual strength to snatch the Tao mark on his head. The rest of you go kill other core disciples, quickly. After tossing Tang Wan the corpse, Long Chen rushed off, his saber once more attacking that favored. The others didn't hesitate after hearing Long Chen's orders. They all spread out, choosing their own core disciple targets. The faster they killed them, the greater chance their fellow disciples could survive. Tang Wan took a deep breath as she looked at that corpse. Touching the space between her eyebrows, an incorporeal energy slowly spread into that favored's Tao mark. As for the water thorn favored who had been sent flying by Long Chen, he quickly realized who that corpse was. That favored couldn't help being shocked. A powerful favored had been killed so quickly. Saber chi filled the sky, slashing down viciously on that favored. From just his first blow, that favored knew just how terrifying Long Chen was. There was no way he could fight against him directly. His water thorn thrust out, and a curtain of light appeared. He actually surprisingly used Long Chen's force to retreat. That favored was extremely crafty. Now that the battle had already progressed to such a chaotic state, he wasn't planning on facing Long Chen directly. He was hoping to retreat back into the corrupt path's army. And his defensive method was extremely odd. It was unknown what kind of technique he had used to actually deflect over half of Long Chen's attack. Long Chen had an urge to chase after him, but he gave that up in the end. Something like that would take too long, which would be detrimental to their righteous path. He rushed directly to where Chu Yao was. There was no need for him to worry about Wild. His spiked club was continuously whistling around, and he wasn't even slightly tired. As for the favored with the hatchet who he was fighting, he was constantly coughing out blood under Wild's attacks. It was obvious he wouldn't be able to continue for much longer. Chu Yao still occupied the superior position, but it would require a long time for her to kill that favored. A battle of attrition had little attacking power. Long Chen was planning on helping out Chu Yao to kill that favored. Once they accomplished that, Chu Yao would be freed up to influence the rest of the battle. With her powerful attack range, she would be able to influence the entire battle, tilting the scales of victory to the righteous path. Long Chen was rushing over to her when space suddenly solidified around him. He was alarmed to find a bone forging expert's pressure had locked him in place. Die Brat, a corrupt elder had somehow managed to escape from the layers of blockades to charge at him. Even in his shock, Long Chen saw a figure disappearing not far from him. Long Chen clenched his teeth. He recognized that figure. Elder Sun had intentionally acted as if he had been unable to stop that person. He had let him by, hoping to use him to kill Long Chen. "You dare plot against me, you old bastard. Just wait," that corrupt elder icily shouted, and a withered hand that looked like firewood slammed towards Long Chen. Chapter 260 Fighting against 8 Temper Bone Forging. That corrupt elder was a true bone forging expert on the same level as Elder Sun and the other monastery elders. He was incomparable to the second-rate elders of the Bloodknit sect. If Long Chen hadn't advanced to the 13th heaven stage of blood condensation, that terrifying pressure would have made it impossible for him to move now. Tightly clenching Devil Decapitator, he calmed down a great deal. Even against a true bone forging expert, he was still filled with battle intent. "You can die instead," Long Chen shouted, holding his saber with both hands. All his power was focused onto the tip of his saber as he viciously slashed it down on that corrupt elder. The instant Devil Decapitator collided with that elder's palm, Long Chen felt as if that elder's bones were a kind of weapon, and he was sent flying back. But that corrupt elder also suffered. Under Long Chen's attack, he was forced back a dozen steps. Even a bone forging expert was unable to completely ignore Long Chen's power. Bone forging, so that's what it means. Tempering your bones, making your bones harder than steel. Long Chen shook out his slightly numb arm, finally understanding the meaning behind bone forging. Qi condensation, blood condensation, tendon transformation, and bone forging. The first 3 realms were to increase the power of the flesh. Only in the bone forging realm would the bones be strengthened. Only then could you truly release the strength of the physical body. What Long Chen didn't know yet was that the bone forging realm required an extremely large amount of energy to temper their bones. Those bone forging elders from the Bloodknit sect were only able to temper a single bone. If they were to attempt tempering more bones, the sect wouldn't be able to handle the cost. More importantly, their talent was only average, and so tempering more bones would just be a waste. The bone forging realm was an extremely particular realm. It was up to each individual to decide how many bones they would temper. Only once they made that decision would they begin their tempering. But the more bones they decided to temper, the more powerful their physical bodies would become. That was why Long Chen was able to easily kill that Bloodknight sect elder. That was because those elders were all, one temper, bone forging experts. If you only tempered one bone, then you would normally choose your forearm bone, the arm you wielded your weapon with. That was normally the only choice for second-rate bone forging experts. That bone was the one that would increase their attack strength by the most. As for this corrupt elder as well as the elders of other large sects, they had the benefit of many resources and were all, 8 temper, bone forging experts. They chose to temper 2 bones of both their arms, as well as 2 bones of both their legs. Those were the main bones for strengthening them the most. Of chi condensation, blood condensation, tendon transformation, bone forging, and meridian opening, the bone forging realm was the one that exhausted the most resources. This realm required an incredible amount of resources. With each increase in bones, the cost of tempering them would double. That kind of terrifying consumption was something that even large sects could not ignore. That was why the majority of talented monastery disciples would all be sent to the Xuantian supermonastery once they were about to enter the bone forging realm. The ones who remained in the tendon transformation realm were like senior apprentice brother Wan and them. They could only work as law enforcers for the monastery, accumulating enough resources for the day they too entered the bone forging realm. As for this corrupt bone forging expert, he had tempered 8 of his bones, and just his physical body was tens of times stronger than an ordinary bone forging expert. Compared to those one-tempered bone forging experts, the difference was incomparable. Otherwise, there was no way he could have sent an abnormally powerful fellow like Long Chen flying with a single punch. HMPH, it's just some brute force. Let me see just how many fists you can receive from me. I'll show you that you are nothing more than an ant to me. That corrupt elder was somewhat shocked, but he just coldly snorted and once more smashed a fist at Long Chen. That fist caused space to explode and heaven and earth to quiver. Long Chen felt as if he were about to be crushed by the pressure. Long Chen was completely infuriated. You, an old demon who has lived for who knows how many years, a grand bone forging expert, have tossed aside your face to fight with me, a blood condensation rookie, and you still are acting pompous. Fuck off. Long Chen roared and his Feng Fu star circulated quickly, sending all his spiritual qi into Devil Decapitator. With Long Chen's spiritual qi pouring into it, Devil Decapitator seemed to come to life, emitting a loud buzzing sound. The lines on top of it lit up with brilliant, moving color, looking like circulating water. When Devil Decapitator once more collided with that bone forging expert, its power had multiplied, and the entire battlefield shook. Both Long Chen and the bone forging expert were sent flying back. The bone forging expert was completely shocked. His full-strength blow just now had been completely blocked by Long Chen. Long Chen's blood was roiling within him and a trace of blood dripped out of the corner of his mouth. This bone forging expert was too powerful. Everyone go protect Long Chen. Tu Fang's voice was transmitted throughout the entire battlefield. Tu Fang was still stuck fighting against Wei Yan. The two of them had fought for many years, and their cultivation bases were extremely similar. Neither dared be careless. Once he had seen Long Chen defeat that favored, he knew that this battle was essentially won. But they were all still stuck here holding up the corrupt path's elders. They couldn't allow them to slaughter their disciples. But just now, Long Chen and that bone forging elders' exchange had shaken the entire battlefield. When Tu Fang saw that Long Chen was fighting an 8-temper bone forging expert, he was immediately given a fright and called for people to assist Long Chen. Even if Long Chen was a divergent who was supposedly not destined to die to man, that didn't mean he couldn't be defeated. If Long Chen were captured alive, then the entire battlefield would once more reverse. Tu Fang's voice rang out in every single person's ears. The Xuantian monastery's elders were especially panicked when they saw Long Chen fighting an 8-temper bone forging expert. They all released their greatest strength, attempting to charge in Long Chen's direction. Ha ha ha, you want to save him? Keep dreaming. That bone forging elder Long Chen was fighting suddenly laughed loudly. His entire body began to glow, and countless bizarre lines appeared on his arms. Brat, you still don't know just how terrifying the bone forging realm is. Ah, I guess I'll be charitable and let you have a taste. 8-temper body armor. The clothes on that elder's arms and legs exploded, bone-like lines appearing on his skin. When those lines appeared, the ground beneath him split apart and his entire aura immediately erupted to an absolutely terrifying level. Long Chen's heart pounded. He really had never imagined that bone forging experts were so terrifying. What he didn't know was that bone forging experts who were above 4 temper were able to use their bones as vessels to store a huge amount of energy. During ordinary times, they would continuously send energy into their tempered bones, sealing it inside. At a critical moment, they could lift that seal, releasing their terrifying energy. This was that bone forging elder's strongest technique. He would normally never use it, but Long Chen was just too powerful, and the threat he posed to the corrupt path was too great. He had to kill him before the righteous elders arrived to save him. If Long Chen managed to escape him, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Now that he had used his 8-temper body armor, his aura was so powerful that it caused others to tremble. Taking a step forward, his withered hand slammed down at Long Chen. Even from dozens of meters away, Long Chen still felt a cold chill run through his bones. Even before his attack had arrived, a terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. He felt as if he might explode. I can't continue like this, or I'll definitely die. Time to bring out all my firepower. Long Chen took a deep breath. His quickly circulating Feng Fu star came to a sudden stop, and a terrifying aura erupted from within his body, as if an ancient monster had awakened. A star appeared within Long Chen's eyes. The ground beneath his feet burst apart, and a ramrod pillar of chi soared into the sky. His clothes fluttered and his long hair danced. Because of Long Chen's strength, the surrounding air was constantly twisting. The current Long Chen looked like a god of war, his eyes filled with disdain for all the world. Long Chen's saber buzzed and its runes lit up. Like a heavenly blade, it hacked down on the bone-forging elder's palm. Devil Decapitator heavily collided with that bone-forging elder's rune-covered hand. The ground split apart and the sky shook as a terrifying wave of chi shot out. The corrupt disciples who were over a mile away directly exploded into little pieces just from that aftershock. That kind of power was too amazing. What? Gui Yan was completely shocked. He had never even dreamed that a blood condensation brat would be able to block an attack from an 8-temper bone-forging expert. Perhaps even Yin Luo, who was praised as a genius found once in 1,000 years, was unable to do that. That one exchange shook the entire heavens, and the clouds were completely blown away. The battlefield slowed down as everyone involuntarily turned to look at what had happened. They saw Long Chen looking like a celestial deity, majestic and domineering without compare. He had actually managed to block one of the corrupt path's elders' full-strength attacks. Even Yin Luo and Mo Nian who were fighting in the distance turned to look. Mo Nian smiled. No wonder I felt something strange when I looked at him. So he was actually hiding his strength. Back when he had first seen Long Chen, he had had a feeling that he was extremely special. But as for what was special about him, he was unable to tell. That was also why he had taken off his hood on that day and announced his name. That was a respect for a rare expert on his level. Looking at the distant Long Chen, killing intent surfaced in Yin Luo's eyes. His golden spear shook and he turned to go personally kill Long Chen. Do you really think that you can just come and go in front of me? Since it seems like you do, I won't hold back anymore. Mo Nian suddenly roared, and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. Those wings were 10 meters long, graceful and elegant, looking like a water screen. When those wings appeared, Mo Nian's aura immediately became berserk. His bow shook and millions of golden lights flew at Yin Luo. Yin Luo's expression changed and his golden spear swept out before him. With an angry roar, a phantom appeared behind him, and a crazy energy soared to the heavens. Yin Luo and Mo Nian had previously just been exchanging probing blows. That was because they could sense how strong the other was, and so they had to be cautious. But having tested the other out for so long, they had finally lost their patience. They began to truly fight all out in a decisive battle. Their battle immediately escalated to a whole new level, and berserk energy continuously exploded out, shaking the sky. As for Long Chen's side, Devil Decapitator was still pressed against that bone-forging elder's hand, the two of them glaring at each other viciously. Chapter 261 Caught in a dangerous situation. Both Long Chen and that bone-forging elder shouted, their energy surging out. They were both planning on using their spiritual chi to send the other flying. This was an extremely critical moment. They had to seize the initiative. Whoever lost out first and was sent flying would immediately receive a torrent of attacks from the other, which would quickly cause them to be defeated. And so this one exchange was critical to their life and death. The two of them were erupting out with their full strength, not reserving anything. Booming continued to echo out as the two of them faced off. The ground was unable to bear their terrifying strength and began to cave in. The two of them began sinking onto a crater. Furthermore, this crater continued to spread as they released their terrifying energy, and in just a couple breaths, it was over 10 miles wide. Boom! After a final explosion, the two of them fell back at the same time. They were actually on the same level, with neither able to suppress the other. Everyone on the battlefield, both friend and foe, was completely stupefied. Long Chen's strength had shaken everyone. Kill! Long Chen's roar shook the 9 heavens. He advanced courageously, taking the initiative to use Devil Decapitator to attack the corrupt elder. Long Chen had to take the initiative at this time. His complete Feng Fu battle armor was the reason he was so incredibly powerful. But the exhaustion rate was also incredible. Even with the support of his divine ring, he was exhausting far more spiritual chi than he absorbed. He wouldn't be able to continue for long before his spiritual chi ran dry. That was also the point that Long Chen was most helpless about. He might be powerful, but he wasn't able to maintain his peak for long. He wouldn't even be able to fight his fill before becoming weak. No man would be able to accept such a thing. But Long Chen knew that before the Alioth star was condensed, there was nothing he could do about this weakness. He could only persevere as long as he could. And so Long Chen erupted with his full strength. He had to kill this corrupt elder before his spiritual chi ran out, or he would be the one to die. Long Chen also couldn't hope for others to save him. If he started thinking that and began fighting in a stalling method, that would disperse all his drive. This powerful elder would be able to kill him in just a few moves. The thing that irritated Long Chen the most was that the will from deep within his soul had once more began to disturb him, wanting him to go cut down this corrupt elder. The will inside him wanted him, a blood condensation rookie, to go kill an old bone-forging monster who had lived for who knew how many years. That was practically bullying, but even if it was bullying, Long Chen still had to do it. There was no path of retreat. He could only press forward. Devil Decapitator contained endless energy as it viciously slashed down on the corrupt elder over and over and over again. Somehow, Long Chen had combined 3 attacks into one. That corrupt elder was horrified to see that Long Chen's 3 attacks contained a marvelous kind of superposition effect. After his first attack, his second attack brought with it the leftover power of the first attack, making it even stronger. Then the third attack contained leftover power from the first 2 attacks, and that superposition contained an incredible power. That corrupt elder was forced back over and over again. Just Long Chen's first attack had forced him stumbling back. He was completely suppressed by Long Chen's imposingness and immediately sunk into a disadvantage. Then the next 2 attacks were even fiercer. That was especially true of the third attack. He had been unable to endure that mountain collapsing, sea toppling force and was finally sent flying. Long Chen had been waiting just for that moment. After that third attack, all his remaining energy poured into Devil Decapitator. A saber image 300 meters long soared into the sky, looking like a celestial blade as it hacked down with a will to destroy the very dome of the heavens. His saber caused the entire world to tremble. This was the strongest attack Long Chen possessed. He poured all his remaining spiritual chi into. That spiritual chi was less than half of his max. Long Chen had realized that if he still didn't use Split the Heavens now, then if they kept fighting for even a moment longer, he wouldn't have enough spiritual chi for it. And so now victory or defeat would all be decided in this one move. This one attack contained all of Long Chen's heart and soul. It contained Long Chen's courageous will as well as his fearless resolution. He would only advance. No fear of death would ever make him retreat. The instant Long Chen's saber fell, that corrupt elder's expression completely changed. He was filled with horror, as in that instant, all his hair stood on end and an incredible sensation of death filled his heart. Most importantly, he was still flying through the air after taking Long Chen's third saber attack, and so he had no way of dodging. The instant his feet would hit the ground, Long Chen's saber would hit him as well. Everything had been calculated perfectly. In midair, he had no way of doing anything. Seeing that saber cut through heaven and earth to reach him, that corrupt elder roared and all his energy was concentrated to his right hand. His right hand immediately became pitch black. As for the other parts of his body, they immediately became duller. He had drawn out all his energy to his hand. Black Yin Ghost Claw, his pitch black claw ferociously. slammed into Long Chen's devil decapitator. The entire world became silent for an instant. But then right after the silence, an immense explosion rang out, an explosion that could break apart mountains, an explosion that caused the ground to erupt, forming a huge crater dozens of miles wide. When the dust scattered, people saw two figures a mile from each other at the bottom of the crater. Long Chen was lying on the ground, devil decapitator stabbed into the ground. His clothes were absolute rags now and his hair was a complete mess. A huge amount of blood had appeared on his chest, and he was gasping for breath on the ground. His body was also constantly quivering due to overdrafting his energy. That last attack had not only used up all his spiritual chi, but it had also used up all his physical energy as well. Long Chen almost felt as if he had died. He didn't even have the strength to twitch his fingers. He stared over at the corrupt elder. But his pupils shrunk when he saw him still standing there. That corrupt elder was still capable of standing. But his face was paper white, and his eyes were filled with shock. He looked at his arm in disbelief. His entire right arm was gone. The right arm he had focused a lifetime cultivating had been unable to endure Long Chen's attack. That was both shocking and infuriating to him. As an 8-temper bone forging expert, that arm's bones were all tempered, and something impossible for him to grow back. No medicinal pills would be able to help him. His future cultivation prospects had been completely crippled now. "Brat, I'll tear you to pieces." That corrupt elder angrily charged at him, not giving a damn about his own heavy injuries. Long Chen was unable to move anymore, and he could watch as that elder sent a kick at his abdomen. He was sent flying across the ground. That single kick had been filled with hatred. An ordinary core disciple would have been killed instantly. Without any spiritual chi protecting his body, Long Chen vomited out blood from that kick. He tumbled hundreds of meters before stopping. He then coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart. That elder rushed after him, sending another kick at him, this time at his face. If this kick landed solidly, his head would definitely explode and he would be undoubtedly dead. Thousand Wood Shield. Just before the elder's kick arrived, the ground in front of Long Chen split apart and a dozen wooden stakes frantically interweaved into a shield. That large shield was crushed by that corrupt elder's kick, but Long Chen had disappeared from behind it. Looking up, that corrupt elder saw that a young woman was crouching on the ground, holding Long Chen in her arms. That woman was naturally Chu Yao. Originally, it would have taken her a long time in order to defeat her opponent. But after hearing Tu Feng's order, she had been horrified to see Long Chen fighting a powerful corrupt elder. She had immediately stopped to have any misgivings and released her body's core energy. If a wood cultivator's body was like a massive tree, then their core energy was like their roots. The roots were the source of all energy. But once they used that energy, their cultivation base would temporarily stop advancing until it was replenished slowly. There was also a chance of it destabilizing their foundation. Once your foundation was injured, it would impact all your future advancements. That was why a wood cultivator's core energy was especially important to themselves. However, after seeing Long Chen in danger, Chu Yao had stopped caring, drawing out her core energy to support her regular wood energy. The instant her core energy joined her wood energy, Chu Yao's wooden stakes began to glow with golden runes. Those runes made her wooden stakes incomparably hard, as if they were made of metal. With hundreds of those golden wooden stakes attacking him, that favored, despite how powerful he was, had been unable to endure. He had been directly killed by the terrifying energy contained within her golden wood. Chu Yao had only just killed him when Long Chen and that corrupt elder began to fight fiercely. Their collision in the end had sent her flying out. By the time she rushed back, she saw that Long Chen had really been about to die and summoned out a wooden shield to protect him. Chu Yao knew that this corrupt elder was extremely terrifying, and she wouldn't be enough to stop him even if she went all out. She only used her ordinary wood energy, conserving her core energy again. Her wood energy had pulled Long Chen to her while also blocking that corrupt elder's attack. Placing her hand on Long Chen's shoulder, she began to pour in her life energy to heal him. "You dare obstruct me, die." That corrupt elder's anger soared, and he charged at the two of them. "Old ghost, you should die instead." Suddenly, a roar rang out as Ji Yu Yang appeared, punching out at him. 6 Yang Fist. At the same time as Ji Yu Yang's fist was about to reach him, 2 other attacks also arrived. Chilling Ice Destruction. Tang Wan and Yi Ziqiu had also come at this time. The 3 of them launched simultaneous attacks on this corrupt elder. Ants. Fuck off. That corrupt elder swung out a single fist, immediately shattering Tang Wan and Yi Zichou's wind and ice blades. As for Ji Yuyong, the instant his fist met the corrupt elder's fist, he was sent flying out, his arm broken in multiple places. Tang Wan and Yi Zichou were both alarmed. They hastily condensed new weapons and charged forward again. They had to stall enough for Long Chen to heal. Scram! That corrupt elder's hand became completely black, and when his palm slammed forward, gale winds raged. The two of them were sent flying, vomiting out blood. The difference between them was too great. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. That corrupt elder laughed sinisterly, and his hand reached out to grab Tang Wan-er's neck. But before his claw could touch Tang Wan-er, a chilling attack came slashing for his arm. Chapter 262 Wood Spirit Union. That corrupt elder was worthy of being an old ghost who had survived hundreds of battles. He sensed something was wrong at the first instant, immediately giving up on Tang Wan-er and retreating. He had only just retreated when a terrifying saber image fell where he had been. A long ditch was cut into the ground. That corrupt elder was horrified. Long Chen had just been half dead, but now he was standing, spiritual qi circulating throughout his body, looking completely recovered. Long Chen had been heavily injured, and it was Chu Yao who had used her enormous life energy to save him, healing all his injuries. But Long Chen's body was too powerful. Even with Chu Yao's enormous life energy, she was unable to help him recover completely in just a short moment. Seeing how much danger Tang Wan-er and them had been in, Long Chen had been about to charge out despite having only recovered the slightest bit of spiritual qi. However, he had been stopped by Chu Yao. Long Chen, do you trust me? Asked Chu Yao extremely gravely. Of course I trust you. What is it? Long Chen was a bit surprised that Chu Yao would actually ask such a question at this critical moment. Warmth appeared in Chu Yao's eyes and she smiled slightly. Since you trust me, open up your soul to me. Let my soul touch your soul, only then will you have a chance of defeating that old demon from the corrupt path. Although he didn't know what Chu Yao was talking about, he still had absolute trust in her. Long Chen didn't hesitate to lower his spiritual defenses. Normally, a person's soul was hidden in the space between their eyebrows. It was a closed-off state, separated from the outside world. This was in order to keep themselves protected from spiritual attacks. Now that Long Chen had opened up his soul to her, that was equivalent to giving her his life. If Chu Yao wanted to, she could kill Long Chen with just a thought right now. Chu Yao was incredibly moved that Long Chen had such trust in her. She sniffled her nose and took a deep breath before forming a hand seal in front of her. She sat lotus-style on the ground. The instant she formed that hand seal, it was as if her entire body became a wooden carving. All her vitality had faded. Wood Spirit Union. Chu Yao's aura completely faded away. At the same time, Long Chen's soul shook. Countless memories poured into him in an instant. Long Chen saw everything that Chu Yao had experienced in her lifetime. He immediately understood that Chu Yao's Wood Spirit Union used her spiritual strength to guide all her energy into him. As a wood cultivator, attacking was not her forte. However, she had an ocean's worth of energy in comparison to others of her level. Chu Yao had an enormous amount of energy, and yet she wasn't able to release it in any powerful attacks. As for Long Chen, he was the opposite, with powerful techniques, but lacking enough energy to use them. When Chu Yao's energy poured into Long Chen, 3 large leaves that were 3 meters long appeared on Long Chen's back. Those weren't real leaves, but the form that Chu Yao's runic power had taken. They were both real yet not real, illusory yet not illusions. They alternated between solid and empty, completely incomprehensible. Long Chen could feel an incredibly vast amount of energy inside those 3 leaves. Compared to his own Feng Fu Star's energy, it was at least 10 times greater. And now all that energy was at his disposal. With the support of this powerful energy, Long Chen was completely revived. He had immediately attacked when he saw Tang Wan-er in danger. Tang Wan-er had really thought she would die. That corrupt elder was just too frightening. Wan-er, you guys don't attack. Make sure to protect Chu Yao. Don't let anyone get close to her. Long Chen knew that Chu Yao was in a special state right now. Her soul had acted as bridge to share her energy with him. At this moment, she was unable to move her own body, and her defensive strength was 0. Long Chen then rushed out, slashing down with Devil Decapitator onto the horrified corrupt elder. I see a black mark on your face. Today you'll definitely die. Boom. The corrupt elder pushed down his shock, pushing out with his full strength at Devil Decapitator. As a result, he was sent flying back. He tumbled across the ground for hundreds of meters before miserably stabilizing himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That corrupt elder angrily roared crazily up at the sky. Long Chen was now even more powerful than he had been before. His own full-strength attack was now unable to block even a random wave of his saber. In truth, it wasn't that Long Chen was now stronger than before, but that he had just become weaker. After blocking Long Chen split the heavens, he had lost one of his arms while also suffering internal injuries. But in his fury, he had completely forgotten that his body was now too weak. That was why he couldn't even receive an ordinary attack from Long Chen anymore. Long Chen slowly walked over to the corrupt elder. His divine ring once more appeared behind him. The 300-meter-wide divine ring looked just like a rainbow in the sky. Long Chen's aura erupted like a volcano, the space around him twisting. Looking from a distance, his figure was extremely indistinct through that twisted space, making him appear both powerful and strange. With each step Long Chen took, the ground beneath him would shatter. He was like a celestial descended from the heavens, an existence all beings could only submit to. Whether it was the righteous or corrupt path, everyone was given a fright when they saw Long Chen's current appearance. Long Chen was an absolute monster, powerful without end. Kill. Long Chen suddenly stamped on the ground, shooting forward like a wild gust of wind at the corrupt elder. He looked like a demon king demanding his life, once more slashing out with Devil Decapitator. But this slash was different from his previous attacks. Previously, each time Long Chen brandished his saber, gusts of wind would whistle around it. But this time, there was no sound at all. That was because his energy had been focused to the pinnacle, cutting through the air so sharply that there was no wind. That corrupt elder was shocked, infuriated, and yet also filled with terror. By relying on his many years of battle experience, he knew that at this time, the only chance for him to win was to go all out. Circulating all his energy, he concentrated everything into his hand. The entire battlefield shook intensely. A figure shot out like a cannonball, shooting through the entire battlefield to crash into a huge mountain a dozen miles away. The place he crashed into was a cliffside. He slammed into it so hard that his body left behind a deep imprint. Cracks spread throughout the entire cliff, but it didn't collapse. That corrupt elder was still embedded in the cliff, his eyes having lost all their color, his expression both shocked yet vacant. Lazily resting Devil Decapitator on his shoulder, Long Chen took a deep breath, so emotionally moved that he almost teared up. He was simply too refreshed and excited at being able to use spiritual qi in this manner. Previously, he had had to carefully use each and every bit of his spiritual qi. But with Chu Yao sharing her energy with him, he was able to become a complete spendthrift. He no longer had to worry about running out of spiritual qi. Brothers of the righteous path, become heartless killers. Dye your robes red with blood, let your blades pierce through the bodies of your enemies. Unleash all your desires, all your vengeance. Look at your fallen brothers. They are definitely watching us from the heavens. Brothers, kill them all. Long Chen's passionate speech rang through the air. Long Chen's fight with the corrupt elder had been so eye-attracting that the entire battlefield had slowed down. But now, the eyes of the righteous disciples turned red and their blood boiled. Thinking of their fallen brothers, they began going all out against the corrupt disciples. By now, the battlefield held almost equal numbers of righteous and corrupt disciples. They each had just over 2,000 people, but the righteous path had started off with just over 3,000 people. As for the corrupt disciples, they had started off with more than 10,000 at the time of the first clash. Now they had been reduced to just 20% of their number. This huge disproportion was largely thanks to two fighters. One was Little Snow. His wind blades could rapidly dispatch multiple corrupt disciples. If Long Chen hadn't told him to focus on core disciples, he would have managed to kill even more. The other contributor was Guo Ran. However, at this time, Guo Ran was now only wielding a saber behind the front lines and ferociously hacking it at the corrupt disciples. That was because he had run out of arrows an hour ago. He had been incredibly angered by that, but he could only fight like the others now. His regular combat strength was extremely ordinary. It would take him quite a while just to kill an ordinary corrupt disciple. Furthermore, those corrupt disciples had already been covered in wounds from this battle. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say just who would be killing who. That angered Guo Ran even more. He practically went insane. and he vowed he would never let himself run into this state of having no more ammunition again. The righteous disciples were incredibly dominant now, suppressing the corrupt disciples. After experiencing this kind of battle, they would undoubtedly become amazing experts. Seeing that the result of this battlefield was already set, Long Chen turned to look at the senior disciples' battle. That place was even more intense because they had even more people. But both sides' combat abilities were relatively even. Long Chen immediately rushed over there. He deliberately picked out the more powerful corrupt disciples who were at the peak of tendon transformation. With Chu Yao's enormous spiritual qi supporting him, Long Chen activated all of Devil Decapitator's runes. Each swing of his saber contained an incredible force, and almost no one was able to block him at all. Long Chen's saber killed a bunch of experts that had been surrounding Senior Apprentice Brother Wan. Senior Apprentice Brother Wan's expression was one of crazy rapture. "Nice job, Long Chen. I really didn't misjudge you." Senior Apprentice Brother Wan laughed. He had always believed that Long Chen would definitely become a peerless expert. "We don't need you here, Long Chen. Go see whether you can go and kill that person called Yin Luo. But you have to be careful, as he's definitely not weaker than you at all." Long Chen nodded. Randomly killing a couple displeasing fellows on his way, he rushed over to Yin Luo and Mo Nian's battle. Chapter 263 Shantian Power. Arriving at Mo Nian and Yin Luo's battle, Long Chen's heart shook. Their battle was incredibly intense. A spear and arrows continuously shook the heavens. Qi waves surged out, causing the sky to constantly tremble. Although Long Chen had already killed a favored, these two were much stronger than that favored. They were simply not on the same power level. "Brother Mo Nian, do you want some help?" Seeing their battle, Long Chen's heart was filled with a desire for battle. The two of them were around the same age as him, and they were shockingly powerful, not at all inferior to that corrupt elder. In fact, looking at their battle now, they might even be stronger. "I'm still a bit lacking. Come, let's kill him quicker and then find a place to drink some good alcohol." Mo Nian's bow was constantly shooting out arrows, but from the start, he was unable to do anything to Yin Luo, irritating him. He had bragged at the beginning of their fight, but this Yin Luo was just too powerful. The two of them were completely even for now. Mo Nian was unable to kill Yin Luo, but Yin Luo was also unable to do anything to Mo Nian. The two of them were both top experts, and it was incredibly difficult to kill either of them. Mo Nian had already grown tired of this. This was the first time he met someone in the same realm who could fight against him for such a long time. He surprisingly didn't have any complaints to Long Chen's suggestion. Long Chen laughed and shot forward, entering their battle range and bringing his saber down on Yin Luo. But when he entered their range, he felt a strange force field present. That force field wasn't any aura, but the two of their wills. This was the first time Long Chen had encountered such a force field. But as soon as he entered that force field and was influenced by their wills, Long Chen's own will erupted out of his control. His will was different from their wills. Long Chen's will wasn't focused on any person, but focused against all of heaven and earth. His will was one that wished to break apart the shackles of the world and disdainfully look down on the 9 heavens. Both Mo Nian and Yin Luo sensed Long Chen's will erupting and were shocked. "Watch out!" Long Chen's Devil Decapitator radiated brilliant light as it slashed down. Yin Luo coldly snorted. The spear's runes lit up, smashing into Long Chen's saber. Golden light shot out and an explosion shook the sky. Long Chen's body shook, and his arm turned a bit numb. What powerful strength! Long Chen was appalled. Yin Luo was really too powerful, definitely not weaker than that corrupt elder in the slightest bit. Long Chen was forced back, but Yin Luo was also shocked. His strength placed him number 1 amongst this region's corrupt path's junior generation. In all his years, he had always relied on his powerful strength to directly kill his opponents. He had even killed quite a few bone-forging experts. But Long Chen's attack had caused his arm to turn slightly numb as well. In fact, his spear had almost been knocked out of his hands. How could he not be shocked? Just at this moment, Mo Nian shot over an arrow, and Yin Luo hastily raised his spear, smashing the arrow apart. But due to the powerful strength behind it, he was knocked back. Long Chen naturally wouldn't give up on that opportunity, and his saber once more attacked him. With Long Chen at close range and Mo Nian at long range, they forced Yin Luo to retreat over and over again. After all, no matter how strong Yin Luo was, he couldn't handle the two of their combined attacks. "Let's hurry up and kill him." Mo Nian was delighted to see that Long Chen was so powerful. His bow continuously shot out arrow after arrow. Mo Nian was a long-range fighter, so naturally he had been at a disadvantage when fighting against Yin Luo. Yin Luo was just too fast, and it was difficult for him to keep him at a distance. Now that Long Chen was in the front, he no longer had to be worried about that and could continuously rain down arrows. Although he kept the pace a bit slow since he was afraid of accidentally hitting Long Chen, the two of them were still extremely powerful when fighting together. So what if you two are joining hands? Netherworld possession. Yin Luo suddenly shouted and an illusory phantom appeared behind him before then slowly fading into his body. Space suddenly began to surge. Long Chen and Mo Nian's expressions changed. They sensed that something had changed in the world around them. Not good, this bastard has refined Shantian essence blood. Mo Nian warned. That was something that could only be formed once a meridian opening expert broke apart the limits of the Hautian realm, stepping into the Shantian realm. Only once you were in the Shantian realm and your body had been completely cleansed could you form Shantian essence blood. Shantian experts had already escaped the limits of the Hautian body. Heaven and earth blessed them, allowing them to control the natural energy around them for their own use. Even their lifespans would extend to past 1,000 years. And their essence blood was the source of their energy and was extremely precious. That was because only Shantian essence blood was able to control natural energy. As for Yin Luo, somehow his body also contained Shantian essence blood. He could now control the natural energy around him. However, he could only control the slightest little bit. But that slightest little bit was absolutely terrifying. It wasn't something an ordinary person could resist. Die. An unhealthy flush appeared on Yin Luo's face. Although his body contained Shantian essence blood, natural energy was not so easy to control. Even that little bit was not something he could control perfectly. Space trembled as all the energy within 3,000 meters of him was poured into his spear. Chasing Soul Pierce, Yin Luo's golden spear ferociously shot at Long Chen, its terrifying energy almost causing space to erupt. Earth Reversal Mountain Shaking Arrow. Mo Nian was the first to react. Unlike Long Chen, he had a greater understanding of how terrifying Yin Luo's attack was. This attack had the power to kill even bone-forging experts. And so he no longer kept anything back. All his energy was poured into his bow and a 30-meter-long, red-colored arrow shot out at Yin Luo. Although he didn't know what Shantian essence blood was, Long Chen's intuition told him that this attack would definitely be terrifying. Holding Devil Decapitator with both hands, he poured Chu Yao's vast energy into his saber. This time Long Chen was being a true spendthrift. He used up every single bit of Chu Yao's energy that was several times more than what he possessed even in his peak. But Long Chen was shocked to find that even with Chu Yao's vast energy, he still hadn't reached the limit of Split the Heavens. Due to how vast that energy was, Long Chen felt a familiar sensation of his meridians in pain, as if they were about to burst. A terrifying saber image shot out. Long Chen's Devil Decapitator began to let out a cry that was full of a desire to massacre. Split the Heavens. Devil Decapitator slashed down. This was the most powerful attack Long Chen had ever used. The three attacks ferociously slammed into each other. A loud rumbling deafened the world. Long Chen's arm was shaken so intensely that he lost hold of Devil Decapitator. He was sent flying, vomiting out blood. When Long Chen's line of sight recovered, he saw a huge crater had formed. At the bottom, a spring of water was gushing out. The entire battlefield turned sluggish. He couldn't hear anything, but he could see there were still two figures who looked just as exhausted as him. Yin Luo's face was paper white. His aura had plummeted, and he was completely shocked. Mo Nian wasn't any better off. That previous blow had exhausted all his energy, and he was now frantically gasping for air. Yin Luo took a deep breath and suddenly took out a jade tile. When Long Chen saw that jade tile, his expression immediately changed. That jade tile's appearance was the same as the jade pendant his parents had left for him. Only the color was different, as Yin Luo's was white while Long Chen's was violet. This fellow's trying to run. Stop him. Mo Nian recognized what that jade tile was. He quickly shot out an arrow. However, Mo Nian was completely out of spiritual chi now. It was impossible for him to condense any powerful arrows, so that arrow he shot out was no more powerful than an ordinary arrow. It was completely useless. Yin Luo coldly snorted and took a single step to dodge. He just managed to squeeze out a single strand of spiritual chi from his weary body and then crushed the jade tile, sending that strand of spiritual chi inside it. The jade tile lit up, and space erupted. A transparent spatial door gradually appeared behind him. He had actually managed to open a teleportation portal. Only now did Long Chen recover from his shock at seeing that jade tile. He quickly picked up Devil Decapitator and rushed over at Yin Luo. He was already out spiritual qi, and Chu Yao's leaves had disappeared from his back. But he still had a bit of physical energy left. As long as he could reach Yin Luo, he would simply slash him to death. Yin Luo was truly too terrifying. If Mo Nian had not joined hands with him to block that last attack, he would have very likely lost his life. He definitely couldn't give up this opportunity to kill him. That was why he pushed himself so hard to reach him in time. Yin Luo smiled at Long Chen mockingly, sneering, "Long Chen, I'll remember you. Next time, I'll definitely take your life." Although Long Chen's eardrums were still broken from that collision and couldn't hear anything, he could easily tell from his expression that he was acting pompous. "Little Snow, kill him." Although his spiritual energy was exhausted, his spiritual strength was still present. He immediately connected to Little Snow, who was still fighting fiercely in the distance. Receiving Long Chen's message, Little Snow didn't hesitate to rush over. When he was close enough, he shot out a huge wind blade. Yin Luo had just finished speaking. Icily glancing from Long Chen to Mo Nian, he made a gesture of cutting their throats before moving to step into the teleportation portal. But before he could, a huge wind blade shot out. It went without saying that Yin Luo was definitely a top expert. Even after such a huge battle, even after his spiritual perception had dropped to its weakest state, he still sensed the wind blade the instant before it reached him and raised his spear. Boom! If it was during a normal time, Yin Luo might have been able to ignore Little Snow's attack. But now he was so weak that he was sent flying by Little Snow's wind blade, tumbling through the air. Without wasting a moment, Long Chen rushed after him. The horrified Yin Luo watched as Long Chen's saber viciously fell on him. Chapter 264 Terrifying Hand. Yin Luo had never, ever imagined that he would fall into such a desperate plight in such a place. All he could do was raise his golden spear to block Long Chen's saber. Sparks shot out. When it came to physical strength, Long Chen would definitely not fear anyone. The instant their weapons collided, the webbing of Yin Luo's hand split apart and he wasn't able to keep a hold of his spear. It turned into a ray of golden light that flew over a mile away. Long Chen also didn't have it much better. He was forced back several steps, his arms shaking, and a dull pain coming from his hand. Now Yin Luo was without his golden spear while facing Long Chen with his terrifying physical body. Yin Luo had just used his Shantian essence blood to control a trace of natural energy. He had thought he would be able to kill the two of them with that attack. However, neither of them had died, while he had ended up running out of spiritual qi and receiving a backlash from the natural energy. Although that wasn't severe, if he didn't handle it timely, it would end up having a heavy impact on his foundation. Now that Long Chen was forced back, Yin Luo was much closer to the teleportation portal. He abandoned his golden spear and rushed straight to it. "You want to run? Leave your life behind." Long Chen coldly snorted. His blood surged and a spear of flowing light appeared in his hands. Now that Long Chen's spiritual qi was exhausted and even his physical energy was gone, he could only rely on the thunder force in his body. Back when Long Chen had gone through with his crazy plan and used thunder force to temper his body, he had found those strange thunder force runes flowing through his blood afterwards. Those runes could be considered Long Chen's core runes. They were normally nourished by his blood and they had enough energy in them that he could use them to attack one time without spiritual qi. This thunder force was his only chance now. With his spiritual exhausted, his pill flame was out of fuel and was unusable. The main reason Long Chen hadn't used his thunder force yet was that he didn't want to reveal his trump cards. Another reason was because these runes exhausted Long Chen's blood energy. It would be a long time before he could use his thunder force after this. Or perhaps he would have to go gather more thunder force in order to let his runes recover. Either way, Long Chen had been unwilling to use this move. But now seeing Yin Luo about to step into the teleportation portal, he had to do something even if he was unwilling. His lightning spear left his hand, growing larger and flying out like a phoenix at Yin Luo. Now that it had spread out instead of remaining concentrated, its power was actually weakened. However, Long Chen was helpless about that. That lightning was from heaven and earth thunder force. Although it had condensed within Long Chen's body, it was still like a berserk magical beast. It always refused to completely submit. As soon as it left his hand, it began to escape his restrictions, attacking instinctively. Yin Luo felt his body tighten and his hair stand on end. A strong air of death immediately enveloped him. He was unable to hold back his horror upon seeing that lightning shooting at him. A yellow paper immediately appeared in his hand. That yellow paper was only the size of a palm. There were strange lines on top of it. They seemed like words, but not words. They seemed like images, yet not images. It was extremely bizarre. Yin Luo immediately crushed it in his hand and a translucent shield of light covered him. Long Chen's thunder force had been condensed into a spear while he had held it, but while flying out, it had spread out into the shape of a phoenix. When it reached Yin Luo, it was a complete mess of chaotic strands. Lightning lit up the sky, so incredibly bright that people had no choice but to turn away. Loud thunder rolls continuously rang out, mixed with a muffled groan. When the golden light scattered, people saw that the shield of light Yin Luo had summoned from that yellow paper had protected him. However, now his body was charred black and his clothes were rags. His long hair was completely singed and his body was quivering. Long Chen, I'll remember you, just you wait. Yin Luo clenched his teeth. That was the first time he had been forced into such a destitute state. He was so angry he thought he would explode. But he knew he was already at the end of the line. He had to run, otherwise, he would undoubtedly die. I'm pretty impatient, so let's not wait. I'll just kill you now. Long Chen rushed at Yin Luo with Devil Decapitator. However, now Long Chen felt as if his legs had been filled with lead, and Devil Decapitator was even heavier than a mountain. Long Chen had already used up all his spiritual qi, physical energy, and even his blood energy. Other than his spiritual strength, he was completely on his last legs. His current speed was probably not much faster than an ordinary non-cultivator. And yet, even despite that, he refused to give up. At this speed, he would definitely not be able to arrive at Yin Luo fast enough. But he knew that a certain someone would definitely not just watch. An arrow shot straight at Yin Luo's back. It was completely silent, as if it was an arrow from a death god. But Yin Luo seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, and without even turning back, he dodged to the side. But Yin Luo had forgotten one thing. He was already completely exhausted, and so there was no way he could be as nimble as before. Despite dodging at the first moment, he was still struck in the shoulder. Mo Nian's spiritual energy was already exhausted, but this arrow contained all his remaining power. Yin Luo's shoulder burst apart, and his arm almost fell. Yin Luo let out a pained groan as he staggered. But clenching his teeth, he still stepped back towards the teleportation portal. He stuck his head in. But before the rest of his body entered, Devil Decapitator mercilessly slashed down. Blood flew, accompanied by a miserable scream. One of Yin Luo's legs had been completely severed off. Long Chen, Mo Nian, you two bastards better wait for me. I, Yin Luo, swear to cut you into 1,000 pieces. The large teleportation portal shrunk down, and Yin Luo's voice became indistinct. But that hatred in his voice truly caused people to shiver in fear. Mo Nian used his bow as a crutch as he laboriously walked over to Long Chen. Looking at that leg, he smiled slightly. A leg's not bad. Do you want it? Long Chen put away Devil Decapitator and sat on the ground. He didn't even have the slightest bit of energy anymore. He shook his head. Why would I want this? Although my appetite's not bad, I really don't think I could manage to swallow this thing. This little fellow really was worthy of being a top expert of the corrupt path. His body contains Shantian essence blood, making this leg quite the treasure. Mo Nian didn't have any hesitation and picked up Yin Luo's leg. He was just about to say something when the teleportation portal that had been about to shrink to nothing suddenly violently expanded. A heaven-encompassing hand appeared, and a large finger hundreds of meters long jabbed down on the two of them. Long Chen and Mo Nian were horrified. And it wasn't just them. Other than Tu Fang and Gui Yan, everyone else was completely overwhelmed with horror, unable to move in the slightest in front of that large hand. It was as if the entire world had frozen. Even all their breathing and heartbeats had stopped. In front of that hand, they could only wait to die. It looked just like a huge divinity's hand. Just its finger almost caused heaven and earth to break down. If Long Chen and Mo Nian were hit, not even their bones would remain. Mo Nian suddenly roared and a mark appeared in the space between his eyebrows. Mo Nian just barely managed to resist the pressure enough to touch his spatial ring. A scale half a foot long appeared in Mo Nian's hand. As soon as it appeared, Mo Nian spit out a mouthful of blood onto it. The scale instantly absorbed his blood and grew larger, becoming a huge shield. At the same time, it released a green light to protect Long Chen. That scale came from an ancient, terrifying magical beast. Its defensive strength was shocking. An expert of the Talisman Dao had refined and carved runes onto this scale to increase its defensive strength even further. It had been given to Mo Nian by one of his elders for protection. Even experts on the level of Gui Yan wouldn't be able to break it. That huge hand descended, breaking apart the vast sky. Long Chen felt a terrifying energy hit him, and the green scale instantly shattered. Space seemed to have torn apart. Long Chen felt as if his body was about to pull apart along with it, and he and Mo Nian shot out like two cannonballs. They tumbled through the air for several kilometers before stopping. The two of them both vomited out blood, intense pain racking their body, feeling like they were about to collapse. That large hand was too powerful. If it weren't for that treasure Mo Nian's elder had gifted him, the two of them would have been crushed to pieces. And yet, even with that powerful scale, the two of them had still almost died. Long Chen was absolutely horrified. Just what kind of monster was that? The entire battlefield had been suppressed to the point that no one was moving. Seeing that this first attack hadn't killed them, that large hand suddenly formed a huge heavenly palm in the air and viciously slammed down on the two of them. Wu Li, your claw has really stretched far today. Suddenly a clear voice rang out, sounding as it had come from above the 9 heavens. A sword cut apart the blue dome of the sky, slashing down on that hand. Chapter 265 Sword Qi surges into the sky. Wu Li, your claw has really stretched far. Today, a sword cut apart the blue dome of the sky, slashing down on that hand. That was a sword image that contained a heaven-toppling sword will. Slashing onto that huge hand, that hand was almost split in two. Long Chen was surprised to see that blood actually dripped from that seemingly illusory hand. Ling Yunzi, an angry roar rang out from the teleportation portal as that hand retreated back within. People then noticed there was also a teleportation portal behind Tu Fang now. In front of that portal was a certain figure. That figure wasn't solid. In fact, it looked like a figure come straight out of fantasy. But its form was the exact same as the Xuantian monastery's sect leader. Ling Yunzi held his hands behind his back, speaking back to the opposing teleportation portal. Wu Li, it's been 30 years. You're becoming more and more pathetic. You actually attacked a group of little children. What happened to that pride of yours? Although it was just an illusory figure, Ling Yunzi's figure still contained a domineering sword intent. He now looked like an unsheathed sword, his sharpness so chilling that it would cause the world to shiver. Because of Ling Yunzi's appearance, the pressure radiating from that huge hand was finally repelled by his sword intent, allowing everyone to breathe again. However, now everyone was completely covered in sweat, their faces pale as paper. In front of that huge hand, they had all thought they would die. Ling Yunzi, I wouldn't have thought that you'd have condensed a spiritual body. A surprised roar came from the other side of the teleportation portal. Ling Yunzi's spiritual body was more accurately a spiritual clone. It was something that could be condensed after entering the Xiantian realm when a person's spiritual strength reached a certain pinnacle. Such a spiritual clone contained 10% of the true body's combat strength. It was an essential tool for experts to help support their junior generation. However, it wasn't every Xiantian expert who could condense a spiritual clone. Not only did it require powerful spiritual strength, but it also required an extremely rare talent. It's not like I can be as pathetic as you, bullying the junior generation all day. Ling Yunzi sneered, his voice filled with disdain. Ling Yunzi, are you trying to provoke me? An angry roar came from his opponent. I suppose. Unfortunately, you no longer have the qualifications to fight me. Scram. Ling Yunzi snorted and his sword once more swept out. Sword Qi slashed down on that teleportation portal. That teleportation portal faded back to heaven and earth after being struck by Ling Yunzi. As it broke down, it was possible to hear an angry roar coming from the other side, but it was too indistinct to hear what it said. After destroying that teleportation portal, Ling Yunzi's gaze swept over the battlefield, his gaze finally lighting on Long Chen. Although his spirit clone's body was indistinct, Long Chen could sense he was looking at him. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, well done. You really haven't disappointed me. Ling Yunzi laughed and then stepped back into his teleportation portal, disappearing from people's view. The teleportation portal faded along with it, and the crowd descended into complete silence. No one had expected that the battle this time would end up having Shantian experts involved. Everyone was completely shocked. Although that Black Hand and Ling Yunzi had only released 3 attacks in total, that kind of destructive power awed them all. This was a Shantian expert. They were definitely too terrifying. In front of their strength, everyone else were just ants, unable to receive a single blow. Once Ling Yunzi had left, Gui Yan knew that it was already a foregone conclusion that they had miserably lost. 3 of their favored had died, 1 had his courage broken and was only retreating, while the last one had had his leg severed. This was an absolute humiliation. But the circumstances were pressing. There was no longer any way for him to reverse this battle. Retreat. Following Gui Yan's orders, the remaining 1,000 corrupt disciples began to retreat in relief. You think you can retreat just like this? Brothers, kill them all. Their spatial rings still contain the heads of our fallen brothers. We have to take them back. We can't let our brothers die without a full corpse. Seeing that the righteous path's experts, from disciples to elders, actually didn't move to stop any of them, Long Chen roared out angrily. Those disciples who had just been about to cheer in victory suddenly heard Long Chen's shout. Without even thinking about it, they began attacking the corrupt disciples again. Bastards, you're breaking the rules. The corrupt path had already retreated, declaring their defeat. According to the previous tacit agreement, the victor was not to chase. And so Long Chen really was breaking the rules, shocking and infuriating Gui Yan. Tu Feng also felt that this was inappropriate. He was about to stop it, but then after a moment's thought, he icily shouted, Long Chen is the commander of this battle. I have no authority to meddle. Gui Yan raged, bullshit. Do you think I'm an idiot? You self-acclaimed bastards from the righteous path are clearly not abiding the rules. He could only watch as his disciples below were crazily chased by the righteous disciples. The corrupt disciples' morale had already been broken, and they couldn't form the slightest bit of effective resistance. They were killed one after another. You farting old ghost, shut your ass. Don't stink up the air with your farts. Long Chen didn't have any energy to kill others, but he still had his spiritual strength. That was definitely enough to curse others. If you want to talk about breaking rules, then it was you guys who broke the rules first. That shameless old fellow actually passed through a teleportation portal to attack me. Why didn't you talk about the rules then? Now that it's disadvantageous for you, you now start talking about the rules. Are your faces made of leather? You actually can say such shameless words. Brothers, cut them down. And don't just cut them to death. Kill. Those righteous disciples were completely exhausted, with quite a few people tottering on the verge of collapse. They had already overdrafted their strength. And yet, Long Chen's words were like stimulants for them, activating all their nerves. Those corrupt disciples' faces still looked malevolent and sinister, but now there was also terror on their faces. That view excited them greatly. In the past, everyone had told them that corrupt disciples were savage, cruel, terrifying, and were dauntless in the face of death. But now, because of them, they were fleeing like rats. That was an absolute honor for them. With this honor in front of them, even their lives didn't seem as important. They all charged out recklessly to kill them. What they didn't know was that they had long since reached their limit. They were relying solely on their willpower to keep fighting. There were tens of core disciples who were completely focused on killing that they hadn't even realized a faint mark had appeared on their forehead. That mark was constantly sending energy into their bodies, allowing them to continue. They might not have noticed that, but the elders watching all saw it. They were completely shocked, and quite a few of them even began to cry. Those elders mostly came from smaller sects. Those core disciples were perhaps their own family members. Back when they had seen the Xuantian monastery's core disciples had awakened their ancestral marks and how powerful they were, they had been filled with shock and envy. Now their own family's disciples had awakened their ancestral marks. How could they not go crazy with joy? The entire battlefield became a complete mess because of Long Chen's words. Fierce battles reigniting everywhere. The corrupt path's elders and senior disciples wanted to go save their new disciples, but the righteous path's people naturally wouldn't allow that so easily. Long Chen, what do you want to stop? Gui Yan was alarmed and infuriated, yet he was also helpless. He could only clench his teeth. That was because he saw that if this massacre continued and if their experts were unable to break through the righteous path's blockade, then this entire new generation of corrupt disciples would be completely slaughtered within an hour. Have all your disciples hand over their spatial rings so we can take our brothers' heads back, said Long Chen. These corrupt disciples had done it differently than their righteous disciples. They were only out for their own selfish profit, and so the first thing they did after killing a righteous disciple was to cut off their head and place it in their spatial ring. They weren't like the righteous disciples who waited till the end of the battle to sweep through the profits. They refused to divide their gains evenly with others. After all, righteous disciples' heads could be exchanged for generous rewards for them. There were definitely many heads from righteous disciples in the corrupt disciples' spatial rings. And that was why these righteous disciples had listened to Long Chen's call and were fighting so recklessly now, despite being exhausted. Everyone had brothers, everyone had companions. Once a companion died, although there was no way to revive them, they had to at least snatch back their heads. What nonsense. Our disciples' spatial rings also contain all the treasures they've gathered over the years. How could we possibly give them to you? We'll only give you the heads. Gui Yan was incredibly infuriated. But in the end, he still compromised, agreeing to hand over the righteous disciples' heads. Nonsense must be your strong point. Don't think everyone is as stupid as you. They have to hand over all their spatial rings, or how could we know whether or not you've secretly kept some heads? Do you think I'm an idiot like you? Long Chen coldly snorted, not yielding a single step. This is too much. You're committing a grave violation against the rules. Gui Yan was so pissed off that he was quivering from rage. Long Chen disdainfully snorted, so what if it's too much? What are you going to do about it? Those so-called rules are just game rules the weak gave to the strong. Don't try to play any word games with me, as that'll really piss me off. If there were really rules, then how come the time and location of all the righteous and corrupt battles are chosen by you guys? If there were really rules, for what reason must we always passively defend against your beatings? For what reason do those helpless commoners have to be massacred arbitrarily by you guys? Fuck your granny, can you fucking give me a single explanation? When Long Chen thought of those innocent commoners that had been slaughtered helplessly by them, his eyes turned completely red. He pointed at Gui Yan and roared, "Isn't it just because you were stronger that you felt yourselves as the dictators of the rules? When we were weak, you talked with your fists, and when we're strong, you want to talk about rules with me? Go sheet yourself, you old sheethead." The righteous path's experts all felt years of suppressed anger relieve itself as Long Chen cursed. Long Chen's cursing really was extremely satisfying to them. Gui Yan began to fume, wanting to bite Long Chen to death. But with Tu Feng keeping a close eye on him, he didn't dare make a move. "I'll agree to let you examine our disciples' spatial rings. We definitely won't hide any heads." Gui Yan finally had no choice but to swallow his anger. He couldn't let all his disciples be completely slaughtered. But Long Chen's reply almost really made him explode. Chapter 266 End of the Great Battle. "Sorry, my shop hasn't been doing too well lately, and I really can't lower my price like that. How about this? I'm not that unreasonable. I'll give you 3 hours to slowly consider whether or not you want to take my price." "Don't worry, I'm not impatient," said Long Chen. Gui Yan almost fainted from rage. His disciples wouldn't even be able to last an hour, let alone 3. This was clearly him refusing to let them off. Now there were less than 500 corrupt disciples left. As for the righteous disciples facing them, they were still fighting strongly and their numbers were barely dropping by now. "Fine, I agree to your conditions. Hurry up and stop," roared Gui Yan furiously. Hearing Gui Yan's voice, the corrupt disciples sighed in relief, lowering their weapons. But those righteous disciples still didn't stop. In just an instant, over 10 corrupt disciples were cut down, their expressions filled with bewilderment, a single thought floating in their minds: "Isn't it already over? Why'd you still kill me? I'm sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear it." Long Chen tilted his head to him. "Bastard, I said I agreed to your terms. Stop." Gui Yan's anger soared, his hair standing on end, his face green from fury. His angry roar caused the entire battlefield to shake. "Oh, now I can hear you. Ah, so sorry. Brothers, stop attacking and fall back." Only then did Long Chen shout out his orders. In reality, he also wished to completely exterminate all these corrupt disciples. But that would not be strategically smart. These corrupt disciples were Gui Yan's final hope. If they were completely killed, Gui Yan really wouldn't have any misgivings and would go completely crazy. And in his craziness, it would not be possible for Tu Feng to completely block him. Once Gui Yan went completely crazy, just the aftershocks of his attacks would be able to slaughter these junior disciples. And so killing all the remaining corrupt disciples wasn't worth it. Long Chen knew that was what Gui Yan had to be thinking, and so he only angered him to the perfect point. These remaining 500 people would be left behind as a slight hope for the corrupt path. After all, after experiencing such a huge battle, these remaining disciples were all elites amongst elites. There was still a chance for them to rise again. So Long Chen was leaving them alive to prevent Gui Yan going crazy, keeping more of the righteous disciples alive. As for whether there really was a chance of them rising again, Long Chen didn't really care. In any case, his goal had been achieved. On the battlefield, he would be an undefeatable warrior going all out to kill his opponents. But as a leader, he had to remain his calm, making sure to calculate everything. That was why he preferred to battle rather than scheme. It was much more satisfying for him to resolve his problems with his fists rather than with his head. Following Long Chen's voice, the Righteous Path's disciples withdrew to stand by Long Chen. Only then did the corrupt disciples completely relax. Over half their number collapsed on the ground panting, while another portion of them simply fainted. Their bodies and mental strength had been pushed to the absolute limit during that battle. Following the junior disciples, battle ceasing, the senior disciples and elders also stopped. Tang Wan'er supported a pale Chu Yao over to Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely distressed to see her like that. Sorry, I was too much of a spendthrift. I ended up spending up everything before it was over. Long Chen's last attack had used up all of Chu Yao's spiritual qi. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to block Yin Luo's final attack that had contained natural energy as well. And so Chu Yao had not only used up all her spiritual energy, but her mind had received an acute impact at the end. Looking at Long Chen, Chu Yao felt a burst of warmth in her heart. Long Chen was still the same Long Chen to her. No matter where he went, he was always the star, radiating a light that not even favored were able to conceal. In her heart, Long Chen was a true hero. No matter how strong she became, Long Chen still didn't fall behind at all. Under his lead, the entire battlefield had reversed perfectly. She gently tidied Long Chen up a bit, fixing his disheveled hair. Her eyes were filled with pride for him. Tu Feng led a bunch of elder and senior disciples over to this side as well. But when Long Chen looked at the crowd, his expression suddenly changed. Where's Wild? Wild's giant figure was nowhere to be seen, giving him a fright. Calm down, he's just sleeping, laughed Tang Wan'er. She pointed, showing him there were 8 disciples carrying a huge wooden bed. Wild was snoring loudly on top of it. Wild had managed to kill the hatchet-wielding favored, but immediately after, the red light faded from his body and he fell asleep. No matter what they did, he wouldn't wake up. Although Long Chen didn't know what exactly was going on, it was obvious it had to do with that abnormal state Wild had been in. It was as if something had awoken within Wild while he had been fighting. Long Chen didn't know what it was, but as long as Wild was okay, it was fine. Looking over everyone, Long Chen's heart sunk. As he had expected, the fighting had been extremely cruel. It was impossible for everyone to manage to survive. Of their original 3,000 righteous disciples, only 1,000 remained. The monastery had come into this battle with over 1,700 disciples. But now, they numbered less than 800. Although he had long since anticipated such a bitter result, the number of casualties had been even greater than he had thought. That number represented the lives of his friends, brothers, comrades. Long Chen saw that many familiar faces had disappeared, forever gone from this world. That caused Long Chen such pain and anger that he angrily roared at the corrupt path's experts, "What are you bastards still waiting for? Hurry up and hand over all your spatial rings. If anyone dares try to hide any, we'll immediately start fighting again, not resting till death." Long Chen had been mostly calm this entire time, but his eyes had turned completely red after he had looked over everyone who had returned, and everyone who had not. How could the righteous disciples not know what Long Chen was thinking? Whether it was the monastery's disciples or the other righteous disciples, they all felt Long Chen was a true, 100% man. Despite being so powerful, he didn't have any of that lofty, solitary mannerism of an expert. Instead, he was someone who treated each of his friends as a brother. Despite Long Chen doing his best to cover up his pain, everyone could tell how deeply affected he was inside. No rest till death. The righteous disciples, who had only just calmed down, once more erupted in anger. Clenching their weapons tightly, They seemed like a pack of ferocious animals, viciously glaring at the corrupt disciples. Wei Yan had actually been intent on bargaining the price down when he saw the battle calm down, but now seeing that the slightest spark might cause a final, all-out massacre, he hastily ordered the corrupt disciples to hand over their spatial rings. Those corrupt disciples all sighed sorrowfully. The rules of the world had changed now. These righteous disciples definitely far surpassed the corrupt disciples in terms of fierceness. Only once all the corrupt disciples handed over their spatial rings did the righteous disciples finally calm down slightly. All of you just wait. This isn't over. Wei Yan viciously glared at Long Chen before bringing the corrupt disciples away. Their originally grand and vast army had truly been decimated this time. Of over 20,000 new disciples, they only managed to leave with 500 alive. This was an unprecedented defeat for them. Long Chen, you should keep this golden spear. Song Mingyuan and Luo Kang walked over, carrying Yin Luo's golden spear. Long Chen knew this was a spirit weapon and was extremely powerful. But in terms of heaviness, it was slightly lower than Devil Decapitator. Furthermore, he was unaccustomed to using a spear. He said to Mo Nian, how about you take this as your spoils of war? You'll be able to justify yourself with this once you return. From what Mo Nian had said, Long Chen knew that he had actually run away from home in hopes of defeating Yin Luo. Unfortunately, Yin Luo was just too powerful. Even with the two of them joining hands, they were unable to kill him. And in truth, it wasn't just the two of them joining hands, but three. If it hadn't been for Chu Yao, Long Chen and Mo Nian would both have died under Yin Luo's final attack containing natural energy. Even with the three of them working together, they were still unable to make him stay behind. Mo Nian and Long Chen felt a bit helpless about that. They had no choice but to admit Yin Luo was too powerful. I already have my spoils of war. What could be better than this? Mo Nian was no longer as indifferent as before. Holding Yin Luo's severed leg, he proudly stroked it a couple times. Everyone shivered in repulsion. He was looking at that leg like it was a tender, lovable leg of a beauty that had enchanted him. Weighing this spear, Long Chen sensed it was 30% lighter than Devil Decapitator. If he hadn't had a weapon advantage during his fight with Yin Luo, it might not have been possible for him to force him back. Sinking into thought for a moment, he thought to himself that there was no one else within this new generation of disciples who was capable of wielding it. But then he realized that there was one person. Ji Yu Yang, shouted Long Chen. Ji Yu Yang walked over from out of the crowd. His broken arms and other injuries had already been healed by the Skywood Palace's experts. Other than his spiritual qi being exhausted, he was completely fine. You're also specialized in strength. You can have this spear. Try it. Long Chen held out the spear to Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang's eyes reddened slightly. He wanted to take it, and yet he also didn't dare to take it. Long Chen, stop wasting words and take it. This thing's too heavy and my arm's getting sore. Long Chen straightforwardly pushed the spear into Ji Yu Yang's arms. Ji Yu Yang stumbled back several steps from its incredible weight before being able to stabilize himself. Ji Yu Yang was incredibly moved. Even in his entire family, they only had a single treasure on the same level as this spear. But Long Chen had simply directly given it to him. He had once forced Long Chen into a land of absolute death, and yet Long Chen didn't hold the slightest grudge anymore. Even with Ji Yu Yang's haughty nature, his eyes brimmed with tears. Long Chen, you don't need to say anything about giving your heart to me. I'm sure you already know what kind of man I am. I only like beautiful women. Long Chen hastily shook his head, not wanting to hear Ji Yu Yang's emotional words. Everyone couldn't help but to laugh. Tang Wan'er blushed, stealthily glancing at Chu Yao. She saw that Chu Yao was just laughing without the slightest anger. Since the battle's over, I should also return. Mo Nian walked over to Long Chen. Chapter 267 Condemnation. Long Chen was startled. Why are you in such a rush? Didn't you say you wanted to get a drink first? A peerless genius like Mo Nian was fated to be lonely. The feeling of being peerless was not as great as everyone thought. Within the same generation, it was almost impossible to have a single good friend. That kind of feeling was not a pleasant one. Both chickens and eagles grow up from being chicks. But as time passes, the eagle is destined to spread its wings and soar into the sky. That was why, although he had been extremely unwilling, he had had no choice but to leave behind Shifeng, Fatty Yu, Shouhu, and the others back in Phoenix Cry. They were destined to not be able to stay together forever. Cultivation was a path of no retreat. Once you stepped onto that path, you had no choice but to continue advancing. There was no chance to turn back. But if you could have a couple genuine brothers with you on this path, then it would definitely be much more enjoyable. However, such people were really just too hard to find. If the only ones beside Long Chen were weaklings, there was no way he could take care of them forever. Once danger appeared, Long Chen couldn't protect them all the time. He would only be able to watch as they unwillingly died one by one. That kind of feeling was too painful. That was why Long Chen would normally act so frivolous and juvenile, acting as if he didn't have a care in the world. But in reality, Long Chen was somewhat afraid to care too much. He was afraid to see those close to him die. Mo Nian was the only person he had encountered so far who could also stand high above his peers as well. And at the end, Mo Nian had even taken out his precious treasure to block that terrifying hand, saving his life. Long Chen really did want to make friends with Mo Nian, so seeing he wanted to leave so quickly was definitely saddening to him. Mo Nian laughed. Those old fellows always scolded me for not living up to their expectations. They said if I didn't properly cultivate, I'd be thrown behind sooner or later by others. In reality, I never accepted that. Back when I was just 10, I secretly ran off and eliminated a whole bandit stronghold. By myself, I killed over 300 bandits. Back then, I was only at the 9th heaven stage of chi condensation. And yet I was able to kill those blood condensation bandits as easily as slaughtering chickens. From then on, whenever they scolded me, I would always be so incredibly infuriated that I would run off to act as some wandering knight. I've definitely run into a few dangerous situations. However, I never met a single person in the same realm who could block more than 3 of my arrows. Now that I've met you in Yin Luo, I definitely feel a sense of crisis from the 2 of you. That's especially true of you, Long Chen. You really are a monster. Although you had your comrade's assistance in the end, your potential really is absolutely limitless. Even I'm afraid of it. I've received many benefits from this battle. When I get back, I will enter seclusion so that I won't get thrown off by you. Everyone was startled. Mo Nian, who was incredibly powerful, was actually feeling a great deal of pressure from Long Chen. Mo Nian was so powerful that he had shocked everyone. All alone, he had been able to fight against Yin Luo, a once-in-a-thousand-year genius from the corrupt path. Long Chen nodded. He understood what Mo Nian meant. After experiencing such a large battle, he had naturally gained some insights. If he then went into seclusion to consolidate those insights, that would be extremely beneficial to his future. He definitely couldn't miss this golden period. Long Chen, you are definitely now one of my, Mo Nian's, good friends. If you have time, come to Qing Prefecture to find me. Anyone will be able to tell you where to find my Mo Gate. But after he said that, he then realized it was a bit unsuitable and added, however, I'd advise you not to come now. The Julie secret realm will quickly open. Your Su Prefecture also has an entrance, and you'll definitely have to attend. You are definitely powerful, but at that time, all 7 prefectures, top geniuses will gather. Countless righteous and corrupt disciples will be present. With your current cultivation base, you'll definitely end up suffering. You should hurry and break through to tendon transformation. Long Chen was slightly surprised. He had heard of the Julie secret realm, and it seemed like a very mysterious existence. He hadn't expected Mo Nian to know about it as well. 7 prefectures, experts would all participate in the opening of the Julie secret realm. Long Chen didn't even know what kind of concept a prefecture was, but he could guess that a single prefecture must span a frighteningly large area of land. Long Chen bitterly smiled. I'll do my best. Of course he wanted to break through to tendon transformation, but he sensed that for some unknown reason, he was currently at a complete bottleneck. That bottleneck kept him completely locked at blood condensation. And most irritating of all, he had no idea what this bottleneck was from or how to break through it. Long Chen simply knew too little about the 9-star hegemon body art. He would need to grope around its mysteries to advance faster. That Yin Luo is incredibly terrifying. The most terrifying part about him isn't his talent, but how ruthless the corrupt path has been. I suspect that his sect sacrificed one of their own Shantian experts for him. They transplanted that Shantian expert's Shantian essence blood into his body. Due to the limits of his cultivation base, he can still only use a trace of that Shantian essence blood's energy. Furthermore, based on what I saw, he should have only just gained that essence blood and so his control is still extremely low. But with a bit more time, his cultivation base will grow higher and he'll grow more familiar with his xianxian essence blood. That will be when he is most terrifying. Don't think that because you severed a leg that he won't be able to enter bone forging. His body will easily recover with the assistance of spirit pills. If we don't take advantage of our time to cultivate, then once we encounter him in the Julie secret realm, we'll be the ones to die. Mo Nian's voice was extremely grave. His words caused all of them, even Tu Fang, to have their hearts pound wildly. They had sacrificed a xianxian expert for a genius. That was incredibly ruthless. Most likely only the corrupt path would be able to do that. Even Tu Fang, who was at the peak of meridian opening, was only able to slightly sense natural energy, let alone use it for his own purposes. That was because his body had yet to take that final step, transforming from Haodian to xianxian. He, along with everyone else present, was rejected from doing so by heaven and earth. Xianxian experts were practically gods in the eyes of these people, but for a single disciple, the corrupt path had sacrificed such a god-like existence. That caused everyone to feel a chill. At the same time, their terror of Yin Luo increased even further. He had yet to even refine his xianxian essence blood, but he was already so powerful. Once he became used to the xianxian essence blood in his body, would there still be someone capable of subduing him? Even Long Chen felt a great deal of pressure. The only reason he had been able to fight on the same level as Mo Nian and Yin Luo this time was because of Chu Yao. Without her sharing her spiritual qi with him, Long Chen would have already died to that corrupt elder, let alone Yin Luo. I'm going to go now. Let's meet again in the Julie secret realm. We'll have a proper drink then. Mo Nian took out a jade tablet. That jade tile was also made of white jade and emitted a spiritual fluctuation. Seeing Long Chen staring intently at his jade tablet, Mo Nian thought he had never seen such a magical trick, and so he laughed. This jade tablet is called a teleportation jade. A xianxian expert used their spiritual strength to carve extremely powerful runes inside it. Once activated, it will be able to open a teleportation portal for a short period of time for long-distance travel. Due to the powerful spiritual strength within the teleportation jade, not only can it be used to open a teleportation portal, it also has a spiritual calming effect, allowing people to quickly enter a meditative state. So its other name is Soul Calming Jade. All large sects have it. But this little plaything is somewhat precious, and so some stingy fellows aren't willing to give them out. After speaking, Mo Nian inserted his spiritual strength into the jade tablet. The jade lit up with brilliant light, opening a spatial door in midair. That door was over 30 meters tall and semi-translucent. Runes densely covered it, and it almost looked like a solid door. Goodbye. Mo Nian said a single goodbye to Long Chen before stepping into the spatial door, completely disappearing. Once Mo Nian faded away, the spatial door also faded. Long Chen's heart was pounding wildly. He stealthily clenched his own jade pendant that his parents had left for him. It was his only clue to unraveling the mysteries around his origin. Tightly clenching that jade pendant, he sensed that as long as he inserted his spiritual strength into it, he would immediately be able to find out the truth. But Long Chen still remembered that huge river that had been cut open by a single expert's slash. According to his current understanding, only an expert at the xianxian realm could possibly possess that strength. Furthermore, that powerful figure had then sacrificed his life, using the empty Dao transformation technique to conceal his tracks. Before he had sacrificed himself, he had left behind a single warning for him. If he was unable to stand at the peak of the martial path, then he was not to investigate his origin. Clenching that jade pendant, Long Chen had an urge to immediately unravel this whole mystery. But there was a voice that came from the depths of his soul that told him if he did activate this jade pendant, he would definitely die. Only a couple breaths passed, yet to Long Chen, they felt like years. In the end, he decided to trust his intuition and put away his jade pendant. Wan can you help me out? Go bring back the blood left behind by that huge hand, said Long Chen. Tang Wan was curious, but she nodded, going over to the edge of the battlefield. Ling Yunzi's sword had injured that huge hand, causing a large drop of blood to land there. Watching Tang Wan figure going into the distance, Chu Yao smiled at Long Chen and winked. This big sister seems to listen to you closely. Long Chen blushed in embarrassment. In the monastery, he normally felt closest to Tang Wan so without even thinking about it, he had called out to her. Haha, it's not like I said anything about it. What are you so red for? What are you collecting that blood for? Chu Yao reached out to hold Long Chen's hand, laughing. just to make some nice soup. Long Chen was relieved that Chu Yao wasn't actually angry and joked. As if anyone would believe that. Chu Yao rolled her eyes at Long Chen. Since he didn't want to say, she wouldn't force it. That blood wasn't Shantian essence blood, but it did contain Shantian spiritual qi. To most people, that was essentially useless. But as a pill cultivator with pill god memories, that blood was a priceless treasure to Long Chen. After a moment, Tang Waner came back with a large jug half filled with blood. Surprisingly, that blood hadn't dissolved into the earth, but had kept the shape of a spherical bead. It had just lain on the ground, releasing a powerful pressure. Long Chen excitedly collected that jug of Shantian blood. All of a sudden, Tu Fang's icy voice rang out. We've won the battle now, but there's still one more matter to handle. Who was it that led that corrupt elder to Long Chen? Chapter 268 Unexpected. Tu Fang's words caused all the elders' expressions to change, especially Elder Sun. Terror appeared in his eyes and he hastily hid himself in the crowd. When he had been fighting that corrupt elder, he had intentionally faked that he wasn't a match for him and had been forced back over and over, leading him towards Long Chen. Then he had been sent flying by a powerful blow and just happened to become entangled with another corrupt elder. On the chaotic battlefield, he had thought that his actions had been completely perfectly without anyone noticing. He hadn't expected anyone to suspect anything. However, Elder Sun naturally wouldn't admit to it now. If Tu Fang was just guessing and using scare tactics, then if he admit his crime, he really would be an idiot. In any case, he didn't believe that anyone had any proof that he had purposely drew that corrupt elder over. So he acted as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Elder Sun, do you not have anything to say? Tu Fang icily glared at Elder Sun, killing intent surfacing within his eyes. Although Tu Fang had been fighting all out against Gui Yan, both of them had known that it would be impossible for them to kill the other. They had been keeping watch over the battlefield as they had fought. He hadn't seen Elder Sun leading that corrupt elder over to Long Chen, but he had seen that when Long Chen and that corrupt elder had begun fighting, it had been Elder Sun who had been the closest. Although he had quickly charged at another corrupt elder, Tu Fang had still noticed that. With his knowledge of how Elder Sun had constantly been targeting Long Chen, how could Tu Fang possibly not realize that Elder Sun had set that up? Tu Fang was no longer capable of enduring. Long Chen might be a divergent, and so he couldn't purposefully interfere with his matters or give him any special treatment, but this was no longer special treatment. He would never allow Elder Sun to do such a thing to any of his disciples. With that kind of justification, then even if he handled Elder Sun, he wouldn't be infected by any karma. And so Tu Fang was finally prepared to execute this completely idiotic Elder Sun. Elder Sun's expression changed and he asked, why would enforcement elder say such a thing? Everyone else was startled, looking from Tu Fang and Elder Sun in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Within that crowd, only Long Chen knew the whole story. But currently, Long Chen was pondering over something and didn't say anything. Do you not even know what you've done? Snorted Tu Fang. Disciple doesn't understand. Please explain it clearly. Enforcement elder. Elder Sun was panicked inside, but he still acted confused. Although the two of them were both elders, Tu Fang was the most senior and most powerful elder in the Xuantian monastery. The other elders had to call themselves disciples in front of him to display their respect. Fine then, that corrupt elder was originally your opponent. Why would you be defeated and have to run from him? He was also at the 8th temper bone forging level, the same as you, so don't try and tell me that you weren't his match, icily said Tu Fang. Elder Sun said with shame, disciple had a problem with his aura when cultivating a few days ago, causing damage to my meridians. That caused my combat ability to sharply drop. If enforcement elder does not believe me, you can personally examine it. Disciple is a member of the monastery and has received the monastery's kindness. How could I possibly intentionally harm the monastery's disciples? Elder Sun stubbornly declared he hadn't done it on purpose. Furthermore, as a cunning old fox, he had already made his preparations. During the battle, he had purposely harmed his meridians just for this. There was no way to check at what time the meridians had been injured. In other words, there was no rock-solid proof that he had done it on purpose. Tu Fang sneered, long since knowing Elder Sun would say that. But he had his own secret arts to determine the veracity of Elder Sun's words. Seeing that sneer, Elder Sun felt a chill. If Tu Fang were to determine that he had intentionally harmed Long Chen, then with Tu Fang's upright nature, he would definitely die. Elder Sun began to sweat. Tu Fang was about to continue with Long Chen suddenly interrupted. This matter isn't Elder Sun's fault. The battlefield is constantly chaotic, and no one can make any absolute guarantees. I'll testify that Elder Sun tried to charge over to save me many times, but he was always blocked by the corrupt path's experts. He was also helpless, and so I'd like to ask Elder Tu Fang not to blame Elder Sun. Although Elder Sun wasn't able to help, I will definitely remember his intentions. Long Chen's words dumbfounded Tu Fang. He wondered if Long Chen had suddenly become an idiot. Was he unable to tell that he had been purposely targeting him? He was pleading for Elder Sun's innocence. Even Elder Sun was stunned. He had definitely never thought Long Chen would go out of his way to help him. But he also wasn't afraid. As long as he stubbornly declared that his meridians had been damaged and he had been weakened, he would be fine. He hadn't left behind any mistakes. Tu Fang didn't know what Long Chen was thinking, but since Long Chen didn't want him to continue looking into this matter, he could only drop it. For this corrupt and righteous battle, other than a certain sect, everyone's display was excellent, Tu Fang said to everyone. Of course, when he said, other than a certain sect, everyone's gazes turned to the Bloodknit sect's assistant sect leader. All of the Bloodknit sect's disciples had fled without a single one remaining behind. Although many other sects had had cowardly disciples who had run, they all had at least a few disciples who had stayed. It was only a question of how many had fled and how many had stayed. But no matter how many or how few, or even whether they had managed to survive, that was still a kind of honor for those sects. The Bloodknit sect's assistant sect leader had no way to refute this at all. Today had really been shameful for him. Long Chen, as the head commander of the battle this time, you announce the rewards and punishments, said Tu Fang. Me. Long Chen was startled. Yes, the sect leader appointed you as commander, so you have the authority. Even I do not have the right to oppose your orders, smiled Tu Fang. Long Chen was amazed. He had thought himself to just be a small disciple of the Xuantian monastery. He hadn't expected his responsibilities to be so heavy now. Seeing everyone looking at him, Long Chen didn't decline and straightforwardly announced, let's talk about the punishment first. I feel like there's nothing to punish. No one is born with the courage to be unafraid of death. This is more due to how they were raised, so it's not the fault of those disciples. Being afraid of death is natural, and I don't blame them. That's because not one of them was one of my brothers, and so their actions also can't count as betrayal. As for how their own sects handle them, that'll be up to each individual sect. Our monastery will not interfere. Everyone was shocked. Whether it was in the secular world or the cultivation world, deserters who fled right before battle would all be executed. But Long Chen was just letting them off just like that. Those sect elders were extremely grateful to Long Chen for that, but they also were filled with shame. Long Chen's magnanimity almost made them too ashamed to show their faces. As for rewards, that's whatever. Every single person who is capable of standing beside me are my brothers. We're all willing to give up our lives, so who would care about how much the rewards are? Smiled Long Chen. The righteous disciples were all filled with pride. Being called brother by Long Chen, they felt as if they had suddenly grown much taller. On the battlefield, Long Chen was like a god of war, consecutively killing the top enemy disciples, and then even killing a corrupt elder. He was even able to fight Yin Luo, a genius who only appeared once every 1,000 years, and he had managed to sever one of his legs. To be called brother by this practically unrivaled god-like figure, all of them were incredibly moved. They were willing to risk their lives with Long Chen. They wouldn't even hesitate to sacrifice their lives. Looking at those worshipful gazes, Tu Fang sighed emotionally. This was the level of Long Chen's charisma. Those beside him would gladly fight for him. Even the other elders looked at Long Chen with admiration. Long Chen was a natural-born leader. No one else had that kind of bold spirit. When it came to the rewards, even the elders didn't view them so importantly anymore. That was because they saw the newfound determination in their disciples' eyes. They trusted that after experiencing this battle, those disciples would definitely have amazing accomplishments in the future. In fact, that was precisely what Long Chen had said just before the battle. Those who managed to survive would definitely become absolutely amazing experts. That was especially true of those core disciples. They had all awakened their ancestral marks. It would be impossible for them not to become amazing experts. Tu Fang finally decided to act in accordance to the previous years. They would distribute awards to the various sects in accordance to how many living members they had at the end. But those rewards would not be distributed immediately. The monastery would have them send the heads back to the Xianxian supermonastery first and get the rewards from there. As for what to do now, the first thing to do was to clean up the battlefield. They had to gather the corrupt disciples, corpses as well. They couldn't let their corpses just lie there. Once those experts' corpses began to rot, that would release a huge epidemic. They had to be brought away and burned by them. Once the battlefield had been cleaned up, an elder walked over with a certain corpse. Looking at that corpse, everyone was silent for a moment. That corpse was the corrupt elder that Long Chen had killed. Within this region, an 8-temper bone forging expert was. An expert that only the Xianxian monastery or perhaps the Skywood Palace had the resources to raise. Furthermore, even the monastery only had 8 elders who were on the level of this 8-temper bone forging elder. Such a powerful existence had died to Long Chen. That shocked everyone. That corpse was collected by Tu Fang. It was the strongest corrupt expert to die during this battle. An 8-temper bone forging expert contained a vast amount of life energy. It was extremely difficult to kill them. Even if they met another 8-temper bone forging expert and were unable to defeat them, couldn't they just run? So in all the years of battles between the righteous and corrupt paths here, it seemed this was the first time an expert of this level died. And most inconceivable of all was that such an expert hadn't been killed someone in the same realm as him, but by a disciple who was only at the blood condensation realm. Tu Fang decided to send this corpse to the Xianxian supermonastery. If the Xianxian supermonastery were to learn that such an incredibly powerful disciple had appeared in their monastery, they would definitely send down endless resources, grooming Long Chen with their full strength. After cleaning the battlefield, the various sect elders brought their disciples away. But those disciples didn't leave before bowing to Long Chen respectfully. That bow wasn't just because of their respect for him, but because they were incredibly grateful to him. It was Long Chen who had showed them what kind of person was worthy of being called a cultivator. Long Chen was like a shining beacon on their cultivation paths, lighting up their way forward and showing them what they had to do to advance. As for these brave warriors who had just fought a blood-soaked battle, Long Chen really did feel as close to them as brothers. Long Chen waved out to each of them in farewell. Once they had all left, only the monastery's elders and disciples were present. Long Chen suddenly turned to Tu Fang. "Elder Tu Fang, I miss my home. I want to return for a bit." Chapter 269 Returning Home. The curtains had set on this righteous and corrupt battle. This battle had shocked both sides, and there was no one who didn't know Long Chen's name. He was praised as Su Prefecture's #1 junior generation. Although he was only at the peak of blood condensation, he was unrivaled within the tendon transformation realm, capable of even consecutively killing favored. That caused a huge wave within the corrupt path. This time, they had achieved an unprecedented level of power and brought several times the number of disciples compared to before. There were even 5 favored who had appeared at the same time. This generation was acclaimed as their strongest generation. They had expected their disciples to utterly slaughter the righteous disciples. But when Gui Yan brought the remaining, decimated disciples back, the entire corrupt path of this region was dumbfounded. Of over 20,000 disciples, only 500 had returned. Furthermore, 3 of their favored had died. The one acclaimed as a genius who only appeared once in 1,000 years, Yin Luo, had actually had one of his legs severed. That news greatly shocked the corrupt path. They were practically unable to believe this result. After doing a detailed investigation, they finally heard the whole story. Just Long Chen's name struck terror in the hearts of the corrupt disciples now. That was especially true of the corrupt disciples who had managed to survive that battle. Just hearing his name would make them shiver from head to toe. Long Chen's strength caused a great deal of pressure for the corrupt path's experts. The higher-ups of the corrupt path had even held a special meeting just to decide how to handle Long Chen, and the result was that those corrupt path experts all unanimously voted that Long Chen could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would definitely pose a fatal threat to them once he matured. They distributed Long Chen's name and picture to all the various corrupt powers and he was placed on their must-kill list. And in fact, this region's corrupt path's high-level members even sent the news up to their higher-ups. After all, the appearance of such a threat had to be told to the higher-ups for them to think of a way to kill him. Long Chen was a disciple of the Xianxian monastery. Being so powerful, he would definitely be cherished and protected. It'd be impossible for them to kill him secretly. This region's corrupt path would need to borrow the strength of the higher-ups to handle this. Yin Luo had quickly grown back his leg with his sect's help. But although his outer wounds had healed, the humiliation he felt practically drove him mad. He had always been acclaimed as a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. He had never met a match in the same realm, and even Favored found it difficult to last even 10 exchanges with him. He, who possessed the strength to jump realms and kill experts, had actually had his leg cut off by a blood condensation brat. That kind of humiliation was unacceptable to him. After recovering, Yin Luo went into seclusion, sending out word that once he left seclusion, he would personally go cut off Long Chen and Mo Nian's heads. Long Chen didn't care the slightest bit about the righteous and corrupt paths, commotion. Currently he was hurrying to Phoenix Cry, wanting to reunite with everyone. However, Long Chen wasn't alone. Wild, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and Little Snow were with him. Originally, Tang Wan hadn't been planning on going back with Long Chen. But for some reason, Chu Yao had pulled her in. Tang Wan had had no choice but to follow along with a red face. Long Chen could sense those two girls were acting weird. Whenever he wasn't paying attention, they would always stealthily be whispering about something. Long Chen had tried several times to secretly investigate what they were talking about, but he was always noticed by Chu Yao. As a favored, Chu Yao's spiritual strength wasn't much weaker than his own. Furthermore, after absorbing that favored's Dao mark, Tang Wan had managed to miraculously retain its power, also becoming a favored. It was said that favored contained a trace of heaven and earth's karmic luck. Once you became a favored, you would obtain heaven and earth's blessing, allowing you to cultivate twice as fast with half the effort. Tang Wan said that after she absorbed that Dao mark and had the assistance of the heavenly Daos, she had begun to feel a much greater affinity for heaven and earth's spiritual qi. At the same time, she also found that her wind energy had changed, becoming incredibly powerful. It could be said that her luck had been very good. In comparison, after Chu Yao had killed her opponent, she had immediately tossed that corpse to Yi Ziqiu. Yi Ziqiu had also tried to absorb that favored's Dao mark, but unfortunately, she had failed. That Dao mark had only paused in her body for a moment before fading away. As for Wild, once he had killed his opponent, he had also tried absorbing his Dao mark. But he had also failed. Of the three of them, only Tang Wan had succeeded. And so it could be seen that to steal the heavenly Dao's karmic luck depended greatly on chance. Karmic luck was extremely profound and mysterious. It was almost illusory and seemingly non-existent. But it was definitely a real thing. It was simply too mysterious to completely understand. Hey, what are you two whispering about? If you have anything hurtful to say, just say it loudly for everyone. Long Chen was somewhat discontented. Long Chen and Wild were walking at the front, while Chu Yao and Tang Wan were riding Little Snow, keeping far behind them. Occasionally their quiet, tinkling laughter would ring out. Hearing Long Chen's grumbling, Chu Yao laughed and didn't reply. Tang Wan was the one who said, "You bad scoundrel, are you unhappy about us having our fun things to talk about?" Although Long Chen acted discontented, he actually felt a huge pressure fall off his shoulders. He was relieved to see that Chu Yao didn't feel any resentment because of Tang Wan existence. But he was extremely curious how a bizarre, fiery girl like Tang Wan was able to converse so happily with Chu Yao, who normally didn't like to talk too much and was even a bit shy. That was inconceivable to Long Chen. Wild suddenly said, "Brother Long, let's hurry up. My stomach's rumbling. I'm going to faint from the hunger." Ever since Wild had awakened, he had gone all out to eat. He practically went crazy from hunger. He didn't even care if it wasn't meat. As long as it was edible, he would swallow it immediately. All the rations in their spatial rings had already been eaten away by Wild. But even so, Wild's stomach was still constantly rumbling like a loud drum, causing them to laugh in surprise. "Wild, what was with your body changing color back then?" asked Long Chen. Wild's skin had turned a red color on that day, and he had looked like an awakened beast, releasing a will that caused even Long Chen to shiver. "I don't know. In any case, whenever I get angry, I'll end up awakening a strange energy. That energy is extremely powerful. But once I use that energy, I'll immediately become starving. Normally, if my master isn't by my side, I don't dare use that energy because I'm afraid I'll really starve to death," explained Wild, feeling somewhat vexed. According to Wild's explanation, his body was hiding a strange kind of energy. And according to what he said, it seemed that energy didn't come from his body, but his soul. Of course, that conclusion was guessed by Long Chen. Wild was unable to clearly explain where that energy came from. Every time he would use that energy, Wild would go through several days of feeling starving, and would need to constantly eat. His stomach was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much he ate, it would be useless during the next few days. There was one time when Wild had been hunting and he had encountered a 4th-rank magical beast. At a critical juncture of life and death, he had ended up using that energy. As a result, he managed to kill that powerful magical beast, but he almost starved to death in the mountains. In the end, he even ate the magical beast's bones, only then managing to ward off his hunger. Just thinking about that time would fill Wild with terror. Hunger was easily capable of driving a man crazy. That was a kind of cruelty was sometimes even worse than torture. That was especially true for Wild with his special constitution. He didn't use any spiritual chi when he fought. He relied solely on his physical body to fight. Once he was exhausted, his body's cells would demand food from Wild. That was why Wild's hunger level was unimaginably greater than an average person's. Before he had met Long Chen, Wild had endured periods of hunger, but it hadn't been so bad. However, as his body grew stronger, that feeling of hunger became more and more unbearable. It wasn't that his ability to endure had dropped, but that his body's requirements had grown too large. Now he practically needed to constantly eat. But there was one good thing about his hunger. Due to him quickening his footsteps in his haste, they quickly arrived in the Phoenix Cry Empire. After another short period of travel, the imperial capital appeared in front of them. As soon as Long Chen entered the capital, he caused a huge commotion as people came to greet him. Long Chen saw many familiar faces. Fatty Yu, Shou, and all the others were present to give Long Chen an embrace with crazy joy. Long Chen naturally gave them all a laughing greeting, but said he wanted to return home to see his parents first. He made a promise to go out drinking with them later at night. It had been over half a year since he had been home. Looking at his familiar estate gate, Long Chen felt a burst of emotion. The gates had already been newly decorated. In fact, all the walls had been newly washed and painted, and it was the entire noble estate had been transformed. Compared to how destitute it had been when he had left, it was completely different. Long Chen had just been about to push open the door when he heard his mom's discontented voice from within. Chen Er's returned. I'm definitely going to go see him right now. Why must you make me wait for him here with you? Just let us mother and son see each other a bit earlier. You at least got to see Chen Er at the border, so you're at ease. But I never got to see him. Long Tianxiao's deep voice responded, this is for your own good. There's too many people over there, so it's inconvenient. The large gate was pushed open. Long Chen finally got to see that figure which he thought about day and night. His voice trembled as he called out, Mom, Mrs. Long had been grumbling at Long Tianxiao. Suddenly hearing Long Chen's voice, her body shook, and she hastily turned to see her son's figure standing there. She was unable to hold back her tears any longer. Chen Er. Long Chen rushed into his mother's embrace, also crying, Mom, your son has been unfilial. Although Mrs. Long might not be his birth mother, Long Chen knew she had invested her whole life to him, raising him like her real son. They were no different than a biological mother and son. The fact that he had left to face the outside world had been a great impact on Mrs. Long, and so this time when he saw his mother again, Long Chen was filled with guilt. Good child, don't cry. It's good as long as you can return. Come, let Mom see if you've gotten too thin. Mrs. Long gently caressed Long Chen's cheeks. She saw that after being gone for half a year, that immaturity on his face had already disappeared, replaced with a firm determination. She exclaimed, Good, my son has really grown up to be a real man. I really am happy, but I also knows you must have experienced many hardships during this, so I also feel sorry for you. Ah, if you have more to say, there are rooms inside. There's also guests waiting, reminded Long Tianxiao. Only then did Mrs. Long notice there were others. Hastily wiping away her tears, she greeted everyone and brought them in. The first words from Wild's mouth were that he was starving to death, so Long Tianxiao quickly told people to get cooking. In fact, he even informed the imperial cooks to come help, because they all knew just how much Wild could eat. Entering a room, Long Chen was holding his mother's hand when his expression suddenly became odd. Carefully looking at his mother, his eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Chapter 270 Father's Advice. Mom, you. Long Chen's jaw dropped as he looked at his mother in surprise. Mrs. Long blushed, embarrassed to be stared at like this by her son. She viciously cut at Long Qianxiao with her eyes, angrily saying, "It's all your father's fault. He really doesn't know how to be decent." Long Chen hadn't noticed at first, but now he realized that his mother's belly had swelled slightly. She had actually become pregnant. Back when Mrs. Long had first miscarried, she had been filled with pain. Luckily, Long Tianxiao had brought back Long Chen just a few days later, filling that hole in Mrs. Long's heart. The two of them both treated him like a gift from the heavens, giving Long Chen all their love. But not long after, their Long family had been drawn into a conspiracy, and Long Tianxiao had been forced to stay away from the capital. In reality, both Mrs. Long and Long Tianxiao were in the prime of their lives. Now that the storm had passed and they were at peace, the two of them no longer needed to stay parted all the time. The two of them were actually delighted that she had become pregnant again. "Congratulations, Dad. Congratulations, Mom," heartily laughed Long Chen. Long Tianxiao laughed with him, but Mrs. Long turned even redder. Her son had already grown up, but she was still unwilling to let go of him. "Mom, let me feel your pulse and let me see if you're carrying a little brother or a little sister," laughed Long Chen. Mrs. Long had recovered slightly from her embarrassment by now, and she shook her head. "Grandmaster has already helped me check. It's a daughter." Mrs. Long gently rubbed her belly, a loving light shining on her face. "The heavens really have been kind to me. Even in my later years, they sent me a daughter. Everyone says that daughters are closest to their mothers. I really have been blessed. A little sister, excellent." Long Chen nodded. His mother was just an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivating. She was approaching her 40s. For her to become pregnant at such a time really was a kind gift from the heavens. With a child by his mother's side, she wouldn't spend all her days worrying about him. She would be able to pass her days much happier. "Aya, we've been talking so much, I forgot about our guests." Mrs. Long really had been too happy, and had completely forgotten about Chu Yao and Tang Wan. "No problem, they're all family," laughed Long Chen. Long Chen had only said this without thinking about it, and Chu Yao was completely fine with it. But Tang Wan blushed. Obviously calling her family caused her to feel a bit odd. Her heart was pounding, but a trace of joy appeared in her eyes. "Aunt Long, Long Chen's right. There's no guests here, only family." Chu Yao came up and wrapped her arm around Mrs. Long's arm. This isn't an outsider, but a close female friend from Long Chen's sect, Tang Wan. Long Chen was startled. Close female friend, when did that happen? Wan greets Aunt Long. Tang Wan hastily paid her respects. She appeared bashful and graceful, a completely different display from how fiery she was with Long Chen normally. "Haha, what a beautiful maiden. It's rare to find someone so cute, sensible, and sweet-tempered." "Ah, your character's very similar to Yao." "Long Chen, you bad child, what are you secretly laughing about?" Seeing Long Chen was doing his best to hold back his laughter to the side, Mrs. Long held onto Tang Wan hand and demanded. Long Chen really was unable to hold back his laughter. How could cute, sensible, and sweet-tempered be used to describe Tang Wan? You guys can talk for now. I won't bother you any longer. I'll go talk with Dad." Long Chen knew he would definitely get unequal treatment if he stayed here with these three women. He quickly went over to where his dad was. Arriving beneath an old tree in the rear court, Long Chen and Long Tianxiao sat atop a stone bench. Long Tianxiao looked up at that old tree and sighed. "Time really passes quickly. I still remember when you were just a snot-nosed child holding that wooden sword, constantly challenging me to a duel. Now you've already grown up, reaching a level that even I, your father, can only look up to." Long Tianxiao looked at Long Chen. His gaze contained pride, but it also contained a trace of sorrow. Although Long Tianxiao was a magnanimous person, it was impossible for a father to completely hold back his deep love for his child. Long Chen felt a burst of emotion as he remembered how when he was young, his father would accompany him under this tree, playing with him and teaching him how to use the sword while his mother watched and laughed to the side. Now he had grown stronger, so strong that he could easily subdue an entire empire. But that kind of joy from his childhood would never return again. That was something being more powerful was incapable of fixing. This was just the cruelness of time. As time passed, it continuously pushed people forward. Once a moment had passed, it was impossible to return to. "Son, your father cannot help you with anything in terms of cultivation. But there is one thing you have to remember. The more powerful a person becomes, the easier it will be for them to lose their original heart. So you absolutely can't have any intentions of being some lonely dominator. Otherwise, the further you walk, the fewer people you will have walking beside you. Eventually you will be all alone, becoming a violent, tyrannical monster who will only believe in your own strength. That will lead you down the devil path. Long Tianxiao was extremely grave. The reason Long Tianxiao gave this warning to Long Chen was because Long Chen always laid his inner heart bare to him. He could sense that there was a terrifying, tyrannical aura within Long Chen's bones. That was a desire that wished to destroy the entire world. If Long Chen were to allow that desire to overcome his senses, then Long Chen really might end up falling onto the devil path, becoming a true demon king. The stronger a person was, the easier it was to lose their original heart. That was because they only believed in their own strength. They didn't have confidence in anyone else beside them. The corrupt path's experts were like that. They only trusted in themselves. They didn't trust anyone else. They revered strength, revered slaughter, and thought that power was everything. Long Tianxiao was worried that Long Chen would one day walk down a similar path. Long Chen was just too strong, and it would be easy for him to lose his way. Dad, don't worry, I understand. No matter how strong a person is, without someone guarding their back, they'll definitely die sooner or later. I will definitely leave my back to those I trust, nodded Long Chen. Ha ha ha, good, you really are worthy of being my, Long Tianxiao's, son. You are the pride of my life. Long Tianxiao laughed heartily, patting Long Chen on the shoulders. Actually Dad, you are my real idol. Long Chen gazed at his father sincerely, arrogantly looking down on all beneath the heavens, being unafraid of death, caring deeply about relations and emotions, being sincere and heartfelt. In Long Chen's opinion, that was how a real hero should be. In comparison, those experts with higher cultivation bases but who spent all day contemplating despicable little schemes were all just piles of dog shit in Long Chen's eyes. No matter how high their cultivation bases rose, they would never be heroes. At most, they would just go from a small lump of dog shit to a big lump of dog shit. There was no qualitative change. Ha ha ha, let's go. The food should be ready now. Us father and son definitely have to have a proper taste. Long Tianxiao pulled Long Chen into a dining room. By this point in time, Long Tianxiao was the main pillar of the entire empire. His orders were no different from the emperor's orders. The palace's hundreds of chefs had all rushed over the Long estate now, working all out to bring out their finest delicacies. By the time Long Chen and Long Tianxiao arrived, there were already over 200 chefs that were working efficiently. At the front was a table where Wild was sitting alone. Those chefs were all quickly bringing plate after plate of meat to Wild. Wild would swallow each plate of meat in just a single gulp, and then rapidly reach out for a new one. Those chefs were all shaken. But as soon as Wild emptied their dish, they would run back and go prepare more food. In the end, there was a whole queue of chefs feeding Wild while the others prepared more food as fast as they could. Uncle, brother, Long, you've come. Wild was still wildly devouring all the food, stuttering out words between mouthfuls. Ah, just keep eating. There's more than enough food, laughed Long Chen. He knew Wild's body was special. This ordinary meat and food was unable to provide him enough energy. At best, they would just temporarily stall his hunger. But as long as he wasn't dying from hunger, it was still good enough. In order to completely replenish all his energy, they'd probably have to return to the monastery and go hunt some high-ranking magical beasts. At this time, Mrs. Long also walked in with Chu Yao and Tang Wan each holding one of her arms, all three of them smiling happily. Tang Wan was still displaying that warm and extremely pleasant behavior, something which made Long Chen feel extremely out of sorts. He continued to occasionally look at her oddly. While they were eating, Tang Wan took advantage of a couple times when everyone wasn't paying attention to viciously glare at Long Chen a couple times. Only then did Long Chen relax. It was still the same Tang Wan. Long Chen spent 3 days within the capital. Those 3 days passed extremely happily. Long Chen also accompanied Chu Yao on a trip to the imperial palace. Another burst of emotion came when those two brother and sister, Chu Yao and Chu Feng, saw each other again. The Phoenix Cry Empire was currently prospering. With Long Tianxiao present, none of the surrounding empires dared have the slightest intentions against Phoenix Cry. Long Chen also gathered up Shi Feng, Fatty Yu, Shou Wu, and everyone else at the heroic assembly house. At the top floor of the heroic assembly house, they constantly told stories about what had happened back then, and their voices only became louder as they drank more and more. Everyone became completely drunk in just a moment. Due to his cultivation base, Long Chen would drink a large jug while others only drank a cup in order to maintain an even playing field. So even Long Chen was completely drunk in the end. He didn't even remember how he managed to return home. In any case, in a daze, he had felt two gentle bodies supporting him. Leaning against those two bodies, he had fallen fast asleep. When he awoke the next day, Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his head. He had actually gotten so drunk that he didn't even remember anything now. But sniffing the air, he could smell two faint fragrances lingering around his body. After living at home for 3 days, Long Chen finally brought his group away. They left under his mother's unwilling gaze. Looking back to look at the ancient city walls, Long Chen sighed. Life was a series of multiple choice options. After picking a few options, he didn't even know just what kind of path he had picked for himself. But Long Chen also had no choice. Rubbing that soul-calming jade, he knew he had to know his past. More importantly, he had to know who his biological parents were. It was like he was standing in front of a huge door, while that jade pendant was the key. But he didn't dare open that door. Because once he did, whatever was hiding behind that door would immediately take his life. Long Chen urgently needed to increase his own strength. In fact, that urgency he constantly felt had only grown compared to before. It was as if some sort of danger was slowly drawing near. Leaving the capital, Long Chen's group hurried in the direction of Skywood Mountain. Chapter 271 Special Present. Wild, you basically never stopped eating while we were in the capital. Are you still not full? Tang Wan'er looked at Wild with shock. Wild had never stopped eating while in the capital. He had literally ate through day and night. Occasionally he would feel sleepy and take a nap for less than an hour before waking up from hunger, continuing to devour all the food. Just watching him had stunned Tang Wan'er and Chu Yao. Wild bitterly grumbled, "Nothing I can do. That meat has no energy in it. Only by continuously eating it can I barely make up how much energy I use daily. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to walk by now." Only Long Chen knew that eating was essentially cultivating for Wild. The better the food he ate, the faster he would cultivate. That ordinary beef could only barely keep up with his energy expenditure. There was no energy for him to replenish himself or advance. If he hadn't eaten, he would have immediately fallen into what would essentially be a coma. Without enough energy, his body's cells would go on strike. Just at this moment, a thick python charged at them. That was a first-rank magical beast. Cold-blooded, low-ranking magical beasts had exceptionally low intelligence. It hadn't even sensed their cultivation bases before attacking them. In fact, it hadn't even noticed that Little Snow, a third-rank magical beast, was present. Wild's eyes immediately brightened when he saw that python. Food. Tang Wan'er waved a single finger, and a small wind blade directly cut off that python's head. But even after cutting off its head, that wind blade didn't lose any strength and pierced a small hole into a huge boulder. Long Chen was shocked by that. The spot in the boulder that had been pierced was completely smooth. With just a random wave of Tang Wan'er's hand, she was able to cut through that hard rock as easily as cutting through tofu. Wild didn't care how that snake died. All he needed to know was that python was about to enter his stomach. "Wait a moment for me to cook it a bit, Wild." Seeing Wild was about to start devouring that python, Long Chen hastily stopped him. He knew that Wild was being driven crazy by his hunger, so he naturally wouldn't care about the taste. If it had just been him and Wild, he wouldn't have cared all that much, but it wasn't suitable with Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er present. He quickly took out a grilling frame, skinned the python, washed it clean, and placed it on the grill. With a wave of his hand, a blue flame burst forth and immediately engulfed that python's corpse. Long Chen's beast flame was extremely powerful. If he didn't keep it restrained, it would have instantly burnt this first-rank python to ashes. As a pill cultivator, Long Chen's spiritual strength was extremely strong. Controlling the flame was just a fundamental skill, and in just a couple breaths, that python was completely cooked, releasing a fragrant scent. Long Chen cut off a large portion of it for Tang Wan'er, Chu Yao, and himself, leaving all the rest for Wild. He had cooked it extremely well, and it was extremely satisfying to them. It practically melted in their mouths, and although he hadn't added any seasoning, both women had only praise. "It's too bad we didn't bring any wonder carps." Otherwise it would have been a great snack for big sister Yao, said Tang Wan with some regret. Long Chen ate a bite and then suddenly asked, I find it strange. How come you call Yao big sister, and Yao also calls you big sister? Just which one of you is the big sister and which is the little sister? Chu Yao laughed somewhat mischievously. Smiling craftily, she asked, well, which one of us do you think is bigger? Which one of us is the big sister? Long Chen stiffened for a moment. Looking at the two of them gazing steadily at him, he immediately realized that this was not such an easy question to answer. This was a word trap. A bad response would result in some punishment. But just who was Long Chen? Did they think he would fall for this trap? He stared at the two of them for a long time, stretching it out awkwardly as his gaze roved over their bodies and faces. Finally, when the two of them were completely red, he sighed. Both your figures are extremely amazing. If you don't take off your clothes, I won't be able to tell just which one of you is bigger. The two of their faces were so red it looked like blood might drip out at any moment. The two of them simultaneously raged. Scoundrel. Improper. On the other hand, Long Chen laughed loftily. Being able to tease two absolute beauties like this was practically the greatest delight of his life. But Long Chen still felt that this was strange. With Tang Wan'er's fiery temper, normally he would definitely have received a beating with her fists after teasing her like this. Perhaps she would even throw in a couple kicks if she felt like it. Could it be that Chu Yao's gentle temperament had rubbed off on her? Then that really would be too boring. In the future, he wouldn't have anything to do when he was bored. Long Chen, what are you planning on doing once you return? Asked Chu Yao once she had recovered. Long Chen threw in the last piece of meat into his mouth. Wiping his mouth, he bitterly smiled. What plans could I possibly have? All I can do is cultivate all out. I still don't know just when I can break through this bottleneck. With my current cultivation base, wouldn't I end up doomed once I enter the Julie secret realm? Especially with that fellow, Yin Mule or something. It's Yin Luo, can you not be so ridiculous? Tang Wan'er rebuked. Yeah, that Yin Luo fellow. I only managed to cut off one of his legs. He probably won't be too happy about that. Most likely he'll come to settle things with me in the secret realm, sighed Long Chen. Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er both remembered how terrifying Yin Luo was, and their smiles faded to be replaced with worry. That Yin Luo really is too terrifying. His body actually contains Xianxian essence blood. Although he can't control it perfectly, as his cultivation base grows, he'll gradually become accustomed to it. If he can use his body's Xianxian essence blood to control natural energy, then his attacks really will be horrifying. Last battle, he should still have been unfamiliar with his Xianxian essence blood. He was afraid of dying from the backlash of the natural energy, and so he didn't dare use too much strength. Yet even so, you all saw just how powerful that last attack of his was. Just recalling Yin Luo's last attack filled Chu Yao with worry. This time Yin Luo had ended up injured. He would probably go all out cultivating so he could wash away that humiliation. It was extremely likely he would attempt to kill Long Chen in the Julie secret realm. Long Chen, with your current strength, it should be no problem for you to at least survive against Yin Luo if you manage to break through to tendon transformation. But if you can't break through to tendon transformation before the opening of the Julie secret realm, that really will be dangerous, said Tang Wan'er. The reason Long Chen had been able to seize victory last time had been because of Chu Yao's secret art. She had lent her ocean's worth of spiritual qi to him to use. If it hadn't been for Chu Yao, let alone Yin Luo, just that corrupt elder would have killed Long Chen. Long Chen also understood his weak points. One weak point was his cultivation realm was too low, while the other was that he didn't have enough energy. In regards to ordinary core disciples, his Feng Fu star's energy definitely wouldn't be lacking compared to any of them. But Long Chen's Feng Fu battle armor and split the heavens were both too exhausting. So right now Long Chen had two choices. One, he could do his best to attempt to make a cultivation base break through to tendon transformation. Or his other option was to condense the second of the 9 stars, the Aliyth star. Long Chen was sure that if he could just condense the Aliyth star, then with both stars' superposition, he would be even stronger and be able to fight longer. As for more battle skills, Long Chen didn't really need them. That was because his spiritual qi wasn't able to keep up with such a huge expenditure. The crucial point of all this was that Long Chen was stuck in a bottleneck, and he had no idea how he could break through to reach tendon transformation. The bottleneck he was in was extremely strange. He had already reached the peak of blood condensation, and yet he was unable to break through. That was extremely vexing for him. But Long Chen knew that this kind of situation couldn't be rushed. Rather than attempting to break through this impossible bottleneck, it would be better for him to focus on gathering all the Alioth pill's ingredients. They had killed many corrupt experts this time, and there would definitely be large rewards. Long Chen didn't need anything else, all he needed were the Alioth pill's medicinal ingredients. As long as he gathered even just a few sets of them, he could at least condense an embryonic Alioth star. Long Chen had a premonition that as long as he could condense the Alioth star, his combat ability would definitely crazily surge. Seeing that Long Chen looked a bit grave, Chu Yao didn't want him to feel so much pressure, so she held his hand and asked, "What did you do yesterday at the Alchemist Guild and the Wine Pavilion?" Yesterday, despite how busy he had been, he had taken the time to go to those two places. Chu Yao and Tang Waner had stayed with his parents, and so they didn't know what he had done there. Long Chen laughed mischievously. "First I went to the Alchemist Guild to officially greet the new chairman. After all, he has treated our Long family really well. It would have been too rude if I didn't at least pay him a visit. Other than just greeting him, I also asked him a couple matters to do with the Alchemist Guild. As for the Wine Pavilion, I just wanted to see if I could find anything I need, and, I actually did manage to buy it." An ink-black stone appeared on Long Chen's hand. It was just the size of an egg. Ancient lines covered it, and it gave off an extremely archaic aura. The two women were slightly surprised. They took that stone from his hand and examined it from all directions, unable to see through its mysteries. "It looks very ancient. These lines should also be natural, and contain an ancient aura. But other than that, I can't find anything special about it," said Chu Yao curiously. Long Chen purposely acted mysterious. "It's natural that you can't see through what's so special about it. After all, you're all too young. Then let me tell you, the most special part about this stone is, it is very old." "And then?" asked Tang Waner. "Nothing. Are you playing us?" asked Tang Waner disdainfully. Long Chen laughed mischievously again, and rubbed that stone with a pleased expression. But looking at Long Chen's smile gave the two of them a chill. They both had a bad feeling. "Long Chen, are you planning on doing something bad again?" Chu Yao understood Long Chen very well. "Of course not." Long Chen shook his head like it was a rattle, righteously saying, "What kind of person do you think I, Long Chen, am? This is to be sent as a gift." But neither Chu Yao or Tang Waner really believed him. That was because Long Chen's smile just now really had been too mischievous. Tang Waner suddenly had a thought. "I think I know who Long Chen is sending this gift to." Chapter 272, A Secret. "I think I know who Long Chen is giving this gift to," exclaimed Tang Waner. Don't make any random guesses." Long Chen didn't say any more about that topic. He felt that Tang Waner really had sensed something. He really had no choice but to admire her. A woman's intuition really was frightening. Long Chen asked Tang Waner, "After you became a favored, did you feel anything particularly special? Looking at that attack just now, it seems your attacks are a bit different from before." Tang Waner was excited to talk about becoming a favored. She told Long Chen that ever since she had absorbed that Dao mark, she could feel a mysterious energy supporting her. Her wind blades had also changed. Her control of wind energy had reached a kind of pinnacle, and her wind runes were clearer than ever. In terms of power, they were at least 10 times stronger than in the past. In reality, a favored's Dao mark was a natural mark of the heavenly Daos. It was extremely ephemeral and mysterious. It was a mysterious existence that occurred with karmic destiny. When a baby was born, if their karmic luck was great enough, they would receive the approval of the heavenly Daos, and that natural mark would adhere to their body in order to even further increase their karmic luck. But this kind of natural Dao mark wouldn't stay the same forever. As a person grew, if their karmic luck faded, that Dao mark would also fade away to find another host or perhaps just disappear back into the heavens. That was why their Dao mark would automatically leave their body when they were killed. A person could forcibly try to absorb that Dao mark at that time. But as for whether or not you could succeed in having it stay in your body, that would essentially count on your karmic luck. After that huge battle, 3 people had had their Dao marks stolen. But only Tang Waner had succeeded. And that was actually extremely lucky. It was said that the odds of succeeding in absorbing another person's Dao mark were less than 10%. However, once you succeeded, then with the Dao mark's karmic luck adding onto your own, your future would be limitless. That was why Tang Wan was so excited. She was also deeply moved, and surprisingly, she held onto Long Chen's hand warmly. Thank you Long Chen, you aren't even a favored, but you gave me your chance to become one. But just thinking about that actually filled Long Chen with resentment. When Tu Fang had told him to snatch that Dao mark, he had sensed that it would most likely have no affinity with him. And as he had expected, Chu Yao had told him that this Dao mark was something that existed on top of the Dantian spirit root. If the spirit root was likened to a huge tree, then elemental spiritual qi was like the tree's fruit. Other than being able to provide more karmic luck, that Dao mark was also able to change a person's spiritual qi attribute. It was able to increase the affinity and strength of a person's elemental attribute by tens of times. Chu Yao was an excellent example. She was a wood cultivator, and normal wood cultivators weren't powerful combat experts. They were generally only capable of assisting the real fighters. Their greatest ability was their ability to heal wounds. But as a favored, Chu Yao's wood energy had changed, containing a trace of metal element. Metal and wood oppressed each other. It should have fundamentally been impossible to merge them, and yet the power of a favored could not be judged according to common sense. And that was one of the reasons a favored's combat ability was so terrifying. Once Tang Wan had absorbed that Dao mark, her wind energy had also changed. So now a random wave of Tang Wan's hand was just as strong as one of her full-strength attacks in the past. That was why Tang Wan was incredibly grateful to Long Chen. Long Chen had directly given that favored's corpse to her after he had killed him. She hadn't even known what a favored's Dao mark was, but she had simply listened to what he said. Only once she had absorbed that Dao mark had she realized that Long Chen had made a great sacrifice, leaving this huge opportunity to her. This was also why Chu Yao sensed that Long Chen's treatment of Tang Wan wasn't just that of two friends. So she had taken the initiative to form a relationship with her. In reality, Long Chen had been misjudged. His Dantian was completely empty. Where was there a spirit root for that Dao mark to adhere to? Giving it to Tang Wan was simply the right thing to do. With one hand held by Tang Wan feeling her hand and how exquisitely soft it was, how could Long Chen contain himself? Gently rubbing Tang Wan's hand, he acted completely infatuated. If I can use just a favored's corpse to exchange for a beauty's heart, then that really would be worth it. Looks like I'll need to work harder in the future. Tang Wan's face was red from holding Long Chen's hand. But she also didn't have the heart to pull away. But then after Long Chen finished speaking, that bashful, gentle expression completely disappeared. Looking at the infatuated Long Chen, she asked, "Are you thinking of going out to kill a couple more favored to exchange for some more beauty's hearts?" Of course, Iya. Rubbing her jade hand, that feeling really was infatuating for him. He hadn't noticed that her tone had changed suddenly, and so he had just made a random reply. But then he felt a burst of pain from his waist. At the same time, he realized he was unable to move. His body was tightly bound with wooden stakes. Tang Wan's other hand was viciously pinching him on the waist. "Hey, we were just talking nicely. How do you become so hostile so fast?" cried out Long Chen. He saw Chu Yao was currently forming a hand seal with a naughty smile as she looked at Long Chen, not saying anything. Tang Wan raged, "I just knew you were a womanizer. With your fickle heart, how are you worthy of big sister Yao's devotion?" "Hey, that was just a random reply. I wasn't serious. Furthermore, you're clearly the one that's always seducing me. You're forcibly captivating me. This is just your trap," justified Long Chen. With those wooden stakes binding his body, he was unable to move at all. "What seduction? Just listening to you is disgusting. Long Chen, you really are wicked." Tang Wan blushed and raged at the same time. That was just a slip of the tongue. And even if someone should penalize me, it should be Yao. Yao, I misspoke, so forgive me. Next time I definitely won't. Long Chen knew Chu Yao was the more kind-hearted one. He directly admitted defeat, and as he had expected, Long Chen's act of pity really was Chu Yao's weak point. She was just about to release him. "Big sister Yao, you absolutely can't listen to him. This fellow is most skilled in putting on an act. Don't get tricked." Tang Wan really understood Long Chen too well. Having his trick be so suddenly broken, Long Chen raged, "Have you made a mistake? This is a matter for a husband and wife, me and Yao. Why are you interfering?" Chu Yao blushed shyly, but she felt a burst of warmth. From the start, Long Chen had always viewed her that way. Tang Wan righteously replied, Big sister Yao said that when she's not present, I have to look after you and make sure you don't go womanizing everywhere. Ah, you gave me to her. Yao aren't you afraid of her cheating you? Yao let me tell you, she's been drooling over how handsome I am for a long time. Long Chen was once more given a vicious pinch before he could finish speaking. Scoundrel, who drooled over you, who would seduce you, I'll cheat your head off. Tang Wan was really angered now. In between her words, she would give Long Chen a vicious pinch. Chu Yao was laughing to the side. She knew that Long Chen's miserable cries were all fake just to intentionally tease them. With Long Chen's powerful physical body, not even pliers on his skin would hurt. How could Tang Wan's pinches really hurt that much? Seeing Long Chen acting like this, Chu Yao also didn't feel like keeping him bound. Those wooden stakes all became as flexible as rope and returned to the earth, disappearing. That was enough laughing for now. Holding Chu Yao's hands, Long Chen began to speak of proper things. Yao do you really have to return to Skywood Palace so soon? Didn't you say you could stay at the Xuantian Monastery for a period? I really hate to part with you so soon after we have reunited. Chu Yao reddened slightly and gently caressed Long Chen's cheek. I also hate to part with you. But if I want to protect you, I need to constantly increase my strength. This time, once I return to Skywood Palace, my master has promised me that she will transmit the first volume of the Skywood Sacred Canon to me. That's our Skywood Palace's absolute secret tome. It is incredibly powerful, and my master said that if I can master the Skywood Sacred Canon, my strength will reach an unprecedented level. Long Chen could only nod. There was really nothing that could be done about this. Cultivation was inherently a struggle. They all had to make the most of their time to raise their strength, or they would be thrown behind by others. Right, how much do you know about the Julie Secret Realm? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen had essentially only heard its name. He still didn't know any of the details. Tang Wan was also extremely curious. She said, I've heard that the Julie Secret Realm only opens once every 100 years. There is also a limit on the entrances. Only those in the Tendon Transformation Realm and below can enter. Bone forging experts will only get exterminated if they try to force their way in. I wonder if that's true. Chu Yao solemnly said, it's said that the Julie Secret Realm's restriction is extremely powerful. Even Xiantian experts will definitely die if they try to barge their way in. Master said that there are many legends about the Julie Secret Realm. Some people said it came from another place, that it is a world that was battered by time and space that eventually arrived here. There are also others who say this was a world created by a great god from ancient times. Normally it conceals itself in the cracks of the world. In short, there are many rumors about it, and it is extremely mysterious. No one really knows where the Julie Secret Realm came from. Only its name is transmitted down generation by generation. As for why it's called the Julie Secret Realm, no one knows. But there is one thing that is certain. My master said that the Julie Secret Realm is definitely extremely ancient. It is essentially its own world. There are many strange beasts living inside. There are countless opportunities inside. If you're strong or lucky enough, you might even obtain a heaven-defying treasure. Quite a few disciples have found extremely great treasures within the Julie Secret Realm. And so the Julie Secret Realm has become a land of struggle between the righteous and corrupt paths. Long Chen's heart jumped. He hadn't expected the Julie Secret Realm's origin to be so mysterious. But for some reason, every time he heard the Julie Secret Realm's name, his Feng Fu star would begin to crazily circulate. That's why you have to work hard, Long Chen. At that time, the apex experts of 7 prefectures will gather in the Julie Secret Realm. Experts will cover the land, favored will be everywhere, and the number of geniuses will be uncountable. Within the Julie Secret Realm, the righteous and corrupt disciples will both undergo huge fights, especially when fighting over treasures. Furthermore, by now you know that the righteous path doesn't only contain righteous people. At that time, you won't only need to worry about the corrupt path, but also the sinister tricks of the righteous disciples. Long Chen nodded. He knew that with how completely kind-hearted Chu Yao was, that last line had probably been told to her in warning by her master. In order to let you cultivate with your mind at ease, I'll tell you a certain secret. A charming light appeared within Chu Yao's beautiful eyes. Chapter 273 True Character. Chu Yao asked, didn't you want to know why I call Wan big sister, and she also calls me big sister? In truth, we really are tied together by destiny. That's because we were both born on the same year, same month, and same day. And most inconceivable of all, we were both born 3/4 hours after midnight. So neither one of us really knows which one of us is older, and we just decided to both call each other big sister. How about that? I bet you never imagined that. Chu Yao held Tang Wan-er's hand, winking at Long Chen. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Were there really such coincidental things in this world? If it was just the same year and day, that was one thing. But the exact same hour and quarter hour? That really was ridiculous. Chu Yao and Tang Wan-er laughed at Long Chen's shocked expression. They had both known Long Chen for a long time, but he rarely had such a truly shocked expression. And so they were both immensely proud of being able to shock him so greatly. Fine, I admit I really am frightened. Long Chen shook his head and sighed. This world really was crazy. Hee, so when I'm not present, Big Sister Wan-er will look after you for me. You can't bully Big Sister Wan-er, said Chu Yao profoundly. She's going to look after me. Then wouldn't I not have a life to even enter the Julie secret realm? Long Chen looked at Tang Wan-er worriedly. Long Chen, you're so untrustworthy, you know, I also have a sensitive side. Tang Wan-er looked like she might cry. Long Chen, you can't bully Big Sister Wan-er. Quickly apologize, rebuked Chu Yao. Fine, I was wrong. Lady Wan-er is virtuous, warm, gentle, and kind-hearted. I should not have doubted Sister Wan-er's character. Long Chen's face really was incredibly thick. Only after he said that did Tang Wan-er's tears turn into a smile. Looking at those two amazingly beautiful figures, Long Chen's heart pounded. One warm and gentle person, and one person acting warm and gentle. And yet both were absolutely intoxicating. If he could marry both these two beauties at the same time, then this life would really have been worth it. However, Chu Yao's words about Tang Wan-er looking after him hadn't been too clear. He didn't know just what kind of developments had occurred between the two of them. In the end, trying to understand a woman's heart was harder than becoming a god. And so Long Chen still acted as if he didn't completely understand what their feelings were for each other. Otherwise, if he were to have misjudged them, that would be extremely awkward. If it was just awkward, that would be whatever. But if he made a mistake and rushed things, that might hurt their feelings, and then he would really be screwed. So good things had to be worked for slowly. The two of them were even more beautiful than flowers. Looking at Chu Yao and Tang Wan-er, Long Chen unconsciously thought of another face. Her long hair danced, her skin was white as snow, and she looked just like a fairy who had descended upon a world of mere mortals. He wondered just how she was. Long Chen, are you thinking of Big Sister Meng-chi? Asked Chu Yao gently. Long Chen stiffened. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. He wasn't good at lying like that, even if he was a bit shameless. He had no choice but to admit that for some unknown reason, Meng-chi had somehow occupied the most important part of his heart. According to common sense, he had known Meng-chi for the shortest period of time, and so that didn't make sense. But despite that short period they had interacted, she had given him the deepest impression. Previously, he had thought that the reason she had had such a deep impact on him was because of her beauty, that it had been a kind of worship for a beauty of the opposite sex. But as time passed, he realized it wasn't so simple. He felt as if he had known Meng-chi several lives ago. That kind of thinking was somewhat absurd, but Long Chen still felt it. He felt a kind of familiarness from deep within his soul. Who is Meng-chi? Asked Tang Wan-er curiously. Chu Yao smiled slightly. Everyone's already finished eating, so let's get going. We'll talk while we walk. Chu Yao pulled Tang Wan-er to the side as they walked alone. Wild had also finished eating now. Although a first-rank magical beast couldn't completely fill his stomach, it would at least give him enough energy to walk without constantly eating. The next day, they arrived at the end of Skywood Mountain. Skywood Mountain looked like it had been formed by a huge blade cutting apart the earth. The Xuantian Monastery and the Skywood Palace were on opposite sides. In terms of direct distance, the two of them were less than 2,000 miles from each other. But Skywood Mountain soared high into the clouds, and it was impossible to cross. And so in truth, the difference between their two sects was more like tens of thousands of miles. That was something that made the two of them feel extremely helpless. Chu Yao reached out and tidied up Long Chen's clothes. Her eyes were a bit red. Although she knew this would just be a temporary parting, she still wasn't able to stop tears from flowing from her eyes. Long Chen gently wrapped his arms around her soft body and pulled her into his embrace, letting her sob into his chest. That was the only thing he could do. After a long while, Chu Yao finally let go of Long Chen. She also gave a hug to Tang Wan-er. Even Tang Wan-er was crying when she tightly hugged Chu Yao. Chu Yao was Tang Wan-er's first close friend. The two of them had only known each other for a short time, but they had already reached the point that they didn't keep anything from each other, and had long since become sisters. Take care. Chu Yao finally parted with them. Long Chen's heart felt as if it was being stabbed by needles. Looking at her fading figure, Long Chen vowed to himself that he would definitely get stronger. He refused to suffer this kind of helpless pain of farewell again. Big sister Chu Yao has left, but don't worry, I'm here to take care of you, comforted Tang Wan-er. You, take care of me. To tell the truth, I really am a bit scared, sighed Long Chen. Tang Wan-er's hand had grabbed onto Long Chen's collar before she even finished speaking. She was like a quick mother tiger that had charged at Long Chen. Long Chen, do you know how long I've been holding myself back? You little rascal, as soon as we leave the sect, you start acting even more annoying. Now your wings have gotten big enough that you don't even place this faction leader in your eyes. If it weren't for big sister Yao, I'd have long since beaten you up. To the side, Wild and Little Snow were just watching curiously. The gentle and warm Tang Wan-er had suddenly become a fierce mother tiger. They were somewhat stunned, especially Wild. As expected, her gentleness was all just an act. Long Chen had thought that maybe Chu Yao had rubbed off on Tang Wan-er, mellowing out her fierce temperament. But now he remembered a certain phrase: you could change a world, but you couldn't change a woman's nature. However, to tell the truth, Long Chen preferred this Tang Wan-er. This fiery Tang Wan-er was the real Tang Wan-er. What are you smiling about? Raged Tang Wan-er. But after she said that, she realized that the two of them were intimately close together now. In fact, she was practically pressing her body into him. She could feel Long Chen's pulse, and she could smell that particular male scent from his body. Tang Wan-er blushed, but she still tightly clenched his collar. Speak. Do you admit your wrongs? I was wrong. How were you wrong? I was wrong in everything. Give me some specifics. I have made many mistakes. But I know my greatest mistake was that I misunderstood the beautiful Sister Wan-er. Sister Wan-er is a kind, warm, gentle, virtuous, smart, refined and elegant woman. As he spoke, Long Chen also took out a short rod from his spatial ring and placed it on his head, pointing it straight up at the sky. Tang Wan-er was almost laughing at what he was saying, but then seeing his odd movements, she curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm just being a lightning rod." Long Chen looked up at the sky gravely. Tang Wan-er didn't immediately understand what he meant, but then looking up at cloudless sky, she frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? According to my elders, if I lie, I'll be struck by lightning," said Long Chen solemnly. Tang Wan-er quickly understood what he was talking about, and she raged, "Bastard, you were playing me." Long Chen laughed, twisted out of her grasp, and quickly fled. "Stop right there." Tang Wan-er shot off in hot pursuit. Wild and Little Snow looked at each other expressionlessly, and simply silently followed behind them. When Long Chen and Tang Wan-er returned to the monastery, a huge commotion erupted. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they all gathered to greet them. In this battle between the righteous and corrupt paths, the Xuantian monastery's fame had soared. Long Chen had led the righteous disciples to slaughter corrupt disciples that had been several times their number, practically creating a legend. By himself, he had managed to kill a favorite, an 8-tempered bone-forging elder, and cut off the leg of a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. Long Chen had practically become a legendary person to them, and that legendary person had been amongst them, leading them to fight a real battle. That battle had let all the disciples understand just what was true strength and just what was a true battle. On the battlefield, Long Chen had led these disciples to be able to face death without fear and kill those corrupt disciples. That scene of him leading them was forever imprinted in their hearts. Yi Ziqiu, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and the other core disciples also came. Senior apprentice Brother Wan also brought the law enforcers to greet Long Chen. Looking at senior apprentice Brother Wan, Long Chen couldn't help exclaiming, "Bone Forging Realm." Senior apprentice Brother Wan's aura was surging out with a powerful pressure. That kind of pressure was something only achievable after reaching the Bone Forging Realm. "Ha ha ha, it's all just luck." Senior apprentice Brother Wan smiled. He had originally been at the peak of tendon transformation. With his talent, he would have needed at least 3 to 5 years to break through to bone forging. But in truth, it would have been normal for him to still be unable to break through even after 10 years. That was because as your realm increased, the stronger the bottlenecks would become, making it increasingly difficult to break through. However, after experiencing that huge battle, after forgetting about the fear of death to go all out killing his enemies, by discarding all his fear and misgivings, his bottleneck had loosened a great deal. Just the second day after he returned to the monastery, he had succeeded in advancing to the bone forging realm. Of the senior apprentice brothers left behind in the monastery, he was the first to advance to bone forging. Hee, congratulations senior apprentice brother Wan. Wait, no, it should be congratulations elder Wan. Long Chen laughed. According to the monastery's rules, when a law enforcer advanced to bone forging, they would automatically be promoted to elder and receive the corresponding benefits. Long Chen, don't make fun of me. Aren't you afraid of me making life hard for you? Joked senior apprentice brother Wan. As everyone greeted Long Chen excitedly, he saw that almost everyone's auras had climbed a great deal now. Quite a few people had advanced. And those who hadn't advanced yet all had unstable auras. That was a sign they might advance at any moment. Long Chen, when are you going to bring us out like that again? Fuck, last time really was satisfying, said Ji Yu Yong excitedly. Long Chen laughed. He was about to reply when an elder suddenly walked over and told Long Chen. The sect leader is looking for you. Chapter 274 Chosen Disciple. On the side of Skywood Mountain was an immortal cave. From that immortal cave, it was possible to overlook the entire monastery. This immortal cave was the highest construction within the entire monastery. It was the Xuantian Monastery's sect leader's immortal cave. Within the immortal cave, Long Chen was curiously examining the surroundings. He was surprised that the sect leader's immortal cave was extremely simple. It was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. There were no decorations on the walls. It looked like Ling Yunzi had simply left it the same as when it had been first carved open. In fact, it looked quite similar to the caves of beasts Long Chen had run into. Of course, Long Chen didn't dare speak those thoughts aloud. Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang were standing right in front of him. In terms of furniture, there was only a large prayer mat that had a single wooden table. There were some cups and a teapot on the table. Sit. Ling Yunzi smiled slightly when he saw Long Chen enter. With two seniors present, how could disciple possibly sit? Although that was what came out of Long Chen's mouth, he had already sat down. Ha ha ha, ah, Long Chen. You really are strange. Do you not have a time when you are restrained? Ling Yunzi couldn't hold back a laugh. Long Chen really was an easygoing person, someone who didn't fear heaven or earth. Panic and terror were expressions that almost never appeared on him. Even when Long Chen had been facing the terrifying hand from that expert of the corrupt path, he hadn't shown any despair. That was what Ling Yunzi especially admired about Long Chen. He was always filled with self-confidence no matter what happened. Such a person was one of two things: a madman, or an idiot. However, Long Chen didn't act like a crazy person or an idiot. But then again, it wasn't exactly correct to say he acted like an ordinary person either. Even when elders saw Ling Yunzi, they would all be trembling with trepidation and reverence, unable to handle the pressure. But Long Chen didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. Hee, my strongest point is my mental fortitude, which lets me be myself at any time. Long Chen laughed and poured cups of tea for both of them, respectfully handing them over to the two of them. Please have a drink. Thank you both for your care. Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang laughed and received the teacups Long Chen offered them. Long Chen was easygoing, preferring to be free and open, not caring so much about trifles. But his attention to detail was actually extremely high. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to control the flow of the battle last time so perfectly. The corrupt disciples had clearly greatly outnumbered the righteous disciples, and yet they were all led by the nose by Long Chen, and he had pulled off a perfect reversal. Furthermore, the way Long Chen had offered them tea had also been extremely detailed and well done. His right hand had held the cup, his forefinger curving ever so slightly without touching the side. That was a sign of respect for seniors. In addition, Long Chen's left hand looked like it had just been randomly holding the cup up at the bottom, but in reality, only his middle finger and ring finger had been holding it from the bottom. That was special mark of respect for martial artists. Those kinds of respectful gestures were all common within the secular world, but there were few cultivators who knew about them. However, both Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang knew about them. Child, if you put it like that, it'll make me blush with shame. Both of us have only treated you in accordance to the monastery's rules without giving you the slightest special treatment. Tu Fang shook his head. After handing them their tea, Long Chen added in more water and also poured himself a cup. Then he smiled. Although we haven't interacted much, I can tell that you two truly cherish this little one, so that's enough. Although the two of them were too high in grand existences in comparison to him, with Ling Yunzi even being a sect leader, Long Chen could see that neither of them were those arrogant types that were so unlikable. Most importantly, although the two of them said they had only treated him in accordance to the rules, Long Chen had been able to sense that the two of them really were looking out for him from a few small clues. Ling Yunzi laughed. What an interesting little fellow. It's no wonder all those disciples would follow you so unswervingly. But for you to say it like that, I really am embarrassed. What happened? Long Chen was surprised to see Ling Yunzi sigh. Tu Fang, you explain it. Ling Yunzi gently drank a sip of tea. Although his expression was calm, Long Chen's sharp senses noticed that a single vein on his hand had suddenly pulsed ever so slightly. That kind of minor reaction could mean nothing. But Ling Yunzi was a Shantian expert. He had a connection to heaven and earth's energy. He had a fine control over every cell of his body. So such a minor reaction was actually very alarming. For such a reaction to occur, that meant Ling Yunzi, who was normally extremely calm, must really be feeling some sort of intense emotion. Furthermore, from this kind of reaction, it seemed that emotion was fury. When his sword had slashed down on that corrupt path's expert's huge hand, when his sword had broken that spatial door, his expression had always been calm. But such a top expert now seemed infuriated. Long Chen really was at a loss. Tu Fang nodded. He said to Long Chen, "This time you managed to kill a corrupt elder. With your strength, we applied for a chosen disciple position for you." Chosen? Yes, a chosen. For most people, to gain a chosen disciple position requires you to also be a favored, explained Tu Fang. But I'm not a favored. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He didn't even have a spirit root, so how would he become a favored? Just thinking about that angered Long Chen. Inside, he cursed whatever person had stolen his spirit root. Tu Fang continued, "You aren't a favored, but your strength would not be inferior to any chosen." That was what he said out loud, but inside, he said, "What are favored when compared to you? If you don't die, those favored won't even be fit to polish your shoes. The fact remains that you managed to kill a favored, kill an 8-temper bone forging elder, and in the end even cut off the leg of another chosen. That proves you have enough strength. That Yin Luo, is also a chosen?" asked Long Chen. Correct. Back when Yin Luo was just born, he already had a Dao mark supporting him. When he was 5, his Dao mark covered his entire body and incited a special manifestation of heaven and earth. That's why he was raised with a chosen's treatment. Tu Fang sighed. Yin Luo was extremely famous. In truth, when they had first found out that the corrupt path had instigated that battle, they had immediately gone to ask the supermonastery for aid in order to handle Yin Luo. They had been hoping for the monastery to send down another chosen to face Yin Luo. Ling Yunzi's Xuantian monastery was the 108th monastery, the last place monastery. This monastery was unable to compare to the other monasteries. All the higher-ranking monasteries had chosen talents within them, but those fellows wouldn't go out fighting for others. The supermonastery knew that if they didn't send a chosen to help, then the 108th monastery would be completely routed. And so they had dispatched one of the first monastery's disciples to go provide assistance. The first monastery was the strongest monastery, and it possessed 3 chosen. Sending one down was extremely simple for them, but that chosen had used getting lost as an excuse to arrive half a month late. By that time, the battle had already ended. Completely infuriated, Ling Yunzi had directly reported this to the higher levels of the supermonastery. However, the first monastery had a very deep relationship with the supermonastery. They had actually managed to suppress this matter from becoming bigger. That had truly infuriated Tu Fang and Ling Yunzi. That was intolerable bullying. The fact that the chosen had arrived late could have caused countless of their disciples to die. How could this matter be settled just like that? The heavens really had been protecting them during this battle. Mo Nian had appeared out of nowhere, Chu Yao had displayed a shocking battle ability, and Wild had been incredibly powerful as well. Furthermore, Tang Wan and them had also fought exceptionally outstandingly. With Long Chen leading them, they had completely reversed this battle which should have resulted in a massacre for them. If it was just the fact that they had suppressed this information from becoming widespread, that would have been one thing. After all, the first monastery was extremely powerful and was not an existence they could provoke. They could only endure. But when Tu Fang had brought over a huge number of corrupt disciple heads to them to exchange for points, he had also reported the matter of Long Chen killing an 8-temper bone forging elder in hopes of getting Long Chen a chosen disciple position. Chosen were all existences, unrivaled within their realm. Even the supermonastery valued them, and would provide a great deal of resources to raise them. But Tu Fang had only just sent in the request when an elder from the supermonastery rejected him, his reasoning that this was clearly fake. Tu Fang had really been infuriated then. He had gone straight back to the monastery and received a photographic jade from Ling Yunzi that had the events of the battle recorded. When he ran back to the supermonastery and handed over that photographic jade, that elder had been silent for a long while. He had then told Tu Fang that this matter was too peculiar, and he had to report it to the higher-ups first. Tu Fang had felt that it was odd for him to have to wait. Normally, this kind of matter would be handled extremely quickly, especially since he had handed over that photographic jade as proof. But then again, this situation really was peculiar. After all, Long Chen was only at the peak of blood condensation, and he was also not a favored. The fact that others found it inconceivable and had to discuss it first was reasonable. But the next day, that elder had sent Tu Fang a message saying that he was extremely sorry, but that all the chosen spots for this generation had already been taken, and there were not enough resources to distribute anymore. Tu Fang had been about to burst with rage. This was clearly purposely making it hard on them. The supermonastery's inheritance stretched back for tens of thousands of years. Would they really be lacking resources for a single genius? But Tu Fang also had no way around this. There was no way he could get in touch with the true higher-ups. He could only swallow this stomach of fire and simply receive the ordinary resources and rewards for the monastery. But just as he was about to leave, he had heard a single bit of news. The first monastery had just given birth to another chosen. Didn't they say that there were no more chosen spots to hand out? This time Tu Fang was far too suspicious. He hadn't gone to find that elder, and had instead secretly asked around. He had learned that the elder who had refused to give them that chosen disciple position was someone extremely close to the first monastery's sect leader. Tu Fang had then come to a sudden realization. It was no wonder Long Chen's chosen application had not gone through. They had just angered the first monastery by reporting the fact that their chosen had failed to accomplish his task. Once he realized this, Tu Fang realized there really was no hope. He had had no choice but to dejectedly return. After hearing Tu Fang's explanation, Long Chen smiled, stood up, and bowed to Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang. Chapter 275 Nine Vein Soul Calming Jade. Disciple thanks seniors for their care. Please accept disciples' thanks. Long Chen bowed towards Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang. Although Tu Fang had explained it all extremely calmly, Long Chen could guess just how pent-up frustration and anger he had been in. Because of something involving him, Tu Fang, an upright and solemn man, had been driven to such intense fury. That moved Long Chen. Child, we really will be too embarrassed like this. Tu Fang was somewhat ashamed. It was true that he had fought for Long Chen, but in the end, he had still failed. Furthermore, fighting for a chosen disciple position for Long Chen didn't just benefit Long Chen. Once Long Chen received a chosen's treatment and his cultivation base grew, he would be able to help their monastery increase their ranking. Fighting for him would also benefit the monastery, and so Long Chen's bow really did cause Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang to blush. Long Chen, although we couldn't get you a chosen position, I can promise you that all the monastery's resources will be available to you. Ling Yunzi suddenly clenched his teeth. What? Tu Fang was given a fright. It's no matter. If the supermonastery refuses to raise him, then we'll do it ourselves. As for the consequences, let me accept them all, said Ling Yunzi resolutely. Tu Fang's expression changed slightly. He knew that with Ling Yunzi's stubbornness, nothing he said would change his mind. Then I'll thank seniors again. Long Chen really did need the monastery's support at this time. He didn't need cultivation techniques or battle skills, but he did need medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, he needed a huge amount of those medicinal ingredients to condense the Alioth star. Long Chen suddenly thought of a matter. Hesitating for a while, in the end, he took out his soul-calming jade and asked, "Seniors, do you know the origin of this jade pendant?" Seeing the jade in Long Chen's hand, Ling Yunzi and Tu Fang's expressions changed. They were filled with disbelief. Neither of them took the soul-calming jade from his hand. Instead, they just carefully examined it for a long time. This should be legendary 9-vein soul-calming jade. This is the first time I've ever seen it in person. Just where did you get this jade? Asked Ling Yunzi. Wait, no, don't tell me. What do you want to know about it? Just as Long Chen was about to reply, Ling Yunzi stopped him. It'd be better for him not to know that much. Long Chen had just been hesitating whether or not he should really tell them the origin of this jade. Although he knew the two of them were trustworthy, this matter was just too major for him to tell others about. Long Chen sighed in relief that Ling Yunzi didn't want to know. Thank you, sect leader. Disciple wants to know about where this soul-calming jade comes from and its use. Ling Yunzi nodded. Soul-calming jade is a very special item because it is able to accept spiritual strength. That allows it to have many effects. In terms of quality, the first thing to mention is its grade. It is first split into 5 categories that are very easy to distinguish. Its grade can be determined by their color. They go from white, blue, yellow, green, and then violet. Other than grade, there is also a matter of its texture. Soul-calming jade is a natural treasure that is able to absorb natural energy. It can also cultivate, just like a person. Each time it matures to a certain point, an extra vein will appear on the jade. The more veins and the higher the grade, the greater the amount of spiritual strength it can endure. However, most soul-calming jade is used to make teleportation jade talismans. An ordinary 1-vein white soul-calming jade has a teleportation distance of around 3,000 miles. As for 9-vein soul-calming jade, it has a teleportation distance of 27,000 miles. Although I said soul-calming jade can be split into white, blue, yellow, green, and violet grades, I've only personally seen white and blue jade. The rest, I've only heard of. Blue soul-calming jade should have a teleportation distance of 30,000 miles. But blue soul-calming jade is extremely rare. Our monastery doesn't have it. Only the supermonastery has it. I've heard that yellow soul-calming jade has other uses other than teleportation, but I'm not sure about the specifics. And so of course I know nothing about your peak tier 9 vein violet soul-calming jade. Long Chen was dumbfounded by this explanation. The supermonastery had a total of 108 monasteries. It was a huge existence that had existed for tens of thousands of years. And yet, it only had up to blue jade. Then this violet jade his parents had left for him really was too frightening. Just who were his parents? They were actually able to use a peak tier soul-calming jade as just a keepsake for him. This discovery both excited and saddened Long Chen. He was excited to have found a clue. But this clue told him that he still had a long way to go before finding out the secret of his origin. Before arriving at the peak of the martial path, do not try to search for your origins. Those words that terrifying expert had left for him echoed within his mind. He was still far too weak. This discovery depressed him. Saying farewell to the sect leader and Tu Fang, Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction. Tu Fang and Ling Yunzi looked at his back as he left. Ling Yunzi finally sighed. No wonder Long Chen is so mature at such a young age. It seems he is carrying far more on his shoulders than we imagined. Tu Fang also sighed. That's true. Many people have seen his powerful side, but no one knows just how much he had to pay in order to become so strong. Sect leader, are you really planning on supporting Long Chen? Aren't you afraid of the heavenly Tao's karma? Ling Yunzi smiled slightly. I'm not afraid. Didn't I already say that all the consequences will be shouldered by just me? I, Ling Yunzi, have no child or wife, my master has already departed from this world, and I also have no apprentices. Who cares about the backlash of the heavenly Tao's? The most it can do is take my life. Is that so terrible? To be able to personally watch as a divergent grows, that is heaven-defying karmic luck. Or perhaps Long Chen's appearance in front of me was all set up by the heavens. Since no one can be sure of what the final result will be, what's the point of being so fearful and worried? It'd be better to just stop having any misgivings and do whatever I want. Tu Fang bitterly smiled. In any case, nothing I say will change your mind. Ling Yunzi said, the heavenly Tao's are difficult to fathom. The higher your realm, the more the heavenly Tao's veil themselves. Rather than trying to analyze the heavenly Tao's, it'd be more interesting to do whatever I want to do. I'm going to do my best to raise Long Chen. HMPH, the other monasteries, favored or nothing in front of him. I'm looking forward to see Long Chen dominating in the next competition. You're getting addicted to gambling, said Tu Fang helplessly. I really am getting a bit addicted. I feel like my bottleneck has loosened a great deal now. Perhaps I'll go into seclusion and try to break through. This time I feel like I have a 30% chance of advancing. A confident light shined in Ling Yunzi's eyes. That high? Tu Fang was shocked. Long Chen's success in the battle also filled me with confidence. HMPH, if I succeed, then during the next competition, I'm definitely going to give a slap to a couple old faces. Ling Yunzi icily snorted. That's right, I forgot to tell Long Chen, he absolutely can't tell Senior Kang Ming about the matter of the chosen position. Otherwise, if Senior Kang Ming learns of it, he'll definitely go slaughter a path to the supermonastery. Tu Fang suddenly slapped his leg. You're worrying too much. Long Chen isn't the gossiping type. He probably won't tell this to anyone. Ling Yunzi shook his head. I need to go into seclusion now. The monastery will be in your hands for this time. Remember, give Long Chen everything he needs. Even if he wants to empty the entire monastery of its treasure, let him. Although that was what he said, he knew with Long Chen's character, he definitely wouldn't do anything like that. Tu Fang nodded. He then suddenly asked, what about elder son? Leave it be. Let Long Chen handle it however he wants. It's his life. Tu Fang left Ling Yunzi's immortal cave. Looking down on the scenery below, he suddenly felt that although it looked the same on the outside, the monastery was undergoing a complete transformation. By the time Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction, all the monastery's disciples had already gathered there. They had already set up food and alcohol. They were just waiting for Long Chen. When Long Chen finally arrived, all those disciples cheered. Long Chen's melancholy was immediately blown away by their enthusiasm. Boss, let me tell you, these little fellows are all planning a conspiracy to get you completely drunk. Guo Ran immediately called out from within the crowd. Fuck, Guo Ran, you little traitor, how dare you betray us so quickly? What are you talking about? I've always been on the same side as boss. As if I would ever follow your bad examples. Guo Ran didn't get embarrassed or angry. Instead, he acted completely righteous. Watching this play out, how could Long Chen not realize what was happening? He laughed. Isn't it just drinking alcohol? When have I, Long Chen, ever been afraid of that? Come, me and Guo Ran will challenge you all. Seeing that Long Chen immediately agreed despite knowing their intentions, everyone cheered. That kind of heroism was the same heroism Long Chen had on the battlefield. Let's go. Drink Long Chen into the ground. Brothers, hurry up. Even Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and the other women who didn't like drinking alcohol laughed and got a cup, prepared to charge over at any time as well. Victory in that huge battle had not been easy. Over half their monastery's disciples had ended up sacrificing their lives. Everyone had been filled with sorrow. When they had first returned to the monastery, they had all been silent. There hadn't been any party or celebration. But now Long Chen had returned. He was everyone's spiritual pillar. They vowed to drink to their heart's content with Long Chen. That was also a way to vent their feelings. Guo Ran was actually unnerved now. Originally, he had thought that Long Chen would pull in all the brothers of the Heaven-Earth faction to drink against everyone else. But now it was just him and Long Chen against everyone. His face was completely green. His capacity for alcohol was definitely not high enough for this. He suddenly cried out, brothers, just now I succeeded in invading the enemy camp and managed to find out the truth about him. I've found out that Long Chen is all alone and won't have any help. Brothers, quick, don't be afraid, charge with me. Come boss, let me offer you a cup. Guo Ran raised a cup, his face not turning the slightest bit red. Fuck, Guo Ran, you really are becoming more and more shameless. Cursed Long Chen. Boss, that's just what I learned from you. A real man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Guo Ran said quietly, quickly drinking his cup. He then cheered on everyone else. Brothers, come, I, Guo Ran, have already taken the first shot. The rest will be up to you all. Hurry up and get out of the way. A large hand quickly pulled Guo Ran aside. Ji Yu Yang stood in front of Long Chen. I, Ji Yu Yang, have to admit that I'm no match for you in terms of combat, but I don't believe I also can't drink more than you. Let's start with 10 jugs. Long Chen laughed and didn't waste words. As long as someone came to challenge him, whether it was with cups, bowls, or basins, he would drink just as much as them. Last time when he had been with Shifeng and them, he hadn't used any qi to protect himself. Otherwise, that really would have been bullying them. But this time, everyone was experts. He went all out drinking. At the beginning, everyone would only come challenge him one by one, but later on, no one was patient enough for that. They all began to drink together, and in the end, everyone else was already passed out drunk around him. Long Chen took one final drink before passing out too. He slept for 2 full days before awakening. After that huge drinking party, he had relaxed a great deal. Drinking alcohol also had its benefits sometimes. Within a room of the immortal cave, an old stone appeared in Long Chen's hand. A devilish smile appeared on his face. Time to get to business. Chapter 276. Trade. Ever since the battle between the righteous and corrupt paths, Elder Sun had been incredibly depressed. He had failed to kill Long Chen, and Tu Fang had even managed to pick up some clues. Once everyone had returned to the monastery, all the elders had received a huge number of merit points as rewards. However, he had obtained less than half of what the others had. These so-called merit points were essentially what the disciples' points were, but for elders. Using those merit points, elders could exchange for whatever cultivation resources they needed from the monastery. If the monastery didn't have it, then they could go to the supermonastery to exchange for it. The supermonastery was a level higher than the monastery, and it contained all kinds of treasures. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had enough merit points. Merit points were essential for elders. Their main source of merit points was from their monthly rations. But participating in a huge battle would naturally earn you many more. During most of the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths, these elders would obtain around a year's worth of resources. However, during the battle this time, the elders had not just been bystanders, but had personally taken action, undergoing a life and death battle. And so the rewards for this battle were much more plentiful, equivalent to around 10 years of working in the monastery. The other elders had gone crazy with joy. Only Elder Sun's reward had been cut in half. But he also didn't dare argue. That was because when Elder Tu Fang had given him his rewards, he had said, "The rewards are given out in accordance to how much effort you put in. You understand." Hearing him say, "You understand," Elder Sun's complaints died in his stomach. Elder Sun had gloomily returned to his immortal cave. The next day, a piece of news came that infuriated him even more. An elder who had fought remarkably during that battle was replacing him as the elder in charge of the Xuantian pavilion. That news made him almost explode in fury. The monthly rations for elders were split in accordance to their position. He had been in charge of the Xuantian pavilion for decades. He hadn't expected Tu Fang to be so vicious and take away that position. He was now essentially a sinecure elder. A sinecure elder had no position and would get the lowest amount of rations. Even amongst the other elders of the monastery, he had been a high-ranking figure. The other elders would all have to be courteous when speaking to him. But now because of just an accident, he had been suspended from his position. Without those resources, he would have to live sparingly and his cultivation would stall. Due to that, Elder Sun had thickened his face and quietly gone to find Tu Fang to ask why he had done this. And Tu Fang's reply had almost made him explode. "You understand." Elder Sun had directly returned to his immortal cave and destroyed all his decorations and ornaments in his fury. He swore that if Tu Fang dared say those words to him again, he would throttle him. During these days, Elder Sun had been unable to eat well, had been unable to sleep properly, and hadn't had the heart to cultivate. He felt he might go crazy from his fury. He knew Tu Fang was doing this because of his hidden trick. Tu Fang had failed to charge him for the matter of letting that corrupt elder attack Long Chen because of his perfect cover-up. This was just Tu Fang's petty revenge after not being able to take him in. On this day, Elder Sun had finally not been able to bear it any longer and had once more smashed apart the decorations of his immortal cave that had only just been replaced, making him feel much better. Reporting to Elder, Long Chen had come to see you. Just as Elder Sun's mood had recovered a bit, Long Chen came in. Seeing the mess of his immortal cave, he clapped. "Elder Sun really is amazing. You actually exercise so early in the morning. Long Chen, you better stop boasting around me. Speak, what do you want? If you only came here to laugh at me, then get lost." Elder Sun gloomily glared at Long Chen. Long Chen was currently smiling like he had been blessed by the heavens. That caused Elder Sun's fury to immediately reignite. "Having lived for so long, you should try to stop getting so angry. Don't the books say that people who can resist negativity have the strongest willpower? Looking at how negative you are, I'd say you need to work on that, sighed Long Chen. Are you looking to die? Raged Elder Sun. Long Chen's insult of being a negative person was directed to those male cultivators who trained in yin techniques, becoming neither yin or yang, ending up neither male or female. Looking for crap, one. Correct. Otherwise why would I be here? I came here precisely to look for a piece of crap like you. Long Chen, don't make me kill you. Elder Sun's eyes were completely red, and his aura completely erupted out. He was on the verge of going out of control. First of all, you aren't able to kill me. Even if I don't have Chu Yao's support, you aren't able to kill me instantly. Attacking me would just be a waste of energy. And furthermore, if you do attack, you'll regret it for a lifetime. That's because you'll lose any chance of obtaining that thing you long for even in your dreams. Long Chen picked up a chair that only had a single leg broken. Leaning it against the wall, he sat on it comfortably, crossing his legs, looking at Elder Sun nonchalantly. Elder Sun knew Long Chen really was a monster. Even if he didn't have Chu Yao's help, there was no way he would be able to kill him within just 2 or 3 moves. And if he did try, his full strength would immediately break apart this immortal cave and attract other experts. And he also knew that killing Long Chen was an impossibility. Those words he had said were just because he was infuriated. However, hearing the last thing Long Chen said, he frowned. What do you mean? I want to make a trade with you. Long Chen lightly brushed off some dust on his sleeve that had come from when he had picked up the chair. What trade? What are you still putting up an act for? What do I have that you constantly want? Don't try and fake it. Long Chen coldly snorted disdainfully. Nonsense, what are you saying? Raged Elder Sun. It was true he wanted something from Long Chen, but he couldn't admit that. It's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you. Long Chen disdainfully shook his head. An old stone appeared in his hand. There were some strange diagrams on it that released an ancient aura. Elder Sun's pupils shrunk the moment he saw that stone. He could tell that this stone was black zirconium. It was incredibly hard, and blades were unable to harm it. Black zirconium was an extremely rare forging material, but its most amazing point was that it was used to pass down powerful cultivation techniques and battle skills. Experts would carve their powerful techniques onto black zirconium. That black zirconium would manage to preserve a portion of that expert's will and intent. That allowed later generations to comprehend it easier. Furthermore, Long Chen's black zirconium also contained that will and intent. Although it was a bit faint, someone as powerful as Elder Sun was easily capable of sensing it. Originally I had wanted to make a trade with you. Unfortunately, you really are too shameless and refuse to admit to anything. Then just forget about it. You can continue acting like a hypocrite, sneered Long Chen, standing up to leave. Wait a minute, Elder Sun hastily called out. Long Chen turned back to glance at him. Why do you want me to wait? You want to kill me to silence me? Then let me say it again, it's not that I want to look down on you, but I really do look down on you. Elder Sun immediately reddened. Long Chen's words really were too insulting, but for this treasure, he could only endure. What do you want in trade? Elder Sun was extremely astute. He had investigated Long Chen's origin. According to Long Chen's status, there was no way he could recognize black zirconium. And so the chance of it being fake was not very high. Furthermore, black zirconium was incomparably hard. To carve diagrams on it required at least a xianxia cultivation base. Long Chen wouldn't be able to fake it even if he wanted to. The third point that proved it was true was the aura coming from that black zirconium. It was the exact same as the aura from Long Chen's divine ring. Those 3 points all made Elder Sun believe this really was Long Chen's divine ring technique. He didn't know what Long Chen's goal was, but Elder Sun really had been greedy for Long Chen's cultivation technique for a long time. If there was a chance of him obtaining it, he definitely couldn't let it slip by him. A trade has to be done amicably. Business must be done without anger. Otherwise neither party will get rich. Your previous words have really ruined my mood. I don't think I want to trade with you. Long Chen turned to leave. Elder Sun hastily moved in front of him. This was an extremely rare opportunity. He couldn't let it slip by, or he would regret it for a lifetime. Long Chen, all things can be discussed. Why don't you calm down first? Elder Sun's face really was as thick as tree bark. He actually smiled amicably. You want me to calm down? Alright, then first you have to admit that your previous words were just a fart. Fine, I admit that everything I said before was just a fart. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Sun saw that Long Chen was about to leave and hastily called out. Ah, as expected of an 8-temper elder. This fart really was strong. Admirable, really admirable. Long Chen laughed. Elder Sun's expression was rather ugly, and killing intent was surging behind his eyes. Long Chen was nakedly insulting him, but in order to obtain that divine cultivation technique, he had to temporarily restrain himself. But inside, he was plotting how to quietly kill Long Chen as soon as he managed to obtain his cultivation technique. Seeing that fake calmness and that inconcealable hate in his eyes, Long Chen sneered inside. You old fogey, you want my life. I'll properly play with you till you're dead. Looking at Long Chen's cold smile, for some reason, Elder Sun began to get a bad feeling. Tell me what you want. But remember, a trade has to be fair. Don't bother trying to ask for too much. Elder Sun wasn't a fool. He couldn't let Long Chen ask for too much, so he first spoke out to give himself an opportunity to haggle. Long Chen handed over a sheet of paper. Gather up everything on this page. Taking that page and giving it a look over, Elder Sun's expression changed. Absolutely not. Chapter 277 Grand Masterpiece. Absolutely not. Elder Sun's expression was ugly as he looked at that page. There's not even some of these in the entire monastery. You're clearly just trying to rip me off. How am I supposed to get this many medicinal ingredients? Long Chen's page had hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients listed on them. Some of them were ones that Elder Sun had never even heard of. And if it was just these medicinal ingredients, then that would be one thing. The main point was that the amounts Long Chen wanted of each one was too shocking. Most of the time, medicinal ingredients were measured in terms of grams. But Long Chen required pounds of them. He wanted 100 pounds for each medicinal ingredient. In total, he was asking for tens of thousands of pounds of precious medicinal ingredients. Aren't you just wasting words? If I could find them, why would I ask for an idiot like you to do it for me? Don't bother wasting your time. Will you do it or not? Snorted Long Chen. This list contained ingredients for the Alioth pill as well as another couple medicinal ingredients he needed for various pills. There were also various ingredients that were common secondary ingredients for a large number of pills. This time Long Chen really had been ruthless. He asked for 100 pounds of each of those. You want my life, you want my technique, then let me help you out. But then you also don't need this much. 100 pounds of each of them. Do you think these medicinal ingredients are just cabbages? Raged Elder Sun. What do you care? Even if I wanted to use these medicinal ingredients to use as firewood, it wouldn't have anything to do with you. If you want to accept this trade, then accept. If you don't, then that's fine too, sneered Long Chen. No, it's too much. With my merit points, there's no way I could buy this much. You have to cut it down. At most, I can only get you half of this amount. Elder Sun shook his head. Long Chen icily snorted and ignored him, going to leave. Hey, what are you doing? Elder Sun hastily called out. I'm going to go have a talk with Elder Tu Fang. I wonder whether I can obtain the things I want by offering my cultivation technique to the monastery. Long Chen wondered as he walked. Hey, wait a minute. Let's keep discussing. There's nothing to discuss, said Long Chen decisively. Elder Sun grit his teeth. Fine, I'll accept. Long Chen smiled and directly handed that black zirconium to Elder Sun. Stop dreaming. This cultivation technique of mine is split into upper and lower portions. This is just my advance payment so that you know it's not a fake. If you want the lower portion, you better gather up everything and give it to me. Of course, if you want to try and be smart, you can try an experiment to figure out the lower portion. But let me say this one more time, it's not that I want to look down on you, but I really look down on you. After he finished speaking, Long Chen left, leaving behind a furious Elder Sun holding that black zirconium. When Long Chen finally disappeared, Elder Sun's fury was replaced with absolute delight. Fuck, if I had known it would be this easy, why would I have bothered with targeting him? Elder Sun was delighted by how easy this had been. Although Long Chen's requirements were very high, it was still within the limit that Elder Sun could accept. He carefully examined this black zirconium. It was the size of an egg, and here was a diagram carved on top of it. However, that diagram wasn't complete, but even though it was just a portion, he could see that it was a diagram of a person's meridians. There were lines showing how to circulate energy. Elder Sun stared at it for half a day, becoming more and more delighted. He found that this way of circulating energy was extremely profound and complicated. Although this was still just a portion of it, it was enough to awe him. What a powerful cultivation technique. This time I've really struck gold. Elder Sun couldn't hold back a laugh. He confidently said to himself, for such a powerful cultivation technique to be obtained by a little blood condensation amateur really is a waste. Once I obtain the full technique, I'll definitely be able to advance to meridian opening. Hehe, then I'll easily kill Long Chen. Who cares if I have to betray the Xuantian monastery? The heavens are so large. As long as I don't run into any Xuantian experts, who would dare block me? Elder Sun seemed to envision a scene of him advancing into meridian opening, traveling freely throughout the heavens, arrogantly looking down on all. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. He continued examining that black zirconium. On the front side was that partial diagram, but there was also an ancient character on the back. Elder Sun examined it for a while before recognizing it to be the character for rebel. But the character was written in an extremely odd archaic manner, and not the standard ancient form. 1. Looks like this cultivation technique is extremely ancient. That brat Long Chen must definitely have some heaven-defying luck, sighed Elder Sun. He continued examining the diagram for a while, but he found that this technique was extremely profound, and there was no way that he could figure out the whole thing just by relying on this portion. Of course, that was also why Long Chen had given it to him so easily. However, obtaining this black zirconium did fill Elder Sun with greater confidence. It seemed Long Chen really did want to go through with this trade. As for why Long Chen had chosen him to trade for those things, that did make him suspicious. However, given how much Long Chen had asked for, his worries were lessened a great deal. Let alone Long Chen, even elders who had worked decades in the monastery wouldn't be able to buy all the medicinal ingredients Long Chen had requested. However, Elder Sun had worked in the monastery for a very long time, and he had also had the lucrative position in charge of the Xuantian pavilion for decades, so he had a great deal of savings. Long Chen's request would be extremely painful for him to fulfill, but he could still do it. However, half of all his savings would be gone. But more importantly, most of these medicinal ingredients could not be found in the monastery. He had to make a trip to the supermonastery to buy them. That very day, Elder Sun left to go to the supermonastery, purchasing all the ingredients listed on Long Chen's list. Elder Sun's actions were completely in Long Chen's expectations. Although he knew that coming to find him at this time would definitely raise his suspicions, Long Chen was sure that by proposing such a high trade request and by also giving him half of his reward at the beginning, that old fellow would definitely take the bait. Once he left Elder Sun's immortal cave, Long Chen saw that everyone had already awakened from their drinking contest and had secluded themselves. That huge battle had been extremely beneficial to them. Since Long Chen had returned and their hearts had been steadied, they all secluded themselves in order to absorb all the benefits of that battle. Returning to his immortal cave, he saw that Tang Wan'er and Qing Yu were both in a meditative state, and so he didn't bother them. He then went to go find Wild, but found that he and Little Snow had disappeared. After asking some workers, he found out the two of them had gone hunting with Kang Ming. Wild had been starving the entire time during these past few days. Ordinary magical beasts were unable to allay his hunger. As soon as he had returned to the monastery, he had gone to see his master to get some food. Little Snow was similar to him in that he required meat to cultivate, and so Wild had naturally brought Little Snow along as well. Seeing everyone in seclusion, Long Chen didn't even know what he should do. He was still waiting for news from Elder Sun. He trusted Elder Sun would be even more impatient than him. He was probably gathering the medicinal ingredients as quickly as he could. After thinking about it for a bit, Long Chen decided to go visit Guo Ran. Guo Ran's immortal cave was the most isolated of all the immortal caves. As soon as Long Chen approached, he heard loud clanking and banging, the sound of forging, coming from within. Entering his immortal cave, he saw the entire ground was covered with junk. Iron fragments were everywhere, as well as a couple failed items. Even though Long Chen had arrived, Guo Ran's head was still down. He was constantly beating something on his huge forging table. That forging table was exceptionally large. It was covered with all kinds of forging utensils. From a distance, it almost looked like a beast made of ironware. It was no wonder Tang Wan'er had grumbled to him that Guo Ran was spending more and more. He had constantly been asking for more points from her. Most likely, Guo Ran was planning on changing profession to become more of a forger than a cultivator. Seeing him so focused on what he was working on, Long Chen sighed. Even this little fellow can be serious sometimes. As he got closer, Long Chen saw Guo Ran was using a set of pliers to hold a 9-inch steel nail. That steel nail had only just been taken out of the furnace beside him. His right hand held a hammer that was smashing down over and over, sparks flying. That steel nail's head was gradually turning black as it was struck by the hammer. Long Chen saw that dense lines covered the top of the nail. Although Long Chen didn't understand much about forging, he knew that a single line would appear after that steel nail was tempered once. Within Phoenix Cry, the majority of weapons had only gone through a single tempering. That was because Phoenix Cry's forgers were just ordinary blacksmiths, and were unable to temper their weapons a second time. They weren't skillful or strong enough, and so when they tried to let their weapons undergo a second tempering, they would automatically burst apart. That was why ordinary weapons were only tempered once, and only had one line when created. After it cooled off, that line would fade, but professionals would all be able to tell just how many times a weapon had been tempered. Furthermore, it was said that good weapons were all tempered at least 10 times. The more times a weapon was tempered, the less impurities it would contain. It was said that steel could be tempered up to 100 times. Although steel was just a very ordinary metal, after being tempered 100 times, its hardness would be absolutely shocking. That level of steel was capable of even piercing through the armor of a third-rank magical beast. The steel nail in Guo Ran's hand had tens of lines, showing how many times it had been tempered by him. Guo Ran had remained focused this entire time. When the nail's color had changed to a certain level, he immediately threw it into the water bucket beside him. The water boiled for a moment before quickly calming back down. Guo Ran carefully took out the steel nail and examined it. But when he went to examine it, he also saw Long Chen standing in front of him. Boss ah! Guo Ran was given a fright, and his hand loosened for a moment, dropping that nail onto his foot. But he was fortunate that the nail landed on its side, otherwise with how sharp he had made it, his foot would have acquired a new hole. However, that nail, which was only the thickness of a single finger, was still dozens of pounds. Having it smash on his foot still made him yelp in pain. Looks like if you ever leave the monastery, you'll still be able to feed yourself by being a blacksmith. Long Chen laughed. Guo Ran rubbed his foot vexedly. Boss, if you discriminate against me, you'll be discriminating against a future crafting god. You have to apologize. Long Chen couldn't help laughing. Fine, if you can show me any of the style of a crafting god, I will apologize. Guo Ran brightened. Hee, boss, don't eat your words. I'll let you see what is called a grand masterpiece. Chapter 278 Voidbreaker Crossbow. Guo Ran touched his spatial ring and took out a huge crossbow. It wasn't the same as ordinary crossbows. Its crossbow limb at the front was completely straight. The bowstring was golden, and the two ends were wrapped around two cylindrical wheels. That string seemed to have been wrapped around the crossbow randomly in an incomprehensible manner. The crossbow was almost 6 feet long, around the same height as an average person. It was made entirely of the finest steel that had been tempered 100 times. Just by looking at it, it was possible to tell that it was shockingly heavy. Guo Ran was extremely proud of this crossbow. He wished he could show it off grandly, but it was actually too heavy for him to carry, so he could only lay it on the ground. Cough. So, what do you think, boss? This is my new invention. I call it Voidbreaker. Can you help me shoot out an arrow? Asked Guo Ran with embarrassment. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you telling me you can't even use your own invention? How are you supposed to fight enemies like this? Why didn't you make it lighter? Guo Ran was bitter. I wish it could be lighter, but in order to increase its power, the crossbow's hardness had to be pushed to the peak. Otherwise it wouldn't have its optimal power. Fine, I'll help you test it. Long Chen went to pick it up. It was no wonder Guo Ran was unable to use it. It had to be at least 70,000 pounds. Wow, it really is heavy. I hope its power doesn't disappoint. Long Chen was a bit shocked. Although this weight wasn't much to him, an ordinary tendon transformation expert was unable to use it. Don't worry, boss, even Senior Kang Ming endlessly praised this invention of mine, Guo Ran said with pride. Senior Kang Ming has seen this crossbow. Of course, he even praised me. What did he say? Are you ready? That old man said I was extremely good at boasting. Hey, boss, stop looking about me so disdainfully. Senior Kang Ming is our monastery's #1 forging master. Obtaining his praise is extremely difficult. Seeing Long Chen's disdainful expression, Guo Ran was a bit irritated. That is true. With how prideful Senior Kang Ming, just him praising you as being good at boasting is also a positive for you. Long Chen nodded. Of course, at the beginning when I showed it to him, after praising my boasting, he said my bowstring wasn't good enough and gave me a couple new ones. Hehe, that let my voidbreaker become even stronger, said Guo Ran excitedly. The bowstrings Kang Ming had given him were all made of mithril. Mithril was an extremely soft metal, but its toughness was absolutely alarming. It was the best material for bowstrings. However, mithril was an incredibly precious metal. Guo Ran didn't have the qualifications to obtain it yet, and even if he did, then with his still amateur techniques, he wouldn't be able to use it properly. And so obtaining this bowstring from Kang Ming was not only a sign of Kang Ming's approval, but it also affirmed his own confidence in himself. Long Chen really was surprised that Kang Ming would look so favorably on this crossbow. Just what mystery was behind that? He began to pull back the string. As he pulled, the two wheels to the side also moved slightly. The messy bowstring also gradually became taut. Nice, that's a pretty smart move. Long Chen realized that Guo Ran had used a clever technique to use the wheels to reduce how hard you had to pull in order to knock the crossbow. But there were springs inside, and when the string was released, the wheels would immediately release their energy to increase the force. Hehe, back when you went to the rubble wasteland, you told me my talent was just ordinary and that I needed to find an alternative route to stand out. Afterwards, I thought about it, and realized you were right. I can't just keep following the same old path without trying anything new. And now, I've ended up being fascinated by mechanism and forging arts. Although I've only reached the entry level, I really do like these playthings. Sometimes I'll even think about them while dreaming. I've tasted the sweet taste of success in battle. I swear that I will become a grand craftsman now, said Guo Ran with confidence. Long Chen was surprised Guo Ran had become so devoted. Thinking of how he had laughed at him before, Long Chen felt a bit bad. Your brother apologizes to you. I shouldn't have ridiculed you. Guo Ran laughed. Boss, you don't need to say that. I know you were joking. Long Chen said. No, I was serious. Long Chen stopped joking around and began to really pull on the bowstring. He was surprised that even with the help of the cylindrical wheels, it still needed a shocking amount of force to pull back. Finally, when the crossbow was fully knocked, even the crossbow limb at the front had curved like a crescent moon. Just looking at this taut crossbow gave Long Chen a chill. If an arrow was shot out with that kind of force, it would definitely be shockingly powerful. Guo Ran, you aren't able to use this crossbow for now. Without 200,000 pounds of force, you won't be able to fully knock it, said Long Chen with worry. Guo Ran was bitter. That's also the most vexing thing for me. My spirit root is average, my physical body is average, and my soul is also average. In total, I am the averagest of all averages. When I managed to make this amazing void-breaking crossbow, I thought I'd be able to exterminate one or two favored, but, no matter what, I can't even carry it. It's the most depressing thing ever. It can kill favored. Long Chen was startled. Guo Ran confidently said, right now it's still in its embryonic state. Once I do a couple experiments and perfect it, I'm certain that it will be able to kill favored. Boss, take a look at the arrow. Guo Ran went deeper into his immortal cave and came back out with an arrow. Long Chen carefully examined it. How was this thing even an arrow? It was more like a short spear. It had to be 5 feet long and as thick as an egg. It was clearly also a new invention of Guo Ran's. And as soon as he lifted the arrow, he found that it had to be over 10,000 pounds. There were also many little grooves along the shaft. Looking at those little grooves, Long Chen exclaimed, Guo Ran, you really are a genius. Boss, you know what those grooves are for. Guo Ran was surprised. If my guess is right, these grooves should be to lessen the air resistance, allowing it to fly faster as well as letting it fly silently. The faster something moved through the air, the more drag and resistance it would meet, eventually causing a sonic boom. That was a law of physics. But these little grooves were able to prevent that, allowing it to kill others silently. By the time anyone sensed it, it would already be too late. Boss really is boss. I had to research an experiment for a long time before figuring this out, but boss figured it out with just a glance, said Guo Ran with worship. Haha, let's stop shamelessly boasting about each other. Let's test it out. The two of them left the monastery and found a small mountain. That was a stone mountain over 40 meters tall. Let's try it out. Long Chen aimed the crossbow at that mountain from 5 miles away. With a light release of a lock, the arrow shot out like lightning. The instant that arrow shot out, Long Chen felt a huge backlash and he involuntarily stumbled back a dozen steps. That small mountain exploded to pieces from that arrow, dust filling the air. Long Chen and Guo Ran were dumbfounded. Even Guo Ran hadn't expected this. Although he had personally made it, he had never had the strength required to use it. Today was his first time seeing it in action. That arrow hadn't had any explosives in it. This explosion had been considered entirely due to the power of inertia behind that arrow. Just that inertia possessed the shocking power to break apart a small mountain. And most frightening of all, while it had been flying through the air, there hadn't been the slightest sound. A perfect sneak attack. Both Long Chen and Guo Ran looked at each other with a wicked light shining in their eyes. They laughed. They had actually said the same thing at the same time. With this kind of weapon, Guo Ran's killing power would definitely be alarmingly high. However, after laughing for a moment, Guo Ran could no longer laugh. No matter how amazing it was, if he couldn't use it, then it was useless. Long Chen might be able to use it, but he preferred to face his opponents head-on, fighting on the front lines. He would never have an opportunity to use this Voidbreaker crossbow. Long Chen patted Guo Ran on the shoulders. "Don't worry, leave this to me. Really, aren't you just wasting words? When have I ever tricked you?" asked Long Chen. "But there is one thing I have to make clear to you first. You have to keep your Dao heart steady. If you can keep a steady Dao heart, I can guarantee that you'll advance without bottlenecks for your whole life." "How is that possible?" Guo Ran was filled with disbelief. "Live a whole life without bottlenecks? Not even a god would necessarily be able to do that. As long as you can keep a steady Dao heart, I can accomplish that," said Long Chen solemnly. "Boss, what is this Dao heart?" asked Guo Ran. Dao heart is a kind of a belief, a kind of conviction in your own truths that will never change. Each person's beliefs are different. For example, you might believe in your inventions and creations, believing that you can use smarts to overcome any difficulties and become a revered crafting god. That will be your Dao heart. As long as you can let your Dao heart stay unrattled, I can use medicinal pills to constantly raise your cultivation base. However, once a problem occurs with your Dao heart, once you start to feel lost or begin to doubt in your own choices, your cultivation base will forever stall, warned Long Chen. Each person's Dao heart was different. Some people believed in their inheritance, some people believed in their cultivation technique, some people believed in their bloodlines, and some people believed they were simply the geniuses of heaven. No matter what kind of Dao heart you had, it had to go through endless tempering. Many people ended up losing more and more confidence as they went through that tempering. In the end, they lost sight of what they were supposed to believe in. Even people with extremely stable Dao hearts were unable to keep them perfect forever. If they received a large enough impact, that would make it impossible for them to advance to become experts in the future. As for Guo Ran, his Dao heart would be extremely dangerous. Once his smarts failed and he lost sight of what he wanted from forging, he would lose his path and become lost. That would be especially terrible for Guo Ran, as his foundation would have been built up by medicinal pills. He would never have a chance to form a new Dao heart if his old one was shattered. "Boss, I'll definitely succeed in becoming a crafting god." If Guo Ran didn't succeed in this path, he would forever be lost. But Guo Ran was determined. Long Chen nodded. Since he had made this choice, then Long Chen would go all out to help him. As for how far Guo Ran could go, that would be up to him. After all, Guo Ran's latest invention, this crossbow, was something that even Long Chen admired. Guo Ran was definitely a genius. He could think of all sorts of crazy inventions. The next day, Long Chen was looking for something to do when Elder Sun returned. Chapter 279 Obtaining Medicinal Ingredients. Long Chen was pleased to see the many medicinal ingredients packed into this spatial ring. Elder Sun really was efficient. What Long Chen didn't know was how much pain Elder Sun was in. His lifetime savings had been cut by over half for those medicinal ingredients. Long Chen, hand over the lower portion of that cultivation technique. Elder Sun was extremely gloomy, but there was also a trace of excitement and nervousness in his voice. Long Chen checked the medicinal ingredients and saw they were the exact ones written on the list, delighting him. After that huge battle, they had passed down a huge number of points. Tang Wan and the other core disciples had gained over 1,000,000 points. Even ordinary disciples earned hundreds of thousands of points. To those disciples, that was an absolutely enormous amount. But for Long Chen, they were practically nothing. And that was why Long Chen had placed his sights on a fat sheep-like elder son. The disciples' points were incomparable to the elders' merit points. Some things couldn't even be exchanged for with disciple points. And even if they could obtain them, it would be incredibly expensive. These medicinal ingredients in this spatial ring would have definitely cost over 100 million points, and even then, that was just a rough estimate. It could easily be more. Furthermore, many of them were unobtainable within the monastery. Elder Sun had gone to the supermonastery for them. What, are you reneging? Seeing how sinister Long Chen's smile was, Elder Sun's heart jumped. This trade of theirs was completely secret. There was no one to witness it as proof. If Long Chen refused to go through with it, that would be extremely troublesome. What nonsense. Do you think I'm such a person? Long Chen snorted. He threw a piece of black zirconium to Elder Sun. Elder Sun hastily grabbed it. It was the exact same form as that previous black zirconium. On the front side was a complicated diagram of meridians, and there was an ancient character on the back. Kill. 1. This new black zirconium had the character for kill on the back of it. When combined with the previous rebel character, would it be kill rebels? Or rebels kill? But no matter what, those two words were incredibly domineering. Hehe, thank you, I'll leave for now. Elder Sun was delighted. Long Chen nodded. Okay, then you can go back. If there's anything else, you can come find me. Long Chen just lightly waved, acting as if he were saying goodbye to a member of the junior generation. That was greatly displeasing to Elder Sun. Alright, I'll definitely come find you in the future. Elder Sun laughed amicably, but a cold light shined within his eyes. Although he had managed to obtain the cultivation technique, he had taken a severe blow to his savings, which made him extremely irritated. And now to protect this secret, he would naturally have to go find Long Chen later. Seeing Elder Sun's departing back, Long Chen sneered mockingly. I know you'll definitely come find me again, but it probably won't be for what you're thinking of. Long Chen returned to his immortal cave and saw Tang Wan'er standing at the front of it. She suspiciously asked, what kind of shady business are you up to again? Slander. This is definitely slander. I'm getting angry because of it. TCH, you think I still don't understand you? Speak. What kind of secret trade were you and Elder Sun up to? Tang Wan'er didn't fall for Long Chen's little act at all. Tang Wan'er had just exited seclusion. When she had looked down the mountain, she had happened to see Long Chen and Elder Sun, amicably, discussing something. There's nothing. You also know that I'm a highly principled man, a highly righteous man who will never hold a grudge. Long Chen smiled. As if anyone would believe you. You don't hold grudges because you always get all your revenge on those people immediately, so of course there's no grudges to hold anymore. Hurry up and tell me what Elder Sun came for. Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. She definitely wouldn't let him off before telling her. You really want to know? Long Chen seemed somewhat troubled. Hurry up and tell me. Long Chen helplessly sighed. Women really were troublesome sometimes. He supposed it was best for him to tell the truth. After this huge battle this time, Elder Sun saw that my bones were pure, that my forehead was full, that I was a rare martial genius found only once in 10,000 years. Get to the point. Tang Wan'er frowned. She already knew Long Chen was messing around again. Fine, he wants to take me as master. Tang Wan'er immediately hit Long Chen with a fist and rebuked, stop being flippant. Tell the truth. It is the truth. He even sent me a gift for accepting him as an apprentice. I said I'd think it over and told him to leave for now, but I didn't feel like it would be right to also reject his gift. If I didn't even accept his gift, I'd definitely feel apologetic to him. Long Chen seemed so embarrassed to talk about that. He even handed over the spatial ring to Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er had been holding back a laugh, but then seeing the mountains of precious medicinal ingredients piled within that spatial ring, her smile disappeared. She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Although Tang Wan'er wasn't an alchemist, she still recognized a couple high-tier medicinal ingredients. These ingredients had to cost several thousand or even 10,000 points for a single one. But they were piled up like mountains inside this spatial ring. Is this real? Muttered Tang Wan'er. Of course, it's true. Who do you think Long Chen, As long as I make a public declaration, who knows how many people would come begging at my door to take me as master. If it is real. Tang Wan'er had taken out a medicinal ingredients and smelled it. That scent proved it was real. As for Long Chen, He was in the middle of gesturing passionately about how amazing he was when he realized she wasn't even looking at him. He had no choice but to stop. He looked up at the clouds in the sky. You aren't bragging anymore. Looking at Long Chen acting like this, Tang Wan smiled. It's too boring. I've bragged to the point that even I don't believe me anymore. Long Chen shook his head. Sometimes I really wonder, Long Chen, do you never feel worried about anything? How are you so sloppy all the time? Tang Wan blushed a bit at that last bit, as such a crude word was embarrassing for a lady to say out loud. But Long Chen didn't care about that. Looking up at the clouds, he said, being sloppy isn't a bad thing either. Otherwise, if you end up caring about every little thing, wouldn't you worry yourself to death? For some reason, when she looked at Long Chen this time, although she could see his expression was still unworried and uncaring, she could also see a trace of loneliness in his eyes. Perhaps if it had been the old her who hadn't absorbed the Tao mark, she would not have been able to sense that. But after becoming a favored, she could sense that loneliness from Long Chen. That kind of loneliness wasn't about how many people were by his side. It was loneliness that existed despite being surrounded by people. It was as if the entire world was rejecting him. Or perhaps it could be said that he was rejecting the entire world. Tang Wan gently held his hand. Long Chen, no matter what worries you have, you can tell me. I will share any burden you have. Having Tang Wan's tender hand holding his own, Long Chen's heart filled with warmth. Tang Wan was as beautiful as a flower, her pretty face touched with a dab of shyness. She was like the cherry blossoms blooming, so beautiful that people didn't dare to profane her. Tang Wan had always been beautiful, but looking at her now, in this situation with these feelings, Long Chen felt Tang Wan was more beautiful than ever. His heart was pounding faster and faster. Tang Wan also began to breathe a bit faster. The two of them were pulling closer and closer to each other. Being stared at by Long Chen like this, Tang Wan didn't dare to meet his eyes. She closed her eyes, her lips opening ever so slightly. Long Chen was unable to resist that beauty, and gave her a deep kiss. Tang Wan let out a gentle gasp, involuntarily holding Long Chen tightly, her body limp and powerless. Long Chen felt as if his head was buzzing. All his heart and mind were focused on the feeling of those lips. Cough. Suddenly, a light cough rang out. It wasn't loud, but to the two of them, it rang out like thunder. The two of them instantly separated, seeing Qing Yu helplessly looking at the two of them. Tang Wan's face was twisted with embarrassment. She lowered her head, quickly running into the immortal cave and tightly locking it behind her, refusing to come back out. Even with Long Chen's thick skin, being caught like this made him blush fiercely. Ah, Sister Qing Yu, hee, how coincidental. Tang Wan might be able to run, but Long Chen couldn't. As a man, he had to face this. Sister Qing Yu, don't misunderstand. I've been a bit unwell these past few days and I ended up with a couple sores on my tongue. I was just asking Tang Wan to help me take out the blood from those sores. There really was nothing, explained Long Chen, but after that explanation, not even he felt that anyone would believe him. Qing Yu shook her head and sighed. You two, you're both grown up now and know how you should act. I know you two like each other. But the relations between a man and a woman are like dry firewood that can ignite with a single spark. If you two can't hold back, you'd end up hurting Wan. Understand? Long Chen nodded, completely serious. Sister Qing Yu, I understand. I know you two will hold back and not take that final step, but something like this could still impact your Dao hearts. You might lose your way, stalling your cultivation. So don't blame your sister Qing Yu for being long-winded, admonished Qing Yu. If a woman lost her chastity before reaching the Shantian realm, she would be unable to maintain her pure yin body. No matter how good her talent had been, it would be wasted. This was the first time Long Chen didn't feel that Qing Yu was long-winded. At the same time, he also scolded himself. This was the result of playing with fire. On the off chance he couldn't hold back, he would regret it for a lifetime. 6 hours later, who knew whether Qing Yu had gotten tired or whether she felt Long Chen had been properly scolded, but she finally returned within the immortal cave. But when Long Chen saw Qing Yu knock on Tang Wan's door, he saw that Tang Wan refused to open the door no matter what. In the end, she had no choice but to drop the subject. Perhaps she would have a chance to make up this lesson to Tang Wan after a few days. Long Chen returned to his room and began to refine those medicinal ingredients into powder, storing them inside jade bottles with tags. That would be much more convenient when he refined in the future. He could save a great deal of time when he finally refined these powders into pills. 2 days passed as he refined these medicinal powders before Elder Sun angrily called for him. Chapter 280 Furious Elder Sun. Long Chen, get the hell out here. Elder Sun arrived at Long Chen's immortal cave so angry that his hair was standing on end, an ominous glint shining in his eyes. Tang Wan and Qing Yu were both given a fright and they came out to look. Long Chen unhurriedly came out of his room, seeing Elder Sun who was so angry that smoke was practically coming out of his pores. He shook his head. For good or bad, you're still an elder of our monastery. Don't you feel that shouting abuse and curses so loudly and in the morning is a bit tasteless? Mocked Long Chen. Shut up, Long Chen, you dare cheat me. The thing you gave me wasn't a complete set at all. Elder Sun clenched his teeth. But at least he hadn't lost his mind in his anger, and he didn't mention that the thing was his cultivation technique. So what if it wasn't a complete set? You clearly said that thing was split into 2 portions, an upper and lower portion. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating for him to shut up. He righteously explained, Elder Sun, I seem to recall that although I said it was split into upper and lower portions, I didn't say there were only 2. What nonsense. An upper and lower portion is 2 portions. You're wrong. The upper portion is only 1 part, but the lower portion is split into 2 parts. I gave you the lower part of the lower portion. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. Bastard, that's clearly an upper, middle, lower portion split. What am I supposed to do with just the upper and lower portion? Elder Sun raged. When he had obtained both those black zirconiums, he had returned to his immortal cave to research them, finding that it was really incomparably profound. But when he tried to circulate his spiritual qi in accordance to those diagrams, he found that he was unable to undergo a full circulation. After testing it several times without succeeding, he had finally undergone one test where his meridians had almost exploded from the forceful circulation. Feeling that something was wrong, he had studied the diagrams for 2 full days, finally coming to the conclusion that he was still missing a portion. That infuriated him so much that he almost coughed up blood. Naturally he had come to find Long Chen. That's just how you categorize it. Where I come from, it's like that. Long Chen shrugged fearlessly and shamelessly. Tang Wan and Qing Yu looked from the furious Elder Sun to the mischievous Long Chen. Neither said anything. Elder Sun was ashen from anger. His chest was heaving and his fists were tightly clenched. He looked like he might attack at any moment. But Long Chen just looked at him mockingly. Go ahead and try to attack. I'm not afraid of you. And in the end, Elder Sun really didn't dare to attack. He wasn't stupid, and he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Furthermore, that would only bring more trouble for him, so he could only endure. Speak. What do you want? Elder Sun's voice was a bit rough from his anger. Probably the fact that he hadn't turned mute from anger was already not bad. That's right, young people shouldn't be so angry. Don't worry, I've already got the prescription that'll fix all your anger. Here, go gather all these medicinal ingredients. Long Chen handed over a list to Elder Sun. Elder Sun was quivering uncontrollably as he received that list. When he looked at the huge number of medicinal ingredients and the quantities, he directly coughed up blood. Long Chen, you're too excessive. Raged Elder Sun. Excessive? Hee, have you gone senile? Do you not remember all that you've done back then? You really had to act all virtuous and noble in front of me. The reason why I'm willing to sell my most precious treasure to you is all for you to taste the feeling of being oppressed. What happened to all your majesty from back then when you tried to force me to kneel? You wanted to use your bone-forging pressure to subdue me. Don't you like to be very arrogant? On the battlefield, you even wanted to use someone else to kill me. Hee, just keep acting arrogant. Now that you're in the palm of my hand, you either better listen to me, or just fuck off. Of course, you can also try to attack me. But if you dare try that, well, if a monastery elder wanted to selfishly attack a disciple, then that elder would have to directly get the fuck out of the Xuantian monastery. Cursed Long Chen. Although he had tried to keep his emotions in check, when he remembered about how Elder Sun had targeted him multiple times, in the end even trying to have him be killed, causing Chu Yao and Tang Wan to enter danger, his killing intent surged out. Long Chen took out a black zirconium the exact same as the previous 2 he had given Elder Sun. Seeing that stone, Elder Sun was filled with rage. Old fellow, you can choose. Do you want to do this shady deal once, or twice? Snorted Long Chen. Since he had already revealed his feelings for him, Long Chen was too lazy to act polite. Long Chen's meaning was clear: if you want the complete technique, you'll need to risk being cheated again. You could refuse, but if you do, then that price you paid before would be wasted on 2 useless rocks. Even if Elder Sun reported this matter to the monastery, Long Chen could say that this trade was to be paid in installments or even just make up something ridiculous. With the backing he had from the sect leader and Tu Fang, no one would purposely make things hard for him. In the end, nothing would happen to him. At this point, both parties had obtained half of what they wanted from the other party. But Long Chen had gained a huge advantage. With just those 2 stones, it was impossible to figure out the complete technique, and so they were useless. But Long Chen had obtained a huge number of precious medicinal ingredients. Those were treasures that had their own value. And so Elder Sun really didn't have much of a choice. He looked from that black stone to the list. Fine, I agree, but you have to swear that once I obtain those things, you have to hand over what's in your hand right now. Elder Sun grit his teeth. This time the medicinal ingredients on the list were a bit less than previously. However, their quality was also a level higher. He knew that the price this time wouldn't be much lower than the last time. In fact, it might even be a bit greater. And so if he did agree, then all his lifetime savings would be gone. But if he refused, then half of his savings would have disappeared for nothing. He was unwilling for that to happen. Fine, I, Long Chen, swear that if Elder Sun can gather everything on this list without one missing, I will definitely hand over what is in my hand to Elder Sun. If I violate this oath, let me be struck by heavenly lightning, swore Long Chen. The heavenly lightning oath was an extremely poisonous oath amongst people. If you broke it, your soul would scatter and you would never reincarnate. Only after Long Chen swore this oath did Elder Sun let out a breath of relief. He took the list and left. But as he left, his expression was incredibly ugly, so gloomy that he looked like someone who had just heard news that his parents had died. Long Chen, what are you doing? Tang Wan had forgotten her embarrassment now. Just now, Elder Sun had been on the verge of going out of control. In fact, Tang Wan had almost reflexively attacked first. Qing Yu was also terribly frightened. She wasn't a favored and was just an ordinary inner disciple. There was no way for her to resist Elder Sun's pressure, and so she was a bit pale. It's nothing. That old fellow wants me as master. But how could there be such a good thing? Does he think I'll take just any apprentice? So I gave him some missions. If he makes me pleased, I'll give him a taste of my amazingness and permit him to call himself my apprentice. But who would have thought this bastard only just made some achievements before wanting more from me? How absurd. Long Chen managed to spout a bunch of rubbish as soon as he opened his mouth. Tang Wan suddenly thought of what he had done and suspiciously glanced at that black zirconium. Suddenly she realized what he was doing. No wonder you were laughing so wickedly back then. Just like I thought, Long Chen, you're really trying to cheat Elder Sun. Are you not afraid of his reprisal? Tang Wan was extremely worried. She knew Long Chen's temperament. He was someone who would cheat someone until they were dead. Qi Xin was a good example. Ugh, calling it cheating makes it sound so unpleasant. This is clearly just an equal trade. I'm passing on my cultivation technique to him. How is that cheating? Long Chen shook his head righteously. As if I'd believe you. Your expression completely sells you out. It's written all over your face. You're definitely being a cheater. Exclaimed Tang Wan. No way, it's that obvious. Long Chen put on a shocked expression, causing Tang Wan and Qing Yu to laugh. Some of their worry faded. Tang Wan scolded, don't mess around. This is serious. Long Chen was somewhat wronged. I am talking seriously. You're really planning on handing over your complete cultivation technique to him? Curiously asked Tang Wan. I don't believe you. I really am planning on handing over my complete cultivation technique to him. However, we'll see if he has that sort of fate. Seeing how enigmatic Long Chen was acting, Tang Wan was a bit irritated. She reminded him, let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous. Looking at Tang Wan's pretty face, Long Chen winked. Then let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous. The same words, but completely different meanings. That flirtation in Long Chen's words were obvious, and Tang Wan immediately became as red as an apple when she thought of their kiss. She quickly hid herself back in her room, tightly locking the door. Let me warn you, don't play with fire. It's very dangerous. Qing Yu solemnly warned Long Chen. Long Chen immediately began to sweat. This time it seemed he had ended up jumping into his own trap. He hastily said, "Yes, I will carefully follow Sister Qing Yu's instructions." In the following 2 days, Long Chen continued to refine medicinal powders. During this time, the entire monastery was deathly silent. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they were all in seclusion. They probably wouldn't come out for a whole month. They had to properly absorb the benefits from their experience in this battle. That would solidify their foundation as well as temper their Tao hearts. After those 2 days, Elder Sun returned. Chapter 281. Cheated once, cheated twice. This time, Long Chen and Elder Sun decided to go to a small valley a bit further from the monastery for their transaction. Long Chen noticed that Elder Sun seemed to have lost a great deal of weight. He hastily congratulated Elder Sun on his weight loss. Elder Sun didn't say a single thing. Throwing a spatial ring to Long Chen, his eyes were completely red, looking like they might spit flames at any moment. Elder Sun really was pained enough to die. Long Chen had requested only extremely precious medicinal ingredients, and there had even been requirements on their age. Although in terms of quantity it had been only a third of the first list, its price had been even greater than the last time. To obtain these medicinal ingredients, he had used up the rest of all his merit points that he had saved for decades. Elder Sun even suspected that Long Chen precisely knew how many merit points he had had. These 2 sets had cost him practically everything. Of his tens of thousands of merit points, less than 500 remained now. His heart was practically dripping blood. If Long Chen dared trick him again, he wouldn't care about any price to kill Long Chen. Seeing the piles of medicinal ingredients in the spatial ring, Long Chen smiled brightly. He immediately handed over a black zirconium. Elder Sun received and saw there was another ancient character on the back, superior. 1. How domineering. Elder Sun delighted. But then when he flipped it over, his expression changed and he roared, "Why is there nothing on here?" This black zirconium only had a single character written on its back. There wasn't the slightest thing written on the front. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on putting something there, but he hadn't had the time. Back in Phoenix Cry, he had gone to the Wyan Pavilion and bought 4 black zirconiums. Although black zirconium was ancient, it wasn't very valuable. Long Chen had bought them just to cheat Elder Sun. That old fellow had targeted him several times for his 9-star hegemon body art. The last time, he had even drawn over a corrupt elder to kill him. If it hadn't been for Chu Yao's help at the end, he would have died. Although Tu Fang had then planned on punishing him for Long Chen knew that the worst punishment Tu Fang could give was to expel him from the monastery. Just being expelled from the monastery was far from enough to allay Long Chen's hatred. If he wanted his technique, then he could have it. Long Chen had drawn in the meridian circulation method of the 9-star hegemon body art. Originally, he had been planning on splitting the full diagram over 4 rocks. It was said that black zirconium was something that required the carver to be at least at the Shantian realm. However, that wasn't a problem for Long Chen. Although he couldn't directly carve anything onto black zirconium, he could draw onto it. Long Chen had used an extremely bizarre pill formula in his pill god memories to make a mysterious stone rotting extract. This stone rotting extract came from ancient times. Large sects had huge stone stels and monuments. Some were so large they were thousands of meters high. In order to carve words into them, it not only required a great deal of power, it also required a powerful tool. But not only that, the carver couldn't make a single mistake when carving. A single monument might require tens of thousands of words. If the carver made a mistake, wouldn't the entire monument be ruined? It wasn't as if the carvers were God. No one would do something so foolish. And so the ancient era's tablets were not directly carved. The characters were first drawn on, and after making sure there were no mistakes, they would use stone rotting extract to soften the rock. Stone rotting extract was extremely miraculous. Its corrosive nature wasn't permanent. It would only soften the rock for a moment. Once it was removed, the rock would return to its original hardness. And most interesting of all, rocks that had been softened with stone rotting extract would all possess an ancient aura. When Long Chen had drawn on these black zirconiums, he had kept his divine ring released, letting its aura permeate into his strokes. That was to make it possible to sense the 9-star hegemon body art's aura from these rocks. After he managed to complete one of those ancient treasures, Long Chen would then polish it up, soaking the new carvings with medicinal liquid until it was impossible to tell that those lines were newly added. Long Chen had really put in a lot of effort for this plot. After he had finished the first piece, he had gone straight to Elder Sun to offer him the bait. However, he hadn't expected Elder Sun to be so efficient. He had only just finished the second stone before he returned. The day Elder Sun came to rage to Long Chen about the diagram being incomplete, Long Chen had only managed to carve a single word on the back of the third stone. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on immediately going to finish the carving that very day, but in the end, he had changed his mind. That's because there was never supposed to be anything carved there. Long Chen shook his head. What do you mean? Raged Elder Sun, tightly clenching his fists. What I mean is that the front of this stone was always blank, and that it is supposed to be blank. Nonsense. You said that your cultivation technique was split into an upper, middle, and lower portion. You said you'd hand over the middle portion once I got all these medicinal ingredients. Did you forget your oath? Looks like you really are getting old. Then according to how you put it, then yes, the cultivation technique is split into an upper, middle, and lower portion. But when did I ever say that I would give you the middle portion? All I swore was that I would hand over what was in my hand back then. And yes, this is precisely what I was holding back then. Back then, Long Chen really had been holding this half-finished product. It was really simply that Elder Sun had assumed it to be the middle portion. Realizing he had been defrauded again, Elder Sun was no longer able to hold back. He shot forward, a claw reaching at Long Chen. Little bastard, die. Long Chen was long since prepared for this. He summoned out his divine ring, and a star appeared in his eyes, his aura exploding. Devil Decapitator slashed onto Elder Sun's hand. The ground beneath their feet split. The two of them were both sent flying back. Neither of them had had any advantage just now. Long Chen was delighted to find that although his cultivation base hadn't grown, his physical body had grown quite a bit stronger after experiencing that huge battle. Long Chen pointed Devil Decapitator at Elder Sun. You should give up. First of all, you can't kill me, so this is futile. Secondly, if we continue fighting, all that will do is draw other monastery elders over. You won't have any chance. He didn't have Chu Yao's assistance and his spiritual chi would be limited, making it so he couldn't fight for long. But even if he couldn't defeat Elder Sun, couldn't he simply run? Furthermore, this place wasn't far from the monastery. If the two of them really went all out fighting, that would definitely attract the monastery's attention. At that time, Long Chen would still be safe. Even if this whole matter was reported to the sect leader, the cause of all of this was still Elder Sun's greed over Long Chen's cultivation technique. It was very likely the final result would be that Elder Sun would be expelled from the monastery without gaining anything. Even if it came to light that Long Chen had baited him, he had still baited him honestly. Furthermore, both the sect leader and Tu Feng were clearly on Long Chen's side. Elder Sun could forget about getting anything like that. Long Chen, just what do you want to hand over your entire cultivation technique to me? Elder Sun did his best to calm down. The prescription has already been prepared. All you need to do is gather all the medicines on this list. Long Chen sent a piece of paper floating towards Elder Sun. When Elder Sun saw that page, he immediately coughed up blood. That was the third prescription page. Elder Sun grabbed it and didn't even glance at the medicinal ingredients on the sheet before tearing it to pieces. Do you think I'm an idiot? You think I'll be cheated by you again and again? Raged Elder Sun. Young people shouldn't get angry so easily. Stay calm, stay cool-headed. This time I swear that if you can obtain all the medicinal ingredients on that list, I will definitely hand over my entire cultivation technique to you. Did you hear? The whole thing. Another page appeared in Long Chen's hand and he sent it flying to Elder Sun. It was as if he had long since known that Elder Sun would go crazy. This second page was the exact same as the first one Elder Sun had torn up. Elder Sun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to tear this page to pieces again. His hands trembled as he took that page. The reason he used both hands to receive that page wasn't because of any respectful two-handed etiquette, but because his hands were trembling too hard. Bastard, I really will kill you. The Qilin fruit went extinct in ancient times. Let alone the monastery, not even the supermonastery could possibly have it. You're clearly doing this on purpose. So it really is like that. Long Chen was disappointed. As he had thought, the Aliath pill's main medicinal ingredient, the Qilin fruit, was the most difficult one to find. Fine, then you don't need to get the Qilin fruit. Just gather the other 6 medicinal ingredients. I can't buy these. I'm broke. Well then, I can only regretfully tell you that our trade is over. Long Chen shook his head with great regret. Don't try acting like you're suffering such a loss. I, Long Chen, will swear to the heavens to hand over my cultivation technique. There are a total of 4 stones that my cultivation technique is split over. I don't know why one of them was just nothing, but my guess is that this stone was required in order for the cultivation technique's name to be complete. Your luck was just bad that day. I just randomly took out that one, and you actually said you had to have it, so I also couldn't say anything. But even so, you won't lose out. You've already obtained the majority of the cultivation technique. Perhaps with your schemes and plotting, you can figure out the whole thing one day. If one day isn't enough, then try a year. If a year isn't enough, try a lifetime. If you can't figure it out, you can leave it to your descendants to figure it out. In any case, you'll definitely never be bored. You can just treat those stones as toys for your children. Listening to Long Chen's ridicule, elder son was about to explode. Looking at that page, he took a deep breath. You swear that you'll hand over your complete cultivation technique without hiding the slightest bit? I swear, said Long Chen solemnly. Fine, then I'll believe you one last time. If you dare trick me again, then even if I die, I'll definitely bring you down with me. Elder son clenched his teeth. Then don't worry, I really don't feel like dying with an idiot like you. Over the next few days, Long Chen really was busy. He had to abide by his promise and finish carving the rest of his cultivation technique. But this time elder son was much slower. It was only over 10 days later that he came to find Long Chen again. Chapter 282 Superior Must Kill Rebel. Long Chen, if you're tricking me again, I'll definitely kill you. At this time, elder son's eyes were completely red and he looked incredibly gloomy. He almost looked like a corpse that had been revived due to his unresolved resentment. Long Chen had only listed 7 ingredients for him to find this time, and one of those, the qilin fruit, had been removed. But those remaining 6 ingredients were incredibly ancient, ingredients that were rarely seen. Even the Xuantian supermonastery, a sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years, only had a small amount of them. And due to how few they had, the price was incredibly high. Those 6 types of ingredients had cost pretty much the same as the ones on the last list. Elder son had already ended up using all his merit points. But in order to gain the complete cultivation technique from Long Chen, he actually sold off all his secret tomes, precious treasures, and medicinal pills to other elders. Even his main sword was sold off. Other than his immortal cave, he basically didn't own anything. Only by selling everything he owned did he manage to gather everything on Long Chen's list. Elder son was filled with hatred and resentment. He had sold off everything just for Long Chen's cultivation technique. Don't worry, I, Long Chen, am not someone who doesn't keep his promises. Long Chen examined this new spatial ring and saw that elder son had really gathered all the Alioth pill's main ingredients for him. The Alioth pill's formula was extremely complicated. But now he had everything except the main qilin fruit. Seeing that the amount and age of all the ingredients was right, Long Chen took out one final black zirconium and gave it to elder son. Our trade and business is now over. Goodbye. Long Chen was filled with delight as he left. That black zirconium was the same as the last ones. But there were even more lines on this one. On the back was a single character. Must. 1. Superior must kill rebel. What a domineering name. Elder son went crazy with joy. He had finally obtained the complete technique. But within his joy was also a cold hatred. Looking at the direction Long Chen had left, he icily said, Long Chen, just wait. My things aren't so easy to take. Elder son also left, returning to his immortal cave to train. Over the next few days, the monastery gradually became livelier. As the secluded disciples gradually came out, the monastery became bustling with activity again. Tu Feng was delighted to see that the majority of these disciples had all advanced at least one level while in seclusion. Of their 800 remaining new disciples, over half of them had advanced to the 4th heaven stage of tendon transformation. As for Yi Ziqiu, Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, and the other core disciples, they had advanced to the 5th heaven stage. And most terrifying of all would have to be Tang Wan. She had somehow unconsciously broken through to the 6th heaven stage. She was just one step from the late tendon transformation realm. Currently, Tang Wan was a new disciple with the highest cultivation base. But many people attributed her fast advancement to her absorbed Dao mark. That was because Tang Wan had candidly said that after absorbing that Dao mark, She had clearly felt that she didn't have any bottlenecks when advancing and that her foundation had become completely stable. And most terrifying of all, after absorbing that Tao mark, her wind energy had changed. Her wind blades had used to have a white color within them, but now they were completely transparent. She could strike like lightning without a trace. Enemies would be killed by her wind blades before even realizing what was happening. That was how terrifying favored were. Some people guessed that the current Tang Wan might even be stronger than Yin Luo had been. That was because Yin Luo had only been at the peak of early tendon transformation back then, while Tang Wan had reached the peak of mid-tendon transformation. However, when people brought up Yin Luo's final attack, they all became quiet. Yin Luo's final attack really had been too terrifying. Long Chen and Mo Nian had gone all out and only barely managed to receive it. But it was obvious to everyone that amongst this new generation of disciples, Long Chen and Tang Wan were definitely the strongest. As for which one of them was exactly stronger, no one would know without the two of them fighting. But to have Long Chen and Tang Wan fight against each other would be too difficult. The flirty romance between the two of them was something almost everyone in the monastery was aware of. Other than Long Chen and Tang Wan, the next strongest person would have to be Ji Yuyong. After Long Chen had given him Yin Luo's golden spear, his combat ability had soared to a new level. At the beginning, he hadn't been able to wield it, but once he reached the 5th heaven stage, he managed to activate the spear's runes and could just barely use it. Before that, Yi Ziqiu had been able to use her ice energy to just barely suppress him slightly. But because of the weapon advantage, of their 3 duels afterwards, Ji Yuyong had won 2, succeeding in climbing slightly ahead of Yi Ziqiu. The monastery's core disciples had now been split into 3 levels. The first level was Tang Wan and Long Chen, who stood at the very peak. The two of their combat abilities were something everyone had gotten bored of discussing. That was because they simply weren't on the same level as the others. The second level would have to be Yi Ziqiu and Ji Yuyong. The two of them were definitely at least a level stronger than the other core disciples. And then the third level contained all the remaining core disciples. That was because the remaining core disciples were roughly on the same level. As for who would beat who, that would depend greatly on luck. No one was bored enough to go calculate those odds of who could beat who. Furthermore, Long Chen had told everyone to cut down on the duels and competitions, because that would end up dulling their sharpness. If it had been before the battle, they would not have understood what he meant. But after experiencing that huge battle, they all comprehended what he was saying. That huge battle had taught them that a martial competition and a battle were 2 completely different concepts. A competition was just flashy but essentially useless. But a battle only had one goal. As soon as you entered a battle, your goal would be take your enemy's life. If you didn't take their life, they would take your life. And that was often a deciding factor in the righteous and corrupt battles. The righteous path had a huge numbers superiority, but they were still often defeated by the corrupt path. That was because they were too used to the fighting style of a martial competition. As for the corrupt path, they didn't care about what flashy moves you could use, what origin you had, etc. As soon as they attacked, they would aim to take your life. They had just experienced that kind of intense battle where only the most vicious and most ruthless people lived. Long Chen had ordered them not to compete amongst each other so that they would be able to better remember that kind of battle feeling. After all, in a competition, it wasn't allowed to really use your most powerful attacks. You also couldn't really treat your opponent as an enemy. And so a competition wasn't really a good method to raise combat strength. In fact, it might even sharply lower your killing power. But the core disciples were an exception to this. They had a greater comprehension over battle now, and it was easier for them to differentiate their competition fighting style and their battle fighting style. That was why Long Chen had set down a rule that they could only compete amongst each other if they could easily enter a ruthless battle state. Otherwise, they should just patiently wait and try to absorb the benefits of that battle. In the hearts of all these disciples, Long Chen was essentially a god. They might have the guts to not listen to the sect leader's orders, but Long Chen's words were divine orders that no one would dare ignore. And so even as many people came out of seclusion, they mostly chose to continue solidifying their foundations. Sometimes they would gather together to brag about their contributions in that huge battle. That battle had definitely gone into the monastery's history. It would be a legendary battle that could not be more legendary. Even once they one day parted and perhaps went back to their families, they would still be able to be prideful and tell everyone around them that they had been a member of that huge battle. Other than just needing to solidify their foundation, they temporarily didn't need to cultivate. After all, cultivation was something that had its own rhythm. If you forced it, it wouldn't be beneficial to you. Long Chen had spent several days in his room refining medicinal powders, refining day and night. With the flame salamander's blue flame, refining those powders wasn't difficult at all for him. The main thing was that it was just too boring. Even with his willpower, constantly refining mountains of medicinal powders made him want to vomit. But there was no way around that. A large portion of these were ingredients required for the Aliyah pill. If he prepared them all properly like this, then as soon as he managed to find a Qilin fruit, he would be able to refine the Aliyah pill. This was to save him time in the future. For some reason, Long Chen was feeling as if time was becoming more and more pressing. It was like some kind of threat was steadily approaching him. The pressure almost made it hard for him to breathe. After half a month, Long Chen finally finished refining all those medicinal ingredients. The second day after he exited seclusion, a disciple ran up to him with a letter. Long Chen was surprised to see that it was from senior apprentice brother Wan. The letter said he had some things to discuss with him. But the letter didn't say what those things were. A strange expression appeared on Long Chen's face. He shook his head. This kind of intelligence really is too low. Is he some legendary super idiot? A flame appeared in his hand that immediately burnt that letter to ashes. Long Chen rested for a short time, recovering from his exhaustion. 6 hours later, Long Chen arrived at the place senior apprentice brother Wan had indicated in his letter. He was currently in a valley. This place was far away enough from the monastery that even if a battle occurred here, the monastery wouldn't be able to sense it. This was a perfect place to kill someone. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you really came. A voice rang out from not far behind him. Long Chen smiled mockingly. He didn't even turn back, helplessly saying, "You feigned that senior apprentice brother Wan wanted to see me here. I find you really are becoming more and more childish." Childish, ha ha ha, but haven't you come anyways? Elder Sun laughed heartily, filled with an indescribable excitement. The reason I came is because I wanted to see what you're planning. There's not that many people around that can make me laugh like you. Normally I wouldn't refuse a chance to laugh like this. Long Chen seemed very interested in what Elder Sun was doing. Laugh, ha ha ha, keep dreaming. Killing intent overflowed from Elder Sun's eyes. Did you think I'd just let you off after you cheated me of all my lifetime savings? Ha ha ha, unfortunately for you, I actually have to thank you. That cultivation technique you gave me really was the real thing. Now this old man will let you die a happy death by using that powerful cultivation technique to kill you. Elder Sun's aura surged and the ground beneath his feet cracked apart. A huge cyclone appeared behind his back. Chapter 283 Die Aggrieved. Elder Sun's aura surged out, and a huge cyclone appeared behind him. That cyclone was only a couple dozen meters in diameter, and furthermore, it wasn't a perfect circle. Instead, it seemed to be squashed slightly. Most importantly, that cyclone was a cyclone, and completely different from Long Chen's divine ring. Long Chen's divine ring was translucent, its light similar to a rainbow. But this cyclone Elder Sun had condensed was vaguely solid, almost like kanji. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Looking at that divine ring behind Elder Sun, he was filled with disbelief. Seeing Long Chen's shock, Elder Sun laughed madly. How is it? Are you shocked? This superior must-kill rebel divine technique you taught me is 100 times stronger in my hands. Elder Sun could sense that after the divine ring behind him appeared, all the surrounding spiritual chi could be absorbed by him. That was something fundamentally impossible for him to do previously. With such a cultivation technique, his cultivation speed would skyrocket. Most importantly, he had been stuck at the peak of bone forging for many years now. But once he had formed this divine ring, he had clearly felt his bottleneck loosen a great deal. According to his estimation, it wouldn't be long before he could advance to meridian opening, becoming an expert on the same level as Tu Fang. Then, he could roam anywhere under the heavens. In fact, he was even having an urge to start up his own sect. With that kind of strength, he was qualified to start up a second-tier sect. Why would he need to be mistreated here? And so the first thing he thought of was Long Chen. Just thinking of Long Chen made him clench his teeth in anger. He knew that Long Chen's relationship with senior apprentice brother Wan was pretty good. Currently, senior apprentice brother Wan was in seclusion, and so he had just gotten a worker to secretly send Long Chen a letter for Long Chen to meet him here. And Long Chen had actually come to meet him. That delighted elder son. As long as he could kill Long Chen now, he could keep this cultivation technique secret to himself. Long Chen looked at elder son with a complicated expression. He sighed. How did you end up doing this? Haha, of course I just followed that cultivation technique you gave me. Did you really think I was senile? I easily saw through your little trick. Sneered elder son. What do I mean? Hehe, the technique you gave me really is not bad. You deliberately marked what direction I was supposed to circulate my qi. When I saw that, I was extremely curious why you would so meticulously mark that. Then I realized you were trying to trick me, and that the path you indicated had been reversed. HMPH, I've lived for almost 100 years. Did you think your insignificant trick would work on me? I tested that reversed circulation path, and as I expected, it worked perfectly. Brat, now you can die contentedly, said elder son sinisterly. Long Chen really was absolutely shocked. In reality, the technique he had given elder son had been completely real. The circulation path had also been completely correct. But this old fellow hadn't trusted him and had actually modified a part of it. It was no wonder his divine ring was so bizarre. Long Chen sighed. Looks like in your pettiness, you ended up misjudging me. The cultivation technique I gave you was completely real. I didn't modify any of it. HMPH, do you think saying these things right before you die will change anything? Long Chen was too lazy to bother with him. But this elder son really was a prodigy. Even though he was circulating the technique in reverse, he was still able to form a divine ring. That really was out of his expectations. Elder son's aura was incredibly powerful now. It was at least several times stronger than before. With that kind of strength, he absolutely could kill Long Chen easily. And yet Long Chen's expression didn't contain the slightest panic. He was completely calm, with only a trace of pity. Did you know? As soon as I received your letter, I knew that it was you. Senior apprentice brother Wan has just been promoted to become an elder. If he really wanted to talk to me, he definitely wouldn't arrange for a meeting like this. He would have paid a personal visit, said Long Chen. Hehe, unfortunately, you've still come, said elder son disdainfully. That's right, I still came. That's because I'm very curious why someone who should have already died was still able to fake a letter. That's why I came. What do you mean? Elder son first stiffened before raging. What I mean is that you should have already died. The fact that you're alive is quite surprising to me, so I wanted to come take a look, explained Long Chen. Elder son didn't know why, but looking at Long Chen's calm expression, he felt a trace of terror. Stop wasting time. Just die. Elder son roared and his aura exploded out. He sent a palm crashing at Long Chen. Blood spurted through the air. Elder son blankly stared at his own body. He was now lying on the ground. From the chest down, his body had completely disappeared. The ground around him was covered with blood and flesh. Long Chen slowly moved aside a large shield that he had just placed in front of him. Looking at the gore on the shield, he hesitated for a moment before just directly throwing the shield away. What is going on? Elder son only had 2 arms and a head now. An ordinary cultivator would definitely be dead already, but elder son was a bone forging expert, and there was a great deal of energy contained within his arms. He would be able to hang on for a moment. However, he was definitely doomed to die now. The energy in his arms would only be enough to sustain him for a short moment. Really, why bother? The technique I gave you was completely correct. If you had just cultivated in it properly, you would have gotten to die within your own home. But by circulating the qi in reverse and then calling me out here, were you planning on disgusting me one last time with your death? Long Chen, I admit defeat. I'm about to die, so can you at least let me understand my own death? Elder son was completely ashen now. He felt as if he had died too wrongly. His last desire was to know why he had died. Long Chen hesitated for a moment. In reality, Long Chen truly detested this fellow. In fact, elder son had just been wanting to kill him. With his temperament, did elder son really think Long Chen gave a damn if he died without understanding? But looking at the current elder son, a grand 8 temper bone forging expert, dying just like this, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. In truth, you just died because of your greed. In this world, there are some things that will never be yours, and if someone forcibly tried to take them, he'll end up like you are right now. Have you not heard that I'm a cultivator without a spirit root? In reality, I don't just not have a spirit root, I also don't have a dantian. My cultivation technique is something that only people without a dantian can cultivate in. People with a dantian who attempt to reach chi condensation with this technique will be like an ignited firecracker, and their dantian will automatically explode. If you had just followed the correct circulation, you would have had just the slightest chance to survive. But even if you could survive, your dantian definitely would not have. But you decided to be a smart ass, training in it with a reverse circulation. That resulted in that incredibly weird cyclone ring of yours. You thought that weird cyclone was correct. I'd guess that as soon as you succeeded, you didn't even test your power before impatiently asking me to come here. That little circle of yours might have appeared formidable, but that's just an outer force. As soon as you attempted to use it, that had required your dantian. The instant your dantian attempted to draw its power, that outer power flooded your dantian, and then, bang! You explode. Long Chen had really given him the correct circulation path of the 9-star hegemon body art. But that circulation method was only for the use in chi condensation. It was something that was used for preparing to condense the Feng Fu star. Elder Sun naturally didn't know that there could be someone who could cultivate without a dantian. And so he had attempted to modify the technique. Long Chen really had to admire Elder Sun's stupid courage. To be able to form that weird ring by reversing the flow of chi was definitely not bad. Long Chen really had not expected that. Long Chen went and grabbed Elder Sun's spatial ring. He took out the 4 black zirconiums, placing them on the ground. Look carefully at these 4 words, said Long Chen. Must kill rebel superior. Are you an idiot? 1. Elder Sun finally realized the truth. He had really completely fallen for Long Chen's trap. Glaring at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. Long Chen, you little bastard, you're just a devil. Even when I'm dead, I'll definitely still haunt you in the middle of the night. Just you wait. Elder Sun finally ran out of energy, dying. But even after he died, his eyes were still ferociously glaring at Long Chen. Patting off the dust, Long Chen muttered to himself, damn it, why does everything always happen to me? Even in death, he still wants to scare me. Too bad for you, but my guts are not that weak. Looking around, he found a hole and directly tossed Elder Sun's remaining body parts inside. Then he just randomly kicked a bit of dirt into the hole, burying him. You're definitely just a piece of crap, but once a person dies, all their debts are over. Luckily for you, you at least gave me some good stuff before dying. So I won't bicker with you. I'll bury you here, and the business between us is settled. If you really refuse to accept that and become some evil spirit, come find me at any time. I'll definitely teach you a couple new techniques that will let you really rest in peace. Long Chen didn't waste any more time here and returned to the monastery. Within this secluded valley, occasionally bursts of autumn wind would blow by, almost sounding like a sobbing sound. 3 days later, the monastery sent out news that Elder Sun had disappeared. But there wasn't much shock towards his disappearance. That was because Tu Fang had announced that Elder Sun had already resigned from his elder position and left voluntarily. That caused everyone to feel that it was no wonder Elder Sun had been acting oddly the past few days. He had constantly been rushing around, and he had even sold off his possessions for low prices. It seemed that he had decided to change jobs. As for why he wanted to change jobs, nobody found it that odd. Ever since his display in that battle, his status had plummeted. His reward was cut in half, and his lucrative post as head of Xuantian Pavilion had also been taken away. It was obvious that there was no further path of advancement for him within the Xuantian monastery. The fact that he would leave was just normal. Although Tu Fang didn't know how Elder Sun had just disappeared, Tu Fang could guess that it was just his fate. Elder Sun must not have wanted to have a long life since he had dared to fight against a divergent. And so Tu Fang had suppressed this matter, not wanting it to affect the monastery's regular operations. Long Chen was also well aware of that. He suspected that Tu Fang had figured out some clues, but he also didn't care. It had already been a month since the battle, and everyone's cultivation bases had been soaring. However, he was still stuck in the same bottleneck. That was definitely unacceptable. He had to cultivate. After saying goodbye to Tang Wan Long Chen went alone to a familiar mountain where black clouds always gathered around. Chapter 284. Something big has happened. Long Chen arrived at a familiar, bare mountaintop. Looking up the sky covered in black thunderclouds, he sighed. His cultivation base was completely stuck in an bottleneck he could not advance past, and he also couldn't find the Qilin fruit. The best thing he could do is come up with some alternative methods to raise his strength. Last time when he had fought Yin Luo, he had essentially exhausted all his thunder force. And since he had been so busy buying medicinal ingredients during this time, he hadn't had the time to go recover that thunder force. Now that he finally had a break, he came to this place. Long Chen's thunder force was something merged within his blood. It would require a large deal of time and energy to replenish it through normal means. Only by properly feeding his thunder force runes would they produce more thunder force for him. Rather than wasting time and energy on that, Long Chen preferred to just directly gather more lightning. With Long Chen's character, if he could accomplish something lying down, then he definitely wouldn't bother sitting up. Completing tasks in the quickest, safest manner was the way of a king. Long Chen took out a kite 3 feet long. This kite was extremely special though. It was made entirely of iron. It was something Long Chen had asked Guo Ran to make for him. The wings had 36 sets of springs. When the wind blew by those springs, it would cause them to constantly compress and decompress, allowing the kite to fly stably in the air. Once it was in the air, it wasn't like other kites. It wouldn't need someone to constantly change its direction. Guo Ran estimated that as long as it was anchored to the ground and that there was wind in the sky, this kite could stay up forever. Furthermore, Long Chen's kite string was also very special and made of an especially tough steel wire. It was both slender and durable. Long Chen quickly got the kite in the air, bringing it to a height of 3,000 meters. That was where the thunderclouds were densest. Occasionally, lightning would strike the kite, and a powerful thunder force would pass on down the kite string. But this thunder force didn't cause any injuries to Long Chen. In fact, this level of thunder force was actually relaxing for him. The thunder force runes in his blood were like hungry wolves that had been awakened, crazily devouring this new energy. As for the kite, even in the midst of all that lightning, it was only trembling slightly. There was no sign of it being damaged whatsoever. Seems that Guo Ran's devices are trustworthy. This brother of his was surprisingly reliable in this aspect. He found a boulder and tied the string onto it. He then took out a jar and poured in jade butterfly queen bee honey. He lay back on the boulder, a straw connecting his mouth to the jar. With the sweetness in the mouth and the gentle massage on his back from the thunder force, Long Chen felt like he might float to the heavens. This must be how gods and immortals cultivate. Long Chen was deeply moved. The thunder force in the sky was constantly being conducted down onto his body, allowing the thunder force in his body to quickly replenish. And after experiencing this exhaustion and replenishment, his thunder force runes had grown slightly in size. Perhaps such a lazy cultivation method was something only Long Chen could think of. Other than his thunder force, Long Chen didn't have any other way to increase his strength. He was prepared to cultivate here until the Julie secret realm opened. Although he hadn't obtained a chosen disciple position, he naturally had gotten a core disciple position. There was no way he lacked the qualifications to enter. Long Chen naturally didn't like to having to spend all day watching others bitterly cultivate and their strength constantly rising. He decided to just stay here the entire time. And so a month passed, just like that. Long Chen's blood was crazily roaring as the thunder force runes in his body continuously surged. During this month, Long Chen had spent day and night being tempered by that thunder force. The runes in his blood had also grown slightly over this time. Naturally, Long Chen felt a corresponding increase in the strength of his thunder force as well. Back when Long Chen had fought with Yin Luo, he had released a thunder force attack. But he hadn't managed to control it properly and it had ended up dispersing. And yet its power had still been terrifying. If Yin Luo hadn't taken out a precious treasure at that time, he most definitely would have died. Now Long Chen's thunder force was even stronger than back then. These thunder force runes were like little house pets he had raised. As long as Long Chen wished it, he would be able to unleash their power. Furthermore, as those runes grew stronger, his control also increased. In the future, his attacks probably wouldn't go out of his control and disperse like last time. With a final explosive sound from the sky, the black clouds disappeared, leaving behind only sunlight and regular, white clouds. After a month, all the thunder force has been used up. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. He had really overfished the thunder force here. Last time he had absorbed away over half the thunder force here. But now he had spent a whole month, absorbing day and night. All of it was gone now. Long Chen estimated that it would require several months, and perhaps even a whole year, for the thunder force here to finally recover to its original level. Patting off some dust, he cupped his fists towards those powerless clouds in thanks. When Long Chen returned to the monastery, he went straight for the Xuantian pavilion. He was planning on choosing a couple of battle skills. Normally, Long Chen mostly relied on his Feng Fu battle armor as well as Split the Heavens. But those two were just too exhausting, especially Split the Heavens. No matter how much energy he had, Split the Heavens would always use up everything he had. Back when he had fought Yin Luo and had Chu Yao's Wood Spirit Union, his energy had been 10 times what it was normally. After fighting Yin Luo for a while, when Yin Luo had finally used his last attack, Long Chen estimated that the energy remaining in the 3 leaves on his back had still been 4 or 5 times what he normally possessed. But all that energy had all been used up by Split the Heavens. It was clear just how exhausting it was to use. But at the same time, Split the Heavens had never disappointed him. In Yin Luo's final attack, Mo Nian's arrow had only managed to block 30% of it. The remaining 70% had been dealt with by Split the Heavens. Before he managed to condense the Alioth star, Split the Heavens was definitely his strongest trump card. Furthermore, it was like Split the Heavens was a bottomless hole. Long Chen was unable to sense just what class of battle skill it was. To have been able to use a trash garbage pill for this battle skill, Long Chen had really gotten an enormous advantage. Sometimes he would even admire his own business skills. But whether it was his Feng Fu battle armor or Split the Heavens, they were all decisive moves unsuited for prolonged battle. So this time he was looking for some battle skills that used up less energy. It would be best if their consumption was equal with his Divine Ring's energy replenishment. This was actually only the second time he was going to the Xuantian pavilion again, the first time being with Tang Wan to buy some medicinal ingredients in that expensive spiritual space opening art. In fact, he had spent so much on it, that when he had realized how simple it was, he had almost coughed up blood. Later he had never come. One reason was that he was busy, but the other was that he didn't want to come here just to see all the things he couldn't afford to buy. Even later when he had needed medicinal ingredients to refine pills, he had always gotten Tang Wan to go buy them. He would rather not be vexed by the sight of these things he couldn't afford. The battle skill floor of the Xuantian pavilion had around 30 senior apprentice brothers guarding it. Seeing Long Chen enter, they hastily greeted him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Long Chen was startled, saying, "Senior apprentice brothers, have you made a mistake? You're the senior disciples." Senior apprentice brother Long Chen must not be aware of it, but all disciples in the Xuantian monastery call you senior apprentice brother now. Senior apprentice brother is a term of respect. Those who are stronger have to at least be called senior apprentice brother. It has nothing to do with who joined the sect earlier. The strong or the senior disciples. During that battle, senior apprentice brother Long really was too awe-inspiring. That was probably the first time in many years that we all felt our blood surging like that. Those law enforcers were all filled with excitement just from thinking about that battle. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, Elder Tu Fang has already said that all the treasures of the Xuantian pavilion will be open to you for free. You can take whatever you want. One of the law enforcers was more astute and realized Long Chen must be busy and had come here for something. Haha, then I'll have to thank you all. I'll just browse through them. Within Ling Yunzi Immortal Cave, Ling Yunzi had already said that all the monastery's resources would be open to him. Originally, Long Chen had been thinking of just getting medicinal ingredients, but then he had suddenly realized he was being stupid. Of course he had to first take advantage of how many resources Elder Sun had. And so the matter of medicinal ingredients had been resolved easily and quickly, also allowing him to pay back a grudge. He strolled around the Xuantian pavilion for half a day, finding 2 suitable techniques, Violent Gale Saber and Thunderization Art. The 2 of them were both high Earth class techniques. They cost nearly 2 million points. Long Chen liked using sabers, but he had never trained in any saber arts. When he fought with others, he would always fight head-on, essentially just hacking at them. He had never learned any skillful techniques. So this Violet Gale Saber would definitely be of great assistance to him. As for the Thunderization Art, it was the only lightning attribute cultivation technique, one in the monastery. That was because people who could control Thunder Force were incredibly rare in this world. They were so few that it was pitiful. When he had found this Thunderization Art, Long Chen had been incomparably excited. When he tried to use Thunder Force, he was only able to control it very simply, and was unable to truly use it properly. But just at the start of this thunderization art, he saw many introductions towards methods to use Thunder Force, and it was extremely detailed. It was just what he was lacking. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. The monastery really was amazing with a powerful foundation. Carrying those 2 secret tomes, Long Chen contentedly walked away from the Xuantian pavilion. Long Chen didn't train in these 2 techniques within the monastery, but decided to once more leave for a period. This time he was gone for even longer. He only returned 2 months later. When Long Chen once more returned to the monastery, his blood and qi were soaring. In the last 2 months, he had killed an uncountable number of powerful magical beasts. But when Long Chen returned to the Heaven-Earth faction, he found that it was completely silent. He was completely bewildered. Where was everyone? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you came back. Quick, follow me. Something big has happened in the monastery. Chapter 285 Overbearing Arrogant Bully. Within the Xuantian pavilion was an enormous martial training field, 30 miles wide. Within that training field was a large, martial arena. That martial arena was a square 3,000 meters wide. It was exceptionally hard, and was usually used for disciples to swap pointers. By the time Long Chen was dragged here by one of the Heaven-Earth faction's disciples, all the Xuantian monastery's disciples and elders had already gathered here. Everyone from the Xuantian monastery was gathered on the east side of the martial arena. On the western side were over 100 unfamiliar faces. The person at the front was a woman in her 30s. She had willowy eyebrows and had an attractive light in her eyes. She could just barely count as not bad. But her cheekbones were raised, her lips were very thin, and her chin was pointed. She gave off an extremely sharp and unkind feeling. Such a person was hard to like. But although she might not be that pretty, just by standing there, she caused the space around her to fluctuate. A strange energy came from her. It was as if she was merged with heaven and earth. Xiantian realm. Long Chen was shocked. Other than Ling Yunzi, this was the first time Long Chen had seen another Xiantian expert. However, Ling Yunzi's aura was calm and cool, while this woman's aura was constantly spreading from her. Even her own people had to distance themselves from her. Obviously they couldn't handle that pressure. Long Chen estimated that this woman had only just broken through to Xiantian, and was unable to control her own power like Ling Yunzi, causing her aura to leak. There were over 100 young disciples behind her. They all looked at the monastery's disciples with sneers, their eyes filled with disdain. Long Chen was surprised that amongst those disciples were over 30 core disciples with powerful auras, but that wasn't all. The most surprising thing was that amongst the core disciples were 4 different auras. Those 4 were like cranes standing amongst a flock of chicken. Their auras were clearly different. That aura was a bit strange, but Long Chen had already sensed that aura from experts from the corrupt path. That was the same as Tang Wan-er's aura. Favored. They had actually brought out 4 favored. Just who were these people? The Xuantian monastery's disciples were all focused on these people, so they hadn't noticed Long Chen's arrival. Long Chen indicated to that disciple who had brought him to be silent. The 2 of them stealthily entered the crowd to watch. Senior Luo, why has your 36th monastery come to visit us here at the training field? Tu Feng was looking at that woman. When these people had arrived at the monastery, they had forcibly charged through the gates, causing an alarm to ring throughout the entire monastery. The monastery had thought the corrupt path was invading again, so everyone had come out to investigate. As for this group of people, they hadn't said a single word. After just pausing slightly, they came directly to this training field. Some disciples had tried to stop them on the way, but they had all been attacked and injured. Although these people didn't use any heavy attacks and didn't take any lives, these injuries still infuriated these disciples. They had all taken out their weapons, prepared to have an all-out war. But they had been stopped by the elders. That was because the elders had noticed a certain mark on their clothes. That mark was the same as the monastery's disciples' robes. Except, that mark had a small 36 on it. As for their disciples, they all saw that their own mark had a 108 on theirs. At the start when they joined the monastery, there had been many disciples who had been curious as to what that 108 had meant. Some of them had asked their senior disciples, but those senior disciples had refused to say. Now Tu Feng finally arrived, standing at the front of all the elders. From his words, everyone realized that Tu Feng was acquainted with that woman. But they didn't understand why this woman would be so rude and unreasonable if they really were acquaintances. Why would she barge in forcibly like this? This Shantian woman was called Luo Bing. She was the chief elder of the 36th monastery. She had originally been on the same level as Tu Fang, but she had just recently advanced to the Shantian realm. For cultivators, age meant nothing. Strength was respected, and so Tu Fang had no choice but to call her senior. As the enforcement elder, Tu Fang had often been required to make trips to the supermonastery, and so he had often run into the experts from the other monasteries. As for this Luo Bing, considering how sharp her face is, it was impossible for him to forget who she was. 3 years ago, she had been at the peak of meridian opening. Tu Fang had no idea when she had broken through to Shantian. Tu Fang couldn't help cursing the heavens for being blind. This Luo Bing was famed within the supermonastery for being unkind and unreasonable. Her big brother was the sect leader of the 36th monastery, and so she frequently spoke down to others. But of course, this woman wasn't especially stupid, and so she would only speak down to those from monasteries ranked near the bottom. Once she had been stupid and sneered at someone from the top 10 monasteries. As a result, that person was not so well disposed and immediately gave her a slap in the face. Then when Luo Bing had gone crying to her brother had given her another 2 slaps on the face, tied her up, and sent her to the person she had offended as an apology. Only then was that matter settled. That was something that had happened over 10 years ago. Practically everyone in the supermonastery knew of it. In fact, it was often something people chatted about when they were bored. But then, less than half a year later, Luo Bing had once more gone out arrogantly, but this time she seemed to have become smarter, not provoking people whose strength she didn't know. As a member of the lowest-ranked 108th monastery, Tu Fang often received her ridicule whenever he went to the supermonastery. But in accordance to the ideology that a man should not fight with a woman over something so ridiculous, Tu Fang had never bothered with her. But that didn't represent Tu Fang didn't hold a grudge against her. The most irritating thing about this annoying woman was that hateful mouth of hers. No one would be able to bear it. There were several times when Tu Fang had almost snapped and gone all out against her, but in the end, his reason had always won out, and he didn't act impulsively. Afterward, whenever Tu Fang went to the supermonastery, he would always try to be more low-key and avoid running into this busybody. However, last time, because of Long Chen's matter, he had once more run into her. This idiot woman had then ridiculed the 108th monastery in front of countless experts, saying that he had fabricated someone in a vain attempt to cheat the supermonastery of a chosen's resources. That was also one of the reasons Tu Fang had been so incredibly furious once he had returned. However, he hadn't told Long Chen about that matter, as that was really too shameful to talk about. Now that this woman had barged right through their door, Tu Fang was grinding his teeth angrily. But he couldn't be too rude in front of his disciples, so he could only act coolly. Luo Bing didn't even look at Tu Fang, disdainfully saying, "You don't have the qualification to talk to me. Scram and call out Ling Yunzi." Luo Bing's words caused Tu Fang's expression to sink. It really was a case of giving face but not receiving face. The sect leader is in seclusion. Right now everything in this monastery is handled by me. Whatever you came here for, you can tell me. That's fine too. Luo Bing disdainfully glanced at Tu Fang. Then her gaze roved over Tang Wan and the other core disciples. But when her gaze fell on Tang Wan, she was given a surprise. But that surprise quickly returned to ridicule. She sneered, "Really a group of bumpkins, wretched and repulsive. I really wonder what the supermonastery is doing, giving you 16 core disciple positions. You're just a pack of wasteful pigs. Luo Bing, pay attention to your tone. This is the 108th monastery, not your 36th monastery." Tu Fang sternly warned her. This woman really was too hateful. Even though they hadn't done anything to her, she had barged in here with her malicious mouth. No one would be able to bear this kind of bullying. Tu Fang's expression was extremely ugly, and the other elders weren't much better off. But in the face of a Shantian expert, someone on the same level as their sect leader, they could only endure. However, the elders might be able to bear it, but the disciples weren't. No one would be able to accept such naked insults, especially not when that person cursed them all as pigs. But obviously the monastery's disciples were much better behaved, and they knew not to interrupt while the elders were speaking. But the hatred in their eyes was not concealed in the slightest bit. If angry glares could kill a person, Luo Bing would have already turned to ashes. But unfortunately, anger was unable to hurt people. As for Luo Bing, She wasn't at all uncomfortable with those gazes. In fact, when she saw that anger, she even became a bit more excited. By calling you all pigs, I'm actually praising you. You don't even have 1,000 disciples left. It'd be better for you to just disband. Each year, the supermonastery wastes so many resources of a group of pigs like you. Why do they bother? Pigs are just pigs. No matter how big you raise them, they're only raised to be slaughtered. If the monastery took the resources they wasted on you all and instead gave them to the monastery's rank towards the front, that would be enough to raise a couple more chosen. Frankly, all of you are just a waste of resources, a group of pigs just waiting to die. What was the point of giving you so many core disciple positions? Once you're in the Julie secret realm, with your skills, just how many of you will survive? You're actually fighting over being sent to your death. Really a bunch of pigs. Luo Bing's gaze roved over those disciples, especially on those core disciples, her expression filled with disdain and contempt. Her words were like a whip that viciously thrashed on their faces. Those core disciples were grinding their teeth and clenching their fists in anger. Long Chen's mouth twitched from the back of the crowd. He sighed. Other than himself, was there no one bold enough to curse back at her? If none of you are going to stand up, then neither will I. Let me see just how long you can endure such humiliation. No one knew that Ling Yunzi, who had been announced to be in seclusion, was actually standing at the front of his immortal cave, watching from a distance. He smiled. Would there be another good show to watch? That's enough. Luo Bing, shut your repulsive mouth. We do not welcome you here, so hurry up and leave, raged Tu Fang. Without Ling Yunzi present, you do not have the qualifications to make me leave, sneered Luo Bing. If you want us to leave, you'll have to first promise me a single thing. Chapter 286 Poisonous Mouth. If you want us to leave, you have to promise me something. What? Demanded Tu Fang. Although Tu Fang had a stomach of anger, he was extremely curious just why she had came to such a remote place like this. It's very simple. I just want your disciples to exchange pointers with my disciples. Aren't you going too far? Your monastery is ranked 36th, while we're ranked last. You're clearly bullying. I knew that your mouth was dislikable, but I never knew your skin was so thick too. Why don't you go exchange pointers with the first monastery? Demanded Tu Fang. The power difference in background between the two of them wasn't even comparable. So what if I don't go to the first monastery? So what if I prefer to bully a group of wasteful pigs? What are you going to do about it? Your group of trash made us lose 3 core disciple positions for the Julie secret realm. Do you really think we'd let that pass so easily? Luo Bing's face was extremely malevolent now. She had no idea how, but somehow the 108th monastery had managed to gather so many talents this time. Originally, the monastery had only had 4 core disciples who had awakened their ancestral marks. But after that huge battle, they had all awakened their ancestral marks. According to the rules, any core disciples who had awakened their ancestral marks would automatically get a spot to enter the Julie secret realm. In total, the monastery had had 17 core disciples. Qi Xin had essentially been killed by Long Chen, and Lei Qiansheng had died in the battle. That left them with 15 core disciples. In addition, there was one free spot given to the last place monastery as a gift from the supermonastery. The monastery could decide who to give that position to. Even the supermonastery had been emotionally moved by the 108th monastery. It had to be known that the 108th monastery was always extremely pitiful. They only managed to pass their days with only the free resources given to them by the monastery, never accomplishing anything big. In all of history, the 108th monastery had only ever had 1 or 2 core disciples who had managed to enter the Julie secret realm. There had never been a third. Now that so many powerful experts had come from the 108th monastery, the supermonastery would naturally send down their support. But there were not unlimited spots to enter the Julie secret realm. That was because each entrance to the Julie secret realm could only support so many people. After a certain number of people had entered, it would automatically close. Having so many experts suddenly appear, the supermonastery had considered it and felt that this was too rare for the 108th monastery, and they hadn't cut down on one of their spots. Instead, they had decided to pick a couple monasteries who ranked near the top middle would all just lose out slightly. Those monasteries had had to hand over one of their spots to the 108th monastery. In theory it sounded good. But where there were people, there would be conflicts. Several monasteries had ended up losing out, each one of them having to give one of their spots for the 108th monastery. Of course, this range was limited. The top 10 monasteries couldn't be chosen because of how many people they possessed and their powerful background supporters. They naturally couldn't choose those top 10 monasteries. As for those ranked below 50th, there was no need to even think about them. Those people already possessed pitifully few spots to enter. If they deducted their last few spots, that would really be excessive. And so they had only chosen the monasteries ranking from 10th to 50th. They had chosen the relatively more suitable monasteries to pay the price for the 108th monastery. The loss of one spot meant that one of their core disciples who had also awakened their ancestral mark would not be able to enter the Juli's secret realm. And the 36th monastery had really been unlucky, because the person in charge of this matter was someone who had been sneered at by Luo Bing multiple times before. Now that person finally got their revenge on her. The other unlucky monasteries had only lost a single spot, but the 36th monastery had lost 5 spots. When he had heard this news, the 36th monastery's sect leader almost died from anger. He had immediately went to find that person in charge of this. But as soon as he had seen the person in charge, he had realized everything. That person had righteously told him that his 36th monastery had been enjoying slightly too many spots for the Juli's secret realm for over 2,000 years, and so these 5 spots were to balance out all those years. No matter how the 36th monastery's sect leader complained, that person had just replied with that righteous and fair argument, refusing all counter-arguments and bribes. In the end, that manager had left him with a single line: even if you have to squeeze yourself to death, you still have to hand over 5 spots. The 36th monastery's sect leader had immediately flown into a rage the minute he returned to his monastery. He furiously cursed Luo Bing over and over, and Luo Bing didn't dare retort. This matter was because of someone intentionally making their life hard, so they naturally couldn't let this go just like that. The sect leader had immediately gone to the first monastery to beg for a favor, seeing if they could help them haggle. The 36th monastery had a slight relationship with the first monastery, but that relationship wasn't very close. After all, the first monastery was miles ahead of the 36th monastery. If a monastery didn't even rank in the top 10, then the first monastery didn't even deign to look at them. But the 36th monastery's sect leader had still hoped to use their slight relationship to fight against this. The first monastery's sect leader was disinclined to even meet him once he arrived. He had instead sent a random elder to deal with him. Luo Bing's brother had immediately felt let down. And as he had expected, that elder had merely listened to him for a moment before leaving, saying he would ask around for him. Just as the 36th monastery's sect leader had been about to leave dejectedly, that elder had suddenly called out to him, saying the sect leader cared deeply about this matter and would help him handle it. And as it turned out, the first monastery really lived up to its name. With its power, even that manager had to give them face. 2 days later, the 36th monastery received news that they only had to hand over 3 spots. 2 more spots for them was a huge favor. The 36th monastery's sect leader had been completely delighted, praising himself for having made the right decision and going to beg the first monastery. But just 3 days after that, an elder from the first monastery had paid them a visit. During that visit, he had, coincidentally, brought up the 108th monastery. According to what he said, the 108th monastery had recently acted in a manner that extremely displeased his sect leader. Now Luo Bing and her brother understood why the first monastery would help them. Their real target had been the 108th monastery. Luo Bing had immediately said that she would go embarrass the 108th monastery, and that elder had simply smiled, not saying any more. Although acting in this manner wasn't too appropriate, they definitely had to repay the first monastery. Furthermore, if they managed to handle this matter properly, that would strengthen their relationship with the first monastery. It was definitely extremely worth it for them. And the 36th monastery's sect leader had immediately agreed to Luo Bing's movements. But he secretly told her not to let the matter blow out of proportions. Luo Bing's speciality was finding trouble for others. And as expected of her, she had barged into the 108th monastery with her disciples. "You're clearly just causing trouble for nothing. This is just you bullying us." Tu Fang was completely infuriated. He had seen bullies, but he had never seen such an overbearing bully. HMPH, the cultivation world is a survival of the fittest. There's no need to waste resources on the weak. Are we supposed to rely on you trash to fight against the corrupt path? How laughable. After just one battle, you don't even have 1,000 disciples left. As I thought, you really are just pigs waiting to be slaughtered, sneered Luo Bing. In comparison to the 108th monastery, the 36th monastery would always get over 30,000 new disciples each time for their disciple selection. That was because they covered a larger area and also possessed the resources to raise them. However, Ling Yunzi was unable to do the same. This monastery had been ranked last for thousands of years now. The lower ranking they were, the less resources they got. Under that vicious cycle, they were never able to stand out. Back then, Ling Yunzi had been filled with drive to reverse the situation. But a person's ability was limited. He had been unable to change this reality. It was said the first monastery was even more terrifying, and that they always selected over 1,000,000 new disciples each time. Furthermore, those 1,000,000 disciples were the best of the best. The first monastery and the 108th monastery were worlds apart. And so Luo Bing had immediately known to take the first monastery's side, barging into the 108th monastery and disdainfully looking down on them all. It was like she was an emperor looking down on a group of beggars. She naturally gave off a kind of high and aloof feeling. As for those disciples behind her, they were also looking down on them, their eyes filled with contempt. I also won't make it hard on you. We can have disciples who are on the same level fight. We'll have 10 matches. But don't worry, my disciples are all much stronger and have good control, so we definitely won't take any lives. But if you end up injured or crippled, you can't blame us for that. If you're afraid, then just admit that all of you are just pigs and we'll immediately leave. How is it? Are you fighting or not? You can decide for yourself. Luo Bing crossed her arms overbearingly. Elder Tu Fang, let's fight. They're too much. Yeah, let's fight. We're not scared. Even in front of those savage corrupt disciples, we didn't retreat a single step. How could we be afraid of them? The monastery's disciples were almost exploding from anger. Luo Bing called them pigs each time she opened her mouth. That kind of humiliation was unacceptable. Although the 36th monastery's disciples hadn't said anything, that contemptuous posture of theirs was incredibly irritating. HMPH, how surprising that a group of pigs have such courage. Well, Tu Fang, are you fighting or not? Luo Bing icily snorted. Elder Tu Fang, let's fight. If Long Chen was present, blood would already be splashing. If we don't agree, then when Long Chen returns, we won't even have the face to see him, said Tang Wan. Although she was doing her best to control her anger, she was never able to reach Long Chen's level of nonchalance. Her voice trembled, revealing how furious she was. Long Chen, that idiot faking he's a chosen so he can get more resources from the supermonastery. Mocked a core disciple from the 36th monastery. Shut the fuck up. As soon as he said that, all the 108th monastery's disciples exploded, all taking out their weapons. They charged across the martial arena to that person. Perhaps they could control their anger when people merely insulted them, but if they were to insult Long Chen, they would explode. Long Chen was a god to them. If anyone dared smear Long Chen, they definitely wouldn't rest until death. Everyone from the 36th monastery, including Luo Bing, was given a fright. Their assumption had been that everyone from the 108th monastery were all cowards. But seeing the killing intent soaring off these disciples, they seemed more like fiends from hell. They had to be at least 10 times more savage than corrupt disciples. Return. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and all those charging disciples stiffened, stopping. Chapter 287 Anger to Death. At this time, even if the sect leader himself had come, it might not have been able to stop everyone's charge. But this voice was able to do that. That was because this voice came from Long Chen, a god-like figure in their hearts. Everyone celebrated when they heard Long Chen's voice, and forgetting their anger, they withdrew. Long Chen slowly walked out and respectfully went to Tu Fang. Elder Tu Fang, can you leave this place to me? Tu Fang also sighed a breath of relief when he saw Long Chen. It was like with Long Chen present, no matter how difficult a problem was, everything could be easily resolved. Okay, then you can handle this. And Long Chen, you don't need to be worried about anything, because even the sect leader backs you. Tu Fang's meaning was obvious. Long Chen didn't need to be afraid of Luo Bing. If she dared personally attack, the sect leader would definitely come out to stop her. You are Long Chen. Luo Bing was somewhat flabbergasted. Long Chen didn't pay attention to Luo Bing. He beckoned to Guo Ran. Guo Ran had been with Long Chen for so long that he could immediately tell what Long Chen was planning just from his expression. He hastily came over and took out a luxurious chair from his spatial ring. Long Chen immediately sat down. He had only just sat down when Guo Ran opened up a large parasol, sticking its end into a hole on the back of the chair. Long Chen comfortably lay back in the shade. Guo Ran quickly produced a cup filled with something. As soon as that cup appeared, a sweet scent floated out that everyone could smell. Jade Butterfly Queen Bee Crystal. Even Luo Bing was moved. A small blood condensation rookie actually possessed Jade Butterfly Queen Bee Crystal. Furthermore, from his posture, it seemed he drank it like it was just tea. He gracefully sipped it, relishing in the taste. He had only just swallowed when Guo Ran produced a white napkin that Long Chen used to wipe his mouth. Whether it was disciples or elders, everyone present was stunned. As Tang Wan'er watched Long Chen and Guo Ran's act, she couldn't help smiling bitterly. Once again, this scoundrel was up to mischief. Guo Ran put on a respectful look, but inside, he was laughing intensely. Back then when he had first become acquainted with Long Chen, he had known that Long Chen could definitely become an absolutely peak braggart. Because he thought Long Chen could become an amazing braggart, Guo Ran had taught Long Chen an extremely flashy entrance method. In fact, he had come up with a whole process. But Long Chen had always refused to do it. If someone really showed off like this, they would definitely be beaten up by others. So no matter how Guo Ran had persuaded him, Long Chen had refused. That had depressed Guo Ran greatly. But even in his depression, he knew that there would be one day when his boss finally understood how important being a show-off was. He had always kept the props with him. When Long Chen had beckoned with his hand, Guo Ran's eyes had immediately lit up. That was precisely the starting gesture of the pretentious sequence Guo Ran had taught him. As this pretentious act played out, Guo Ran went all out playing his part, looking extremely natural and pleased. The entire crowd was completely silent. The 36th monastery's people were all just stunned. What were they doing? Who were these two? What was with this extravagant display? After Long Chen wiped off his mouth, he unhurriedly passed the napkin back to Guo Ran and indifferently said, "Who are these people? They must be stupid. If they know I'm Long Chen, why would they still ask? They probably have some illness. Do you know what kind of illness? From what I've seen, it's probably a mental illness. Aren't people mentally ill supposed to be kept under lock and key? Otherwise, wouldn't they just randomly run amok, biting others? My guess is that their master didn't look after them. They took advantage of their master not paying attention to run out. They really must be peak grade. No, from what I see, they seem more like trash grade." Suddenly a roar interrupted the two of them. "You two juniors, are you looking to die?" Luo Bing had finally reacted. These two were actually cursing her. The 36th monastery's disciples were still stunned. They all knew Luo Bing was incredibly unreasonable, and definitely wouldn't forgive the two of them. Even sect leaders of all the monasteries ranked below 50 would feel a headache when they saw her and would generally avoid her. As for ordinary elders, running into her was incredibly unfortunate for them. But now she was being ridiculed like this by some random disciples. Tang Wan'er was covering up her laughter. In her opinion, this scoundrel Long Chen's greatest ability was infuriating others. He was practically able to anger living people to death, and anger dead people back to life. As for people half dead, he would probably anger them so much that they alternated between life and death. As for the other disciples behind Long Chen, they all looked at him worshipfully. This was their idol. Who cared if you were ranked 36th? Who cared if you were in the Xianxian realm? Even so, Long Chen wouldn't give a damn about you. Long Chen smiled slightly. Acting pretentious like this wasn't bad. At the very least it had completely infuriated this high and aloof Luo Bing. It really was satisfying. Just now you said our 108th monastery's disciples are all pigs. Then let me ask you, what are you guys? Long Chen asked Luo Bing. HMPH, a small blood condensation brat doesn't have the qualification to ask me a question, sneered Luo Bing. Oh, so it was like that. Then you should scram. What are you still doing here? Luo Bing obviously didn't want to talk with Long Chen. She was a Xianxian expert, someone on the same level as a sect leader. Just speaking to Tu Fang made her feel like she was losing status. Talking to Long Chen would be even worse. And most hateful of all, Long Chen was sitting down while she was standing. But if she then sat down, then that would essentially be accepting that Long Chen had the qualification to sit on an even level with her. So she couldn't sit, and she also couldn't stand without losing status. That infuriated her. She asked Tu Fang, "Does your 108th monastery really not have anybody left? You sent a little brat to talk to me." Tu Fang icily smiled. "Long Chen is the representative of our monastery's disciples. He was also the commander in the last corrupt and righteous battle. He led the righteous disciples to defeat corrupt disciples who outnumbered them by several times, leading us to an unprecedented victory. Then by using his powerful combat ability, he managed to kill a favored, an 8-temper bone-forging corrupt elder, and forget about it. You can leave your bragging lies in your mouth. I'm not interested." Luo Bing glared at Tu Fang. "If you don't want to listen, then scram. Long Chen is the representative of our monastery." Tu Fang smiled coldly. As soon as Long Chen appeared, he used a practically perfect pretentious display to immediately exterminate Luo Bing's overbearing attitude. That was really just too refreshing for Tu Fang. In all his life, he had never been as irritated as today. Now Tu Fang didn't have any more misgivings. Luo Bing was even more infuriated. She, a Grand Shantian expert, was repeatedly told by those inferior to her to scram. "Ling Yunzi, is this how your 108th monastery treats guests?" Luo Bing's angry roar rang out, shaking the heavens. It could clearly be heard for thousands of miles. This was her attempt to force Ling Yunzi to come out. She needed someone on the same level as her to talk to. "How are you guests? Long Chen can represent our entire monastery. His words are the same as my words. If you don't like it, scram." Ling Yunzi's voice rang out in all their ears. That raised the spirits of the monastery's disciples. The sect leader's support was a great encouragement. Luo Bing was completely infuriated. It had always been her bullying others. This was the first time she had been so vexed. But thinking about her mission, she clenched her teeth and spit out, "Fine, Long Chen, I'll talk with you. You shameless old bitch, you're so old, you're so ugly, and you still want to court our boss." What delusional thinking. Long Chen hadn't even had a chance to reply before Guo Ran stood up with righteous indignation, cursing at Luo Bing. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of queen bee crystal. Being caught off guard, it dripped out of his nose and he teared up. "Guo Ran," raged Long Chen, "Boss, don't worry, I'll protect you. I definitely won't let this bitch defile your purity." Guo Ran righteously patted his chest. Killing intent surfaced from Luo Bing. She detested when people called her bitch, whether it was in the open or in secret. All those who called her that had to die. If previously she was filled with fury, then now she was filled with killing intent. It appeared she might snap and start killing people at any moment. That gave Long Chen a fright. "Speak, why did you come here?" Long Chen hastily pulled the conversation back on topic. Luo Bing had to take a couple of deep breaths. If she hadn't had her own mission in coming here, she really would have snapped and killed these two brats. She knew that this was a rare chance for the 36th monastery to cozy up to the first monastery. She had to take this seriously. It was only with a great deal of effort that she finally suppressed her killing intent. But inside, she swore that as soon as there was a chance, she would definitely smash these two into mincemeat. Luo Bing began, "This time we came to have a friendly exchange of pointers, to mutually raise each other, too. Don't give me your crap and get to the point." Long Chen waved his hand impatiently. Luo Bing clenched her fists so tightly they creaked. She was on the edge of exploding. Within the 36th monastery, other than the sect leader, she possessed the highest authority. Anyone would have to treat her respectfully. If she didn't make life hard on someone, they would have to go back and light incense in thanks. But here, it was the opposite. She had no choice but to tolerate Long Chen's words, although his words were constant provocations against her. She used her greatest restraint to keep herself calm, but her voice still trembled slightly. "We'll each send out 10 people, and each battle will be between people at the same level. Whoever wins 6 matches will win overall." Long Chen icily looked at Luo Bing, his expression extremely strange. His gaze contained a bit of ridicule, a bit of contempt, and a bit of pity. He sighed, "You must have some kind of mental illness, right?" Chapter 288 3 Connecting Flower Tendon Pill. Long Chen's one sentence immediately ignited Luo Bing's suppressed anger. Her hand trembled as she pointed at Long Chen. "You." Seeing a Shantian expert be angered to the point that her body was involuntarily quivering, Tu Fang's mood greatly improved. If those people Luo Bing had offended could see this scene, they would definitely bestow a medal of honor to Long Chen. Although Luo Bing wasn't the most evil person in the supermonastery, she was definitely the most hated. There was basically no one who wasn't fed up with her, and many people wished to kill her as soon as they saw her. That was because her mouth was just too vicious. Those elders within the supermonastery who ranked near the back essentially all hated her. What you? I said you have an illness, and all you can say is you. You think we'll fight just because you want us to? Do you think we're just performing monkeys? If you don't put in a little incentive, who would just play around with you? Do you think we're as bored as you all? Long Chen said disdainfully. Luo Bing was actually relieved when she heard this. Long Chen wasn't necessarily declining. He wanted to gamble. That was good too. She was completely confident in her disciples. Their disciples were elites amongst elites. They had definitely spent over 10 times the amount of resources on their disciples compared to what Long Chen and the others got. Here, the disciples had to be sparing and save up their spirit stones, but in the 36th monastery, all disciples could activate their spirit stone formations all day and night without care. As for medicinal pills and weapons, any outstanding disciple could obtain them just by stretching out their hand. And so the majority of the 36th monastery's disciples had already reached the mid-stage, and their auras were extremely sturdy. Just their auras were a whole level ahead of Long Chen and them. And so Luo Bing didn't place them in her eyes. And now that she heard Long Chen actually wanted to bet, she smiled mockingly. What can a remote and desolate place like this possibly have to gamble? If it's just a bunch of rotting clothes, then just forget about it. We wouldn't be able to find any trash like that in our monastery. The disciples behind her also began to laugh. A bunch of poor ghosts. I guess you've been driven crazy by how poor you are. You want to bet? Just a month of our resources is greater than a year of your resources. What can you possibly take out to bet? What are you talking about? Elder Luo has already said that they're a bunch of wasteful pigs. They can just take out some pork to bet. Hearing that ridicule, Ji Yuyong and the others were completely infuriated. Luo Bing's ridicule was one thing. After all, she was a Xianxian expert, someone on the same level as a sect leader. They could only endure it if she were to ridicule them. In front of a Xianxian expert, they were less than ants. But being ridiculed by disciples in the same realm as them was definitely unacceptable. They were grinding their teeth in anger. Long Chen smiled slightly. He didn't get angry. This kind of little trick was not worth him getting angry about. If he did get angry, wouldn't they have succeeded in their goal? Long Chen could sum up his experiences in a single sentence. If an enemy wanted you to become angry, you absolutely could not get angry. At the very least, you couldn't show that expression outside, or you would have fallen into your enemy's trap. The calmer and more indifferent he was, the more his opponents would feel like their fists had only hit air. The ones to feel unwell would be them. You're right, in a remote and desolate place like this, we really don't have anything good. I guess let's just bet with these little things. Long Chen took out a jade bottle from his spatial ring. Pouring out a medicinal pill, with a flick of a finger, he sent it flying at Luo Bing. Receiving that medicinal pill, Luo Bing was filled with ridicule. Medicinal pills were nothing to her 36th monastery. Apparently she thought they were treated as treasures here. Glancing disdainfully at the medicinal pill, Luo Bing's expression suddenly changed. Thinking she had seen wrongly, she even smelled it and carefully examined it again. 3 connecting flower tendon pill. She exclaimed with disbelief. This pill was extremely precious amongst medicinal pills. Its main ingredient, the 3 connecting flowers, was exceptionally rare. Even in the supermonastery, that kind of medicinal ingredient was extremely precious. That kind of mysterious plant would have 3 flowers on a single branch. When those 3 flowers finally joined together, their colors would be all different from each other. It was something that only grew within frigid ice lands. Furthermore, the 3 connecting flower tendon pills required the 3 connecting flowers to be at least over 100 years of age. But the thing that made this pill the most precious was that refining it was extremely time-consuming and the difficulty was extremely high. Even for Long Chen, refining a single furnace of 3 connecting flower tendon pills required 12 hours. There was no way around it. This pill required 4 different intervals and 5 different kinds of flame control changes. The odds of failure were extremely high, and so ordinary pill masters hated refining the 3 connecting flower tendon pill most of all. For most pill masters, refining a single furnace of them would require at least 3 days. And the failure rate was shockingly high, almost reaching 80%. After bitterly working for 3 full days, only to have the furnace of pills be trashed at the end. Many pill masters would almost have an urge to kill themselves. That made this pill extremely rare. Long Chen had only refined a couple furnaces of them before stopping, as it was just too exhausting. But although it was exhausting, at least its value was shockingly high. It possessed an extremely powerful nourishment effect for the tendons. Tendon transformation was all about strengthening a person's tendons. Tendons were what linked the bones to the muscles. If you only had strong muscles but weak tendons, you would probably end up tearing yourself apart the instant you applied any force. The first realm of cultivation was qi condensation, and the second was blood condensation. These two used qi to nourish the blood, using the blood to nourish the muscles such that their strength could reach the peak. But if just the muscles were strong, that was useless. Muscles could only release as much strength as the tendons could bear. Without tendons, powerful muscles were just dead muscles. And so tendon transformation was the third cultivation realm, a heavenly chasm that blocked people's cultivation paths. Tendon transformation was an extremely important juncture for cultivators. Only through strengthening the tendons could you release the full potential of your muscles. As for the 3 connecting flower tendon pill, it wasn't used to raise the cultivation base, but to nourish the tendons. It was practically a divine medicine to tendon transformation experts. However, it was extremely rare. Even in the 36th monastery, a core disciple could only receive 10 of them a month. Inner disciples would only get 1 a month. As for outer disciples, they were essentially unable to obtain such a good medicinal pill. They could only substitute it with other medicinal pills. This kind of rare medicinal pill was something that only monasteries in the top 50 should be able to possess. In fact, Long Chen should have never even heard of it. Let alone Luo Bing. Even Tu Fang and the other elders felt this was inconceivable. Although Tu Fang had seen 3 connecting flower tendon pills before, he had no idea where Long Chen could have obtained one. Although he had heard Long Chen could refine pills, he couldn't believe that this 3 connecting flower tendon pill was refined by him. Even experienced pill masters would find it difficult to refine high-grade 3 connecting flower tendon pills. Yes, it's the 3 connecting flower tendon pill. In this remote and desolate place, there really is nothing good. I can only bring out this little snack to bet. Long Chen then took out a couple more of 3 connecting flower tendon pills and threw them all into his mouth. Long Chen ate them like they were candy. His act was so good that even Tu Fang's face twitched. Those 3 connecting flower tendon pills required other medicinal pills to be swallowed with them in order to draw out their full effect. By eating them like this, Long Chen wouldn't even be able to absorb half their medicinal strength. And so Tu Fang and the other elders immediately felt some pain. In truth, even Long Chen felt some pain at this. He had exhausted himself just to refine these pills. Most importantly, he had yet to even reach tendon transformation. Eating these 3 connecting flower tendon pills like they were candy had no effect. Well, it had one effect at the moment, showing off. Well, are we betting or not? Isn't it just betting some snacks? You don't need to look so aggrieved, like your man has just died and you've become a widow or something. If you don't want to bet, then scram. At this time, Guo Ran stood up by Long Chen and snuck in some words. To ridicule a Shantian expert like this, that was a huge opportunity for him. In the future, he would be able to tell his companions a story. Back when I was in tendon transformation, I cursed and scolded right at the face of a Shantian expert, and she didn't dare say a word back to me. Luo Bing mocked, HMPH, the 3 connecting flower tendon pill might be a treasure in your monastery, but in my monastery, it's absolutely nothing. How do you want to bet? Long Chen shook his head. What do you mean it's a treasure? I've already said we're just betting snacks. He then took out 3 jade bottles over a foot long. Once the cork was unplugged, a dense pill scent wafted out, causing everyone's expression to change. That scent was clearly the scent of the 3 connecting flower tendon pill. Long Chen rattled the bottle, showing that it was completely full. He then poured a couple pills from inside to show everything that they were all 3 connecting flower tendon pills that had pill halos, marking them as high grade. In reality, even before Luo Bing had brought up her challenge, Long Chen had already expected it. He had split up his 3 connecting flower tendon pills into different bottles. But in truth, those bottles were actually mostly packed with other medicinal pills that only had similar effects and scents as the 3 connecting flower tendon pill. It was just that the 3 connecting flower tendon pills were put in at the top. It would have been possible to tell the truth from seeing through a couple small clues. However, Everyone had already been misled by Long Chen's previous show-off display of using real 3 connecting flower tendon pills as snacks. That caused them to fall for this easier. After showing off the proof, Long Chen put the medicinal pills away. To the stunned Luo Bing, he said, "In truth, I was just showing off just now. I hope you don't mind. Unfortunately, I only have 803 connecting flower tendon pills." 800 pills. Even Luo Bing, a Shantian expert, had her heart jump at that. She looked at Long Chen in disbelief. "Since we're having 10 rounds, then I'd say we should do 80 pills a round." "How's that?" said Long Chen grandly. Luo Bing hesitated. Long Chen frowned and sneered. "Who was it just now who said something about being remote and desolate, something about the trash you couldn't possibly have? My memory isn't so good, so I've forgotten just who it was who said that. I'd like to trouble Senior to remind me." Chapter 289 Undaunted, Unafraid of Death. Luo Bing's expression was extremely ugly now. She was still stunned. The fact that Long Chen could take out so many of those incredibly precious 3 connecting flower tendon pills made her head completely blank. Now her previous ridicule had become a slap in her face. But she also couldn't appear weaker. She couldn't stop midway. "I don't have that many 3 connecting flower tendon pills on me. Switch it to something else." Luo Bing felt like her face was burning hot. Inside, she cursed Long Chen to death. That makes sense. You're all such amazing figures, you probably wouldn't keep such trash on you. Then Elder Tu Fang, can the 3 connecting flower tendon pill be exchanged in the supermonastery? Long Chen turned to Tu Fang. Tu Fang had no idea what kind of crazy drug Long Chen had taken. He could only reply, "This 3 connecting flower tendon pill is rare and only the top 50 monasteries have a limited distribution of it. The monastery ranked under 50 are not distributed any. As for exchanging for them, you can. But they are not open to disciples. Only elders can buy them. I've heard one high-grade 3 connecting flower tendon pill requires 1,000 merit points. If it was switched to the disciple points, that would be equivalent to 1 million points." Tang Wan and them were all given a fright. A single pill was 1 million points. Then most of them wouldn't be able to buy a single pill even with all their savings. They all looked at Long Chen. Long Chen really had to be a god. Everything he did was outside their expectations. Just where did he obtain these 3 connecting flower tendon pills from? Long Chen naturally wouldn't say. The medicinal ingredients for these had all been given to him by a very nice person. That secret would stay hidden forever. Okay then. Long Chen sunk into thought for a moment before continuing, "That's fine. Then 83 connecting flower tendon pills can count for 80,000 merit points. Elder Tu Fang, those merit points can be easily traded, correct?" Tu Fang nodded. "They can be traded. It's common within the entire supermonastery." "Then good. So then, do you want to compete or not? If you win a round, I'll give you 83 connecting flower tendon pills, and if you lose, you give us 80,000 merit points." Long Chen looked at Luo Bing. "No problem, we'll bet with you," sneered Luo Bing. In truth, she really did not have that many 3 connecting flower tendon pills. Even in her entire monastery, they probably did not have that many. Each time they would have to exchange for them. She was actually quite happy to accept Long Chen's suggestion. She was fully confident in her people. "Good, then let's start. For the first round, you can choose what level. Although you aren't guests, we won't bully you. We'll give you the initiative." Long Chen lazily sat on a chair. "No need to pick. We'll go from the lowest level to the highest level. The first round will be on the outer disciple level. Who wants to go?" Luo Bing shouted to her disciples. "This disciple wishes to go." A thin and tall man jumped onto the martial stage. People were startled to see that this disciple had reached the 5th heaven stage of tendon transformation. As for their monastery's outer disciples, they were all only at the 3rd heaven stage. Not one of them had reached the mid-stage. That thin, tall man disdainfully swept his gaze over them and sneered, "Which person wants to send themselves to their death? What should we do, Long Chen? Who should go?" Tang Wan was a bit nervous. These 36th monastery disciples were all elites amongst elites, their auras incomparably strong. Their monastery was clearly weaker than them in that aspect. Most importantly, outer disciples were their weakest members, because the amount of resources that were given to outer disciples was extremely low. "No need to be afraid. Anyone can go up, the result will be the same," said Long Chen indifferently. "What, are you all afraid? Ha ha ha, as expected, you really are a group of cowardly pigs. That thin, tall man raised his head and laughed. You're asking for it. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out and a figure flew onto the martial stage. Long Chen recognized that person as one of Ji Yu Yang's subordinates. Let me, Zhao Ping, exchange some pointers. The tall, thin man disdainfully said, a small early tendon transformation weakling does not have the qualifications to exchange pointers with me. Scram. Even as he sneered, he charged forward at Zhao Ping. This duel had no need for someone to yell start. As soon as you stepped onto the stage, the battle began. This thin, tall man was extremely powerful. As soon as he took action, his aura exploded out. How powerful! Tang Wan-er's expression changed. The 36th monastery really was too powerful. It was no wonder they were so arrogant. They had the skills to be arrogant. Their auras were incredibly stable. The pressure coming from them made it hard to breathe. That definitely had to do with the cultivation technique they used. As he rushed over, he unsheathed his sword, and a cold light slashed down on Zhao Ping. Scram, you pig! When Zhao Ping had jumped onto the martial stage, he had been feeling nervous. He knew this battle was extremely important. He just hadn't been able to endure their opponent's ridicule. But the instant his opponent charged at him, his worry and sullenness completely disappeared. His blood seemed to react to his opponent's mannerism and instantly heated up. It was like he had returned to the righteous and corrupt battle from before. Seeing Zhao Ping's new expression, Long Chen smiled. Good, that's the right expression, that's the right feeling. Suddenly, Zhao Ping roared, and an incomparably savage aura immediately locked the tall, thin man in place stiffly. Zhao Ping charged forward like an angry beast. With a huge collision, sparks flew everywhere. The instant Zhao Ping's saber collided with that man's sword, a huge explosion erupted. What surprised almost everyone was that the tall, thin man who had seemed much stronger was only on an equal level with Zhao Ping. The two of them were both knocked back several steps. But Tu Fang and the other elders had sharp vision, and they immediately saw through what had happened. When it came to true strength, the tall, thin man was definitely a level higher than Zhao Ping. But as soon as Zhao Ping had attacked, his indomitable will immediately suppressed his opponent. That kind of will was something that came from deep within him. It was something that could only be formed through being tempered through walking out from the line beneath life and death. That kind of will was like formless blades. The instant Zhao Ping released his will, his opponent felt as if he was being stared at by some ancient monster. An intense threat of death filled his heart. In that instant, he felt as if he weren't fighting a person, but some merciless beast. In terms of imposingness, that tall man had been completely suppressed by Zhao Ping. That terror in his heart made it so that despite being clearly stronger than his opponent, he was only barely able to force a tie in their exchange. Die! Zhao Ping's saber once more slashed out mercilessly. Tang Wan-er and them were startled. At first, all they felt was that his posture was a bit familiar. But then they realized Zhao Ping was also using a saber, and that he was using it in the same manner as Long Chen. His strength was far too lacking in comparison, but that ruthlessness inside him allowed him to copy Long Chen's form slightly, and it was filled with an indomitable will, one that would either win or die trying. Bastard, you're crazy. This is just a competition. The tall, thin man felt a murderous aura completely lock him in place. Zhao Ping was clearly trying to kill him. Zhao Ping ignored him. His saber didn't hesitate as it slashed down. With another bang, Zhao Ping's opponent just barely managed to block. But due to his panic and terror, he was sent flying back. Idiot, don't be suppressed by him. Calm down, cursed Luo Bing. This disciple of hers had his courage broken and wasn't bringing out his full strength. Unfortunately, cursing people didn't really have much use. Under Zhao Ping's vicious attacks, that man was repeatedly forced back. Zhao Ping's saber was vicious and fast, constantly targeting vitals. If his opponent slipped up even slightly, he would take his life. Tu Fang and the other elders were deeply moved to see Zhao Ping fighting more and more valiantly. After Long Chen's guidance, there was not a single weakling left within their monastery. After that huge righteous and corrupt battle, after experiencing that pressure of death, the ones with weaker wills had already died. As for those who had survived, they were all experts amongst experts. It could be said that there was not one who had only survived due to luck. As for the 36th monastery, they were an excellent example of the opposite. They had powerful cultivation bases, but there was no indomitable will inside them that did not fear death. They were like all the previous generations of their 108th monastery. Those disciples had possessed a huge advantage in numbers in the previous corrupt and righteous battles, but in the end, just drawing out a tie was a pretty good result for them. In truth, most of their fighters were inferior to the corrupt disciples. So frankly speaking, that could already count as a loss. But under Long Chen's guidance, their roles had been exchanged. The righteous path had become wolves while the corrupt path had become sheep. That tall, thin man was becoming more and more terrified as the battle continued. He had confirmed Zhao Ping definitely wanted his life. In his terror, he was sent flying by one of Zhao Ping's slashes. He immediately vomited out a mouthful of blood as he flew off the martial stage. But there was no unwillingness or anger on his face after that. Instead, he was filled with relief. He had only just stood up when Luo Bing gave him a vicious slap in the face, not even giving him a chance to say anything. "You damnable coward, you've really lost us all our face." Luo Bing's face was green from anger. That tall, thin man was sent flying again by her slap, this time falling unconscious. The other disciples all shivered when they saw that, but they also felt that he had been too disappointing. He had been terrified by his opponent, unable to release any of his strength. They looked at him disdainfully. "Hey, don't just hit your own kids. Since you've lost, hurry up and pay up," urged Long Chen. They had already agreed to pay up with each round. Luo Bing was still green as she took out a blue badge and flung it at Tu Fang. "Isn't it just 80,000 merit points? Luo Bing, couldn't possibly care about such a small thing. You can take them out yourself." Tu Fang received her badge, and he also took out his own badge. Inputting some numbers, he drew over 80,000 merit points from her badge. Tu Fang originally only had 70,000 merit points on his badge. Now it had suddenly risen to 150,000. He sighed. Their 36th monastery really was rich. They acted like 80,000 merit points was nothing. But although they could act like it was nothing, you would have to ask Luo Bing to see if that was really true. Receiving back her badge and seeing 80,000 merit points had disappeared, her heart was dripping blood. However, she didn't display that on the outside. She continued to act as if it was nothing as she lightly said, "Let's continue with the next round." Chapter 290. Let the core disciples fight. For the next round, Luo Bing chose another outer disciple. This new disciple was very muscular, looking like a powerful brute strength fighter. But Long Chen still didn't choose anyone in particular to go out. Seeing Long Chen didn't say anything, one of the Heaven-Earth faction's outer disciples jumped up. Long Chen recognized that disciple. He had been the one who had almost died to the tigermouth fish during the disciple selection trial. Long Chen had saved his life back then. He had originally been one of Qi Xin's people, but in order to pay back Long Chen's favor, he had told him about the matter of Qi Xin harming Little Snow, and Long Chen had accepted him into the Heaven-Earth faction. That little fellow's name was Zhao Qian. His talent wasn't bad, and amongst outer disciples, he could count as a well-known figure. Seeing him go out, Long Chen nodded. Another 80,000 merit points were about to be sent their way. The muscular man facing him was another mid-tendon transformation expert. Seeing the early tendon transformation Zhao Qian, he disdainfully said, "You aren't my match. If you're smart, you'll immediately scram. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Come at me." Zhao Qian shook his head, taking out his sword. "Fine, since you want to die, I'll help you out." That muscular man snorted and took out a broadsword. He seemed extremely suited to fighting with brute strength. He suddenly charged at Zhao Qian, his figure like a phantom, appearing outstandingly domineering. The 36th monastery's disciples all cheered. This muscular man was their strongest outer disciple. Not only was his cultivation base the highest, brute strength was his speciality. When he fought, he possessed a large advantage. Seeing that sword coming right at him, Zhao Qian completely ignored it and his sword directly stabbed towards his heart. That muscular man couldn't help being frightened. This was clearly a suicidal move. He had decided to take him down with him right at the start. What he didn't know was that Long Chen had already instilled in them all a certain fighting tactic. Risking your life. Risking your life was one of the most effective slaughter methods. But it wasn't effective on all people, so you had to judge who to use it on. If you wanted to risk your life, you'd have to find those people with more normal thinking. If you were to risk your life against someone who was a coward afraid of death, then they would immediately become easy pickings. Because they were afraid of death, they would be terrified, and they definitely wouldn't dare risk their own life to go all out against you. By then, you'd have already won half the battle. However, this tactic wasn't effective against everyone. Other than crazies and idiots, there were also true warriors who didn't fear death and would dare risk their own lives against you. True warriors had long since become unafraid of death. As for these show-off, vain braggarts here, how could they possibly be real warriors? Zhao Qian didn't even need to think before using this tactic to fight. To the 108th monastery's disciples, their lives had been snatched back from the hands of death by Long Chen before. They had already cheated death once. Even if they had to lose their life now, they wouldn't care that much. And so they dared to risk their life, and they were filled with an indomitable will. That muscular man's expression changed when he saw Zhao Qian's sword stabbing towards his heart. He naturally didn't wish to die with this fellow, and his broadsword hastily switched direction. Their two swords collided. Due to being extremely physically powerful and having a stronger cultivation base, he managed to force back Zhao Qian. The muscular man icily snorted, weak. His broadsword once more slashed down on Zhao Qian. This time he was using even more power. That previous attack had just been a testing blow. His second attack was now even faster. It would reach Zhao Qian's body in just the blink of an eye. Zhao Qian repeated his suicidal attack, stabbing his sword at his lower abdomen. But Zhao Qian wasn't as fast as his opponent this time. If this continued, the muscular man's sword would quickly slash through his shoulder. And yet, Zhao Qian's sword didn't waver the slightest bit. He seemed to be thinking, your sword might cut me into pieces, but my sword will also pierce through your dantian. Even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. That muscular man saw that Zhao Qian's expression was still completely calm and indifferent. He was shocked, as at the beginning, he had thought that he had just been trying to scare him. But now he realized he was wrong. This bastard clearly didn't fear death. He was clearly planning on bringing him down with him. This muscular man could also count as a ruthless person amongst outer disciples. His attacks were merciless, and many of his fellow outer disciples had been injured by him. The weak feared the strong feared the ruthless, and the ruthless feared those who didn't fear death. In this world, there were few people who weren't afraid of those who were unafraid of death. Previously, this muscular man had even mocked the tall, thin man who had lost. But now facing Zhao Qian, he finally realized his struggles. His broadsword had just been an inch away from cutting through Zhao Qian's body, but he quickly took it back to block that sword stabbing at his stomach. Due to having changing his attack, his speed was now slower than Zhao Qian's. Although he managed to just barely block it, Zhao Qian's sword tip had just reached his abdomen, and a hole had been cut through his clothes. That muscular man could even sense the coldness on his stomach. He thanked his luck over and over that he had taken back his attack, or he would already be dead. Now he began to sweat. Seeing Zhao Qian's indifferent expression, he was terrified. How could he treat his life as if it were nothing? That muscular man's courage was completely broken now. Zhao Qian's sword was now piercing towards him. All his attacks were ruthless. He didn't aim for power, but to kill. This was one of the reasons why Long Chen told them not to duel or fight each other. That would end up causing them to become accustomed to dueling, and not battling. The goal of battle was always to kill your opponent. It was not a game. And now this example in front of them was the best proof. Whether it was cultivation base or strength, this muscular man was a whole level ahead of Zhao Qian. But in front of Zhao Qian's ruthless attacks, his movements became a complete mess and he became too cautious, unable to display any of his strength. That was also a principle Long Chen had taught them. When two people fought, the one who was more afraid of death would be more likely to die. Only through escaping the restrictions of your fear of death could you allow yourself to stay calm, to easily grasp everything within your eyes, to see every opening in your opponents, and to bring out your greatest strength. This was bringing out 100% of your strongest strength to attack your opponent's weakest point. In terms of cultivation technique, battle skills, cultivation base, physical strength, and perhaps even wisdom, Zhao Qian was inferior to his opponent. But just by relying on his valiant will, he was able to break his opponent's confidence, causing his combat ability to sharply drop. Other than having a slight advantage in their first exchange, this muscular man was now continuously forced back, only defending reactively to Zhao Qian's attacks. Zhao Qian's attacks were all ruthless, risking his own life sometimes. And that especially calm expression he had the entire time was even more frightening than if he had put on a savage expression. Tang Wan'er couldn't help shaking her head. She glanced at Long Chen. That first disciple had only managed to imitate 70 to 80% of Long Chen's style. But Zhao Qian had imitated pretty much 90% of Long Chen's expressions and posture. That kind of soul-piercing calmness really was too similar. She found that funny. Almost all the monastery's disciples viewed Long Chen as their idol. But in truth, none of them knew that Long Chen was only 17 years old now. That was a year younger than her. It was just that Long Chen also had a steadiness and calmness that did not match his age. He even had a wisdom that far surpassed them. So to them, Long Chen seemed more like someone in his 20s. Looking at Long Chen relaxing on his chair, Tang Wan'er felt a burst of warmth. She really did feel good to have Long Chen by her side. She found that she was becoming more and more dependent on Long Chen. It was as if as long as Long Chen was present, then even if the very heavens collapsed, his shoulders would be able to bear that weight. A loud explosion rang out on the martial stage, cutting off Tang Wan'er's thoughts. When she turned to look, she saw that Zhao Qian's arm was hanging limply, completely broken. As for his opponent, he was holding his throat. Blood was flowing past his fingers, and he was completely terrified. You've lost. Although Zhao Qian's arm was broken, he was still expressionless. He pointed his sword coldly at his opponent. The crowd was deathly silent. Just now, everyone had clearly seen Zhao Qian use his arm to forcibly block an attack from that broadsword in order to slit his sword across his throat. If Zhao Qian's sword had pushed forward just a little bit more, that wouldn't be a slit throat, but a fallen head. Having had his throat cut like this, that person was unable to say anything. Filled with terror, he hastily jumped off the martial stage. Someone immediately came to help heal him. That person was a wood cultivator who quickly stopped his bleeding. For an ordinary person, having their throat slit would equal certain death. But cultivators could suppress the flow of blood, so it wasn't much. But that cut across his throat had terrified him completely. In his panic, he hadn't dared stay on top of the martial stage. After seeing that person be miserably defeated, the 36th monastery's disciples' hearts sunk. Bastards, you really are vicious. Luo Bing was incredibly angered. Her disciples were not at all used to that kind of fighting style. Vicious. Long Chen disdainfully laughed. Even this is called vicious. All that proves is that you are all too naive and ignorant. You can ask any of the disciples beside me. Which one of them hasn't crawled out of a mountain of corpses? Which one of them hasn't killed far over 100 opponents in the same realm? Fighting across levels is nothing out of the ordinary for them. We all walked out from a path paved with the corrupt disciples, bones and flesh. In front of us, who have experienced a trial of blood and fire, do you, a bunch of spoiled children who lived in your greenhouse environments, even have the qualifications to compete with us? And you even dare look down on us? Laughable. Following Long Chen's words, the 108th monastery's disciples were all filled with pride, and they felt their blood heat up. It was like they had returned to when they had fought together with Long Chen on the battlefield. So give me less crap. You've lost the second round, so hurry up and pay up. Inside, Long Chen scolded himself for wasting words with her. You wanted to give us a slap in the face. Then come and try it. Don't worry, Luo Bing, definitely won't fail to pay up to a bunch of beggars. Luo Bing snorted and once more threw out her badge to Tu Fang. One reason she let Tu Fang withdraw the points himself was because she trusted Tu Fang didn't dare take more of her merit points. The other reason was because doing it herself would have filled her with too much pain. When she once more received her badge, there were 80,000 merit points less on it. Although she acted indifferent, her mouth trembled slightly, showing how vexed she was. HMPH, in the next round, we're switching levels. Let the core disciples fight. Chapter 291A Sword Cultivator's Might. HMPH, in the next round, we're switching levels. Let the core disciples fight. Snorted Luo Bing. Oh, shouldn't the next round be switched to inner disciples? Could it be you've lost so much that you can't count anymore? Mocked Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen was well aware that Luo Bing had realized that doing that was unfavorable to her. Outer disciples and inner disciples weren't her true fighting force. Although they had all obtained more resources than the 108th monastery's disciples, they still weren't able to compare to them. After all, they were all true warriors who had killed their way out of the battlefield. Fighting like this was too unfavorable for them, and so she wanted to immediately raise the level so that their superiority could show. After all, core disciples received many more resources than the others. They were the true experts. The fact that Long Chen had pointed that out caused Luo Bing's face to burn, but she still quibbled, these fights aren't interesting enough, and are just a waste of time. Only by immediately going to the highest fighting level will there be any meaning to exchanging pointers. Long Chen was too lazy to argue with her. That was because he saw that Ji Yuyong and the other disciples' eyes were glowing, each of them like hungry wolves who had seen their prey. After that huge battle, Long Chen had told them to cut down on duels between them as much as possible, so they were all feeling stifled. Then we'll do it like you said Long Chen indifferently. A figure from their side rushed onto the martial stage. That was a medium-build man whose gaze was like a reserved sword. His aura was shocking. I am Zhu Feng, who wants to come exchange pointers with me? That person was naturally a core disciple. But at this point, he had reserved a bit of his overbearing manner. That was because now they all knew these disciples had all just gone through a great life and death battle. They were all true warriors, and they didn't dare take them lightly again. Let me. Suddenly another figure jumped onto the martial stage. That person carried a sword on his back, and he gave off a very proud and aloof feeling. Yu Zifeng. Long Chen smiled slightly. Although they had temporarily been opponents for a moment while fighting for the profound spirit fruit, Long Chen had always felt that Yu Zifeng was a pretty good person. He acted like most sword cultivators, proud and aloof. Later, Long Chen had heard from other core disciples that it wasn't just Tang Wan'er and Yi Ziqiu who had achieved a perfect advancement. Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, and Song Mingyuan had also reached that level. As for the other core disciples, they had all achieved flawless advancements. But a perfect advancement would make a person's foundation even sturdier, and allow them to reach even greater heights in the future. Yu Zifeng normally wasn't very talkative, and people didn't really understand him very well. Seeing him jump onto the martial stage, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. Yu Zifeng was now like an unsheathed blade, his powerful aura making it so others found it hard to breathe. Luo Bing's pupil suddenly shrunk. She hadn't expected such a powerful person to have appeared within the 108th monastery. With her Shantian-level eyesight, she could immediately tell that Yu Zifeng was a powerful sword cultivator. Sword cultivators weren't the same as other cultivators. They believed in their sword, and through a resonance with their sword, they were able to release a power that others were unable to comprehend. In the ancient legends, there was a sword god high above the 9 heavens. All sword cultivators who focused wholeheartedly on the sword Dao would receive the sword god's blessing. But of course, such a saying was just a saying, and no one would believe it. However, it was publicly accepted that sword cultivators were much stronger than others in the same realm. Yu Zifeng's imposing mannerism already contained a hint of the sword Dao's grace. He clearly had quite a high level of accomplishment when it came to the sword Dao. Previously, he had always been staying in the back of the crowd, indifferently watching. That was why Luo Bing hadn't noticed him. Now she had a bad feeling. Are you prepared? Yu Zifeng icily looked at his opponent. His right hand slowly grasped his sword hilt. The instant he gripped that hilt, a cold aura shot out in all directions. Come. Zhu Feng's guard was at its peak. A spear appeared in his hands, and his aura also erupted out. Yu Zifeng's voice rang out along with the unsheathing of a blade. That ringing was like a dragon cry, and a bolt of lightning seemed to have appeared on the martial arena. That bolt was the light from his sword. Fast, too fast. The instant others saw Yu Zifeng take out his sword had already reached Zhu Feng's body. Zhu Feng had long since been on guard, but he had still never imagined Yu Zifeng's sword would be so terrifying. It was already next to him by the time he reacted, and he hastily went to block. With an explosive bang, Zhu Feng was sent flying by a terrifying force. Inside, he was absolutely horrified. If Yu Zifeng hadn't purposely given him a warning at the beginning, he might not have been able to react in time and would have died. That sword of his was too terrifying. At the same time, he blessed his luck that he had been comparatively more humble than the other disciples. That was probably why Yu Zifeng had given him that warning. Careful. Just as Zhu Feng was retreating, a sharp attack went straight for his abdomen. In fact, he could practically feel the sword stabbing into his body. Zhu Feng used his full strength to twist his body, bringing his spear to block. The instant that blade was about to reach his body, he managed to block it. But although he had blocked it, that energy behind it sent him flying once more. When he once more landed on the ground, he stiffened, his neck suddenly cold. A sword was placed right next to his neck. The entire crowd was silent. Both parties were unable to believe this. Yu Zifeng was standing next to Zhu Feng, his sword right next to his neck. With just a thought from him, Zhu Feng's head would fall. A touch of admiration appeared in Long Chen's eyes. He quietly said to Tang Wan Yu Zifeng really is a genius. He has already stepped onto the sword Dao. He'll definitely be an amazing figure in the future. Sword cultivators were extremely rare. Although there were many people who used swords, those people were only using their swords as tools, and not their life. Each true sword cultivator was worthy of respect. That was because their sword Dao would have to be comprehended on their own. Others were unable to help them. Otherwise, with Yu Zifeng's talent, Ling Yunzi would have long since taken him as an apprentice. But sword cultivators were different from other cultivators, and there was nothing Ling Yunzi could do as a master for Yu Zifeng. Among 10,000 sword cultivators, there would be 10,000 different sword Daos. None of them were the same. That was because each sword cultivator's path would have to be comprehended on their own. Tang Wan nodded. She also was surprised to see that the low-key Yu Zifeng was actually so powerful. But the two of them also knew that his shocking growth definitely had to do with the huge righteous and corrupt battle he had experienced. In the moments between life and death, he had comprehended his own sword Dao. Now, he defeated a core disciple in just 3 moves, and he clearly still had strength to spare. That kind of combat ability was shocking. Zhu Feng sighed and nodded. I've lost. Thank you for your leniency. Yu Zifeng sheathed his sword behind his back, turning and jumping back into the crowd behind Long Chen. Tu Feng and the other elders were delighted. Yu Zifeng had actually stealthily soared to such a level. Another amazing expert had appeared in their monastery. In the future monastery competition, that would definitely be helpful. Hey, can a certain someone be more conscientious and not keep waiting for other people to urge them? How do you not have the slightest bit of shame? Hurry up and pay up, shouted Guo Ran. Luo Bing had only just recovered from her shock. Hearing Guo Ran's ridicule, she almost lost control. She once more threw out her badge, and Tu Feng laughingly received it, withdrawing another 80,000 merit points. This was already the 3rd time, so it had been a total of 240,000 merit points. Even for Luo Bing, the number 1 person besides the sect leader of the 36th monastery, someone with a great deal of wealth, this kind of loss was still unacceptable. Even Tu Feng, an enforcement elder, only obtained 40,000 merit points a year. Those merit points had to be exchanged for required items, and so he didn't have many of them. Most importantly, Tu Feng was an upright person, and would never use little tricks to give himself more benefits. So in truth, even Elder Sun had even more resources than him. Of course, those savings had all been left to Long Chen now. Perhaps that was just fate. Elder Sun had used a bunch of contemptible means to acquire all kinds of things. But in the end, they had all been used to raise the monastery's disciples. Luo Bing possessed a high authority and also used some underhand means to gain more profit. It was already a common affair for her to abuse her power for her own benefit. There wasn't a single elder in the 36th monastery who hadn't been vexed by her. So it was a fact that she possessed a huge amount of wealth. But those 240,000 merit points still caused her incredible pain. Other elders might work for their entire lives without saving up that much. In the following rounds, Luo Bing continued to be ruthless, sending out 4 core disciples consecutively. As for Long Chen's side, Long Chen didn't send out anyone in particular. Whichever core disciples wanted to go up, could. In any case, winning was good, but losing also wasn't anything major. In those 4 battles, only one of their core disciples had been unlucky, losing by just a single move and being forced off the martial stage. The others had all won. Of 7 rounds, they had won 6 and taken in 400,000 merit points. No matter how Tu Feng tried to remain calm, that excited light in his eyes still sold him out. Luo Bing's expression was incredibly unsightly now. Their cultivation base and strength was clearly a level higher than their opponents, but they were still defeated. That angered her so much, she was about to snap and start killing. Seeing her own merit points flowing away like this, Luo Bing's heart dripped blood. That was over half her savings. If she really was unable to reach her goal, then those merit points would all have been wasted. Taking a deep breath, she glanced stealthily at a man beside her and muttered a few things. That man nodded and smiled sinisterly. He jumped onto the martial stage, icily glancing at everyone. I am a favored, I'd like to challenge that beautiful girl to come up. I've taken a liking to you. Hearing that, Long Chen's eyes narrowed, and killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Chapter 292 Ji Yu Yong battles a favored. Following that person's shout, Long Chen's expression became slightly colder. When it came to controlling his emotions, Long Chen was definitely an expert. But the instant that man's gaze fell on Tang Wan his killing intent was ignited. If others insulted him, Long Chen would just smile. But if someone touched one of his taboos, he was unable to control his feelings. Tang Wan-er's expression was icy cold, and killing intent surfaced in her eyes as well. She was just about to jump onto the stage when a voice rang out. Long Chen, let me battle. That voice came from Ji Yu Yong. Both Long Chen and Tang Wan-er were startled. Although Ji Yu Yong was powerful, he wasn't a favored. The odds of losing were too high. Long Chen thought about it for a while before nodding. You can go. Ji Yu Yong was delighted. He knew that this was extremely risky, but he was unable to suppress his battle intent. He was looking forward to have a one-on-one fight with a favored. According to common sense, Long Chen should not have accepted. Ji Yu Yong might be strong, but his chances of victory were low. That was something that involved 80,000 merit points. But Long Chen could understand Ji Yu Yang's thirst. In Ji Yu Yang's eyes, this battle wasn't in order to gamble for resources, but a way for him to see what level he had reached. As for that favored, seeing that it wasn't Tang Wan-er, but a random core disciple, who had come to face him, he was infuriated. This was clearly their attempt at humiliating him. He icily glared at them. Good, since you want to court death, don't blame me. Ji Yu Yong got on the martial stage and glared at that favored. I hope that when you die, you also won't blame me. Ha ha ha, that favored's fury somehow turned into laughter. Someone like you dares to be arrogant. Die you little pig, that favored suddenly roared, and his aura exploded out. A berserk energy caused his feet to leave behind 2 footprints on the martial arena as he suddenly charged out at Ji Yu Yong, smashing out with his fist. Ji Yu Yong had long since circulated his spiritual chi to its peak. With a harsh shout, runes lit up on his body and a vast aura shot out of him as well. He punched out. The instant their 2 fists met, the entire martial stage shook. Powerful gales shot out in every direction, causing everyone's clothes to blow back. The both of them then instantly retreated a couple steps. That favored couldn't help being astonished. So you have a couple tricks. But let me see just how many of my fists you can receive. That favored snorted, and his fists began to smash at Ji Yu Yong. This was the first time Ji Yu Yong had an opportunity to fight a favored 1 against 1. Battle intent soared off him. He repeatedly roared, facing off against him with his own fists. The 2 of them were both brute strength style fighters. Each time their fists collected, the entire martial arena would shake, and powerful gales would explode out, chilling everyone. Ji Yu Yong is so powerful. He can actually withstand a favored, exclaimed Tang Wan-er. Favored were all supposed to be incomparably powerful. The fact he could exchange over 10 blows without losing was already out of everyone's expectations. This is still just the warm-up, so it's still too early to say. Long Chen shook his head. How could a favored only have this little skill? And as he expected, after over 100 intense collisions, they once more separated. Not bad, it's been a while since I've exercised my body, but if you think this the limit of my power, you would be gravely mistaken. Now I'll let you see what true strength is. Earthen armor. A mark appeared over his forehead, and a powerful energy exploded out, causing the land to tremble. That favored's clothes burst off his upper body, revealing his skin that looked like it was made of rock. In fact, his entire body grew taller, and the lines covering his arms were very rock-like. He roared, and stamping on the ground, he charged at Ji Yu Yong with a fist. Rock fist. Ji Yu Yong used his full strength to block, but he was still sent flying dozens of meters. Even once he landed on the ground, he still stumbled back several steps before stabilizing. In the end, he even coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing Tang Wan-er's expression to change. Ji Yu Yong had finally been injured. Crap, Song Mingyuan and the others were all shocked. If he was wounded with just 1 blow, how could he fight? Don't worry about it, Ji Yu Yong still has moves, consoled Long Chen. Long Chen had exchanged blows with Ji Yu Yong before, and he knew his physical body was extremely powerful. This little injury was unable to affect his strength. Looks like you're quite stubborn. That's good, I'll just have to smash you to mincemeat. That favored once more charged at Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang's blood was roiling inside, but his battle intent was still soaring. Seeing that person charge at him, Ji Yu Yang smiled coldly. His spatial ring shook, and a golden spear appeared in his hands. Ji Yu Yang's feet sunk down slightly. Ancestral blood support, a rune lit up atop Ji Yu Yang's forehead. His runes had originally just been covering his 4 limbs, but now they spread to cover his entire body, even densely covering his face. He appeared very frightening now. This was one of Ji Yu Yang's trump cards. By activating his ancestral blood support, his strength would explode to an unprecedented level. He viciously smashed that spear straight at the charging favored. Boom! The instant that spear collided with the fist that was covered in earthen lines, a metallic explosion rang out. The martial stage beneath their feet caved in from their impact. That favored's arm shook intensely, and a force he couldn't block sent him flying. He hastily stabilized himself, appalled. Ji Yu Yang's golden spear had been snatched from the corrupt path's genius, Yin Luo. Its weight was alarming, and that favored was knocked back almost 300 meters before just barely managing to stabilize himself. When he finally stabilized, Luo Bing's disciples all breathed a sigh of relief. As for the disciples on Long Chen's side, they all sighed that it was a pity. That favored was just a couple inches off from the edge of the martial stage. If he had just been pushed back slightly more, then according to the rules, he would have lost. Turning back to look behind him, that favored sighed in relief at his close call. Turning to look at Ji Yu Yang's spear, greed sparked in his heart. Your weapon, I want it. That favored could instantly tell that Ji Yu Yang's spear was a treasure and immediately wanted to take it for himself. It seemed he had already forgotten that this wasn't the 36th monastery. You want it? Come take it, Ji Yu Yang roared, his spear attacking that favored. In response, that favored didn't hold back any of his spiritual chi, and his fist smashed into Ji Yu Yang's spear. With another loud metallic ringing, everyone was shocked to see sparks flying the instant that fist and spear met. It was as if that fist was made of steel. A rare earth cultivator, Tu Fang exclaimed. This favored had been someone born with an innate earth energy. But because he was a favored, that earth energy had transformed, becoming more rock energy. Not only did that increase his physical strength, it made his physical body incredibly hard. In other words, both his attack and defense had been sharply improved. Ji Yu Yang's spear continuously collided with his fists over and over again. Ji Yu Yang's blows were incomparably valiant, and he surprisingly was forcing back that favored step by step. Excellent. If this continues, Ji Yu Yang should win. Luo Kang's blood was boiling just from watching this. You're wrong. If this continues, Ji Yu Yang will lose. Long Chen shook his head. What? Ji Yu Yang has clearly taken the advantage. Luo Kang didn't understand. I've heard that earth cultivators are specialized in battles of attrition just like wood cultivators. Looking at Ji Yu Yang right now, his attacks are like a torrent of rain, and it looks extremely impressive, as if he has taken the advantage. But in reality, this is extremely unfavorable for him. That golden spear is too heavy, and it's using up too much of his physical energy. He won't be able to continue attacking like that for long. I estimate that he'll only be able to keep this up for a quarter hour before he's exhausted and his strength declines. At that time, the final result is that he'll be defeated. Then what should we do? Should we give him a reminder? Long Chen shook his head. Don't. A loss is a loss. It's not something bad. This way he'll be able to get a better understanding of himself. He'll realize what his strong points and what his weak points are. The benefits more than make up for the loss. As for the lost merit points, this is just a game. The fact that there will be winners and losers isn't anything major. If a person wants to become an expert, first they have to understand themselves. That's something no one else can do for them. This is his battle. Let him understand it himself. But then Long Chen's tone became angry. But this bastard favored really is repulsive. I almost wanted to go up myself and crush him. He wants to take liberties with my Heaven-Earth faction's old boss. HMPH, he really doesn't know what death is. If this had happened back when I was young, I would have long since made him kneel in front of me. Long Chen's words immediately caused Tu Fang and the other elders to not know whether to laugh or cry. But Tang Wan did appear a bit gratified. Guo Ran immediately did some boot licking. Exactly. Even if someone has to take liberties with a woman, only boss has the qualifications to do that. Who does he think he is? Nice. Long Chen nodded, Giving Guo Ran a thumbs up. Both of you shut up, raged Tang Wan. Long Chen and Guo Ran obediently stopped talking, focusing back on the stage. Ji Yu Yang's imposingness had reached its peak, his spear repeatedly forced his opponent back. But their hearts sunk when they saw that it really was just like Long Chen had said. That favored was purposely drawing out the battle. Once Ji Yu Yang was out of energy, he would immediately counterattack. Haha, that little fellow Ji Yu Yang really is not bad. He's actually seen through his opponent's strategy. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 293 Despicably Shameless. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, everyone saw Ji Yu Yang suddenly erupt with power, his strength capable of shaking mountains and rivers. Mountain Destruction Spear. Ji Yu Yang had concentrated all his energy onto his spear. This one attack contained all his heart and soul. It turned out this entire time, Ji Yu Yang had been storing energy, waiting to release his peak attack. Ji Yu Yang was someone who was extremely powerful, the person who had awakened his ancestral mark, the earliest amongst the monastery's disciples. His skill at using his ancestral mark was extremely refined, and other than Long Chen and Tang Wan, he was the strongest disciple in the monastery. To him, this battle was extremely important. If he won, his Dao heart would become incredibly steady, and it would be easier for him to break through bottlenecks. But if he lost, that would be a grave impact to him. To Ji Yu Yang, this was an extremely risky gamble, and he couldn't lose. The instant Ji Yu Yang started his attack, that favored's expression changed. He realized he had been duped. During that intense battle, Ji Yu Yang had actually been storing energy the entire time, and he hadn't realized. There was no need for him to face off against Ji Yu Yang directly. Ji Yu Yang was extremely powerful, and so he had been doing his best to dodge and just defend this entire time. His greatest advantage were his defense and endurance. The instant he had seen Ji Yu Yang begin to crazily attack, he had actually sneered inside. By attacking like that, there was no way he would be able to endure for long. The instant Ji Yu Yang became tired, he would be able to easily kill him. But he had never imagined that Ji Yu Yang had been secretly accumulating energy this entire time. Now that the energy he had accumulated had erupted, Ji Yu Yang's speed had reached its peak. There was no way he could dodge. Ji Yu Yang's power completely locked him in place. He could only take it head-on. That favored solemnly formed an extremely bizarre hand seal, and a rune lit up over his forehead. A shield of rock around a foot thick appeared in front of him. Rock Essence Shield. Countless lines were shining on that shield, and it almost looked like it was made of steel. It appeared incredibly sturdy, but the instant Ji Yu Yang's golden spear collided with that huge rock shield, that incredibly sturdy shield completely broke apart. The golden spear continued forward, slamming into him and sending him flying. While flying through the air, he also vomited out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked that his strongest defense had been broken. And not only had his shield been broken, his internal organs were acutely shaken by the leftover force of that spear. He was practically unable to believe this. He had absolute confidence in his defense. That was why Luo Bing had depended on him and sent him out first. He should have had a high chance of victory even against Tang Wan. But now he had just been defeated by a core disciple that wasn't even a favored. He was still filled with disbelief. As he coughed out more blood, he hastily stabilized himself. But a golden spear had already reached him, stopping just before his forehead. Ji Yu Yang icily said, "You've lost." Ji Yu Yang was currently extremely pale and gasping for breath. Obviously that last attack had used up all his energy. If this attack hadn't worked, he would have lost. But he had won. If Ji Yu Yang hadn't stopped his spear right now, that favored would already be a corpse. That favored couldn't help being both startled and furious, as well as unwilling. He had lost. Seeing how pale and exhausted Ji Yu Yang was, a ferocious light suddenly shined in that favored's eyes, and he grabbed Ji Yu Yang's spear. "Idiot, you're the one who's lost." That favored roared and pushed the spear into Ji Yu Yang. Being already exhausted, Ji Yu Yang couldn't even resist. The bottom of his spear smashed into his stomach, and the sounds of bones cracking rang out. Ji Yu Yang flew back, vomiting out blood, landing outside the martial arena. "Bastard, you're asking for death. We'll kill you all." That favored had clearly lost, and then despicably attacked even though he had lost. That immediately ignited the fury of all the 108th monastery's disciples. "HMPH, I never conceded, so how can you say I lost?" Since he didn't even dare follow through, All that proves is he really is a pig. Courage is also a part of strength, or did you not know? That favored sneered at them. Even Long Chen had stood up now, veins bulging on his hands. He was about to charge forward and tear apart this shameless bastard. Luo whatever, these are your monastery's disciples, said Long Chen icily. HMPH, atop the martial stage, how could you possibly be soft-hearted and lenient? For victory, you can't possibly be too afraid to be rough. All that can be said is that this proves you're all idiots. Why aren't you hurrying up and handing over the merit points? Sneered Luo Bing. Tu Fang's expression was dark. Long Chen, what do you say? His meaning was obvious. This was too much. As long as Long Chen gave the order, they would immediately start fighting. In any case, if a fight started, Ling Yunzi definitely wouldn't just watch. Give them to her. Long Chen shook his head. Now wasn't the time for that. Tu Fang could only hand over 80,000 merit points back to Luo Bing. Seeing their expressions, Luo Bing was delighted. Seeing those kinds of expressions was what she delighted in the most. Only then could she feel refreshed. Her temperament was simply twisted that way. And when she saw that Long Chen, who had always been as calm as water, also release such a furious expression, she was especially delighted. Ji Yuyong was defeated, and even his golden spear had been taken away by his opponent. According to the martial stage's unwritten customs, martial arts who couldn't even keep a hold of their weapons didn't have the face to take them back. Ji Yuyong walked over to Long Chen while being supported by a member of the healing hall. Sorry Long Chen, I lost. Ji Yuyong surprisingly bent his knees, kneeling down. He felt so ashamed that he might die. Long Chen had given him a precious opportunity, but in the end, he had really been too lenient, throwing away his chance at victory. He felt so ashamed that he was unable to even show his own face. Just as Ji Yuyang's knees were about to hit the ground, Long Chen grabbed his collar. Are you even a man? Isn't it just a loss? It's nothing big. Furthermore, even if it counts as your loss, their victory was also not earned. You didn't lose any face, raged Long Chen. When the Julie's secret realm opens, that fellow will definitely also enter. If you want to wipe away your shame, then just kill him in the secret realm and take your weapon back. Long Chen didn't bother keeping his words private. All of them heard it extremely clearly. Tu Fang's heart shook. It was a grave crime to kill members of the same sect within the Julie's secret realm. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Later, he would have to give Long Chen a reminder in private. Kill me, ha, keep dreaming. If you dare try to attack me in the Julie's secret realm, I'll definitely kill you. That favored had already returned amongst his disciples and had been excitedly examining his new spear. He couldn't help mocking him when he heard Long Chen's words. I'll listen to you Long Chen. This time I swear that I'll never disappoint you again in this lifetime. Ji Yuyong took a deep breath. He was extremely solemn. Long Chen nodded. He icily glanced at Luo Bing and her disciples, mocking sneers. Good, since you want to make this game bigger, I'll make it bigger. In the next round, let's switch it up a bit and have a fight between pairs. Luo Bing smiled sinisterly. Two men jumped onto the stage. The two of their auras were extremely dark and cold, causing people to feel a chill. They were both favored, and surprisingly, the two of them looked the exact same. They were twins who were both favored. That really was shocking. I am Bo Shidong. I am Bo Shixi. The two of them spoke at the same time. One of them glanced at the other and that person immediately shut their mouth. The other continued, as two brothers would like to exchange pointers with you country bumpkins. If you feel like it's not fair, you can also send two favored to fight us. Us brothers won't refuse any comers. Both their gazes immediately fell on Tang Wan and Long Chen, their gazes filled with provocation. Long Chen, leave the two of them to me, said Tang Wan. Long Chen hesitated. Then you have to promise me to use your killer moves. You can't show any leniency. Long Chen knew Tang Wan's character. He could tell these two were a bit odd. They most likely had their own extremely powerful attacks, which were most likely combined techniques. Long Chen was sure that Tang Wan was shockingly powerful. After merging with that Dao mark, Tang Wan's strength had reached a terrifying level. Even he was unable to tell just what level she had reached. But there was one thing he was sure of. Tang Wan's real strength should not be at all inferior to his own. That was because he could sense the pressure that the current Tang Wan gave him. I promise you, I will definitely be going all out, said Tang Wan seriously. After seeing what had happened to Ji Yuyong, all the monastery's disciples were furious. They were really too hateful. Ji Yuyong had clearly won, but he had been lenient in the end, not taking his opponent's life. But then that opponent had been absolutely shameful and despicable, launching a sneak attack and even snatching Ji Yuyang's weapon. Tang Wan who normally didn't like fighting, was now filled with killing intent. Even if Long Chen hadn't warned her, she would definitely not make the same mistake as Ji Yuyong. If she had the chance, she would kill. When those two brothers saw that only Tang Wan came up and that Long Chen hadn't moved, they mocked, "Little fellow, are you afraid of death and don't dare come up? Also he was a coward, I see. You two should shut up. For just you two, I am more than enough," said Tang Wan icily. These two brothers both smiled lewdly. "Hee, with a beauty like you attending to us brothers, that really is more than enough." Suddenly, heaven and earth changed. Millions of wind blades appeared behind Tang Wan covering up the very sun and sky. Chapter 294 Wind blades fill the sky. Tang Wan furiously shouted, and she formed a hand seal. Space began to shudder as the sky full of wind blades went straight for the two of them. Those millions of wind blades were like a huge flood. The terrifying wind blades cut through the space, causing heaven and earth tremble. An ear-piercing sound rang out from them that sounded like scraping iron, and the observers all felt a chill inside. Even Long Chen was shocked. Tang Wan wind blades had already been condensed to an incredibly solid state. The chilliness coming from them was incredibly terrifying. Tang Wan old wind blades had usually been several feet long. But now these wind blades were only an inch or two long, looking like tiny crescent blades. However, these tiny wind blades were at least 10 times stronger than her old wind blades. Just looking at them caused a person to feel numb. Those two brothers hadn't placed Tang Wan in their eyes before, and that was why they dared be so mocking. But the instant they saw this sky full of wind blades, they both let out a scream of fright. They both took out a strange shield at the same time. Those shields looked like iron cooking pots. Standing back to back, the two of them looked like an iron ball. Tang Wan wind blades caused sparks to fly when they struck that iron ball. It was as if that iron ball was struck by a giant wave, and it was sent flying. Not good. Tang Wan wind blades were too terrifying, almost like a flood. Although they were unable to break through that iron ball, they did send them flying almost out of the martial stage. Suddenly that ball split open and two flying claws shot out at Tang Wan. 1. Those flying claws were between 5 to 6 feet long, like huge hands with exceptionally sharp fingers. Iron chains were attached behind them. The two flying claws flew out in an extremely crafty manner. The instant those flying claws were about to reach Tang Wan, the claws suddenly opened up, appearing as if they had come to life. Although both claws had shot out at the same time, one was ahead while the other was behind. Their cooperation was perfect. If she dodged one, she wouldn't have time to dodge the other. Tang Wan expression didn't change at all. Storm shield. Dense wind blades enveloped Tang Wan. Those two flying claws smashed onto that defense. Her two opponents were actually delighted by her actions. With a loud shout, their auras erupted. Amongst favored, those two were actually individually much weaker. However, their minds were connected, and their cooperation skills had reached perfection. Due to that, the monastery had given them a special set of weapons to make their attacks bizarre and incredibly incisive. Those two flying claws had been created by a powerful forging master. There were many profound ways to use them, and they hid powerful runes. Once those runes were activated, those two claws would become incredibly powerful, easily capable of crushing steel. The two of them activated those runes when their claws struck Tang Wan's defenses. Bang! The sky of wind blades burst apart. What? The monastery's disciples were appalled. The space Tang Wan had been in was empty. She had died without a corpse under their two claws. Those two people had been celebrating that they had killed Tang Wan when Luo Bing's shout rang out. The two of them suddenly felt a sensation of deathly crisis, and they felt a breeze behind them. The two of them quickly raised their shields to block. Their hasty defense blocked a powerful attack, but the two of them were sent tumbling through the air. One of them only just barely got up and still had no idea what had happened when a silent wind blade slashed across his waist. That person screamed miserably. Blood flew out, followed along with some of his innards. Long Chen sighed in relief. Tang Wan had finally learned the true meaning of battle. Her attacks were no longer the same as before. Of the people present, only Tu Fang, Luo Bing, and Long Chen knew what had happened. As soon as those two flying claws had appeared, Tang Wan'er had realized those weapons were extremely bizarre and most likely weren't easy to handle. There was no reason for her to take them head-on. She had only summoned out that huge shield of wind blades to cover up everyone's line of sight. In reality, the area behind the shield was completely empty. Tang Wan'er had long since slipped away stealthily, using wind blades to screen herself before arriving behind the two of them. Just as the two of them thought they had killed her, she suddenly struck. Were it not for Luo Bing's interference, the two of them would already be dead. But even so, after her first attack hadn't struck, she had immediately targeted one of them who had already lost his head out of fear, directly sending a wind blade out with her spiritual strength. The wind blades that filled the sky all had Tang Wan'er's spiritual imprint on them. She could send them out for sudden attacks at any time. Of course, such an attack was rather weak. Previously, such an attack was unable to cause injuries to favored. But now Tang Wan'er's wind blades had changed, and they had become incredibly powerful. Just one random attack was able to slice open that favored's abdomen. In fact, if he had been one step slower, he would have been directly cut in half. In any case, he was now screaming, blood overflowing from his wound. He quickly went to run off the martial stage, holding his injury closed as best as he could. If you want to run, then leave your life behind. Tang Wan'er's icy shout rang out. Her hatred of these two had already reached a pinnacle. They had humiliated and insulted them, and then they had attempted to kill her just now. She naturally wouldn't be merciful. The entire martial stage was surrounded by her wind blades. This region was her domain. She didn't even need to personally raise a hand. With just her spiritual strength, hundreds of wind blades surged over to that man. That person's soul almost fled his body in fright. He hastily raised his shield. But that shield could only block one side. Just as he was about to be cut to pieces, his twin rushed over, and the two of them tightly merged their shields again. These wind blades were once again not able to pierce through these special shields formed from a forging master. But this was only defending. The instant they had attempted to launch a sudden attack on Tang Wan'er, she had almost cut them to pieces. Now they were in an extremely awkward position. Tang Wan'er had already been sneak attacked once, so she definitely wouldn't fall for it at all if they tried it again. All the wind blades Tang Wan'er had condensed were now crashing onto their shields. As soon as they split apart, they would immediately be hit. Currently, they were like a tortoise that had shrunk back into its shell, not daring to peek its head out. If they were to peek their head out, their heads would be cut off instantly. The two of them were already completely terrified. Tang Wan'er's attack had completely restrained them. They had no way to defeat her anymore. With their shields forming a sphere around them, they began to roll over at Tang Wan'er in an attack. They hoped she would strike their sphere and send them rolling out of the martial stage. That way, even though they would lose, they could at least have an excuse that they had accidentally rolled out, and hadn't really lost. But Tang Wan'er already predicted that intention of theirs. How could she let them do as they pleased? No matter how that ball tried to roll out, her wind blades would force them back. After all, within that sphere, they were unable to bring out much strength. Everyone's expressions were strange as they watched this scene. A ball of metal was rolling around continuously on the martial stage. Everyone's gazes were all glued to that ball. Luo Bing was frowning slightly. She didn't know that much about these two twins since most of their time was spent in seclusion as they familiarized themselves to their bizarre weapons. But there was one thing that she knew. Their cooperative strength was incredible, and in a group battle, the two of them working together were capable of blocking 4 or even 5 favored at once. In a 2 versus 2, the two of them had always been unbeatable within the same realm. Other than a certain disciple, these two were the highest-ranked disciples in their monastery. The monastery had placed high hopes on them for the upcoming opening of the Julie's secret realm. At first, seeing them rolling around defensively in that ball without attacking, she had thought they were just adjusting themselves or perhaps thinking of a plan to use against these attacks. But after an hour, even the people watching the battle were getting tired. Guo Ran finally sighed. This pair of brothers were foreordained to have a tragic end. This is all the will of the heavens. Song Mingyuan didn't understand what he was talking about. Why, do you remember what those 2 brothers were called? I think one was called Bo Shidong, and the other was called Bo Shixi. Correct. One called Bo Shidong, one called Bo Shixi. Combine them together and you get worthless good for nothing, too. Don't you see them rolling left and right without going anywhere? Could it be that their parents had predicted this day would come? As expected, experts are everywhere. Guo Ran explained with admiration. Everyone. That ball continued to roll around. The people outside were fine, but the two inside were already completely dizzy. As for the one whose abdomen had been split open, although he was doing his best to hold his wound closed, some of his intestines had already spilled out. That kind of scent was disgusting for both of them. Then adding on the spinning, they were both ready to puke. Both of them knew that just continuing like this wasn't a solution. But they also didn't dare to leave their defense. Now they were both thinking of ways to concede. If they directly conceded, their endings would definitely not be good. If they dared to do so, then with Luo Bing's vicious nature, she would definitely make the two of them eat their own crap. The two of them began to wildly curse as viciously as they could. They wanted to infuriate Tang Wan-er. In any case, they had absolute confidence in their defense. Only if Tang Wan-er lost control of her fury would they have a chance of being launched out of the martial stage. At the beginning, Tang Wan-er hadn't really cared to try to cut open their defense. But as soon as they began to curse her crazily, she was completely infuriated. Forming a hand seal, the wind blades behind her congregated into a single body, forming a huge wind blade that had to be over 300 meters long. As soon as that wind blade appeared, it was as if space had completely frozen. A terrifying pressure shot out in all directions. A certain man, who had remained at Luo Bing's side this entire time with his eyes completely closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of shock appeared in his originally apathetic face. He stared tightly at Tang Wan-er's huge wind blade. Torrential Rain / Chapter 295 Fledgling Chosen. Following Tang Wan-er's shout, that huge wind blade behind her slashed down on that ball, looking as if it was a heavenly blade cutting through space. The instant Tang Wan-er's attack was condensed to its peak, Luo Bing and the man behind her were shocked. Even Tu Feng was shocked. Long Chen had also stood up from his chair, pleasantly surprised. Will. Long Chen's heart pounded. He was certain that this attack of Tang Wan-er's contained her will. That so-called will was a very profound and mysterious word. It was an even higher realm than just imposingness or confidence. Attacks containing will were practically alive. They contained the attacker's entire mind and spirit. The reason Long Chen was so shocked was because the only two people he knew of whose attacks had contained will were Mo Nian and Yin Luo. Those people who could use will like this were generally all chosen. He hadn't expected Tang Wan-er to have unconsciously advanced to this level. Boom! That huge blade smashed heavily onto that sphere. That sphere, which had yet to break even after all her previous attacks, instantly burst apart, two figures shooting out like cannonballs. Although those two had been inside the sphere, they were able to sense what had been happening outside. Seeing Tang Wan-er become infuriated, they had actually been celebrating. Their hope was for Tang Wan-er to strike them in her fury and send them flying out of the martial arena. Then they could emerge from their shields with an unwilling and dejected expression, sighing that they had lost slightly due to luck. They had been completely confident in their shields. But the instant Tang Wan-er's attack, which shockingly contained her terrifying will, had struck them, they had immediately become terrified. At first, they had been worried that their shield would be able to hold out against her attack, but that the impact from her powerful attack might shake them inside their ball so hard that they became imbeciles. However, they had clearly been worried for nothing. Tang Wan-er's one attack immediately shattered their shields and the two of them were smashed to pulp. With that kind of powerful impact, their bodies had literally changed shape, becoming two formless lumps that tumbled across the martial arena. With two final bangs, the two of them landed outside the martial arena. They were vomiting out blood, and the blood was filled with broken pieces of their organs. Their auras were quickly fading. Luo Bing's expression changed, and she quickly rushed over to them. They were paper white and about to stop breathing. She saw their Dao marks appear on their foreheads. Those innate Dao marks could only be kept with those possessing a strong enough karmic luck. But when favored were about to die, their Dao marks would automatically respond by leaving. They would either go find another owner, or they would disappear back into heaven and earth. Seeing her two favored about to breathe their last breaths, Luo Bing was terrified. She placed her hands atop their foreheads and her enormous spiritual strength poured into their souls, helping to stabilize their souls that were about to leave their bodies. With Luo Bing's assistance, their Dao marks gradually faded back into their bodies, allowing Luo Bing to relax. If two favored had died here, she would be done for. Her big brother, the 36th monastery's sect leader, would definitely curse her to death. Once their souls stabilized, she also fed them spirit pills. Now the two of them definitely wouldn't die. But the two of their injuries were too severe. Most likely, it would require at least 3 months before they could even get out of bed. She had no assurance the two of them would be recovered in time for the opening of the Julie secret realm. Thinking of that, Luo Bing's expression became icy, and her eyes were like two sharp swords that glared at Tang Wan-er. What a vicious girl. Tang Wan-er didn't even bother glancing at Luo Bing. She was neither overly obedient nor overbearing as she said, compared to senior, this junior still needs to properly cultivate much more. Although her words didn't contain the slightest curse word, the ridicule in them could not be more clear. No matter how vicious she was, it was much better than how despicable they were. Tang Wan-er didn't even glance at Luo Bing before jumping off the martial stage and returning to Long Chen's side. Long Chen was incredibly excited. If there weren't too many people, he probably would have hugged Tang Wan-er tightly. Old boss is mighty. Long Chen stood up straight and gave her an extremely deliberate salute. The other monastery disciple also followed along with Long Chen. Tang Wan-er was blushing. This scoundrel was also doing things outside people's expectations, and she had no idea how to reply. Wan-er, congratulations, you've become an fledgling chosen level expert. As long as you can continue to remain undefeated and maintain a steady Dao heart, you'll definitely become a true chosen in the future," said Tu Fang excitedly. Tang Wan-er didn't actually know what had happened, but seeing him worshipfully looking at her, she really felt too awkward. Luo Bing's expression was extremely ugly as she watched Tu Fang celebrate. Her goal had been to display a show of strength to the 108th monastery and humiliate them in order to make a good show for the first monastery. But now the ones being humiliated were their 36th monastery. Of 9 rounds, they had only won 2, and furthermore, one of them had only been won shamefully with a despicable action at the end. Furthermore, because of their provoking them, the 108th monastery had somehow managed to give birth to an fledgling chosen. Luo Bing had practically asked to be humiliated, causing her both resentment and fury. Seeing Tu Fang and them surrounding Tang Wan-er, she was incredibly vexed. She directly threw her badge to Tu Fang. Tu Fang received it and once more drew out 80,000 merit points. In total, they had gained a total of 400,000 merit points. However, Ji Yu Yang had also lost his precious golden spear. This victory wasn't that perfect. Leave the final round to me. Following that indifferent voice, a man lightly jumped onto the martial stage. That man appeared to be just over 20 years old. His face was average, but his eyes were eagle-like, almost looking like sharp blades. That person hadn't drawn any attention before this. But as soon as he jumped onto the martial stage, he became like an unsheathed sword, and it was as if he was an entirely different person. An extremely odd aura came from that person's body. It was as if he were a grand emperor looking down on them all. And yet, no one could form any desire to resist him. Even Tu Fang's expression changed slightly. He had actually made an oversight. Originally, he had thought this person was just an ordinary favored. But now that he jumped onto the martial stage, just from his arrogant will, he could immediately see the shocking truth. Chosen level disciple. It was obvious that person was a powerful chosen, or there was no way he would possess such a powerful aura. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Yifan, a chosen. You should properly remember my name, as just knowing my name will be your greatest honor in the future. His voice was extremely indifferent. Somehow it didn't seem to contain any contempt or ridicule, yet still gave him a grand and high feeling that made them feel even more uncomfortable. I must admit that you are a bit stronger than I thought. But that still won't change the reality. Although one of you has just awoken a chosen's power, it's still just an initial stage. It's still far too early to be considered a true chosen. Within my monastery, I heard a certain joke. When I heard it, I laughed so hard I half died. I heard that some person made up some phony lies to try to gain a chosen disciple position. What a laughable joke. What do you think, Mr. Long Chen? The 108th monastery's disciples' expression sunk. Although they didn't know about the matter of the first monastery blocking Long Chen's chosen disciple position, they could clearly tell this person was targeting Long Chen. First of all, don't call me Mr., as I've never taught you how to read and write. Second of all, I'm very regretful you didn't laugh yourself completely to death. If you had, we wouldn't have to see your little pretentious act here today. Long Chen shook his head. This person was definitely strong. But it seemed his show-off abilities were even stronger. But Long Chen could guess his goal, and so he deliberately mocked him back tit for tat. You want to stand out? Big bro will accompany you. A trash cultivation base, but a pretty savage mouth. Could it be that your entire cultivation is focused on your mouth? With me standing here already, how long are you planning on refusing to face reality? Zhang Yifan finally looked at Long Chen with a trace of contempt. Did you run out without taking your medication? Or did you take the wrong drugs? You, a mid-stage tendon transformation chosen, have the face to challenge me, someone at the blood condensation realm. I really wonder, just how did you manage to make your skin so thick? Then according to what you say, let me tell you that our sect leader is standing on the mountain, challenging you to battle. Go on and fight him. Do you believe me when I say our sect leader can crush you with a single fart? Said Long Chen disdainfully. Long Chen, don't talk drivel. Tang Waner stealthily pulled on Long Chen. This scoundrel really never had any misgivings. Ling Yunzi, who was observing from 100 miles away, shook his head. How did this little fellow end up so cheeky? Zhang Yifan was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Long Chen to turn down his provocation and still retort so incisively. For a moment, he had no idea what to say. So you don't dare to come up to this stage? I hadn't expected that you, Long Chen, someone who dared try to trick the supermonastery into giving him a chosen's resources, would not have the courage to just have a simple duel with me. As expected, the rumors are true. Your 108th monastery is just a pack of destitute cheats, sneered Zhang Yifan. You can put away this little act of yours. Previously it was said that these 10 rounds would be fought by people on the same level. Do you think I'm an idiot on the same level as you? Long Chen didn't even bother with him and just left him standing on the martial arena. You like showing off? Then this stage should be big enough for you to keep acting. Then fine, if you don't want to, I won't make it hard on you. That girl who just became a fledgling chosen, I'll challenge you. I won't make it hard on you either. As long as you can receive 10 of my blows, you'll win. But if you lose, you'll leave with me. How's that? Zhang Yifan directly set his intentions on Tang Waner when he saw Long Chen refuse to fight. Tang Waner's expression was icy cold. She was just about to reply when Long Chen pulled her back and looked at Zhang Yifan carefully. Do you really want to have a decisive battle with me? If we do, someone will die. Think about it carefully. Chapter 296 No Stop Till Death. Do you really want to have a decisive battle with me? If we do, someone will die. Think about it carefully. Long Chen stared at Zhang Yifan, his eyes ice cold. Long Chen didn't like this kind of fighting. Such fighting had no meaning behind it. If you have the energy to fight here, why don't you go find some members of the corrupt path to kill? In Long Chen's eyes, the righteous path's people were really useless. Their only skills were playing dirty tricks behind people's backs, scheming, and just in general being despicable, shameless degenerates. Inner strife had become their speciality. But when they were truly facing those savage corrupt disciples, they were useless. But the main reason Long Chen didn't want to fight here was because he was constantly feeling a sensation of crisis, and he didn't want to display his abilities for everyone to see. Right now, he had to use all his time to get stronger in order to deal with that impending crisis. But then the people around him like Elder Sun and this Zhang Yifan seemed to never want to rest until they completely infuriated him. Normally, Long Chen would refrain from fighting so publicly in a meaningless fight. That would just reveal his trump cards and attract more attention. He didn't want more people like Elder Sun. He didn't have time to deal with those idiots. At first, that sensation of crisis had been indistinct and weak, but as time went on, it was only growing stronger. At the same time, he also recalled that man who was able to destroy the void with a single punch from his dream. He had said a single line, "Time is running out." However, panicking was not a solution. He was certain that there was something in the Julie secret realm that he desperately needed. That was why all his focus was on increasing his strength before entering the Julie secret realm. He cherished every breath of time, as each little bit of strength would increase his chances of survival. Over the last few weeks, Long Chen had been completely focused on training in the Violent Gale Saber and the Thunderization art. As soon as he had returned from training in those, he had run into this situation. Originally, Long Chen hadn't planned on fighting. In fact, even if he had to go up, he could just jump off and admit defeat. In any case, they had won overall. But Zhang Yifan's vision was perceptive and he had immediately seen through Long Chen's weak point, placing his intentions on Tang Wan'er. Although Long Chen clearly knew Zhang Yifan was doing this deliberately, he was still unable to hold back his fury. He knew that Zhang Yifan was set on targeting him. If Long Chen continued to refuse, he would continue with his repulsive words. Although such a man was contemptible, Long Chen had no choice but to admit he had succeeded. He had succeeded in infuriating him. A battle is not a game. Of course I am indifferent to life and death. Wasn't that beautiful little sister also like that just now? Snorted Zhang Yifan. That's just because your people are too shameless and despicable. They only have themselves to blame. Tang Wan'er's expression was icy cold as she raged. Their favorite had used an absolutely despicable method when he had clearly already lost to Ji Yuyong, heavily injuring him and then even more shamelessly taking his weapon. And then those two twins had been even more lacking in morals, spitting out vicious obscenities to her. The goal of battle is always victory. All methods are allowed, sneered Zhang Yifan. Long Chen pulled back Tang Wan'er and shook his head. Have you forgotten our agreement? I'll be in charge of handling idiots, and you'll be in charge of being as beautiful as a flower. Leave such a contemptible little man to me. Having her hand held by Long Chen and seeing that smile on his face, Tang Wan'er's fury instantly evaporated. She couldn't help feeling a bit ashamed of herself. Compared to Long Chen, she really was just a temperamental child. Looking at Zhang Yifan, Long Chen said, since you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. But for this last round, I want to increase the stakes. What do you want to increase them to? Asked Luo Bing. Luo Bing might have done her best to conceal it, but there was no way she could completely hide how excited she was that Long Chen had accepted to battle Zhang Yifan. For the last match, let's bet all the merit points we gained so far, as well as one spot to enter the Julie secret realm. In the crowd, Guo Ran shook slightly. He knew this extra spot was for him. Guo Ran wasn't a core disciple. He wasn't the same as Wild who had killed a favored. The monastery had long since successfully applied to have him be given a spot. But Guo Ran did not have the qualifications to enter the Julie secret realm. Long Chen was trying to open a back door for him. No problem. Luo Bing immediately agreed. She was completely confident in Zhang Yifan. Long Chen's increased stakes were perfect for her. She could immediately win back all her lost merit points. Furthermore, if I win, you, Luo Bing, must apologize to all my monastery's disciples and admit that you are a pig. Luo Bing's killing intent immediately sprung out. This was a naked humiliation. Was he trying to provoke her, a Shantian expert? Why aren't you saying anything? If you don't dare to bet, then scram. I don't have time for your senseless games, snorted Long Chen. What if you lose? Luo Bing clenched her teeth. If I lose, our Shantian monastery's new disciples will immediately disband. Long Chen's words caused both sides' people to jump. Tu Fang's expression also changed, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This bet was far, far too big. He was willing to gamble on all the monastery's new disciples disbanding. He was crazy. Ha 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 ha, fine, I'll agree to that. But a harsh light then shined in Luo Bing's eyes. But can your words represent all the new disciples? Will all of them listen to you? Long Chen is our boss. Even if he wanted us to go die, we wouldn't hesitate. Why would we care about disbanding? Don't worry you old bitch, sneered Guo Ran. Guo Ran's words immediately incited all the monastery's new and old disciples to chant in unison, don't worry you old bitch. Luo Bing turned purple from rage. Good. Then let's immediately set up the life and death contract. This life and death contract was just a piece of proof stating that the two of them had willingly set up a decisive battle without anyone forcing them. Their life or death was unrelated to anyone else. Although Luo Bing was angry enough to die, she wasn't stupid. Without this contract, then once Zhang Yifan killed Long Chen, Tu Fang would immediately report it to the supermonastery and she would have to bear all the responsibility. Although they had the excuse of coming to exchange pointers, they were ranked 36th, while their opponents were ranked last. As long as they weren't an idiot, anyone would realize there was something fishy going on. Then once the supermonastery investigated this matter, even her sect leader brother wouldn't be able to protect her. However, as long as they had both signed a life and death contract, everything would be fine. That was something only related to the individuals themselves, and was unrelated to the monasteries. These life and death contracts were already made, and all brave and ruthless people would hold a few on their bodies to display their heroism. Zhang Yifan received 2 copies of the life and death contract, signed his name on both, and then handed them to Long Chen. Now it's your turn. Properly cherish this moment, as it's the last time you'll sign anything. Long Chen also signed his own name and shook his head. Careful about your blind confidence. Such a thing can be extremely dangerous. Once those 2 life and death contracts were signed, Tu Fang kept one while Luo Bing kept the other. That way neither party could attempt to counterfeit or cheat. However, for some reason, Luo Bing became a bit uneasy after receiving her copy of the life and death contract. That uneasiness stemmed from Tu Fang's expression. Tu Fang's expression was a bit complicated, but it wasn't overly worried. Could it be that Long Chen was really on the chosen level? But then why did she not sense any will coming from his body? But then Luo Bing relaxed again. Even if Long Chen was on the chosen level, so what? He was only at the peak of blood condensation, while Zhang Yifan had already reached the 6th heaven stage of tendon transformation. The 2 of them were separated by a major realm and 6 minor realms. Killing Long Chen wouldn't be anything difficult. Originally, Luo Bing hadn't come here to kill Long Chen. Her goal had only been to humiliate the 108th monastery and perhaps injure a couple of their disciples as a vicious slap in their face. That was to tell the 108th monastery to rein in their arrogance. There were some people they couldn't offend. That thinking might have been good, but carrying it out had been extremely difficult. Of 9 battles, they had only won 2. At the beginning, Luo Bing had told her disciples to use photographic jades to record this entire matter so she could send those videos to the first monastery as proof of her success. But if she were to hand over these photographic jades to the first monastery now, she really would have no more face. Was she the one giving the 108th monastery a slap in the face, or had she sent herself there to be slapped in the face? When her hopes of a regular victory had been dashed, she had then told her favored to cripple Tang Wan giving her some leeway. But as a result, Tang Wan wasn't crippled, but 2 of her favored would be bedridden for months. And so for this final round, she had to give some kind of justification to the first monastery. Hadn't Long Chen claimed himself to be on the chosen level? Whether or not it was true, they could claim that he was, and so killing him would definitely be a good thing to the first monastery. At that time, she would have managed to form a good relationship with the first monastery and the benefits would pour in. In that case, her mission would still have been completed. So no matter what, Long Chen had to die now. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to explain herself to her sect leader, she would also not be able to explain herself to the first monastery. Zhang Yifan and Long Chen stood on the martial stage. Everyone was deathly silent. A murderous aura filled the air, making it hard for people to breathe. "Today, you'll definitely die," said Zhang Yifan. Long Chen shook his head. "When I was young, I studied the mysteries of fate. Your name is extremely ominous. The one to die will be you." 1. HMPH, what absolute nonsense. "It won't change the fact that you're destined to die today," snorted Zhang Yifan. "I, Long Chen, have never liked to provoke trouble. But I also never fear trouble. I don't like killing people, but I dislike it even more when people attempt to kill me. But the thing I tolerate the least is when people place their intentions on the people beside me. If someone were to do that, that would be equivalent to touching one of my taboos. For such a person there is only one ending, no rest until death. Then let's not stop until one of us is dead." Zhang Yifan coldly shouted, and space suddenly trembled as an enormous aura soared out in all directions. Chapter 297. A big slap in the face. Terrifying energy exploded out like an angry ocean, and those disciples standing beside the martial stage were immediately blown back. Other than the elders, everyone else had to retreat hundreds of meters before stabilizing in the face of Zhang Yifan's berserk energy. That kind of energy wasn't just something that pressured their physical bodies, but it also impacted their spirits. That was the will of Chosen. That was a will to be unrivaled. In front of that kind of will, others were unable to resist and would involuntarily retreat. That was the terror of Chosen. Both parties' disciples were pale in the face of that terrifying pressure. Even the 108th monastery's disciples, people who had experienced a huge life and death battle, were forced back. They had once personally seen a battle of Chosen. But at that time, they had been too far away. With the chaos and smoke that had been present, they hadn't managed to see anything clearly. Furthermore, they had been in the midst of a huge battle, and hadn't had the time to observe just how terrifying Chosen were. Now that they were this close, they finally understood just how terrifying Chosen were. They were not existences they could fight. Just by relying on his aura, he was able to subdue all of them. In front of that terrifying will, they couldn't even form a will to resist. As for the 36th monastery's disciples, they were looking at Zhang Yifan worshipfully. Although they were from the same sect, Zhang Yifan was a chosen, a grand existence they rarely got to see. At all. It was even rarer for them to see him personally fighting. But they all suddenly saw that in the face of that berserk aura, Long Chen was still standing there completely fine. Long Chen was standing with his hands behind his back. No matter how the chi waves attempted to batter him, he was like a solid boulder. His hair blew back and his clothes fluttered. His eyes were like two twinkling stars. He seemed to not receive any impact at all from Zhang Yifan's aura or will. That caused Luo Bing's pupils to shrink. The fact that Long Chen could remain unimpacted by Zhang Yifan's will meant that Long Chen was also a genuine chosen level expert. That immediately caused Luo Bing's heart to jump. So it hadn't been a lie that Long Chen was on the chosen level. Chosen were existences that had to be raised. In truth, the main thing that separated chosen from favored was their will. That undefeatable will was something that was groomed through countless victories. Chosen were all existences that had yet to taste defeat. Their will was something formed from unending victories. As they won more and more victories, their belief in their own power grew. As soon as they began to fight, they could release their will and instantly suppress other people's wills. They wouldn't even need to personally attack. What did it mean to be unrivaled? That was being unrivaled. To be able to defeat your enemies without lifting a finger, to be able to subdue your opponent with just a glance. However, chosen were extremely rare. They needed to be carefully groomed. First of all, a candidate to become a chosen had to possess a high enough talent. Once a person's talent level had reached an acceptable level to be a chosen, their growth would need to be carefully protected. They couldn't be permitted to run into enemies they weren't a match for. That was because once a chosen was defeated, it was more than possible for that defeat to topple their confidence. They would lose their special will and would no longer be a chosen. Chosen were different from others. If they were defeated, it was very difficult for them to rise again. Due to how high they had climbed, it would be all the more miserable for them when they fell. In comparison to those who climbed up staggeringly, chosen were extremely fragile flower vases. As soon as a sect realized they had a potential chosen, they would protect them closely, not allowing them to fight any unfair fights. For example, what was happening now was clearly an unfair fight. Long Chen was only in the blood condensation realm, but he was facing a mid-tendon transformation chosen. Long Chen's display completely shocked Luo Bing and her disciples. Back when they had first seen Long Chen's cultivation base, they had been 100% sure that the story about him killing an 8-temper bone forging expert had been completely fabricated. But seeing him stand there without any aura even in the face of Zhang Yifan's aura, looking as if he were just an ordinary person, all of them were astonished. Even Zhang Yifan was shocked. Although he sensed Long Chen should possess some skill, he had never thought Long Chen would be able to ignore his aura like this. The thing that shocked him the most was that his kingly will was unable to lock down on Long Chen. When his will tried to lock down on Long Chen, it was like he didn't exist. He was unable to sense Long Chen's will. Zhang Yifan suddenly stamped down and shot forward, punching out at Long Chen. His fist brought with it a whistling gale and space droned around it. Long Chen also punched out, smashing Zhang Yifan's fist. The entire martial stage shook intensely. The metallic stage was actually unable to bear the impact of their attacks and began to crack. After that one fist, both of them were forced back a couple steps. Zhang Yifan shook out his hand. Not bad. If you were to die to just a single fist, that really would be too boring. Now's the second fist. Zhang Yifan shouted out, punching out again with even greater power. Their two fists collided again, and the martial arena beneath their feet finally collapsed completely, a huge crater forming beneath them. Having been made of steel, when it was destroyed like this, whistling steel fragments shot out in all directions. The spectating disciples were all startled and dodged those steel fragments, but there were some who hadn't reacted quickly enough and were pierced straight through. That caused all the disciples' expressions to change, and they once more fell back. This distance was still not far enough to guarantee their safety. Just the beginning of their fight was like this. Once the real fight began, it would be even more terrifying. If they were to die just from the aftershocks of their battle, that really would be a ridiculous death. They retreated a mile away before feeling a bit safer. Even if something big were to happen, they should still have the time to react. Haha, Good, only like this will it be a bit interesting. Zhang Yifan once more punched out. With another collision, the entire martial stage became completely covered in cracks, looking like it was on the verge of exploding. Not bad, not bad. Then let me see just how many. Zhang Yifan only got half his words out before a figure suddenly rushed over in front of him and gave him a vicious slap in the face that directly sent him flying out. I've gotten tired of your unchanging pompous act, said Long Chen icily. Long Chen had blocked 3 of Zhang Yifan's fists in order to find out how strong Zhang Yifan was. He would respond with exactly how much strength his opponent used. After all, Long Chen didn't dare be careless against a chosen. Taking things step by step wasn't a bad thing. But then every time, Zhang Yifan only increased his power ever so slightly, which was far too slow for Long Chen. Then he would always throw in some pretentious words in between each fist. He was fighting completely carelessly, as if he were a cat playing with a mouse. Zhang Yifan truly had been planning on playing with Long Chen slowly until he despaired. Luo Bing had already stealthily given him that mission. Their goal in coming here would only not count as a failure if he performed well enough this time. Zhang Yifan not only had to win, he had to win easily and perfectly. The best way would be for him to suppress Long Chen to death. He hadn't used his full strength at the beginning in order to give Long Chen a bit of hope. Then he could slowly destroy that hope and let him despair before killing him. But after their third exchange, Long Chen had gotten impatient. Taking advantage of Zhang Yifan being careless, he had given him a vicious slap in the face. The loud ringing from that slap rang out clearly throughout the entire monastery. Which person was the best at face slapping? In the entire monastery, every person would go find Long Chen. Long Chen's face slapping technique had practically reached a divine level. His speed, power, and angle were all perfect. Most importantly, he struck like lightning, not giving anyone the slightest warning. Back then, Tang Wan'er had been filled with admiration and even wanted Long Chen to teach her this technique, but he had refused. This was his innate divine technique. Adding on his constant practice of it on the idiots who found trouble for him, this one skill of his had reached perfection. Long Chen wasn't someone who would teach this to just anyone. Zhang Yifan's words had been cut off halfway, and he felt his head buzz so hard that he almost fainted. When he finally recovered slightly, he saw that he had already flown back dozens of meters. And he was still rapidly flying back. According to his current speed, he'd probably fly back over a mile. He would quickly leave the martial stage like this. If that happened, he would lose, and if he lost, he would definitely want to kill himself. If he, a grand chosen, was slapped off the martial stage by someone who was only in the blood condensation realm, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire Xuantian supermonastery. He tried to stabilize himself, but Long Chen had struck him too powerfully. Just the friction from his feet was unable to stop his inertia. Zhang Yifan quickly took out a thick staff and stabbed it into the ground. The staff dug a long ditch into the steel martial stage, cutting through the martial stage like it was mud. When Zhang Yifan finally managed to stop himself, his feet were already at the edge of the martial stage. With another foot, he would have fallen off. The entire crowd was deathly silent. They had never expected that Zhang Yifan, who just moments ago had seemed like a majestic king, would be sent to the edge of the martial stage with a single slap. Whether it was the disciples from the 108th monastery or the 36th monastery, they were all stunned. They were looking at Zhang Yifan, or more precisely, they were looking at the very clear handprint on his face. Long Chen, you're asking for death. Zhang Yifan's fury erupted, and he leapt forward, smashing his staff at Long Chen. Chapter 298 Beast Merging Art. This time, Zhang Yifan was truly infuriated. He no longer had any thoughts of toying with Long Chen. This smash of his staff was aiming to kill. In all his years, he had never been humiliated like this. This slap in the face made him feel worse than if he were killed. His staff shook the heavens, and the air around it seemed to explode. This was Zhang Yifan's true strength. Long Chen snorted and extended his hand. Space shook and constantly rumbled as terrifying thunderforce condensed in Long Chen's hand, turning into a spear. That spear was condensed of thunderforce, but due to the runes covering it, it was just like a real spear, and was filled with an explosive strength that caused space to twist around it. Long Chen's lightning spear slammed into Zhang Yifan's staff. The martial stage finally was unable to endure their force anymore, and completely exploded. That martial stage was made of steel, and the instant it exploded, the entire sky was filled with whistling steel fragments. If it was just a couple pieces, everyone would still be able to dodge, but now they definitely weren't able to dodge this many. And most terrifying of all was that some of those fragments were the size of a table. If one of those spectators was struck, they'd be crippled if not dead. Elder Tu Fang's expression changed. He had been too focused on Long Chen's battle and had forgotten about the disciples. Now it was already too late for him to shield them. Suddenly, Tang Wan'er appeared in front of everyone. Forming a hand seal, a sky full of wind blades once more appeared in front of those steel fragments. Those fragments were instantly cut apart by Tang Wan'er's wind blades. But there were still a couple of finer pieces that managed to sneak through the small cracks between wind blades. But a huge ice wall appeared in front of everyone. That thick ice wall shattered when those fragments collided with it, but those fragments also lost all their force and fell to the ground. Only now did all those disciples have a moment to wipe off their cold sweat. After hesitating for a moment, they all retreated even further. Even this distance was too dangerous. They saw that after the martial stage had exploded, Zhang Yifan and Long Chen were now standing 100 meters from each other. Long Chen was holding a lightning spear that caused space to constantly twist. He looked like a divinity descended from the heavens, appearing incredibly imposing. Hee, I finally have a good weapon. Long Chen was smiling. Although Devil Decapitator was stronger, it was too heavy. It was too much of a burden to his body, and it wasn't suitable for long fights. As for the flame blades he had condensed before, they were only able to handle core disciples. In front of favored, they would collapse after a single collision, let alone a chosen. Now Long Chen's pill flame was only useful for refining pills. However, after 2 months of collecting lightning, his Thunderforce runes had become even stronger, and the lightning weapons they condensed were even more terrifying than before. It was actually able to block Zhang Yifan's attack. That pleased Long Chen greatly. He could fight for 3 straight days with this lightning spear without tiring. Zhang Yifan looked at Long Chen's spear in shock and disbelief. He had never imagined Long Chen possessed Thunderforce, which was usually extremely rare. That previous exchange had caused his arm to turn a bit numb. Long Chen's explosive Thunderforce had tried to crazily destroy his body. He had been forced to exhaust a huge amount of spiritual chi to eradicate that Thunderforce. HMPH, it doesn't matter that you possess Thunderforce. It won't change your fate. You'll still die today. Zhang Yifan charged back at Long Chen with his staff. Long Chen sneered and shook his head. You keep on repeating that others are pigs, but in truth, you're the pig. You're a typical pig that only remembers to eat and doesn't remember beatings. Does your face hurt? Long Chen's lightning spear blocked Zhang Yifan's staff and then stabbed at his stomach. Although Long Chen hadn't used spears before, he knew long weapons were most suited to keeping the enemy at bay through attacking. Hearing Long Chen's words, Zhang Yifan immediately felt a burning pain on his face. Long Chen's slap had been too vicious. Die! Zhang Yifan roared and began to truly brandish his staff, sending out a fierce barrage of attacks. Long Chen didn't waste any more words. His spear also attacked fiercely. The two of their weapons repeatedly collided, causing dust to fly and releasing powerful chi waves. Boss really is boss. No matter what time, seeing him fight is still so amazing. Praised Guo ran. The other disciples nodded. Seeing Long Chen fight was even more satisfying to them than personally going out to kill their enemies. Each attack of his would make their blood boil. Tu Fang couldn't help being moved when he saw Long Chen fight Zhang Yifan without losing out at all. He thought to himself, divergence really or divergence. This kind of combat ability is too abnormal. To be able to fight a tendon transformation chosen in the blood condensation realm, he's practically a monster. Furthermore, Long Chen's fighting was always extremely inspirational. His fighting style was extremely clean and decisive. It was as if he was born with an unrivaled confidence. Each one of his moves was extremely confident. That kind of fighting style was delightful to watch and made people's blood involuntarily heat up. The two of them crazily fought. No matter how Zhang Yifan attempted to attack, he was unable to force Long Chen into a disadvantage. That shocked all the 36th monastery's disciples. Zhang Yifan was the strongest disciple in the 36th monastery. But now he was helpless against a blood condensation brat. That was too shocking. Just who was this brat? Even Luo Bing's expression was extremely dark and she regretted coming here. Long Chen's strength was undeniable. Even if Long Chen couldn't be classified as a chosen, he would definitely receive special nurturing. If they were to kill Long Chen, Then even with the life and death contract, that would still vex the supermonastery. Although they wouldn't make things hard for them openly, there were all sorts of ways to make life hard for them behind their backs. And yet, if they didn't kill Long Chen, they wouldn't be able to give an explanation to the first monastery. They had helped them out, and if they didn't repay that, their good relationship would immediately end. Luo Bing might be regretful, but now that the matter had reached this point, regret was useless. Compared to irritating a part of the supermonastery, she still felt like satisfying the first monastery was more important. That was because many of the higher-ups in the supermonastery were related to the first monastery. As long as they could form a good relationship with the first monastery, this would still be worth it. And the best way to form a good relationship would be for Long Chen to die. Boom! The two of them once more retreated. Zhang Yifan icily glared at Long Chen. You might have a couple skills, but it's still far from enough. It won't change the fact that you'll die. Long Chen rested his lightning spear on his shoulder and looked at Zhang Yifan oddly. Have you forgotten the pain on your face? Die. Zhang Yifan had only just provoked Long Chen to make him fly into a fury when a single line from Long Chen made him want to explode with fury instead. Zhang Yifan roared, and lines appeared on his forehead. The instant those lines appeared, a terrifying energy surged out of his body. Those lines formed a bizarre image. Carefully looking at it, it seemed to be some kind of beast with a tiger's body and a snake's tail. As that image became brighter, some people were horrified to see two of Zhang Yifan's teeth rapidly growing longer, becoming tusks 3 inches long. At the same time, his eyes also changed. His pupils turned a demonic red and became vertical. Most vertical eyes came from cold-blooded magical beasts. For them to appear on a human was extremely chilling. Beast transformation. Long Chen was surprised. He had run into two people who had used beast transformation. One was Huang Chong in the Phoenix Cry Empire, while the other was Zhao Wu, who he had encountered during the monastery's disciple selection. The two of them had both been killed by him. Although he had managed to kill the two of them, he had no choice but to admit that after undergoing beast transformation, their combat strength had soared by a terrifying degree. Long Chen had also once gone through a tome explaining this technique. It said that beast transformation was an extremely savage cultivation method. You had to refine magical beast essence blood and then merge that essence blood into your body in order to gain that magical beast's bloodline strength. But human blood didn't mix with magical beast blood. They rejected each other strongly. Magical beast blood was too powerful, and the slightest carelessness would cause your body to explode. That was why beast transformation was not considered a high-level battle skill. Only a couple second-rate sects would practice it. The fact that a Grand Chosen would use beast transformation was inconceivable to Long Chen. Beast transformation? Hehe, you really are ignorant. This is my beast merging art. How could it compare to that trash technique? Although this is only half my strength, it's still enough to kill you. To be able to die under my beast merging art, you should feel proud. Zhang Yifan's voice was extremely hoarse and unpleasant to listen to now. Long Chen looked at Zhang Yifan and indifferently said a single sentence. Does your face hurt? Zhang Yifan immediately let out a bestial roar and charged at Long Chen. He was much faster than before, and he arrived in front of Long Chen in an instant, his staff smashing down at Long Chen's head. Long Chen was startled by that shocking speed and hastily raised his lightning spear to block. Bang! Everyone was shocked to see Long Chen be sent flying by Zhang Yifan. His lightning spear had been destroyed by the impact. Die! Zhang Yifan malevolently laughed and once more charged at Long Chen. His staff lit up and a terrifying aura locked Long Chen in place. That staff smashed down on him once more. Long Chen took a deep breath. It seemed his thunder force was still not strong enough. It was time to switch weapons. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.